The long slumber of 10,000 years has come to an end. Congratulations, host, on receiving the rewards for your prolonged dormancy. The voice of the system echoed within Chen Changsheng's mind. He awakened, his eyes, closed for millennia, finally opened, marking the conclusion of his eternal sleep. The system's rewards were bestowed upon him. He received an unparalleled mastery of invincibility, countless imperial weapons, elixirs, and techniques. With a resounding bang, the coffin made of immortal golden Nama wood, impervious to decay, creaked open. Chen Changsheng emerged. Despite the 10,000 years of slumber, he appeared youthful, with striking sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an air of handsomeness. Oh, what a dream it had been! His gaze was as profound as the cosmos, and a reminiscent expression graced his handsome face. He was a transcender, having crossed over from Blue Star eons ago. Upon his initial arrival, he had not activated the system. It was only after a century that he unlocked the longevity system. The system informed him that through a slumber of 10,000 years, he could attain invincibility. Thus, he took the golden Namu coffin granted by the system and chose to sleep here. Now, with the period of slumber fulfilled, he had indeed become invincible. He stored the golden Namu coffin and stepped out of the sealed cave. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, a warm ray caressing Chen Changsheng's face. He felt as though he had stepped into another world. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and earth, shaking the very ground beneath him, as a terrifying, malevolent aura surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Intruder into my forbidden land, perish. A fearsome beast materialized, its voice cold and commanding, obscuring the sky. The sunlight vanished, and the earth was shrouded in darkness. The beast, resembling a lion with 9 heads, boasted a mane of resplendent golden fur, emanating an aura of dread. This was the 9-headed lion, the ruler of the forbidden land, a beast on the verge of attaining imperial status. Calmly, Chen Changsheng extended a hand. In an instant, an immense force, imbued with supreme order, descended upon the 9-headed lion. Boom! Dust billowed, engulfing the skies, the ground cracked, and the 9-headed lion was forced down, rendered immobile. All 9 heads of the lion widened their eyes in disbelief. How could this be possible? It, a quasi-imperial beast endowed with unmatched power, was subdued by a mere hand. It felt as if the weight of the heavens pressed upon it, nearly suffocating it. Great! Master, please spare my life. Forgive my ignorance. It begged urgently. Before Chen Changsheng stood a being far beyond its reach, an entity of supreme existence. Considering your arduous path of cultivation, I shall grant you life. Come, follow me. With a wave of his hand, Chen Changsheng severed 8 of the lion's heads in a flash of blinding light. The 9-headed lion, on the brink of terror, realized it had indeed been spared. Without hesitation, Chen Changsheng ascended into the skies above the forbidden land. The 9-headed lion hurriedly followed suit. Since you are now with me, this forbidden land has become unnecessary. Chen Changsheng spoke coolly, extending his hand once more. Boom! The vast expanse of the forbidden land, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, crumbled entirely, obliterated from existence. In the century preceding my slumber, I was engrossed in my cultivation, neglecting to fully appreciate the exquisite landscapes of this world. Now that I am invincible, it is time to traverse this realm and behold its wonders. With that thought, Chen Changsheng and the 9-headed lion vanished from sight. Alas, the forbidden domain of the 9-headed lion has been entirely obliterated. In an era where the emperor remains hidden, that lion was nearly invincible. Has the emperor truly appeared? With the emperor's emergence, turmoil is bound to ensue. Dispatch a decree. All within the sect must remain discreet and avoid causing disturbances. Across the world, powerful figures and ancestors from various sects sense the disturbance and direct their gaze toward this place. Which emperor has manifested? A heavy foreboding settles in their hearts, for they realize that chaos may soon engulf the world. In the northern expanse of the eastern wilderness lies Jiang City, an ancient city that has existed for millennia. Chen Changsheng, accompanied by the great yellow dog, steps into this venerable city. This great yellow dog is none other than a 9-headed lion, a name bestowed upon it by Chen Changsheng. To align the nine-headed lion with this name, he transformed it into a large yellow dog. Is this character pronounced Asli? Chen Changsheng mused as he scrutinized the plaque of the prominent family in the city. Li? Is it not clearly Zhao? The nine-headed lion dared not speak. Could it be that such a supreme being as Chen Changsheng cannot read? Away with you, unseeing fool. You have no business lingering here. The servants of the Zhao family, a prominent clan in the city, hastily drove Chen Changsheng and the great yellow dog away. Chen Changsheng remained unmoved. Eons have passed. Truly a transformation of the sea into mulberry fields. The ancient clan of the Li family has vanished, replaced by another. Has Li Sun ultimately met his end? He sighed. A millennium ago, as a wandering cultivator in pursuit of strength, he traversed perilous paths and encountered his only true friend, Li Sun. The son of the clan leader of the ancient Li family, Li Sun was exceptionally gifted and held deep loyalty. Their paths crossed during Chen Changsheng's adventures, leading to a profound friendship. Initially, he was unaware of Li Sun's true identity, as Li Sun feared that knowledge of his lineage would alter the nature of their relationship, creating a rift between them. After all, Li Sun was the young clan leader of an ancient family, while he was merely a wandering cultivator. The disparity in their statuses was vast. Later, upon acquiring the longevity system, he bid farewell to Li Sun before entering his slumber, finally learning of Li Sun's heritage. Wait for me. I shall return a millennium hence, to reunite and share a toast, he had declared. As the young clan leader of the ancient Li family, Li Sun would undoubtedly survive for a millennium. Yet, who could have foreseen that, after 10,000 years, he would find no trace of Li Sun, nor the ancient clan that stood behind him? The Li family, which had endured for tens of thousands of years, as ancient as the city itself, had inexplicably vanished, replaced by others. The young master has returned. I knew that this time he would succeed in vanquishing the remnants of the Li clan, exclaimed the servant at the entrance, eagerly gazing down the broad street. Remnants of the Li clan? Chen Changsheng lifted his gaze, turning to the end of the street. At the end of the street, an extraordinary beast with 9 heads pulled an opulent bronze chariot. Seated upon the chariot was a youth of striking elegance. Chen Changsheng glanced towards the rear of the bronze chariot. There, a heavy iron chain restrained a girl of 6 or 7 years, being dragged along. The sight of her was heart-wrenching, her body marred by gruesome wounds. She was being dragged, blood staining the street. A remnant of the Li clan? A descendant of Li Sun? Chen Changsheng suppressed his inner fury and strode purposefully towards that direction. Had they lost their minds? How dare they obstruct the path of the young master? Seeking death. Flanking the bronze chariot were several middle-aged warriors. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng approach the chariot directly, they were immediately incensed. One of them, his demeanor icy, swiftly advanced to the forefront. He drew a long knife, its blade shimmering with divine light, and aimed a lethal strike at Chen Changsheng, intent on slaying him. His strength was formidable. As he struck, the intertwining of laws manifested, revealing the essence of the realm of laws. The realms in this narrative include subtlety, focus, innate, void insight, Tao realm, divine fire realm, law realm, sacred realm, supreme realm, and imperial realm. Chapter 2. You seek revenge, so do I. A terrifying law intertwined, instilling fear in the hearts of many. The Zhao family's formidable warrior, with a demeanor of icy indifference, regarded Chen Changsheng as nothing more than a trivial insect. With a single stroke of his blade, he believed he could effortlessly eliminate Chen Changsheng. However, unexpectedly, a resounding bang echoed through the air as the long knife aimed at Chen Changsheng shattered before even making contact. Reduced to fragments by an unseen, horrifying power. What? The Zhao family's warriors' pupils constricted in shock, utterly unprepared for such an occurrence. Chen Changsheng raised his hand, delivering a sharp slap toward the Zhao warrior. The crisp sound of the slap rang out, reverberating down the street. The Zhao warrior was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth, half of his face mangled from the blow. A mere slap could send a law practitioner flying? Where did this terrifying youth come from? The passing cultivators on the street were struck with profound astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief. After all, this was a law practitioner. wielding the laws. He possessed inexplicable power. In the outside world, a law practitioner could command respect as an ancestral figure. No wonder he dared to block my carriage, but to act impudently before me? That was far beneath consideration. From the bronze carriage, a young man of striking elegance bellowed, "Seize him!" He waved his hand, prompting the Zhao family warrior beside the carriage to immediately comply, rushing toward Chen Changsheng with intent to kill. Chen Changsheng took a step forward, his foot striking the ground. An unimaginable force erupted instantaneously, sending the Zhao warriors who encircled him hurtling away. Simultaneously, the bronze carriage was overturned, and the elegant young Zhao, flung from his seat, landed heavily on the ground in a most undignified manner. Approaching the young girl, Chen Changsheng crouched down and grasped the massive iron chain binding her. Forged from the exceptionally hard Xianhan iron, the chain was notoriously difficult to break, even for a sage. Yet in Chen Changsheng's hands, the Xianhan iron crumbled like dust with a mere exertion of force. The surrounding cultivators were left in a state of shock. To effortlessly crush Xianhan iron, was this youth a minor sage? Such strength surely indicated at least a sage-level prowess. Alas, it was futile. Even a sage could not contend with the Zhao family. After all, this was right at their doorstep. They shook their heads in disbelief. The youth, Chen Changsheng, had been far too audacious. Toppling the Zhao family's carriage in their own territory was, without question, a public slap to their face. The Zhao family would undoubtedly retaliate, and Chen Changsheng would pay a heavy price for his insolence. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Chen Changsheng lifted the young girl into his arms. She was battered and bruised, her consciousness fading. Gently, he infused her with soothing energy, healing her wounds. A radiant glow enveloped her as, in an instant, her injuries were mended, and her foggy mind began to clear. "Please, don't hurt me," she whimpered. Her petite frame trembled uncontrollably, her eyes filled with fear. The first words that escaped her lips were a plea for mercy. Do not strike her. It was evident that she had endured immense suffering prior to this moment. "Do not be afraid. All is now in the past," Chen Changsheng said with a heart full of compassion. "Are you acquainted with Li's son?" The young girl clenched her teeth, remaining silent. Uncertain whether Chen Changsheng was friend or foe, she hesitated to speak of her ancestor. Chen Changsheng discerned her thoughts with a single glance. "I am a friend of Li's son," he spoke softly. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. Was the ancestor's friend truly so young? She found it hard to believe. Suddenly, several fearsome figures surged forth from within the depths of the Zhao clan, encircling Chen Changsheng. The clan leader emerged, a middle-aged man whose blood surged like a dragon. Though he exuded no overtly threatening aura, there was an undeniable sense of authority about him. "Whoever you are, daring to wreak havoc in my Zhao clan, you have gravely miscalculated," he declared coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "To overturn my son's carriage in front of our gates is to trample upon our dignity. We shall not let this transgression go unpunished. Otherwise, our clan would be reduced to a laughingstock." "Where is the Li clan? Where has Li's son gone?" Chen Changsheng inquired of the Zhao clan leader. "The Li clan has long been annihilated by us, and Li's son was slain at our hands." The Zhao clan leader retorted with a sneer. "Have you come to avenge the Li clan?" "No," Chen Changsheng replied calmly. "I have come to avenge Li's son." Beneath his calm demeanor lay a tempest of fury. As his voice resonated, a terrifying power manifested in the air. The encircling figures, renowned strongmen of the Zhao clan, found themselves utterly powerless to resist. They met their demise, collapsing in a pool of blood, obliterated by an unfathomable force. In an instant, the entire ancient city erupted in chaos. All the cultivators present gazed in disbelief at Chen Changsheng. The figures surrounding him were all celebrated warriors of the Zhao clan, each one surpassing the sacred realm. Yet, with a mere utterance from Chen Changsheng, they were all annihilated. Their scalps tingled with horror, their hearts quaking with fear, their souls detached from their bodies. Was Chen Changsheng truly a youthful sovereign? "Are you truly a friend of the ancestor?" The girl quivered in Chen Changsheng's embrace. Indeed, he nodded. Li Sun was his sole dearest friend, yet it was lamentable that he had not even been able to bid farewell to his closest companion. Will you take me as your disciple and teach me the path of cultivation? The girl summoned her courage to ask. I wish to personally avenge my fallen kin. You cannot seek vengeance, Chen Changsheng stated. Why? Do you not wish to take me as your disciple? She questioned. That is not the case, Chen Changsheng replied calmly. You desire vengeance, and so do I. Today, the Zhao clan shall be obliterated. The girl shuddered at his words. Is this individual intent on annihilating the entire Zhao clan single-handedly? Chapter 3. One step forward, slaying 5 great emperors. The Zhao clan, an ancient lineage of the Changsheng clan, boasts a heritage that can be traced back thousands of years. In the present day, it flourishes, teeming with formidable beings, standing as one of the most powerful clans in the world. Chen Changsheng audaciously proclaimed his intent to annihilate the Zhao clan. All cultivators present were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. The Zhao clan leader, maintaining his composure, demanded, Who are you? Recognizing that Chen Changsheng was no ordinary individual. Suddenly, beams of terrifying light erupted from deep within the Zhao clan, an overwhelming aura sweeping across the heavens and the earth. All the esteemed elders of the Zhao clan emerged, standing resolutely behind their leader. The supreme pressure radiated, enveloping the entire city, for they were all supreme beings. The cultivators within the ancient city found it hard to breathe under the weight of that divine presence, as if mountains were resting upon their hearts. Thud, thud, thud. Many cultivators could not withstand the oppressive force and collapsed to the ground. When a supreme being is enraged, countless fall. What an audacious display. The 9-headed lion scoffed inwardly. Such a trifling supreme being dares to act so brazenly? Were it not for Chen Changsheng's explicit command, it would not dare to act recklessly. These minor supremes are hardly worthy of its consideration. Does my master truly intend to eradicate the Zhao clan? It pondered solemnly. There must be a great emperor stationed within the Zhao clan. The depths of the Zhao clan instilled a sense of dread within it. If it were not mistaken, a great emperor must indeed be present within their stronghold. Who am I? I am a friend of Li Sun, Chen Changsheng declared, taking a step forward while cradling the little girl. Boom! In an instant, the overwhelming pressure that had engulfed the city was obliterated. The seasoned supremes standing behind the Zhao clan leader coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground, their faces pale with horror. Who on earth is this individual? Just a single step rendered them incapable of standing. Their spines were bent under the pressure, unable to rise. Is this a great emperor? You are the one who obliterated the forbidden ground where the 9-headed lion resided, aren't you? The Zhao clan leader, a paragon of composure and steadiness, remained unflustered. Indeed, as Chen Changsheng took another step forward while holding the little girl, crimson blood splattered, staining the entrance of the Zhao clan. The esteemed supremes of the Zhao clan exploded in a gruesome demise. Witnessing this scene, the cultivators were paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground in disbelief. How could this be possible? The seasoned supremes were slain like mere weeds? They felt as though they had encountered the most terrifying spectacle imaginable, their hearts ceasing to beat. These were supreme beings, esteemed supremes at that. How could they be so easily dispatched? Enough. Do you truly believe the Zhao clan is powerless against your slaughter, that there are no emperors among us? The Zhao clan leader bellowed, losing his composure. His eyes burned with fury. The deaths of the seasoned supremes inflicted unbearable pain upon him. What are the emperors? Today, I shall kill my way through. Chen Changsheng's expression remained serene. Holding the little girl, he took yet another step forward. A tremendous pressure descended, causing the patriarch of the Zhao clan to immediately kneel before the ground. He was a supreme being, even more powerful than many of the venerable supremes. Yet, as Chen Changsheng's foot descended, he found himself utterly incapable of resistance. His legs buckled, forcing him to the ground. Awaken, ancestors! Slay the intruders! He bellowed in fury. Deep within the Zhao clan, imperial might surged forth, and one of the clan's ancestors stirred from slumber. Stepping outside, he gazed upon the pile of slain venerable supremes of the Zhao clan gates, a blaze of anger igniting in his eyes. What is the meaning of this, friend? He inquired, his gaze icy as it fell upon Chen Changsheng. I have come to avenge my friend, Chen Changsheng replied. The ancestor of the Zhao clan sensed a perilous aura emanating from Chen Changsheng. He spoke gravely. I am well aware of your formidable strength. But what if I were to say that our Zhao clan has 5 emperors? Then let them all be slain, Chen Changsheng asserted as he advanced. With a single strike, the Zhao clan patriarch exploded, blood gushing forth as he perished instantly, reduced to ashes. You! The Zhao ancestor's fury erupted. Chen Changsheng was audacious beyond measure. Not only had he slaughtered numerous venerable supremes from the Zhao clan, but he had also dared to slay the clan's patriarch before his very eyes. What can be tolerated must not be tolerated any longer. All of you who have slumbered, awaken. He roared like a frantic lion. The terrifying imperial might surged forth, rousing the other 4 ancestors of the Zhao clan from their slumber. They materialized before the Zhao clan's gate, each radiating an intense killing intent. Had they truly been invaded in their own home? The ground was stained with blood. The patriarch and numerous powerful beings lay lifeless in a pool of crimson. They turned their gaze toward Chen Changsheng, their murderous intent sweeping across the heavens. Did one dare to rampage through their Zhao clan? Kill! The 5 ancestors of the Zhao clan, each at the emperor level, launched an assault against Chen Changsheng, summoning their imperial weapons, their overwhelming aura spreading forth, intent to kill. I initially thought there was only 1 emperor, yet there are 5. The 9-headed lion recoiled in fear. Could Chen Changsheng truly contend with 5 emperors? Doubts plagued its mind. Unexpectedly, an astonishing scene unfolded. In the face of 5 emperors wielding their imperial weapons, Chen Changsheng remained serene. Cradling the young girl, he took a step forward. In an instant, all 5 emperors exploded in midair, their bodies obliterated. Imperial blood rained down like a crimson deluge. In the city, all cultivators and beings were rendered speechless, too terrified to even breathe. With a single step, 5 emperors lay dead. What invincible existence this was! They vowed that even in their wildest dreams, they would not dare to envision such a scenario. It was more outrageous than a dream, more surreal than reality. By the heavens, the 9-headed lion's eyes bulged in disbelief. These were emperors, not mere fledgling cultivators. To be annihilated in such a manner with a single step, it was utterly horrifying. Yet, soon it broke into a foolish grin. This is my master. It laughed heartily. To be in the presence of such an invincible being undoubtedly heralds a future of boundless potential. Huh? In Chen Changsheng's embrace, the young girl gasped. Her large eyes filled with disbelief. Could it be that the youthful Chen Changsheng has truly vanquished the entire Zhao clan? Da Huang, go forth, spare none, eliminate them all. Chen Changsheng commanded the 9-headed lion. Understood. The 9-headed lion responded, charging into the Zhao clan. With a fierce howl, it wreaked havoc. From the absence of the great emperor, it stood invincible. Chen Changsheng, cradling the girl, made his way to a tea house. Owner, please bring a pot of tea. He spoke softly. Upon witnessing such a formidable figure enter the establishment, the proprietor was nearly paralyzed with fear. However, upon hearing Chen Changsheng's request for tea, he hastily presented the finest brew available. Trembling, he served the freshly prepared tea to Chen Changsheng. The latter poured himself a cup, as well as one for the young girl. What is your name? Please, share your story with me, along with the circumstances surrounding the Li clan. He gently inquired of the girl. The young girl, holding a teacup, appeared lost in thought, still overwhelmed by the surreal sensation of it all. How could the illustrious Zhao clan have been so utterly annihilated? It was beyond her comprehension. After a long pause, she regained her composure and softly recounted the plight of her own clan, the Li. I am Li Ruoxue, she began. The destruction of the Li clan at the hands of the Zhao occurred a millennium ago. At that time, the Li clan basked in the zenith of its power, eclipsing many ancient factions. The clan's remarkable strength was largely attributed to their revered ancestor, Li Sun. A look of pride illuminated Ruoxue's delicate features as she spoke of him, for he was their greatest source of honor, having ascended to the pinnacle of cultivation. Few could rival Li Sun's prowess, and under his guidance, the Li clan reached its highest glory. However, on an ill-fated day 1,000 years past, calamity struck. Ruosh Yue's expression darkened, tears welling in her eyes as she recalled that day, the most harrowing moment in the clan history. A cadre of enigmatic and terrifyingly powerful beings descended upon them, striking with an overwhelming ferocity that even Li Sun could not withstand. The Li clan suffered a catastrophic defeat, their blood saturating the ground, bodies strewn everywhere, countless lives lost. From their stronghold, these unknown assailants absconded with a significant artifact. After that, they departed. Ruosh Yue continued, and soon after, the Zhao clan, emboldened by the chaos, launched their own assault on us, seeking to engulf the remnants of the Li clan. With Li Sun gravely injured and many of their strongest warriors fallen, they could not withstand the onslaught of the Zhao clan. Ultimately, it was Li Sun who, igniting the essence of his life, fought valiantly to buy time for the surviving members to flee. A portion of the Li clan managed to escape, but Li Sun fell victim to the relentless assault of Zhao's warriors. In the years that followed, the Zhao clan relentlessly hunted down the remnants of the Li clan, leading to a steady decline in their numbers. "I'm the last of the Li bloodline," Ruosh Yue wept, her face streaked with tears. In her generation, fewer than a dozen members remained, and tragically, most of them perished while trying to protect her from Zhao Xiao's pursuit. Ultimately, she too was captured by him. "My father, my mother, my uncles and aunts," Ruosh Yue sobbed silently, the horrific images of their demise etched vividly in her memory. Chen Changsheng felt a profound ache in his heart. He reached out, gently wiping away the tears from her cheeks. "Do not cry. It is all in the past now." He comforted her. "From this day forward, I shall stand by your side, and you shall never again endure any injustice." His words were not only a promise to Ruosh Yue, but also a vow to her ancestor, Li Sun. He would safeguard the last vestige of the Li lineage. With his presence, no one would dare lay a finger on Ruosh Yue. The mysterious and formidable beings that had besieged the Li clan would meet their inevitable demise. His gaze was icy, his voice resolute. If it were not for this group of individuals, Li Sun would still be alive. He is determined to avenge Li Sun. Before long, the nine-headed lion returned to report. The Zhao clan had been completely annihilated by it. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly. He turned to Li Ruosh Yue and gently inquired, "Do you wish to embark on the path of cultivation?" At the tender age of 6 or 7, Li Ruosh Yue had yet to begin her journey in cultivation. She bore no signs of practice, nor any fluctuations of spiritual energy. "I do," Li Ruosh Yue replied with unwavering determination. "Very well. From this day forth, I shall be your guardian, to protect your path and assist you in your cultivation," Chen Changsheng declared. Nearby, the nine-headed lion gazed at them with immense envy. With a formidable presence like Chen Changsheng to guide her, Li Ruosh Yue's journey in cultivation was destined to be devoid of obstacles. The achievements she would ultimately reach were bound to be beyond imagination. Which sect is renowned for imparting the best teachings to its disciples? Chen Changsheng inquired of the nine-headed lion. Despite his unparalleled strength, he lacked the knowledge of how to teach others in their cultivation. He wished to place Li Ruosh Yue within the most esteemed sect for her training, the Tao Holy Land. The nine-headed lion replied without hesitation. The Tao Holy Land is universally acknowledged as the premier sect for cultivation, having produced countless great emperors. Every disciple who has trained there has achieved remarkable accomplishments without exception. "Very well, then we shall proceed to the Tao Holy Land." Chen Changsheng rose, leaving behind money for tea, and instructed the nine-headed lion to lead the way, guiding Li Ruosh Yue towards the Tao Holy Land. The Tao Holy Land is not located in the eastern wilderness, but rather in the distant central continent. The world is divided into 5 major regions: Eastern Wilderness, Northern Desert, Southern Ridge, Western Lands, and Central Continent. The Central Continent lies at the heart of the realm, being the most prosperous and powerful of all. The 4 other regions pale in comparison to it, as the Central Continent is home to a greater number of ancient sects, each with formidable prowess. The Tao Holy Land is situated in the southern part of the Central Continent, with a lineage that is exceedingly ancient. The Li clan and Zhao clan cannot compare to the venerable heritage of the Tao Holy Land. It is a superlative and time-honored sanctuary. In the southern part of the Central Continent, The mountains stretch endlessly, resembling colossal dragons lying upon the earth, exuding an awe-inspiring majesty. The Tao Holy Land is nestled deep within these mountains. Chen Changsheng and his companions arrived at the gates of the Tao Holy Land. The magnificent and grandiose ancient structures resembled celestial palaces, radiating an otherworldly brilliance. Before the imposing mountain gate stood an ancient stone tablet, inscribed with 4 large characters, Tao Holy Land. The 4 characters flowed with supreme Taoist essence, containing the highest principles of the path. Even from these 4 characters alone, one could discern the unimaginable depth of the Tao Holy Land's heritage. Excuse me, may I trouble you two to announce my arrival? I, Chen Changsheng, have come to pay my respects to the Holy Master of the Tao Holy Land. He approached the 2 disciples guarding the gate and stated, "Pay your respects to the Holy Master? Are you out of your mind?" The disciples at the gate found his request utterly amusing. What sort of impudent child dares to claim such a thing? To seek an audience with our Holy Master. Our Holy Master is not someone one can simply meet. Woof. Upon witnessing the disrespect shown to Chen Changsheng by the disciples guarding the mountain gate, the 9-headed lion bared its teeth and emitted a chilling growl. It unleashed a wisp of its terrifying and malevolent aura, causing the 2 gatekeepers to collapse in sheer terror. Their faces drained of color and vitality. Chen Changsheng, however, remained composed, disregarding the 2 disciples entirely, for they were merely guardians of the gate, unworthy of his concern. "Is a lord of Tao present?" Chen Changsheng inquired, his voice modest yet resonating throughout the sacred grounds of Tao. In an instant, brilliant rays of light surged from the depths of the Tao sanctum, and several elders emerged, approaching the mountain gate. They regarded Chen Changsheng with raised brows. "Junior, from whence do you hail, and what brings you to seek an audience with our Lord?" An elder with flowing white hair queried. "The origin of my journey is of little consequence," Chen Changsheng replied calmly. "I have come to present a disciple to your esteemed Lord." He gently held Li Ruoshua's hand, intending for her to become the personal disciple of the Lord of Tao. Chapter 5. Defying Fate to forge the strongest physique in existence. To deliver disciples to the Holy Master. Such words are uttered so casually. The elders of the sacred land furrowed their brows. Did Chen Changsheng truly comprehend the gravity of his statement? Aspiring to be a disciple of the Holy Master is no trivial matter. Countless patriarchs of ancient clans have sought to have their sons and daughters accepted as disciples by the Holy Master, yet none have succeeded. Even when their children possessed exceptional talent and remarkable abilities, and they brought forth numerous unparalleled treasures, the Holy Master remained unmoved. The reason being, the Holy Master's standards for accepting disciples are exceedingly high. Only those who are extraordinary and monstrous in talent may be chosen. You, young one, are far too presumptuous to suggest delivering disciples to the Holy Master. Who do you think you are? And who do you intend to present? An elder with white hair rebuked. Leave at once, and do not cause chaos here. This is not a place for your recklessness. I am not causing chaos. Chen Changsheng replied calmly. Furthermore, I am not a junior. Do not refer to me as such. In terms of both age and cultivation level, the elder before me lacks the standing to call me a junior. Not a junior? The elders of the sacred land fixed their gazes upon Chen Changsheng, scrutinizing him. They sensed no formidable power emanating from him. What could he possibly be? The elder with white hair frowned and reiterated, "Depart quickly, lest you provoke the consequences of your own folly." Chen Changsheng remained unmoved and silent. With a single step forward, the world around him shifted dramatically. An overwhelming force descended upon the elders of the sacred land. Thud, thud, thud. Without a shred of doubt, the elders found themselves utterly powerless to resist, collapsing to the ground instantaneously. What? How? Is this possible? The elders were expressions of horror and disbelief. They were all formidable figures of the imperial realm. Yet merely by Chen Changsheng advancing a step, they were all brought to their knees. I have come to deliver disciples, not to create discord. Chen Changsheng retracted his power. Whatever requirements your holy master has for accepting disciples, I can fulfill. Treasures of the world, imperial weapons, imperial medicines, and the like, whatever you ask, I shall provide. He possessed an abundance of such items, enough to fill the entirety of the Tao sacred land without issue. The elders of the sacred land rose from the ground, now convinced that Chen Changsheng genuinely came to offer disciples and not to disrupt. Esteemed young master, the Holy Master does not merely consider treasures and imperial weapons when accepting disciples, but rather the qualifications and talents of the candidates. The elder with white hair stated courteously. Only those who are extraordinary and monstrous in talent may become disciples of the Holy Master. Very well, I have no objections, Chen Changsheng replied with a calm nod. No objections? The elders exchanged glances, uncertain if he truly meant it. May I inquire, esteemed young master, whom do you wish to present as a disciple of the Holy Master? The elder with white hair inquired. Her, Li Ruoxue, Chen Changsheng said, turning his gaze toward Li Ruoxue. The elders shifted their attention to her. This is what he calls having no objections? Their brows furrowed deeply, as they saw through Li Ruoxue's frail body at a glance. Perhaps once, she had been a paragon of beauty, but the current state of Li Ruoxue was utterly dismal. Her physique was in a lamentable condition, evidently having suffered maltreatment. Her bloodline, foundation, and essence of life had all been ravaged beyond repair. The damage was so severe that even the esteemed Tao sacred land, with all its resources, would find it exceedingly difficult to restore her completely. Young master, forgive my candor, but I fear she may not meet the requirements, the white-haired elder remarked delicately. It is not merely a fear. She is entirely incapable of meeting the standards. He continued, not to mention becoming a disciple of the Sacred Lord. She wouldn't even qualify to be an ordinary disciple of the Tao sacred land. She may not be able to meet the requirements now, but she will in the future, Chen Changsheng said calmly. I shall assist her in defying fate and forging the strongest physique known to man, transforming her into an unparalleled prodigy of the ages. His tone was nonchalant, as if this monumental task were a trivial matter. In truth, for him, it was indeed a matter of little consequence. Among the rewards of his millennia-long slumber lay the methods to alter fate and create the most formidable physique. The assembly of elders was momentarily taken aback, defying fate and forging the strongest physique. Such grandiose claims are not to be taken lightly. Is it truly so easy to reverse destiny? Is fate so malleable? Can one truly forge the strongest physique with such simplicity? They could not help but think that this was undoubtedly the most audacious boast they had ever encountered. Even their sacred lord would never dare to utter such words. If it were indeed possible to defy fate and forge the strongest physique, it would be a remarkable feat, the white-haired elders said politely, refraining from engaging in a debate with Chen Changsheng. May I have a word with your sacred lord? Chen Changsheng inquired. My apologies, young master, but the sacred lord is currently away on business, the elder replied sincerely. He spoke the truth. The Tao sacred lord was indeed absent from the premises. No one could deceive Chen Changsheng, as he possessed the ability to discern truth from falsehood with but a thought. Understanding that the elder spoke honestly, Chen Changsheng nodded and asked, May I enter to speak? This was our oversight. Please forgive us. You may enter, the elder said quickly. He and the other elders welcomed Chen Changsheng into the Tao sacred land. Holding Li Ruoxue's delicate hand, Chen Changsheng ascended the stone steps leading into the sacred domain. The nine-headed lion followed cautiously behind, also treading upon the steps. Throughout this journey, it was filled with countless reflections. Though it was a beast of imperial caliber and stood in a forbidden realm, in the presence of the ancient Tao sacred land, it felt inconsequential. It had never dreamed that one day it would be welcomed into the sacred ground by the elders. In that moment, it became even more resolute in its decision to remain by Chen Changsheng's side. The long stone staircase, stretching for over 1,000 steps, ascends towards the heavens, piercing the clouds. As a multitude of venerable elders from the sacred land graciously welcome them, Chen Changsheng and his companions enter the Tao sacred land. Who is this individual to receive such a grand reception from the elders? It is truly astonishing. Even the patriarchs of ancient clans have not been honored in such a manner, nor have they ever been greeted with such reverence. Within the Tao sacred land, numerous disciples are left breathless at the sight. Their astonishment is palpable, having never witnessed such a spectacle before. No one has ever been accorded such an esteemed welcome into the sacred domain. As Chen Changsheng and his companions arrive at the grand reception hall, an elder with flowing white hair instructs his attendants to bring forth exquisite tea to host them. The fragrance of the tea wafts through the air, its essence exuding an extraordinary aura, clearly signaling its exceptional quality. Chen Changsheng lifts the teacup and takes a delicate sip. Let me discern what kind of physique they might forge for Ruo Shui. He sets the cup down and extends his palm. In a flash of brilliance, an ancient tome, its pages yellowed with age, materializes in his hand. This tome contains the secrets of crafting the strongest physiques known to the world. He begins to peruse its contents. The elders of the sacred land, witnessing the ancient book in Chen Changsheng's grasp, are struck with astonishment. Their expressions shift dramatically. Ethereal chaos swirls around them, and an unparalleled, transcendent rhythm flows, akin to the scripture of the celestial Tao. What manner of ancient tome is this? Their hearts are filled with profound awe. Chapter 6. The Ta Ching Tao Body. Borrowing blood from the heavenly emperor beast, the profound resonance of the ancient text flowed forth, transcending the comprehension of the esteemed elders of the sacred grounds. How could they not be astonished? How could they not be shaken? They had long since attained the imperial realm, steeped in its depths for ages. Their understanding of the great Tao had reached an exalted pinnacle. Yet, the resonance emanating from the ancient texts rendered them akin to mere novices embarking on their spiritual journey. How could this be possible? Their hearts trembled. Pondering the nature of this ancient tome, Chen Changsheng delicately turned the pages of the ancient manuscript. In the end, he concluded his reading, having identified his objective. The Ta Ching Tao Body, he murmured softly, intent on aiding Li Ruoxue in forging the Ta Ching Tao Body. The Ta Ching Tao Body, one of the mightiest physiques in existence. Upon its formation, one would draw near to the heavenly Tao, becoming its very embodiment. Furthermore, it would bestow upon its possessor an unparalleled understanding, ensuring a smooth and untroubled path in their cultivation thereafter. The Ta Ching Tao Body. The hearts of the elders raced wildly. Chen Changsheng intended to assist Li Ruoxue in forging the Ta Ching Tao Body. This was the fabled physique, a rarity throughout the ages. It had been millennia since a Ta Ching Tao Body had graced the world. Every individual who possessed the Ta Ching Tao Body, without exception, ultimately became an unimaginable paragon of strength. Yet there is still a missing catalyst. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. Upon inspecting the materials required for forging the Ta Ching Tao Body, he discovered the absence of a crucial component, the blood of a heavenly emperor beast. To forge the Ta Ching Tao Body, one must first utilize the blood of a heavenly emperor beast as a catalyst, followed by an array of rare and extraordinary materials. Only then could one defy destiny and forge the Ta Ching Tao Body. Presently, he lacked the blood of a heavenly emperor beast. However, this was not a significant issue. He could simply seek out the heavenly emperor beast and borrow some blood. May I inquire, esteemed elders, do you know where I might find a heavenly emperor beast? He asked the assembly of sacred ground elders. The heavenly emperor beast. Young master, what do you intend to do with it? The elders were taken aback, their surprise palpable. The pinnacle of cultivation in this world is the heavenly emperor realm. And the heavenly emperor beast is undoubtedly the sovereign of this realm, not to be trifled with lightly. Just borrowing a bit of blood. Chen Changsheng replied succinctly and calmly. What? You wish to borrow blood from the heavenly emperor beast? The elders' eyes widened in shock, their hearts racing. This young man had audacious thoughts indeed. The nine-headed lion, previously savoring its tea, nearly spat it out upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words. Cold sweat poured from its body, and its fur stood on end. Who in the world would dare to seek blood from the heavenly emperor beast? It was akin to courting death. Even the most formidable sacred grounds would hesitate to approach the heavenly emperor beast for such a request. The terror of the heavenly emperor beast surpassed all imagination. One of its wrath could spell doom for the world. Just 100 or so drops will suffice, Chen Changsheng said nonchalantly. What? You require 100 drops? The elders were utterly horrified, their souls nearly departing their bodies. What Chen Changsheng uttered was truly terrifying. Just tell me where the celestial emperor beast resides. He insisted once more. Very well, the elder with white hair responded. The reincarnation sea, one of the 9 forbidden lands, harbors the celestial emperor beast within. Where is the reincarnation sea? Chen Changsheng inquired. Is he serious? Is he truly intent on venturing to the reincarnation sea to borrow blood from the celestial emperor beast? The assembly of elders from the sacred grounds was left utterly speechless. Could Chen Changsheng truly be so audacious? Nevertheless, the elder produced a map, clearly indicating the location of the reincarnation sea. All right, Chen Changsheng noted the position and stood up. Subsequently, he departed the grand hall with the 9-headed lion in tow. Wait, why am I being taken along? The 9-headed lion lamented internally. It was utterly disinclined to journey to the reincarnation sea. It was well aware of the celestial emperor beast that dwelled there, certainly not a creature known for its amiability. It was exceedingly ferocious, employing brutal tactics. Having once unleashed a cataclysm of bloodshed upon the world, slaughtering countless beings. The thought of seeking blood from such a ruthless celestial emperor beast, no less than 100 drops, was beyond the 9-headed lion's imagination. It was certain they would face unimaginable peril. Undoubtedly, they would find even a peaceful death elusive. Are they truly going? Who is this person? The assembly of elders was filled with trepidation. Chen Changsheng declared his intention to go, genuinely frightening them. No matter how formidable he might be, it was likely that the odds were stacked against him. The celestial emperor beast of the reincarnation sea was not to be trifled with. They all shook their heads, convinced that Chen Changsheng would embark on a one-way journey. The celestial emperor beast had previously instigated a massacre of monumental proportions, and now it remained undisturbed. No one dared to provoke it, its terror instilling dread in all formidable beings. No matter how powerful Chen Changsheng was, it seemed improbable that he could match the might of the celestial emperor beast from the reincarnation sea. Yet, they dared not be negligent. They arranged for someone to ensure Li Ruoxue was comfortably settled. Chen Changsheng's audacity to declare his intent to go indicated he had some reliance on his capabilities. Perhaps there was a chance he could return safely. They extended their utmost hospitality to Li Ruoxue, ensuring she was well cared for, so they would have something to account for upon Chen Changsheng's return. The reincarnation sea was not located in the central continent, but rather in the distant southern ridge. The distance from the Tao East sacred ground to the reincarnation sea was immense. Even a being of the divine fire realm would require decades of relentless travel to reach it. Yet, Chen Changsheng, with a mere thought, brought the 9-headed lion to the reincarnation sea. The reincarnation sea stretched infinitely, seemingly devoid of boundaries. Unlike ordinary seas, its waters were pitch black, suffused with an aura of death, more akin to a sea of demise. They truly came to borrow blood. The 9-headed lion stood before the reincarnation sea, shivering in fear. It was on the verge of losing control of itself. One of the 9 great forbidden lands. This was no jest. Merely standing before the reincarnation sea made it feel as though death was looming overhead, and it was a near-empirical beast. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng remained composed, displaying not a trace of turbulence. He stood high above, resembling a fallen immortal. The garments fluttered gracefully in the wind, ethereal and transcendent, untouched by a speck of dust. Where is the master of reincarnation? I have come to borrow a drop of blood, murmured Chen Changsheng softly. Suddenly, the once tranquil and ink-black sea roiled violently, surging into towering waves after his words fell. An overwhelming aura of death spread forth as terrifying sea beasts emerged from the reincarnation sea. Among them was a colossal crocodilian creature, stretching across the heavens like an unbroken mountain range. Its body was adorned with chilling scales, and its eyes resembled unfathomable abysses, exuding an aura of dread. To seek blood from the master? How dare you? The giant crocodile intoned coldly. The temperature in the realm plummeted, and the stench of death permeated the air, instilling a deep-seated terror akin to approaching the gates of the underworld. The 9-headed lion was so frightened that its spirit nearly left its body. This is a terrifying giant crocodile at the pinnacle of the imperial realm. A mere glance could obliterate it entirely. Imperial realm. Emperor, sovereign, monarch, ruler, divine emperor, celestial emperor. Chapter 7. Then I shall exchange 100 or so heavenly emperor herbs. The colossal crocodile loomed over the sea of reincarnation, its terrifying aura sweeping across the heavens and the earth, causing the void to tremble. It appeared as the sovereign of death, exuding an unfathomable terror. The nine-headed lion recoiled in fear, instinctively retracting its head, swallowing nervously. It cast a wary glance at Chen Changsheng. Could this individual contend with the giant crocodile? The imperial realm, the pinnacle of the imperial domain. Even an emperor would be utterly powerless before it. The imperial realm could easily annihilate an emperor, especially this giant crocodile, which was no ordinary imperial beast. It was even more formidable. The lion could not help but feel anxious. After all, though Chen Changsheng's previous victories were remarkable, his opponents had all been below the imperial realm. Kill! The giant crocodile snorted, its boundless murderous intent locking onto Chen Changsheng. In an instant, an overwhelming force surged towards him. The laws of the imperial realm intertwined as the crocodile unleashed a ferocious attack, underestimating Chen Changsheng not in the slightest. The power it wielded was sufficient to obliterate beings of the imperial realm. Boom! Chen Changsheng stepped forward, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble. The immense, terrifying force that had been directed at him dissipated in an instant. I come to borrow blood amicably, not to engage in combat, he stated. I shall not borrow blood for free. I will offer treasures in exchange. The giant crocodile's pupils constricted sharply. One step forward, and the force it had unleashed vanished completely. It drew a sharp breath, scrutinizing Chen Changsheng once again. This individual was evidently not to be trifled with. He was indeed formidable. However, it felt no fear. Its master resided within the sea of reincarnation. What was there to fear? Exchange blood? Huh! You presume to be worthy. It coldly rebuked. You should remain here as sustenance for my master. With a resounding roar, it erupted with full force, its massive form, akin to a mountain, lunging towards Chen Changsheng. Boom! Chen Changsheng took another step, and the heavens quaked once more. An invisible force descended, imprisoning the giant crocodile midair. The crocodile roared in fury, struggling desperately, but to no avail. It cannot break free from the invisible restraints. How terrifying! The nine-headed lion was utterly astonished. Chen Changsheng's power was unfathomably deep. With just a single step, he had immobilized the incredibly fearsome giant crocodile in midair. The crocodile was filled with dread. What realm was Chen Changsheng in? How could he confine it with a single step? Was he an emperor? It laughed coldly, the shock within it dissipating swiftly. So what if he was an emperor? Within the sea of reincarnation, where his master resided, he was destined to stir no waves. Boom! 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 At that moment, a series of terrifying explosions echoed from the sea of reincarnation. The black waters surged violently, waves engulfing the sky, creating a horrifying spectacle. Several even more fearsome sea beasts emerged from the depths of the sea of reincarnation. There were 9 of them in total, each exuding an aura far surpassing that of the giant crocodile. Clearly, their power was vastly superior. 9-headed. Imperial beasts. The 9-headed lion gasped in horror, drenched in sweat. Was this the most terrifying forbidden ground in the world? Indeed, it was as fearsome as rumored. The emperor beast has manifested 9 heads. How terrifying. No, rather, how fearsome. It cast a furtive glance at Chen Changsheng. Can this individual truly suppress the invincible? The 9-headed emperor beast loomed above the sea of reincarnation, its icy gaze fixed upon Chen Changsheng. Who dares to recklessly disrupt the tranquility of the sea of reincarnation? Has humanity completely forgotten the terror that lies within? The 9-headed emperor beast spoke coldly, believing that the long period of stillness had led humanity to overlook the sea's fearsome nature. Thus, Chen Changsheng felt emboldened to cause chaos here. The roar of beasts echoed across the heavens. The nine-headed emperor beast lunged forward, launching a ferocious assault upon Chen Changsheng. There was little left to say. Those who dared to disturb the sea of reincarnation were doomed to perish. With a resounding thud, Chen Changsheng stepped forward, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. An invisible force surged forth, engulfing the nine-headed emperor beast. In an instant, the power it wielded dissipated into nothingness. Furthermore, the nine-headed emperor beast found itself suspended in mid-air. Heavens above, the nine-headed lion felt a surge of dread, its heart nearly ceasing in terror. Could this individual be any more fearsome? The nine-headed emperor beast, if unleashed, could almost sweep across the world. Yet, with but a single step, this being had subdued and confined the emperor beast. No wonder he dared to venture into the sea of reincarnation. He likely possessed the strength to challenge even the celestial emperor beast. It contemplated in silence, suspecting that Chen Changsheng might indeed be a celestial emperor as well. Meanwhile, the nine-headed emperor beast was engulfed in an inexplicable horror. They had not sensed the extent of Chen Changsheng's might. Who could have anticipated that with a mere step, he could imprison them? They exerted their utmost strength, yet could not stir the force that bound them. You possess considerable strength, yet what does it matter? Before our master, you are but a mere chicken, easily crushed. The sea of reincarnation is no place for your reckless antics. They sneered, harboring absolute confidence in their master. Chen Changsheng paid no heed to the emperor beasts. The Lord of Reincarnation emerged and spoke. I require but 100 drops of your blood. As for the terms of exchange, I leave that to your discretion. 100 drops of blood? You dare to make such a demand? Such a death wish is beyond foolishness. Some of the emperor beasts retorted. 100 drops of blood? Did they truly consider themselves mere livestock to be bled at will? As they claimed, this was indeed a reckless path to self-destruction. Suddenly, the black waters surged violently once more. 6 even more terrifying sea beasts emerged, their realms higher and strength more formidable. The emperor beasts, the nine-headed lion, grew increasingly tense. Soon, they would discover whether Chen Changsheng was truly a celestial emperor. If he could suppress them with another step, there would be no doubt. He would indeed be a celestial emperor. The celestial emperor, the highest realm in existence. The lion felt a surge of excitement. If Chen Changsheng were truly a celestial emperor. Indeed, he has truly clung to an invincible ally. With a mere utterance, he demands 100 drops of my lord's blood. Who does he think he is? An exchange? The blood of my lord is exceedingly precious. A single drop is worth more than the elixir of the celestial emperor. What would he possibly offer in return? The six-headed imperial beast scoffed. Worthy of the celestial emperor's elixir, you say? Very well. I shall offer the elixir of the celestial emperor in exchange. Chen Changsheng replied calmly, stating, I shall trade 100 stalks of the celestial emperor's elixir. Merely 100 stalks of the elixir, it hardly amounts to anything. He cast a cursory glance at the vast quantity of celestial emperor's elixirs provided by the system, certainly more than 1,000. On the other side, the six-headed imperial beasts erupted into wild laughter. What nonsensical words is Chen Changsheng uttering? He dares to propose a trade of 100 stalks of the celestial emperor's elixir. Does he consider the elixir to be as common as cabbage? There aren't even that many stalks of the elixir in existence. It appears he is mad. No wonder he dares to wreak havoc in the sea of reincarnation, in the forbidden grounds of the sea of reincarnation. Any being that approaches shall be met with merciless slaughter. Madmen are no exception. They too shall face unrelenting death. The six-headed imperial beast spoke coldly, a murderous intent enveloping the air, locking its gaze upon Chen Changsheng. Chapter 8. Chen Changsheng. There is a price to pay for challenging me. The heavens rumbled as the sky tore apart, revealing countless black holes, and the chaotic forces of a void surged throughout the world. 6 imperial beasts, their power overwhelming, distorted the fabric of time and space. The terrifying aura of the imperial beast spread like a shadow, weaving an ocean of supreme laws. This scene resembled the onset of the apocalypse. The nine-headed lion trembled, afraid to even breathe. Its body had become rigid. It prayed fervently that Chen Changsheng could suppress the 6 imperial beasts, otherwise it would be doomed. unable to even contemplate a peaceful demise. With a calm expression, Chen Changsheng took a step forward. In an instant, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. All terrifying forces dissipated. The 6 imperial beasts were suspended mid-air. What? How is this possible? The 6 imperial beasts were horrified. The madman before them was none other than the celestial emperor. With a single step, he had immobilized them in the air. Such a method, such power, brooked no doubt. The Chen Changsheng standing before them was undoubtedly the celestial emperor. They could hardly believe it. Among the celestial emperors of the world, there were but a few. How could there be a stranger like Chen Changsheng among them? They had no recollection of him. They had never encountered him before. This was inconceivable. They knew of all the celestial emperors of their time. There should be none they were unaware of. Had Chen Changsheng altered his appearance? Impossible. The celestial emperor, the pinnacle of cultivation in the world, would surely disdain to disguise himself while traversing the realm. A newly ascended celestial emperor had come to assert his dominance over the reincarnation sea. The notion of seeking a master to borrow blood was merely a pretext. They thought to themselves, utterly disbelieving that Chen Changsheng had come for such a purpose. They presumed that Chen Changsheng had just attained the title of celestial emperor. Hence his intention to make a name for himself through the reincarnation sea. The celestial emperor. Ha ha roar. The 9-headed lion howled with excitement. It had truly managed to latch onto the leg of a celestial emperor, despite being an approaching imperial beast on the verge of entering the imperial realm. It was nearly impossible for it to reach the celestial emperor level. The celestial emperor realm represented the zenith of cultivation, embodying the highest attainment of the path. The difficulty of ascending to the celestial emperor realm was beyond imagination. It must be noted that throughout each era, the number of celestial emperors has always been limited. There are not many. It had never dared to dream of reaching the celestial emperor realm. At that moment, silently, a being appeared above the reincarnation sea. It was the master of the reincarnation sea, a terrifying beast that had long since entered the celestial emperor realm. Though it emitted no fearsome aura, it nevertheless instilled a profound sense of dread. An unshakable fear gripped the hearts of those present. A newly ascended celestial emperor dares to provoke my authority? The master of reincarnation spoke coldly. In an instant, it felt as if the world had been frozen, a harsh winter descending, biting and frigid. No. Chen Changsheng waved his hand, and over 100 celestial emperor herbs appeared before him. I come to exchange blood, offering 110 divine emperor herbs for 110 drops of your blood, he declared. The 110 divine emperor herbs shimmered with boundless auspicious light, intertwining with the profound essence of the divine emperor's path. Each herb was a genuine treasure, possessing extraordinary, miraculous properties. The 9-headed lion gazed at the herbs, its eyes wide with disbelief. Could this be real? It struggled to accept such a possibility. Surely, there could not be so many divine emperor herbs in existence. Yet, it could not deny the truth, for it could distinctly sense that these were indeed authentic divine emperor herbs. Meanwhile, the Lord of Reincarnation's expression shifted dramatically. It had never anticipated that Chen Changsheng could produce 110 divine emperor herbs in an instant. These were not mere trifles. They were the most esteemed of elixirs, exceedingly rare to come by. Despite having existed for countless eons, it had only ever encountered a handful of such herbs. In that moment, its eyes burned with avarice, longing to claim all the divine emperor herbs for itself. To exchange 110 divine emperor herbs for 110 drops of your blood is a most advantageous trade for you, Chen Changsheng remarked, casting a meaningful glance at the Lord of Reincarnation. I hope you seize this opportunity and refrain from folly. Will you trade? The Lord of Reincarnation hesitated. If it were to engage in this exchange, it would indeed profit immensely. After all, its blood was far less valuable than the divine emperor herbs. However, it was reluctant to proceed. Who could ascertain Chen Changsheng's intentions for the blood? Should it relinquish 110 drops, there was a significant chance that Chen Changsheng could wield that blood against it. The essence of its being resided within that blood. 110 drops contained far too much of its fundamental essence. Should Chen Changsheng acquire that blood, he could potentially suppress and control it. The risk was too great. Furthermore, the most critical point remained. Its blood was nowhere near as precious as the divine emperor herbs. How could Chen Changsheng possibly offer 100 divine emperor herbs in exchange? There must be a hidden agenda. There had to be a catch. It resolutely refused to fall into such a trap, lest it face dire consequences. I shall not trade, it declared firmly. Not trading? Very well, Chen Changsheng replied, withdrawing the 110 divine emperor herbs and preparing to depart with a 9-headed lion. The world was not solely comprised of a Lord of Reincarnation. There were other divine beasts to consider. If the Lord of Reincarnation chose not to trade, so be it. However, at that moment, the Lord of Reincarnation grew restless. 110 divine emperor herbs. It truly did not wish to let such an opportunity slip away. Chen Changsheng dared to approach it with those herbs, undoubtedly relying on some form of advantage. Yet, this was its domain, its lair, laden with numerous defenses. It could not bear the thought of missing out on the divine emperor herbs. The allure of those herbs was worth the gamble. Suddenly, the aura of the divine emperor surged forth as the Lord of Reincarnation made its move. It activated the defenses within the sea of reincarnation. In an instant, the colossal, ancient killing formation emerged, enveloping Chen Changsheng within its ominous grasp. It has amassed numerous adversaries and has once unleashed boundless slaughter, devouring billions of lives. Hence, it has poured its heart and soul, employing every means to construct this terrifying killing array within the cycle of reincarnation. This dreadful formation is capable of annihilating even the celestial emperor. Enveloped by the fearsome array, Chen Changsheng's countenance remained tranquil, devoid of any ripples of emotion. He turned to face the Lord of Reincarnation. "Do you intend to strike against me?" he inquired. "To lay hands upon me demands a price. Have you contemplated your decision? There is no need for hesitation." The Lord of Reincarnation, controlling the terrifying killing array, unleashed an onslaught upon Chen Changsheng. It, too, charged toward him, intoxicated by greed, resolutely determined to seize over 100 celestial emperor herbs. Furthermore, it harbored doubts about whether its full strength, combined with the array, could not subdue Chen Changsheng. Such a terrifying existence has yet to manifest in this world. "Very well, this is your own choice," Chen Changsheng responded calmly. Chapter 9. The materials are ready, beginning the reversal of fate. In the world, one of the 9 forbidden grounds. Its master once unleashed boundless slaughter and commanded an extraordinarily terrifying killing formation. The Lord of Reincarnation doubted that he could suppress Chen Changsheng. Boom! The formidable power of the terrifying killing formation was unleashed, with unimaginable, supreme array patterns pulsating. This was an array pattern so potent that even the mightiest of heavenly emperors could be obliterated by it. The Lord of Reincarnation unleashed all his strength, executing his most fearsome attack. In an instant, the heavens collapsed, and the river of time and space was severed, conjuring a scene more horrifying than the apocalypse itself. Under such circumstances, let alone newly ascended heavenly emperors, even the seasoned ones could not withstand it and would inevitably be suppressed. The 9-headed lion felt as if its heart was lodged in its throat, gripped by extreme tension and fear. It had never encountered such terrifying power in its lifetime. It was no exaggeration to say that even a mere fragment of this power, should it fall upon it, would suffice to slay it 1,000 times over. Bang! The earth trembled violently, yet Chen Changsheng merely took a step forward. All the forces directed against him dissipated in an instant. The immensely terrifying killing formation, meticulously laid by the Lord of Reincarnation, shattered completely. The Lord of Reincarnation was ensnared by an invisible force, immobilized on the spot. What? The Lord of Reincarnation wore an expression of sheer horror, nearly losing its soul to fright. How could this be possible? With a single step, the overwhelmingly terrifying formation collapsed, and it found itself bound. Just how powerful is Chen Changsheng? It dare not fathom. The 9-headed lion looked on with disbelief. Good heavens! The dreadfully terrifying Lord of Reincarnation, who had summoned boundless slaughter, could not contend with any powerful adversary. Yet, the Lord of Reincarnation was suppressed with just one step, especially considering this was the Lord's stronghold, and that the terrifying formation had been activated. It was so frightened that it could not utter a word. Just how strong was Chen Changsheng? Had he surpassed the realm of heavenly emperors? Whoosh! Chen Changsheng waved his hand, and a beam of light descended upon the Lord of Reincarnation. Blood began to drip from the Lord, one drop after another. After 100 or so drops, the Lord ceased to bleed. Chen Changsheng collected the 100 drops of blood, stating, "This is the price for your attack on me." He cast a calm glance at the Lord of Reincarnation before vanishing alongside the nine-headed lion, leaving the place. The power that had confined the Lord dissipated, granting it freedom once more. Who on earth is he? The Lord was filled with intense dread, its body trembling uncontrollably. How could such a terrifying existence emerge? It was utterly certain that if Chen Changsheng desired, he could annihilate it with a single step. The thought intensified its fear, causing it to tremble even more violently. Regret. Simultaneously, it was filled with deep remorse. How much better it would have been if it had exchanged honestly earlier. It could have acquired 100 or so heavenly emperor herbs. At the Tao's sacred ground. Back again. The elders of the sacred ground gazed at the returning Chen Changsheng and the nine-headed lion, their faces filled with disbelief. How much time had passed? Not even half a day. Chen Changsheng and the nine-headed lion have returned from the Sea of Reincarnation? It seems implausible. They harbored grave doubts that Chen Changsheng had even ventured to the Sea of Reincarnation at all. The materials are ready. Ruo Shui. I shall assist you in defying fate. Chen Changsheng gently caressed Li Ruo Shui's small head. The materials are complete. Has Chen Changsheng truly acquired the blood of the Lord of Reincarnation? The elders of the sacred land were incredulous. It must be a fabrication. Even under duress, they could not accept such a notion. In less than half a day, Chen Changsheng had procured over 100 drops of blood from the Lord of Reincarnation. Excellent. Li Ruo Shui nodded obediently. For reasons unknown, she felt an unwavering trust in Chen Changsheng. He could achieve anything in this world. We should find an open space. When defying fate, a heavenly tribulation will descend. Chen Changsheng smiled. I will borrow your venue for this purpose, he said, turning to the assembly of elders. Are you serious? The elders of the sacred land changed countenance. Borrowing the venue was not an issue. However, the concern lay with the heavenly tribulation, defying fate. Without a second thought, the impending heavenly tribulation would undoubtedly be terrifying. They hesitated to comply. Should they acquiesce, the Tao's sacred land would surely be affected. At that time, it was highly likely that the Tao's sacred land would be obliterated by the tribulation. Chen Changsheng discerned the elders' apprehension. Fear not, he assured them, with me present. The heavenly tribulation shall cause no destruction. The elders inwardly lamented. This individual still possesses an audacious demeanor. The heavenly tribulation, the calamity of the heavenly Tao, especially one associated with such a monumental act of defiance. Defying fate is not permitted by the heavenly Tao. The tribulation that descends will undoubtedly be unimaginably terrifying. Yet Chen Changsheng claimed it would cause no destruction. Such bravado is quite extraordinary. While Chen Changsheng dared to assert this, they were too apprehensive to believe or consent. They began to voice their refusal to Chen Changsheng. Very well, I understand. He waved his hand, signaling the elders to refrain from further discourse. He comprehended their intentions. I shall take Ruo Shui to another location to defy fate. He spoke little more, aware of the elders' concerns. The elders felt he was merely boasting. They did not trust him. This was due to their ignorance of his capabilities. No matter how formidable the heavenly tribulation, it posed no challenge to him. With a mere gesture, he could obliterate the tribulation. It was inconceivable that it could inflict any harm. He recognized the elders' worries and deemed it unnecessary for them to be so anxious. A change of venue would suffice. The act of defying fate would bear no distinction regardless of location. Thank you. We are grateful for your understanding, young master. The elders expressed their gratitude profusely. Among them, one elder inquired, "Young master, may we accompany you?" "Certainly." Chen Changsheng nodded slightly. He took Li Ruo Shui's small hand and exited the Dao Yi sacred land. They journeyed to a remote, uninhabited area far from the Dao Yi sacred land. Woof! The nine-headed lion howled as it followed. It regarded Li Ruo Shui with envy, for it understood that Chen Changsheng had not exaggerated in the least. Can Chen Changsheng truly assist Li Ruo Shui in defying fate and forging the most formidable physique in existence? A multitude of elders hastily followed suit. Chen Changsheng deliberately slowed his pace. Otherwise, these elders would be unable to keep up. Upon reaching an uninhabited area, Chen Changsheng instructed Li Ruo Shui to sit cross-legged on the ground. "Do not worry. Do not feel anxious. It will soon be over," he assured her with a smile. Li Ruo Shui, unperturbed and calm, nodded her small head in agreement. Chen Changsheng produced 100 or so drops of blood from the Lord of Reincarnation, along with various exceedingly rare celestial materials. He prepared to assist Li Ruo Shui in altering her destiny and forging the Taijing Dao body. What? He truly acquired 100 drops of blood from the Lord of Reincarnation. The elders from the distant Holy Lands were utterly astounded, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Each drop of blood emanated the ferocious aura of a celestial emperor-level beast. Chen Changsheng had indeed succeeded. In less than half a day, he had obtained 100 drops of blood from the Lord of Reincarnation. Furthermore, what astonished them even more were the celestial materials he revealed, all of which were legendary treasures and rare substances renowned throughout the world for their extraordinary qualities. Chapter 10. Defying Fate, a terrifying cataclysm approaches. Blood is essence, entangled in complexity. When one's own blood falls under another's dominion, grave troubles are bound to ensue, and of a most serious nature. The Assembly of Elders had never anticipated that Chen Changsheng could procure over 100 drops of the Reincarnation Lord's blood. They did not need to ponder long. It was evident that a fierce battle must have erupted between Chen Changsheng and the Reincarnation Lord, one from which Chen Changsheng emerged victorious. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to acquire such precious blood, for the Reincarnation Lord would never part with it lightly. Their horror was palpable. Within the span of mere hours, Chen Changsheng had triumphed over the Reincarnation Lord, and that within the very lair of his adversary. Such a notion seemed utterly fantastical, almost inconceivable. This was a being of unimaginable terror, one of the 9 forbidden lords, who had wrought untold devastation upon the world without a hint of consequence. Particularly astonishing was the battleground itself, the Reincarnation Lord's stronghold, undoubtedly rife with perilous traps and formidable defenses. Yet against all odds, Chen Changsheng had subdued the Reincarnation Lord in less than half a day, claiming over 100 drops of his blood. The elders were left aghast, their skins prickling with dread as cold sweat trickled down their spines. What kind of terrifying power must Chen Changsheng possess to achieve such a swift conquest over the Reincarnation Lord? It was beyond imagination. Simultaneously, their astonishment deepened as they beheld the heavenly treasures Chen Changsheng revealed. A resplendent, radiant flower, breathtakingly beautiful, captivated their gaze. They scrutinized it repeatedly, unable to ascertain if this was indeed the extraordinary bloom they had envisioned. The flower exuded an unparalleled Taoist aura, accompanied by myriad extraordinary and ancient visions. Within these visions, countless ancient practitioners were depicted in scenes of cultivation, astonishing and miraculous. The harmony flower. There was no doubt, this was the harmony flower they had long imagined, a treasure of the world, surpassing even the celestial emperor's medicine in its transcendence. In any era of cultivation, only one harmony flower could be born, crystallizing the essence of a civilization's spiritual pursuits. Its degree of transcendence was undoubtedly beyond comprehension. "Is that chaos bamboo?" An elder stammered, pointing at a segment of bamboo entwined with chaotic energy. The chaos bamboo, rumored to have originated from the heart of chaos, embodies the very power of chaos itself, belonging to the highest echelon of worldly wonders. It far surpasses the celestial emperor's medicine, being incomparable. The universe itself has evolved from chaos, and the chaotic power is the most extraordinary, supreme, and mysterious force known. The chaos bamboo, imbued with such chaotic force, is indeed extraordinary. Is it the nine-calamity celestial lotus? The fountain of life? The yin-yang celestial grass? The elders were increasingly astounded, for these heavenly treasures were without exception. All of these are legendary treasures, far surpassing the Empyrean elixir. They had never imagined that one day they would witness these extraordinary artifacts that only existed in myth. Previously, when Chen Changsheng proclaimed he would alter Li Ruoxue's fate, they all regarded his words as mere folly, dreams that could never manifest. However, upon beholding these mythical treasures, their skepticism vanished. Perhaps Chen Changsheng truly possesses the ability to defy destiny for Li Ruoxue. The nine-headed lion let out a series of howls, consumed by envy. If it remained faithfully by its master's side, could the master also alter its fate? It yearned for Chen Changsheng to rewrite its destiny as well. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng began to employ secret arts to transform Li Ruoxue's fate, utilizing several drops of Empyrean beast blood as a catalyst. Along with wondrous items like the harmonious Tao flower, he invoked powerful spells to help Li Ruoxue emerge and reshape her constitution. Suddenly, as Chen Changsheng commenced this profound work, the heavens shifted in hue. Thunderclouds enveloped the sky, and the ominous roar of celestial thunder echoed throughout. The tribulation had arrived, intent on thwarting Chen Changsheng's efforts. Retreat. The further away, the better. The elders' faces paled as they sensed the lethal threat emanating from the thunderclouds. They hurriedly distanced themselves, fearing the repercussions. They had no doubt that should they be caught in the chaos, their lives would be extinguished in an instant. Look at you all so timid. One more cowardly than the last. The nine-headed lion scoffed at the elders. What is a mere heavenly tribulation? My master could extinguish it with a mere gesture. It remained unfazed, standing its ground. The cataclysm began as torrents of lightning descended from the sky, each bolt as thick as a mountain range. It crashed down like a thunderous waterfall. The sight was utterly terrifying. The thunderstorm seemed poised to annihilate the world, so dreadfully fearsome. The nine-headed lion yelped and dashed away, no longer daring to remain in place. Its previous confidence shattered in the instant the thunderstorm appeared. Such a terrifying deluge of lightning could not be approached, even with 1,000 lives' worth of courage. It had no doubt that even the Empyrean would be obliterated by such a tempest. Run. The consequences of defying fate are enormous, awakening the wrath of the heavens. This tribulation is 100 times more terrifying than the Empyrean tribulation. The elders, in a state of despair, fled for their lives. They felt hopeless, fearing they would not escape the onslaught. The heavens were indeed furious, unleashing such a horrifying thunderstorm. This was 100 times more fearsome than the Empyrean tribulation. Regret consumed them, realizing they should never have come to witness this. Flee. Chen Changsheng maintained a calm demeanor, showing no concern for the terrifying thunder waterfall. With a gentle exclamation, an invisible force enveloped the thunder waterfall. To everyone's astonishment, this exceedingly dreadful phenomenon vanished in an instant. What? How could this be possible? The elders, witnessing what they deemed the most horrifying spectacle, erupted into frantic cries. The thunder waterfall, capable of effortlessly annihilating the heavenly emperor, was effortlessly dispelled by a mere utterance from Chen Changsheng. Their hearts felt as if they had ceased to beat from sheer shock. Why are you all fleeing? Such a lack of composure. Unlike me, who faced the thunder waterfall with unwavering calmness, the nine-headed lion scoffed, deriding the elders who were desperately attempting to escape. All the elders were at the imperial level and distinctly heard the lion's words, which ignited their fury, nearly causing their hearts to explode. The nine-headed lion dared to look down upon them? How shameless! They were tempted to retort that it had just moments ago been terrified enough to flee for its life. Elegance. Do you comprehend the essence of elegance? Regardless of the circumstances, one must maintain absolute poise. The nine-headed lion regarded the elders. Of course, Imparting such wisdom to you is futile, as you have yet to attain this level. It spoke nonchalantly. Only those with a powerful mindset like myself can consistently uphold such an absolute state of elegance, remaining unperturbed in the face of adversity. However, just as it concluded its statement, its expression shifted dramatically. "Oh heavens! This is apocalyptic. Run!" It howled in panic, completely shedding any pretense of elegance, fleeing even faster than before, its limbs moving as if ablaze. A more terrifying heavenly tribulation emerged, an endless sea of thunder engulfing the sky, radiating an aura of annihilation. An unimaginable force surged within the boundless expanse of thunder. The impending tribulation was destined to be even more horrifying. Chapter 11. With one hand, it shattered the humanoid thunder, and with one foot, it extinguished the boundless sea of lightning. What once enveloped the heavens was a tempest of thunderclouds, now transformed into an infinite ocean of lightning. The vast sea of thunder surged, painting a scene of utter horror, resembling an apocalyptic vision. The nine-headed lion dared not linger, fleeing with all its might, casting aside any semblance of grace. The impending tribulation promised to be even more terrifying than before. "Quickly run!" The elders, too frightened to mock the nine-headed lion, fled in a frenzy. A deafening roar erupted from the sea of thunder as an even more dreadful calamity descended. What was that? A humanoid thunderbolt surged forth from the ocean of lightning. A humanoid thunderbolt. As the elders fled, the sight of this formidable force nearly paralyzed them with fear. This was the most terrifying tribulation recorded in ancient texts. The appearance of the humanoid thunderbolt signified the utmost wrath of the heavenly path. No mercy remained. All hope for survival was obliterated. The humanoid thunderbolt, also known as the death tribulation, was a harbinger of doom. No one who encountered it ever escaped unharmed. In the distant era of chaos, there existed a supreme celestial emperor, whose mastery over creation and unfathomable cultivation allowed him to dominate the entire age of chaos. In his time, no power could withstand a single strike from him. It was rumored that he might have transcended the heavenly emperor realm, ascending to heights beyond that realm. Before him, even heavenly emperors were rendered powerless, appearing utterly feeble. Yet, for reasons unknown, he was subjected to a tribulation, and from it emerged the humanoid thunderbolt. With but a single strike, he was completely erased from existence. Furthermore, during the primordial age, an invincible beast, suspected to have transcended the heavenly emperor realm, wielded an unparalleled strength that could crush even heavenly emperors. This beast, even more ferocious, feasted upon heavenly emperors as its prey. In its ancient era, many heavenly emperors met their end at its hands. Eventually, for reasons unknown, it too faced a tribulation, and again, the humanoid thunderbolt appeared. Once more with a single strike, this invincible beast that consumed heavenly emperors was utterly annihilated. The elders, genuinely unprepared for the emergence of the humanoid thunderbolt, found their legs trembling in fear, unable to move. This was a matter of life and death. The nine-headed lion cried out in despair. Having finally grasped the leg of such a formidable figure as Chen Changsheng, was it to be severed so abruptly? The humanoid thunderbolt was too terrifying. It dared not entertain the thought that Chen Changsheng could withstand its onslaught. Even with his unfathomable depth, such a thought was too daunting. The humanoid thunderbolt was far more fearsome. Boom! The humanoid thunderbolt unleashed its fury upon Chen Changsheng, an overwhelming force of celestial thunder converging for a strike capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. It was over. The master was doomed. The nine-headed lion, witnessing the humanoid thunderbolt's assault, instinctively shut its eyes, unable to bear the sight of Chen Changsheng being struck down. The heavens are irreversible, and fate is immutable. Such is the brutal reality. Even if he possesses the terrifying power to crush the Lord of Rebirth, he is ultimately no match for the heavenly Tao. The elders could not help but exclaim. The humanoid heavenly thunder unleashed its destructive force, and Chen Changsheng was destined to be obliterated by it. What? How can this be possible? In the next instant, Their expressions shifted dramatically as they beheld the most ludicrous scene imaginable. What do they witness? They saw Chen Changsheng, who was defying destiny for Li Ruoxue, extend a single hand. In that moment, the boundless power unleashed by the humanoid heavenly thunder was completely eradicated by that hand. Furthermore, in a display of even more terrifying absurdity, Chen Changsheng grasped the humanoid heavenly thunder within his palm. Boom! A colossal explosion reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Unbelievably, Chen Changsheng crushed the humanoid heavenly thunder into dust. How dare you disturb my efforts to forge the Ta Ching Dao body for Ruoxue? At that moment, Chen Changsheng cast a cold gaze towards the boundless sea of thunder above. He stamped his foot upon the ground. Boom! The heavens shook, and an invisible force instantaneously locked onto the boundless sea of thunder. Approaching it, the vast ocean of thunder was obliterated. The world returned to tranquility. The elders were all paralyzed on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. This is simply too terrifying. With a single hand, he crushed the humanoid heavenly thunder, and with a single stomp, he eradicated the boundless sea of thunder. My heavens! They were so frightened that their souls seemed to depart from their bodies. They had never imagined that anyone in this world could be so fearsome. A celestial being? This is undoubtedly a true immortal. They gasped in shock, their words faltering, each syllable quaking with disbelief. The power possessed by Chen Changsheng surely transcended the realm of mortals. He is no longer bound by the confines of the earthly realm. They believed that Chen Changsheng had undoubtedly achieved the status of an immortal. Only an immortal could wield such terrifying power. An immortal, a realm beyond the mortal world. Since ancient times, the ultimate goal of all cultivators and sentient beings has been to attain immortality. Once one becomes an immortal, they may break free from the shackles of time, no longer fearing its erosion. They can relish in endless longevity. Without achieving immortality, one is forever burdened by the chains of time, ultimately succumbing to its ravages. Yet, the path to immortality is fraught with challenges, and the attainment of such a status is exceedingly rare. Throughout history, there has never been a documented case of someone achieving immortality in the mortal realm. The elders could hardly believe that they had witnessed an immortal. An immortal? Wong. Ha 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 ha. I, the nine-headed lion, have struck fortune. The nine-headed lion laughed uncontrollably. Chen Changsheng is indeed an immortal. Nothing could bring it greater joy. With an immortal by its side, its future prospects are bound to be limitless. As the boundless sea of thunder was obliterated, the world returned to peace, and the tribulation vanished, never to return. Chen Changsheng successfully defied destiny for Li Ruoxue, forging the strongest physique in the world, the Ta Ching Dao body. Li Ruoxue stood tall, her entire being ethereal and extraordinary, imbued with a unique Dao rhythm. She was overwhelmed with joy, acutely aware of the transformative changes occurring within her body. She shed tears of excitement. Previously, when she was captured, she endured torment. Her bloodline and foundations had suffered severe damage. Today, not only has she made a complete recovery, but she has also become even more extraordinary. Her small, tear-streaked face was a sight to behold. Do not cry. Chen Changsheng gently wiped the tears from Li Ruoxue's face. Li Ruoxue is the last descendant of the Li clan. He is determined to protect the final lineage of the Li family for Li's son. Come, let us return. When the Saint Lord of Dao returns, you shall become his disciple and seek his guidance in your cultivation. Chen Changsheng took Li Ruoxue's small hand and departed from the place. One incredible opportunity. Ha ha ha. Our Dao sacred land is destined for greatness. The elders laughed with unrestrained joy. Quickly contact the Saint Lord and have him return to accept a disciple. There is nothing more important than this. They dared not delay and swiftly reached out to their Saint Lord. A celestial being accepting a disciple is indeed a tremendous stroke of fortune. They simply could not afford to miss this chance. Once the Saint Lord takes Li Ruoxue under his wing, their Dao sacred land is bound to soar to unprecedented heights, experiencing a moment of unparalleled glory. However, why can't we get in touch? Has something happened to the Saint Lord? Their smiles abruptly faded as they realized they could not reach their Saint Lord. Chapter 12. The ancestor of the sacred land awakens to meet Chen Changsheng. The smiles faded from the faces of the elders. The Holy Master was unexpectedly unreachable. Their expressions darkened, and an ominous feeling stirred within them. Months prior, they had discovered an ancient relic, remarkably well-preserved, teeming with opportunities and treasures. For several months, the sacred land had been diligently exploring this relic. The Holy Master, absent from the sacred land, must surely be within this ancient site. Numerous elders and powerful figures were also present there. How could they fail to make contact? This was unexpected. After months of exploration, they had virtually confirmed that the ancient relic posed no danger. So how could the Holy Master have vanished? Their whispered conversations only heightened their foreboding. Throughout these months, the Holy Master had consistently led the elders in their explorations, never once losing contact. They were always able to reach him, and no peril had ever arisen within the relic. They needed to contact the elders inside the ancient site to ascertain what had transpired. Yes, they swiftly reached out to the elders within the ancient relic. Disconnection. They were all unreachable. Not a single elder inside the relic could be contacted. Something had gone awry. Clearly, a significant incident had occurred within the ancient site. Their faces turned ashen. The Holy Master was missing, and now all the elders within the relic had also vanished. There was no room for doubt. A grave change must have taken place within the ancient site. Return to the sacred land at once. I shall investigate the ancient relic. An elder declared. Understood. They parted ways, with the elder heading towards the ancient relic while the others returned to the sacred land. Allow me to show you around our sacred land. Upon returning to the sacred land, an elder respectfully addressed Chen Changsheng. Very well. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly. Accompanied by Li Ruoxue, he began to tour the sacred land. The nine-headed lion followed closely behind, also exploring the surroundings. The sacred land, steeped in ancient tradition and profound heritage, was replete with extraordinary wonders. The nine-headed lion was left in awe, continually murmuring, "Truly, the venerable sacred lands are as formidable as they are reputed." Li Ruoxue, with her bright, curious eyes, was fascinated by everything within the sacred land. Being still young, her playful spirit led her to chase after a beautiful spiritual butterfly that fluttered by, playfully frolicking with it, her demeanor utterly adorable. Chen Changsheng smiled, his eyes filled with affection. Deep within the sacred land, an elder implored, "Awaken, ancestors. What summons us? Has the sacred land encountered a grave crisis?" The slumbering ancestors began to awaken, their voices resonating with gravity. They believed that the only reason they would be roused from their repose was if the sacred land were in peril. Time is relentless. Without attaining immortality, all will inevitably succumb to the ravages of time, suffering wear and tear. The older one grows, the more pronounced the erosion and deterioration become. They have endured an interminable expanse of years. To mitigate the severe effects of time, most have chosen to remain in slumber, seldom venturing into the world. The saint and several elders may have encountered crisis, though this remains unconfirmed. The elder replied swiftly, "I have awakened the ancestors not for this matter." He stated earnestly, "A distinguished guest has arrived at the Holy Land. This is the reason for rousing the ancestors." A guest? What manner of guest warrants the awakening of us all? Preposterous. The ancestors rebuked, their voices laced with considerable discontent. They had presumed that a calamity had befallen the Holy Land, only to find this. Possessed of profound cultivation and immeasurable status, who in the world could be deemed a guest worthy of their attention? No one. Do not be incensed, esteemed ancestors. This individual is truly extraordinary, unparalleled, and deserving of your reverence. It is imperative that the ancestors awaken to pay their respects. The elder implored urgently. To pay our respects? Are you out of your mind? The absurdity of your claims grows by the moment. The ancestors retorted with increasing dissatisfaction. Awaken us to pay our respects. What nonsense is this? What level of cultivation and status do we possess? Who among mortals could compel us to make such a visit? This is a celestial being, the elder proclaimed. A celestial being? You must be mad. Have you become deluded through your practice? What foolishness is this? Where in the world are there celestial beings? The ancestors scoffed in unison, disbelief etched on their faces. How could they possibly accept such a notion? There are no celestial beings. Throughout history, no creature has ever shattered the shackles of the mortal realm to ascend to the celestial plane. You are to meet a celestial being. I address you as ancestors and bow before you. One elder insisted vehemently. Esteemed ancestors, listen to me. The elder recounted in detail. In less than half a day, we subdued the Lord of Reincarnation and obtained over 100 drops of his blood. Furthermore, we acquired legendary treasures, such as the harmonizing flower, chaotic bamboo, 9 calamities, celestial lotus, life's heavenly spring, and yin-yang heavenly grass, which are said to exist only in myth, to defy fate and forge the supreme Tao body. During this process of defying fate, heavenly tribulations descended. I shattered humanoid lightning with one hand and extinguished the boundless sea of thunder with one foot, forcefully concluding the heavenly tribulation. What? Is this true? The ancestors gasped in astonishment. If what the elder claimed is indeed accurate, then this truly is a celestial being. Only a celestial being could exhibit such terrifying prowess. It is all true. Not only did I witness it with my own eyes, but other elders did as well. The elder affirmed. The other elders are currently accompanying the celestial being on a tour of the Holy Land. I came specifically to awaken the ancestors so that you may pay your respects to the celestial being. He added, a celestial being in our Holy Land is a matter of great consequence. If the ancestors do not pay their respects, it would be exceedingly disrespectful. Indeed, we must pay our respects. Let's go, the ancestors proclaimed, emerging from their slumber to pay homage to Chen Changsheng. The elder, who had initially thought he was witnessing a celestial being, now kept his lips tightly sealed, too apprehensive to meet the elder's gaze. We pay our respects to the immortal. The celestial has descended upon the sacred grounds. We humbly request forgiveness for our inadequate welcome. The ancestors approached Chen Changsheng, bowing respectfully before him. There is no need for such formalities, nor for titles like immortal or senior. Simply address me as young master, Chen Changsheng gently remarked, disfavoring such exalted titles. Very well, young master. We shall heed your words. The ancestors promptly acquiesced, accompanying Chen Changsheng on a tour of the sacred site. What? Am I seeing things? Is that truly one of our ancestors? A sharp intake of breath followed. The ancestors had all awakened, and what were they doing? Guiding someone around the sacred grounds. Who exactly is he? The disciples of the sacred grounds, witnessing the ancestors escorting Chen Changsheng on a tour, were utterly bewildered, their astonishment palpable. Chapter 13. The blood coffin emerges. The blood demon of ancient times reappears. Oh, the ancestor of the sacred land, a supreme existence within the sacred land, whose cultivation realm is unfathomable. Typically, they remain in a state of slumber, awakening only in the face of dire crises. Yet now, astonishingly, all the ancestors have awakened, accompanying Chen Changsheng on a tour of the sacred land. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the sacred land stood in utter disbelief, their breaths caught in their throats, their hearts filled with dread. What remarkable lineage does Chen Changsheng possess to warrant the ancestors' emergence from their slumber to accompany him in this exploration? Before long, the elder who had ventured to the ancient ruins returned. His expression was grave, his voice heavy. Indeed, there has been an incident. An inexplicable force has sealed the entrance to the ancient ruins. I was unable to enter or witness what lies within. I cannot ascertain the situation of the Lord and the elder inside. However, the circumstances are far from optimistic. Furrowing his brow, he continued, I detected an overwhelming stench of blood at the entrance of the ruins. If nothing unforeseen occurs, it is likely that the Lord and the majority of the elders within have encountered misfortune. Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow. Has something happened to the Lord? Where are these ancient ruins? He inquired, eager to investigate, as he awaited the Lord's guidance in instructing Li Ruoxue in her cultivation. Despite possessing unparalleled strength and various extraordinary techniques, He lacked the ability to provide guidance in cultivation. "We wouldn't dare trouble you, esteemed sir," an ancestor of the sacred land hastily interjected. "Let us venture forth. If we are unable, then you may intervene." While Chen Changsheng's assistance would certainly be advantageous, they were reluctant to impose upon him, for he was indeed a celestial being. Unless absolutely necessary, they would refrain from such interference. "Very well, you may proceed." Chen Changsheng nodded slightly. "If you are unable, I shall follow." "Thank you, esteemed sir." The ancestors expressed their gratitude profusely. Several of them departed towards the ancient ruins, while the remaining ancestors continued to accompany Chen Changsheng in his tour of the sacred land. After a period of time, the group of ancestors who had ventured to the ancient ruins returned. "It is futile. What kind of power is that? It is far too terrifying. We could not shake it in the slightest, and were unable to enter the ancient ruins." Their cultivation levels were profound, each wielding formidable treasures. Yet, even with such advantages, they could not contend with the force sealing the ancient ruins. "I shall go and investigate," Chen Changsheng declared, urging the ancestors to lead the way. They hastily guided him to the vicinity of the ancient ruins. At the entrance, a terrifying power surged, interweaving with unimaginable supreme laws. It was indeed not so easily breached. It would take at least a heavenly emperor to break through. One ancestor remarked, "They were not heavenly emperors, their realms only reaching the emperor's respect." The number of heavenly emperors in the world was exceedingly rare. Even though the Tao One Sacred Land is an ancient holy site, it lacks a heavenly emperor. Chen Changsheng's expression remained tranquil, disregarding the terrifying force that sealed the entrance to the ancient relics. He strode directly inside. As he advanced, an invisible power emerged, instantly tearing apart the dreadful force that barred the entrance. He stepped through. Inside the ancient relic, a significant change unfolded. The stench of blood thickened, and the terrifying power roamed freely like a dragon in a den of tigers. The ancestors of the sacred land dared not follow him inside, fully convinced that should they do so, they would undoubtedly be annihilated by the overwhelming force within. They speculated that even the heavenly emperor would struggle against such a formidable power, unable to traverse its depths with ease. Boom! As Chen Changsheng entered the ancient relic, the menacing forces within surged towards him. This sight was utterly shocking, causing the ancestors to tremble in fear. They were certain that even the heavenly emperor would not withstand such an onslaught and would be obliterated in an instant. The ferocity of the attack was unimaginable. Bang! With a single step, Chen Changsheng caused the heavens and earth to tremble. In that moment, all the terrifying forces within the ancient relic dissipated. The methods of an immortal. The ancestors were greatly astonished. With one step, the overwhelming power was extinguished. It was indeed terrifying, an immortal-esque prowess. Chen Changsheng proceeded deeper into the relic, and with the menacing forces now gone, the ancestors dared to follow. They accompanied him to the depths where an ancient palace stood. It emanated a strange glow that sent chills down their spines and weighed heavily upon them. As they gazed upon the ancient palace, their scalps prickled, and their legs trembled uncontrollably. Had it been only them, they would not have dared to approach this ancient structure, even at the cost of their lives. Unperturbed, Chen Changsheng, his garments billowing, entered the ancient palace. Gritting their teeth, the ancestors steeled themselves and followed him inside. Within the ancient palace, a colossal crimson blood coffin floated in midair, the eerie light emanating from it instilling dread and an overwhelming sense of panic. The Tao One Lord and the elders of the sacred land lay unconscious on the ground, their blood being siphoned into the blood coffin. Occasional eerie symbols appeared on the coffin, adding to its unsettling aura. Thud, 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 a chilling spectacle unfolded. The sound of a heartbeat resonated from within the crimson coffin. The ancestors were so startled that their hearts nearly stopped, daring not to draw a breath. Was there a living being within the blood coffin? Cackling echoes of sinister laughter emanated from the coffin, nearly sending the ancestors into a state of shock. They collapsed in terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their courage utterly shattered. Were they to be fed upon anew? Indeed, the offerings of blood this time are even more exquisite, From within the crimson coffin emanates an enigmatic and ancient tone. Chen Changsheng and the ancestors find themselves unable to comprehend this language. However, it carries a profound spiritual resonance. Though they cannot decipher the words, they grasp the essence of the message through this spiritual connection. "Come forth, present your blood, and become my sustenance," proclaims the being within the blood-soaked coffin. "To be my blood meal is your unparalleled honor. I am the blood demon, master of reversing life and death, shattering the chains of mortality, and returning to this world anew." The mention of the blood demon sends a shiver through the ancestors. Their expressions change dramatically. They recall a terrifying entity from the ancient era, a creature of unspeakable horror known as the blood demon. In those bygone times, merely speaking of blood would invoke fear, for it was synonymous with this dread figure. The blood demon was a terror unmatched, and during the ancient age, no being dared to defy it. Even the celestial emperors were not its equals, as it had slain several of them, draining their very life force. This language bears a striking resemblance to that of the ancient demon tribes. Could it truly be the blood demon of ancient times that has resurfaced? The ancestors are engulfed in terror. Is the blood demon of your reemerging? Chapter 14. With plans laid across the myriad realms, preparations are underway to wage war upon the celestial domain. The elders tremble in fear. Could it truly be the ancient blood demon? The ancient era was marked by unparalleled prosperity, a time when the cultivation civilization shone with resplendent brilliance. During this epoch, supreme emperors of heaven, even those surpassing the heavenly emperors, emerged in abundance. The ancient age was indeed a terrifying epoch, perpetually birthing unpredictable, super-strong beings. Yet, amidst this dread-laden ancient era, the blood demon bore an infamous reputation that struck terror into the hearts of ancient beings at the mere mention of its name. The horrors of the blood demon need not be elaborated upon. Fear not, for a celestial being is present, with the celestial's unfathomable powers. Even the ancient blood demon would be powerless. As the elders gazed at Chen Changsheng's retreating figure, their hearts gradually found solace, dissipating their initial shock and fear. After all, he was a celestial. With a mere flick of his hand, he shattered the humanoid thunder, and with a single step, he extinguished the boundless sea of thunder. No matter how terrifying the blood demon might be, could it truly surpass a celestial? That was inconceivable. "Cease your antics," Chen Changsheng admonished, his voice echoing with authority. How dare these minions regard him as prey? With a wave of his hand, an invisible force locked onto the crimson blood coffin. Boom! An immense explosion resounded as the blood coffin erupted, splintering into countless fragments. The creature within the crimson coffin emerged, its appearance bizarre, a human body with a serpent's head, covered in dark crimson scales. On its back sprouted a pair of bony wings, and atop its serpent head grew a singular horn. It was undoubtedly the ancient blood demon. There was no room for doubt. Upon witnessing the creature's visage, the elders immediately confirmed their suspicions. They had seen the depiction of the ancient blood demon in an ancient tome, and it matched the creature's appearance precisely. "How dare you, foolish creature, shatter my blood coffin?" The blood demon roared, its voice reverberating with overwhelming malice. It unleashed a blood-red beam, infused with the laws of the super-heavenly emperor, hurling it towards Chen Changsheng with terrifying force. Undoubtedly, the blood demon's power surpassed that of the heavenly emperor. It was at the super-heavenly emperor level. Chen Changsheng remained composed. With a single step forward, the approaching blood-red beam exploded mid-course. With a resounding bang, the blood demon was struck down by an invisible force, crashing to the ground. A super-heavenly emperor. The blood demon's serpent-like eyes fixated on Chen Changsheng, disbelief washing over it. It had not anticipated that Chen Changsheng was indeed a super-heavenly emperor. "This is merely a consequence of my reversal of yin and yang. I have yet to fully restore myself. Otherwise, regardless of your status as a super-heavenly emperor, you would not dare act so brazenly before me." The blood demon spoke coldly. The reversal of yin and yang had allowed it to return to this world, yet it was not at its zenith. Had it been at its peak, as it claimed even a super heavenly emperor would not dare to act defiantly before it. It had slain super heavenly emperors before, draining the very lifeblood from their veins. It cackled sinisterly. Heaven has treated me kindly, knowing that I have defied the natural order to return. It has specially delivered unto me this super heavenly emperor as sustenance. Though it had been knocked down, it still exuded an aura of impending doom, as if it were poised to devour Chen Changsheng. I am grateful for the bountiful gifts from heaven. It emitted a peculiar cry, and large patches of strange red fur began to sprout across its body. Simultaneously, its aura surged to an alarming degree, reaching a level of sheer terror. What is happening? So frightening. The elders were horrified. The bizarre red fur enveloped the blood demon entirely, and this scene was too unsettling. They watched, their scalps tingling and hearts racing. This is the power bestowed upon me by my master, the key to reversing the balance of yin and yang. The blood demon let out a sinister laugh, its eerie aura swirling around. Master? The elder's pupils dilated in fear. Who could it be? So terrifying. To compel the ancient blood demon to refer to someone as master. The ancient blood demon possessed the strength surpassing that of a celestial emperor. Could it be that this master is a deity? Boom! The blood demon, now covered in strange red fur, launched another attack. This time, it was evidently far more terrifying than before. An eerie power surged forth, casting everything in a bloody hue, as if the world itself had transformed into a realm of crimson. Such power could not be resisted even by a celestial emperor. It could undoubtedly annihilate in an instant. Acting the part of Spectre, Chen Changsheng exclaimed, reiterating his earlier statement. He waved his hand. Bang! All the strange powers dissipated, and the blood demon was once again sent crashing to the ground. What? The blood demon stared in horror, unable to believe what it had witnessed. The power granted to it by its master was rendered ineffective? How could this be possible? The balance of yin and yang is irreversible. The shackles of lifespan cannot be broken. Without ascending to immortality, one ultimately succumbs to the passage of time. Yet it believed that with the power bestowed by its master, it could reverse the balance of yin and yang, shatter the shackles of lifespan, and return to the world. What unfathomable power this is! Yet before Chen Changsheng, it proved utterly feeble. With a mere casual wave of his hand, he subdued it. Is he an immortal? It trembled uncontrollably, realizing that Chen Changsheng before it might indeed be an immortal. Immortal, I beseech you, spare me. It hastily implored Chen Changsheng. Pray tell, what is the situation regarding your master? Chen Changsheng gazed at the blood demon. He did not immediately slay it, as he sought to glean information about the master it spoke of. For according to what Li Ruoxue had previously mentioned, the mysterious and unknown powers that attacked the Li clan also bore strange long fur. He sensed that those enigmatic figures were likely connected to the master the blood demon referred to. Very well, I shall divulge all that I know. The blood demon dared not conceal the truth. In ancient times, it was invincible, with no adversary capable of matching its strength. Yet it could not withstand the erosion and wear of time. Under the ravages of time, it gradually approached its end. Just when its lifespan was about to dwindle, I encountered that master. That master was shrouded in an impenetrable mist, rendering their appearance unrecognizable. The master asked if I wished to continue living, even to ascend to immortality. The blood demon replied, "Of course I desire this." And thus the master granted me this extraordinary power. With the aid of this extraordinary power, the balance of yin and yang has been successfully restored, allowing a return to the present world. The esteemed master once proclaimed that the realm of immortals is their battlefield, where they shall seize dominion and become the sovereigns of this celestial domain. The blood demon quickly added, the master also stated that they have laid plans across the myriad realms, and when the call to arms against the realm of immortals sounds, all the worlds will rise in rebellion to conquer it. A sharp intake of breath resonated among the ancestors as they absorbed this information. What had they just heard? Plans across the myriad realms, to conquer the realm of immortals and establish sovereignty. Who exactly is this master? They were deeply unsettled. as this was the most terrifying revelation they had ever encountered. Chen Changsheng remained unfazed, his expression tranquil, devoid of any disturbance. He inquired of the blood demon, "Can you establish contact with this master, or perhaps locate him?" Regardless of how formidable this master may be, or how terrifying the power behind him, he was resolute in uncovering the truth behind the Li family's tragedy. He would avenge Li's son. Chapter 15. In the underworld, the Oxhead and Horseface are drawn by the scent of death. A grand scheme unfolds across the myriad realms, aimed at seizing the celestial domain. Chen Changsheng remains utterly unconcerned. There is nothing to be alarmed about. Before him, there exists no terror or dread. He simply intends to eradicate the threat. However, the blood demon expresses its inability to establish contact with that esteemed figure and knows not the whereabouts of this individual. "Oh," Chen Changsheng gestures, preparing to obliterate the blood demon. If it cannot make contact or ascertain any leads, what purpose does the blood demon serve? Upon witnessing Chen Changsheng's motion, the blood demon is paralyzed with fear, truly soiled in fright, as liquid streams down its legs. That esteemed figure promised that once I reversed the yin and yang to return, he would come and find me. It exclaims, drenched in sweat. "Very well," Chen Changsheng halts, stating, "You shall remain by my side and await his arrival." "Excellent." The blood demon rejoices, relieved that it has temporarily escaped death. The ancestors observe Chen Changsheng with profound astonishment. Just how formidable is he? The esteemed figure mentioned by the blood demon, intent on conquering the celestial realm, must be unimaginably powerful, far exceeding that of celestial beings. How else could one seize the celestial domain? Yet, Chen Changsheng remains entirely unafraid, unfazed by the prospect of retaining the blood demon until that esteemed figure comes to seek it. Such confidence speaks of a terrifying strength, beyond comprehension. On the ground, the Tao sect master and the elders appear exceedingly frail, akin to flickering candles on the verge of extinguishing. Their life force nearly depleted from the blood demon's siphoning of their essence. In mere moments, they shall meet their end. Indeed, these individuals possess considerable strength. A sinister laughter echoes as two peculiar beings materialize silently. One is the Oxhead, the other the Horseface. It is the Oxhead that emits the chilling laughter. Strangely, despite their presence, even as the Oxhead speaks, the ancestors and the blood demon remain entirely oblivious to them, unable to perceive their existence whatsoever. Once they perish, transforming them into wraiths to return to the underworld will undoubtedly be a significant accomplishment. The Oxhead grins. This era is rather weak, far inferior to previous times. The number of formidable beings is drastically diminished, each more cowardly than the last, almost all entrenched in slumber, refusing to venture forth, leaving us with little opportunity to act. The Horseface laments. Their voices resonate loudly, yet the ancestors and the blood demon remain completely unaware, as if the Oxhead and Horseface do not exist at all. This youth can see us? Why does he gaze upon us so intently? The Oxhead frowns, pointing at Chen Changsheng and speaking to the Horseface. The Horseface turns to look at Chen Changsheng. It was evident that Chen Changsheng was indeed gazing in their direction. Perhaps he was overthinking. It was impossible for him to see them unless they made their presence known. Ma Mian shook his head, quickly dismissing Niotu's assertion. Their state was peculiar. They could not be perceived by the living. Only after transforming into spectral beings could they be seen. For the living to behold them, they would have to reveal themselves through secret arts. Otherwise, no matter how formidable a living being was, they would remain unseen. Niotu chuckled, realizing he had been overly concerned. The living could not possibly see them. They implored the young master for assistance. The ancestors had gone to check on the situation of Dao Yishengzhu and the elders. One by one, they knelt before Chen Changsheng, beseeching him to save Dao Yishengzhu and the elders, who were gravely injured. Only someone of Chen Changsheng's celestial caliber could offer salvation. Could it be that this youth possessed such formidable prowess? These individuals were actually pleading for his help. Niotu remarked in astonishment, having failed to discern Chen Changsheng's true strength. The ancestors were all imploring him. Having just arrived, he had not witnessed Chen Changsheng suppressing the blood demon. The scent of impending death surrounding Dao, Yishengzhu, and the elders lured them in, as they awaited the demise of their targets to transform them into spectral beings and return to the underworld. What use was power, unless one possessed the Heaven Emperor's medicine? These individuals were as good as dead. Ma Mian scoffed, stating that the Heaven Emperor's medicine was exceedingly rare, almost non-existent in the current world. Did they expect him to produce such a thing? You are correct. Niu Tu grinned, comfortably awaiting the demise of Dao, Yishengzhu, and the others. However, in the next moment, their expressions changed dramatically. Chen Changsheng had actually produced a Heaven Emperor's medicine. No, it was not merely a Heaven Emperor's medicine, but a transcendent version, a fruit of higher grade. It was a peach, resplendent and translucent, radiating the supreme essence that surpassed even the Heaven Emperor. The immortal peach. How could he possess an immortal peach? Such a treasure was exceedingly rare, with only a few in existence. Niu Tu and Ma Mian's faces darkened. With the immortal peach in hand, Dao, Yishengzhu, and the elders were destined to survive. The immortal peach, a supreme treasure of the world, could revive even the most lifeless being. Who was this individual? To possess the immortal peach. How incredibly precious it was, capable of extending one's life by 9 lifetimes. How could he possibly use it to save others? Did he not feel a pang of loss? Niu Tu and Ma Mian were utterly astonished. Truth be told, had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that someone would dare to part with an immortal peach to save another. The immortal peach, which ought to be cherished beyond measure, was now being offered to save lives. Even though they had witnessed it firsthand, an overwhelming sense of disbelief consumed them, amplifying the absurdity of the situation. The immortal peach. The ancestors and the blood demon were astonished, instantly recognizing the immortal peach. How extraordinarily precious it is. One of the elders could not help but exclaim, "To use the immortal peach to save a life is indeed extravagant." "It is not precious," Chen Changsheng calmly responded. To him, the immortal peach was merely an ordinary fruit devoid of any value. He possessed an abundance of the world's most extraordinary elixirs. Moreover, after a millennium of slumber, all system privileges were unlocked. He no longer needed to remain dormant to receive subsequent rewards, which would include countless celestial weapons, artifacts, and potions. In this context, the immortal peach was hardly considered a valuable item. How boastful! The immortal peach is deemed not precious? The ox-head and horse-face remarked, "What shall we do? Should we leave?" The ox-head gritted his teeth. With the immortal peach present, Dao, the Holy Master, and the elders are destined to survive. Their waiting would prove futile. However, to simply depart like this would leave them unsatisfied. Transforming Dao, the Holy Master, and the elders into spirits to bring back to the underworld would undoubtedly be a grand achievement. They would receive generous rewards. The horseface similarly felt reluctant to depart without fulfilling their ambitions. "We shall not leave," it hissed coldly. "The living beings cannot perceive us. We can employ secret techniques to hinder them, preventing their use of the immortal peach to save lives and prolong the demise of these individuals." Dao, the Holy Master, and the elders were on the brink of death. They needed only to delay for a brief moment. Chapter 16. 2 faint coughs echoed in the air, prompting the bull-headed and horse-faced guardians to harbor suspicions about the existence of spirits. Undeterred, they resolved to employ secret arts to unleash their spectral energy in an attempt to interfere. Chen Changsheng gestured with his hand, sending the undying peach soaring towards the ancestors. He instructed them to utilize the undying peach to heal the Dao, Holy Master, and his companions. One of the ancestors, visibly anxious, caught the undying peach with trembling hands, fearing that it might slip and fall. Despite being a revered emperor, second only to the heavenly sovereign, and possessing the terrifying power to annihilate worlds, his hand shook uncontrollably as he cradled the undying peach, an unparalleled elixir of the realm, exceedingly rare since ancient times, capable of extending one's life for 9 lifetimes. The sheer value of such a precious item left him quaking with awe. "Be careful. Steady your hands. Do not let it fall," he urged. The other ancestors, witnessing his erratic trembling, were struck with alarm and hurried over, surrounding the undying peach with their own hands. Equally fearful of its potential demise, "Initiate the attack," commanded the bull-headed and horse-faced beings, incantations spilling from their lips. They invoked the secrets of the underworld, manipulating spectral energy to create disruption. Under normal circumstances, this spectral energy would be ineffective against living beings. Only through the deployment of underworld techniques or the use of spectral artifacts could it influence the living. As the underworld techniques unfolded, a chilling wind swept through, unleashing an unseen and undetectable terror that surged toward the ancestors. Oblivious to the impending danger, they only felt a slight chill in the atmosphere. The blood demon, possessing powers far surpassing those of the ancestors, remained unaffected as well, despite not being at its peak state, still ranking among the transcendent emperor level. The enigmatic nature of spectral energy rendered it imperceptible to the living. Only those who had become spirits could sense its presence. Moreover, the bull-headed and horse-faced guardians were no ordinary spirits. Their formidable strength positioned them as the generals of the underworld, vastly superior to typical specters. The spectral energy they unleashed through their full exertion of underworld techniques held the potential to disturb even the living beings of the heavenly emperor caliber. Should they resort to using underworld artifacts, their power would be exponentially greater, capable of interfering with beings at the transcendent emperor level. The ancestors, all esteemed emperors themselves, were not vulnerable to the disturbances of common spirits, whose spectral energy was far too weak. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng observed the actions of the bull-headed and horse-faced beings with keen awareness. In their invisible and imperceptible state, they could not elude his gaze. He discerned their movements clearly and heard their incantations distinctly, confirming what he had perceived earlier. Upon their arrival, he had indeed spotted the bull-headed and horse-faced guardians, who were intently focused on their disruptive machinations. Ahem! The bull-headed and horse-faced beings attempted to interfere with the ancestors of the sacred land. Chen Changsheng cleared his throat softly, and in an instant, the terrifying dark energy that surged toward the ancestors of the sacred land vanished entirely. What is happening? The bull-headed and horse-faced beings were left in a state of astonishment, utterly perplexed by the sudden turn of events. They sensed no presence of power at all. The dark energy unleashed through the secret arts of the underworld had simply disappeared. How could it vanish so abruptly? Curious indeed. They were utterly baffled, unable to comprehend the situation. Just moments before, Chen Changsheng had coughed, and immediately afterward, the dark energy they had conjured had dissipated. The bullhead turned to Chen Changsheng and said, "Could it be that he is the one behind this?" It had heard Chen Changsheng's cough, yet seemed implausible. Its brow furrowed as it quickly dismissed the thought. He was not a specter, but a vibrant living being. It remarked, "He cannot possibly perceive us, let alone cause our dark energy to dissipate. Aside from dark energy, there exists no other force that can affect it. Other powers cannot even touch dark energy, much less resist or counteract it. It is truly impossible." The horse-faced being also felt that Chen Changsheng was not responsible. Was there another specter present? It spoke coldly. "The only force capable of dissipating dark energy is dark energy itself, and only specters possess such power." This notion was quickly dismissed by the bullhead. Specters were entirely governed by the underworld, and none existed beyond its jurisdiction. It stated, "Specters within the underworld are attuned to one another due to its power, especially since we possess treasures of the underworld. If another specter were present, we would have sensed it. Not every deceased being transforms into a specter. Only the power of the underworld can facilitate such a transformation. Their task was precisely this, to use the secret arts of the underworld to convert recently departed souls into specters, just as the bullhead described. Specters are inherently attuned to one another. A lack of perception is inconceivable. If any other specters were present, the bullhead and horse-faced beings would have sensed them immediately. The treasures of the underworld further enhance this ability. Each possessed a treasure of the underworld, making it even more improbable that they would fail to sense anything. Then, it is indeed strange. The bullhead and horse-faced beings furrowed their brows, feeling a throbbing headache. Living beings cannot dissipate dark energy, and they have not sensed the presence of other specters. So, how did their dark energy dissipate? Meanwhile, the ancestors of the sacred land held the immortal peaches. Approaching the Tao, Saint Lord, and others, they carefully divided the immortal peaches into several pieces, preparing to offer them to the Tao, Saint Lord, and his companions to aid in their healing process. No matter what, they must not be allowed to survive. The Oxhead and Horseface gritted their teeth and struck again. Once the immortal peach of non-death touched their lips, the Taoist Holy Lord and others would be completely liberated from the clutches of mortality, rendered incapable of perishing once more. This time, they summoned their respective treasures bestowed upon them by the underworld. The Oxhead wielded a silver trident known as the soul-extinguishing fork, while the Horseface brandished a pair of gleaming hooks, referred to as the soul-snatching hooks. One extinguished souls, the other seized them. Both exuded terrifying power, capable of unleashing an overwhelming force of dark energy, imbued with an inscrutable might. With a swift motion, the soul-extinguishing fork and the soul-snatching hooks were fully activated, emanating a chilling and eerie glow. A horrific wave of dark energy surged forth from the weapons, akin to a colossal tidal wave, sweeping towards the ancestral beings of the Holy Land. Even beings of the Empyrean level would find themselves utterly helpless in the face of such malevolent power, unable to withstand or counter its onslaught. Cough. Observing this, Chen Changsheng gently cleared his throat once more. In that singular, soft sound, the terrifying wave of dark energy dissipated entirely, as if it had never existed at all. Wow, what? How could it have vanished so abruptly? The Oxhead and Horseface exclaimed in astonishment, their hearts swelling with dread. Everything was far too bizarre. Even they, the formidable duo, could not suppress their rising fear. Chapter 17. Lead the way. I shall venture to the underworld. The Oxhead and Horseface, having performed their duties for millennia, were utterly bewildered by the peculiar occurrences that unfolded before them. Their hearts raced with trepidation. What on earth was happening? Just moments ago, they heard him cough. Oxhead glanced at Chen Changsheng and whispered. Earlier, he coughed, and the aura of the underworld dissipated. Now he coughs again, and the same phenomenon occurs. Could this be mere coincidence? What are you talking about? How could a living being possibly dispel the aura of the underworld? Oh, what sorcery is this? Can he truly see us? Horseface was skeptical, convinced it was merely a fluke. Yet, before it could finish its thought, it noticed Chen Changsheng staring intently at both of them. The gaze was unmistakably one that could perceive their presence. A shiver ran down its spine. How could a living soul be capable of seeing them? Come here, I have a few questions for you too. Chen Changsheng addressed them. Is he speaking to us? How can this be possible? Oxhead and Horseface were terrified. The ancient ancestors of the sacred land and the blood demon were utterly perplexed. Who was Chen Changsheng conversing with? They cannot see the Oxhead and Horseface. Yes, I am indeed speaking to you two. Come over. Chen Changsheng beckoned with a wave of his hand. The Oxhead and Horseface changed color in an instant and fled in panic. Good heavens, a living being could actually see them. They were nearly paralyzed with fear. Stop! Chen Changsheng commanded sharply. In an instant, an invisible force restrained Oxhead and Horseface, rendering them immobile. They were drenched in cold sweat, as if caught in a downpour, droplets falling to the ground and soaking the earth beneath them. What manner of person is this? Not only can he see us, but he can also command us with mere words. Reveal yourselves. Chen Changsheng ordered once more. The invisible force enveloped Oxhead and Horseface, and they became visible for all to see. The ancient ancestors of the sacred land and the blood demon were taken aback. When did the Oxhead and Horseface arrive here? How had they failed to notice their presence? I shall pose my inquiries, and you will respond without evasion. Do not attempt any tricks. My patience is limited. Chen Changsheng spoke softly. Please, ask away. We shall speak nothing but the truth. We will not utter a single falsehood. Oxhead and Horseface hurriedly replied, fully aware of the gravity of their situation. Chen Changsheng was truly formidable. They dared not defy him and complied entirely. From whence do you hail? And what is the nature of the underworld spirits? He inquired. "We hail from the underworld," Oxhead answered truthfully. "The underworld? It truly exists?" The ancient ancestors of the sacred land and the blood demon gasped in disbelief, their faces etched with astonishment. Such ancient legends, after the demise of living beings, they transform into spectral entities, entering the realm of the underworld, governed by its laws, regardless of their might. Even beings of celestial emperor caliber succumb to this fate. The underworld is often referred to as the world beyond death. However, the populace remains skeptical of such tales, dismissing the existence of an afterlife. In the context of cultivators and beings, death signifies complete dissolution. Both corporeal vitality and spiritual essence fade away, alongside all powers. If even a fragment persists, it cannot be deemed as true death. The corporeal form, soul, and powers, should even a minuscule part remain intact, a formidable cultivator can resurrect and reclaim their existence. Thus, this cannot be considered genuine death, which involves total obliteration. Complete dissolution implies utter disappearance. How, then, can one transform into a spectral entity? How can one access the afterlife, the underworld? Consequently, the masses do not believe in the concept of the underworld, including the venerable ancestors of the sacred lands and the blood demons. Yet, today, figures resembling ox-headed and horse-faced beings from the underworld stand before them, evoking astonishment and intrigue. As for the nature of these spectral entities, their understanding remains elusive. The ox-headed being continues to explain that despite being a spectral entity, it too lacks comprehension of what a spectral entity truly is. They are only aware that the secret arts of the underworld can transmute recently deceased beings into spectral forms. The underlying principles remain unknown to them. We serve under the edicts of the underworld, traversing the mortal realm, drawn by the scent of death to transmute the recently departed into spectral forms and return them to the underworld. The ox-headed being articulates. Did you visit the northern region of the eastern wilderness, specifically Jiangsheng, a millennium ago? Chen Changsheng inquires, revealing his true intent behind questioning the ox-headed and horse-faced beings. He harbors no interest in the underworld or spectral entities. His sole desire is to ascertain whether they had been to Jiangsheng, transforming the deceased Li Sun into a spectral form. He yearns for confirmation that they indeed visited and that they brought Li Sun back to the underworld. Can Li Sun, now a spectral entity, retain his former essence? He remains uncertain, yet he contemplates delving deeper into the mysteries of spectral existence, seeking clarity before devising a plan. A millennium ago, in the northern region of the eastern wilderness, Jiangsheng, the ox-headed and horse-faced beings furrow their brows, endeavoring to recall their memories. They have performed this duty for millennia, traversing countless locations, and must reflect carefully to determine if they had been there. Chen Changsheng refrains from urging them, granting them the time needed to respond. "No, we did not visit the northern region of the eastern wilderness a millennium ago," they reply. Having meticulously sifted through their memories from a millennium ago, they find no recollection of the northern region, let alone Jiangsheng. They have not even set foot in the eastern wilderness. It is not solely us who undertake the task of transforming wandering spirits. There are others who engage in such duties as well. The ox-head remarked, perhaps they ventured there a millennium ago, which is why we have not traversed that realm. Chen Changsheng remained silent, for it seemed he must make a journey to the underworld. Upon reaching the underworld, he would ascertain whether Li Sun had been transformed into a wandering spirit. "Lead the way. I must visit the underworld," he instructed the ox-head and horse-face. The ox-head and horse-face were taken aback. Did they hear correctly? Chen Changsheng actually intended to embark on a journey to the underworld. Impossible. They were left in profound doubt, wondering if they had misheard. The underworld was terrifying beyond measure. Even if Chen Changsheng were extraordinary, would he truly dare to venture into such a place? "My lord, did you indeed mean to say you wish to visit the underworld?" The ox-head inquired cautiously. "Indeed," Chen Changsheng affirmed. He truly intended to go to the underworld. The ox-head and horse-face were filled with trepidation. This master was exceptionally audacious. They never imagined that someone living would dare to seek entry into the underworld. Chapter 18. Is it necessary to understand the situation in the underworld in advance? Absolutely not. The ox-headed and horse-faced beings were utterly astonished. Could it be that Chen Changsheng possessed such confidence and assurance? He was prepared to venture into the underworld without even inquiring about its conditions. Surely, he ought to have asked about the terrifying entities that resided there and the extent of the underworld's power. Master, might I first enlighten you about the circumstances within the underworld? The ox-headed being said anxiously, wishing to divulge the intricate details of the underworld in hopes of dissuading Chen Changsheng from his course. Their intentions were not purely altruistic. They feared for their own safety, knowing that leading a living being into the underworld was a grave offense. Even if Chen Changsheng were subdued by the underworld, they too would face severe repercussions, perhaps even annihilation. Indeed, Master, as the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. It would be prudent for you to have a certain understanding of the underworld, the horse-faced being chimed in. Afterward, they prepared to elaborate on the underworld's circumstances. That will not be necessary, Chen Changsheng interjected, waving his hand, dismissing their concerns. He felt no need to comprehend the underworld's affairs. Upon arrival, he intended to assert his dominance directly. Of course, he was a reasonable individual. If the underworld were to cooperate and provide him with the information he sought, he would not impose undue hardship upon it. How audacious! The fact that they had volunteered to share information only to be met with rejection was beyond their expectations. Master, we must insist on discussing this. The underworld is exceedingly terrifying. Even celestial beings struggle to make an impact there. The ox-headed being remained undeterred, intent on persuading Chen Changsheng to abandon his quest, for their lives depended on it. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the air. The ancestors of the sacred land and the blood demon were all taken aback by the ox-headed being's words. Could the underworld truly be so fearsome? Even celestial beings could not stir the waters there. The ox-headed being began to recount the dreadful realities of the underworld, but after only a few sentences, it caught sight of Chen Changsheng's icy gaze and promptly fell silent. Do you not understand the words I speak? Chen Changsheng's voice was cold as he warned. Should there be a next time, I shall show no mercy. Yes, master, we shall not dare again. The ox-headed and horse-faced beings nearly perished from fright, hastily responding. At that moment, the holy Lord Tao Yi and the others awakened. The miraculous effects of the immortal peach were unparalleled. Even though it had just been placed in their mouths, and they had not yet begun to refine it, they had fully recovered, and their vitality and cultivation surged dramatically. Ancestors, how is it that you all have arrived? The Tao Yi Saint Lord and his companions gazed at the ancestors of the sacred land with bewilderment, uncertain of what had transpired. Quickly, pay your respects to the immortal and express your gratitude for the life-saving grace. An elder urged the Tao Yi Saint Lord and the others. Immortal? They exclaimed, startled. Could it be that an immortal had appeared in the world? They found it hard to believe, for throughout history, no immortal had ever graced the earth. What are you standing there for? If it weren't for the immortal, you would have perished long ago. Hurry, express your gratitude. The immortal has saved you with an immortal peach. Several elders admonished loudly as they noticed the Tao Yi Saint Lord and his companions remained motionless. An immortal peach. The Tao Yi Saint Lord and others gasped in astonishment, their hearts trembling with disbelief. They had never imagined that they had been saved by the immortal peach. No wonder upon awakening, they not only felt completely restored, but also experienced a phenomenal surge in their vitality and cultivation. Thank you for your life-saving grace, immortal. Thank you. They hurriedly rose, bowing in gratitude towards Chen Changsheng. However, they did not actually kneel. With a wave of his hand, an unseen force held them upright, preventing them from bowing down. No need to thank me. If gratitude is to be expressed, it is I who should be thanking you. Chen Changsheng smiled and said, I would appreciate your guidance in instructing Ruoxue in her cultivation. Oh, no trouble at all. It is our utmost honor to receive the immortal's guidance. The Tao Yi Saint Lord and the others responded with profound reverence. They felt unworthy of such acknowledgement, especially being addressed with the term trouble by an immortal. Do not be so formal. Chen Changsheng chuckled. It feels awkward to be called an immortal. You may refer to me as young Master Chen. young Master Chen? They hesitated, fearing it would be disrespectful to address him in such a manner. If Ruosh Yue is to cultivate in your sacred land, it is essential for you to provide her with diligent instruction. There is no need for excessive formality. Chen Changsheng reassured them with a smile. You may call me young Master Chen without reservation. Ch. Young Master Chen. The Tao Yi Saint Lord and his companions finally dared to address him as such. Even so, they felt immense tension, their palms slick with sweat. Cultivation requires not only resources, but also profound techniques and mystical arts. Chen Changsheng waved his hand, and amidst a dazzling display of radiant light, a plethora of the world's finest miraculous herbs, extraordinary techniques, and an abundance of resources worthy of the Heavenly Emperor appeared before the Tao, Yi Saint Lord, and the others. This is stargrass, purple marvel flower, seven treasures marvel fruit, destiny vine. They gasped in unison. All these were the most extraordinary herbs they had only encountered in ancient texts, now materializing before their very eyes in such abundance. The resources of Heavenly Emperor caliber were countless. Gazing upon the seemingly endless array of celestial-level cultivation resources, the sovereign of Tao, he trembled uncontrollably, utterly astonished. It was overwhelming, so much so that it could nearly frighten him to death. He wished to exclaim, have all the celestial-level cultivation resources of the world been gathered here? The chaos 10,000 spirits scripture, the time law, the ultimate techniques, the undying scripture. The sovereign of Tao, he beheld the supreme, mystical arts and texts of the world, his heart swelling with even greater shock. Each of these was an unparalleled method. Obtaining any one of them would undoubtedly permit one to ascend to the highest realm, to wield unparalleled power, and to establish an invincible sect in the world. And now, they had all gathered before him. He genuinely felt as though he might be frightened to death. You may all freely utilize these resources and cultivate as you wish. They are not solely for Ruoshue. Chen Changsheng informed the sovereign of Tao, Yi, and the others. They could use them too. The sovereign of Tao, Yi, and his companions were left utterly astounded. They had never anticipated that they could partake as well. For a moment, they found themselves at a loss for words. Surely, this was a stroke of incredible fortune, as if their ancestors' graves were ablaze. No, it was not merely a smoky grave. It was as if their ancestral tombs were on fire. What? The sovereign of Tao, Yi, and others can also partake. The blood demon was consumed with envy. My lord, allow me to accompany you in guiding and teaching. It implored Chen Changsheng desperately. My cultivation is even higher, and in the ancient era, I had countless disciples, having guided many ancient powerhouses. I am, without a doubt, experienced. What nonsense! Countless disciples? Experienced? The elders of the Holy Land nearly retorted. Do you have no shame? The blood demon had hardly any disciples, at most a few, and the fate of those few was quite tragic. They had all been devoured by the blood demon as sustenance. Chapter 19. The Celestial Emperor descends upon the sacred land of Tao Yi. The nine-headed lion spills blood to protect Li Ruoshue. The unabashed blood demon leaves the ancestors of the sacred land speechless, while others take disciples to cultivate a lineage. The blood demon seeks disciples merely to nurture future sustenance for its own benefit. How audacious of the blood demon to presume it could advise those close to the immortals. It is evident that the blood demon covets extraordinary herbs and arcane methods for its own gain. As for you, your appearance is quite unappealing. Do not frighten Ruoshue any further. Chen Changsheng cast a sidelong glance at the blood demon, finding its visage most distasteful. This excuse for rejection was utterly devastating to the blood demon's heart. It felt as though it could weep. Departing, Chen Changsheng bid farewell to the Lord of Tao, Yi, and the others, instructing the Oxhead and Horseface to lead the way, escorting the blood demon from this place. They journeyed to the underworld, while the Lord of Tao, Yi, and his companions returned to the sacred land of Tao Yi. Simultaneously, outside the sacred land of Tao Yi, the void stirred, and radiant light surged into the sky. A middle-aged man emerged from the ether, accompanied by a young boy of 5 or 6 years. This place is renowned as the finest sanctuary for cultivation outside the supremely ancient Tao lineage. The middle-aged man smiled at the boy, saying, "You shall cultivate here for now. And when you grow a few years older, I will find a way to send you into the supremely ancient Tao lineage for further training." "All right," the boy beamed, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, exuding innocence and charm. The middle-aged man led the boy to hover above the mountain gate of the sacred land of Tao Yi. The Lord of Tao Yi came forth to pay his respects. The middle-aged man stood amidst the clouds, surveying the sacred land with an indifferent expression. He was evidently no ordinary individual. His voice boomed like thunder, reverberating throughout the sacred land of Tao Yi. Moreover, he commanded that the Lord of Tao Yi come forth to greet him, rather than stating he had come to pay his respects. Clearly, he regarded the Lord of Tao Yi with disdain, maintaining a lofty demeanor. A tremendous tremor rippled through the sacred land of Tao Yi. The oppressive force imbued within his voice was terrifying, akin to a mountain pressing down upon their hearts, rendering them breathless with fear. In a flurry, the elders stationed within the sacred land dared not hesitate and swiftly flew toward the mountain gate. In the back garden of the sacred land of Tao Yi, Li Ruoxue was joyfully playing with a nine-headed lion when a thunderous sound erupted, startling her greatly. Doggy, what is happening?" Li Ruoxue shrank her little head, her face etched with anxiety. "I don't know." The nine-headed lion was equally taken aback, bewildered by the sudden commotion. At the mountain gate of the sacred land of Tao Yi, the elders stationed there hurried to the scene. They beheld the middle-aged man standing amidst the clouds, emanating an unfathomable aura, accompanied by a terrifying presence that seemed to dominate the world. They dared not show any negligence. "Do you seek the Lord for something?" one elder inquired, bowing deeply in reverence. "The Lord is currently away and not within the sacred land." The middle-aged man remained silent, not even casting a glance at the elders. His penetrating gaze swept across the entire sacred land of Tao Yi, seeking to ascertain whether the Lord of Tao Yi was indeed present. The Tao Yi sacred land boasts a legacy that stretches back through the ages, intricately arranged with numerous ancient formations. Outsiders are utterly incapable of discerning the internal circumstances of the Tao Yi sacred land. However, under the profound gaze of a middle-aged man, the entire expanse of the Tao Yi sacred land appeared as transparent as glass, completely within his sight. His vision was strikingly clear. With an unperturbed demeanor, his pupils suddenly dilated as his gaze fell upon the rear mountain of the Tao Yi sacred land. "What kind of constitution is this?" His expression shifted dramatically, revealing astonishment. On the rear mountain of the Tao Yi sacred land, a young girl of merely a few years captivated his attention. It was this child who elicited an unusual expression of surprise from him. The girl's body was ethereal and immaculate, devoid of any impurities. Her life essence surged with vitality, akin to a boundless ocean. Her physique seemed intricately woven with the patterns of the Tao, resonating with supreme Taoist rhythm. The Ta Ching Tao body. His astonishment deepened, recalling a legendary constitution of unparalleled strength. In a swift motion, he stepped forth, disregarding the myriad arrangements and ancient formations of the Tao Yi sacred land, and approached the girl, landing directly before her. He sought to examine her closely, to ascertain whether she truly embodied the fabled Ta Ching Tao body. The girl was startled by the sudden appearance of the middle-aged man. Her petite form instinctively recoiled, overwhelmed with anxiety. The man exuded an aura of authority without displaying any overtly terrifying presence, yet he was undeniably formidable. The nine-headed lion quivered in fear, terror coursing through its being, trembling uncontrollably. Nevertheless, it gritted its teeth, and, despite its shivering body, stood resolutely in front of Li Ruoxue. The girl in question, "What do you intend to do?" It bared its teeth, refusing to allow the man to approach Li Ruoxue. "This is disastrous." At the entrance of the Tao Yi sacred land, a group of elders witnessed the middle-aged man entering the rear mountain, their expressions shifting dramatically. They rushed towards the rear mountain in a frenzy. "Li Ruoxue must not come harm. Step aside." Seeing the nine-headed lion blocking his path, the middle-aged man waved his hand impatiently. With a resounding crash, The nine-headed lion was flung away, crashing heavily against a mountain peak. The mountain crumbled and rocks tumbled down. The nine-headed lion was left bloodied and battered, its condition pitiful, with bones protruding from its flesh. No, it growled fiercely, enduring excruciating pain, and returned to shield Li Ruoxue once more. Poor pup, you're bleeding. Witnessing the nine-headed lion's distressing state, Li Ruoxue tenderly embraced it with her small hands. The elders of the sacred land arrived in haste, positioning themselves protectively in front of Li Ruoxue. Who are you? What is your purpose in our sacred land? You shall not harm her. The elders spoke under tremendous pressure. I have come to deliver Wu-Er. The middle-aged man waved his hand. A boy descended, enveloped in a gentle force, landing beside him. Wu-Er will be training here for a period of time, he stated nonchalantly. Considering that Wu-Er is to train here for a period of time, I wish to avoid resorting to violence against you. Kindly step aside and do not obstruct my path, he proclaimed with an unmistakable authority. Should you wish for him to cultivate within our sacred grounds, there is no issue at all. We shall devote ourselves wholeheartedly to his guidance and development. One elder gritted through clenched teeth. But you must not lay a finger on her. The elders standing before Li Ruoxue remained resolute, steadfastly shielding her from harm. Are you taking my leniency for granted? The middle-aged man scoffed, a surge of energy emanating from him. In an instant, the elders and the nine-headed lion felt as if the heavens themselves bore down upon them. With a series of resounding thuds, they were all forcefully toppled to the ground by this overwhelming aura. The middle-aged man was, in fact, an emperor of heaven, who in this world is beyond my reach. His expression was one of cold indifference. The might of the emperor of heaven is not to be desecrated. What audacity you possess to obstruct my way. He spoke icily, advancing step by step towards Li Ruoxue. Why you? Stay back. Li Ruoxue stammered, retreating in terror, her youthful face awash with panic. What is an emperor of heaven to me? Let me make this clear. If you dare to touch her, I assure you, you will find no place to be buried, roared the nine-headed lion, pinned to the ground by the emperor's overwhelming aura. No place to be buried? Ha! I shall ensure your demise first. The middle-aged man turned his gaze upon the nine-headed lion, preparing to strike down upon it with lethal intent. Chapter 20. The Emperor's Malevolence and Fury, a dire crisis for the Dao One sacred land. In a moment of wrath, the Emperor's fury claimed 100,000 lives. The middle-aged man's gaze was as cold as ice. Before he even made a move, the very fabric of heaven and earth shifted in response to his emotions. Altering its hue, a profound darkness enveloped the realm, obliterating all traces of light. The sun, suspended in the azure expanse, vanished from sight, while fierce winds and torrential rains surged forth, accompanied by terrifying thunder that rent the skies asunder. An oppressive atmosphere spread like wildfire, engulfing the entirety of the Dao One sacred land, casting a shadow over the hearts of every member within. The members of the Dao One sacred land felt their spirits shatter, as if death itself had descended upon them. Kill the dog? Excellent. Braised dog meat is simply delectable. As the middle-aged man prepared to slay the nine-headed lion, a young boy clapped his hands in delight, his laughter ringing with unrestrained joy. He was eagerly anticipating a feast of braised dog meat. Previously, Chen Changsheng had subdued the nine-headed lion, naming it Dahuang. To align with this name, he transformed the lion into a massive yellow dog. Ever since, the nine-headed lion had retained the appearance of a large yellow dog. Though its true nature was that of a quasi-emperor beast, the nine-headed lion, the middle-aged man saw through its guise immediately. Ah, it's not a dog after all, the boy mused, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. However, he quickly brushed it aside, cheerfully exclaiming, "Braised lion head is also quite splendid. It has 9 heads, so we can prepare 9 lion heads to enjoy." "Very well, I shall heed your suggestion," the middle-aged man chuckled. He extended a finger, pointing at the nine-headed lion, poised to deliver the fatal blow. The lion found itself pinned to the ground by a wisp of the emperor's aura, utterly immobilized and incapable of resistance. Just as the middle-aged man was about to strike, the boy suddenly interjected, "Uncle Jiang, please do not kill it just yet. If it dies, It will not be fresh anymore. Uncle Jiang, we want to savor fresh lion heads. It has 9, so let us chop off one head, braise it, and eat it before we proceed to the next. Chop off one head, braise one head, and eat before severing the next. The elders of the sacred land shuddered at the chilling words. How could such an innocent and adorable boy harbor such a cruel and vicious mindset? To kill was merely a matter of striking the head to the ground. This method of chopping off heads, braising them, and consuming them was utterly barbaric. However, you certainly know how to enjoy a meal. The middle-aged man laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Very well, we shall relish the fresh lion heads. We will chop one off, braise one, and eat before cutting the next. Please, do not harm the dog." Li Ruoxue's eyes shimmered with tears as she clutched the 9-headed lion tightly, refusing to let go. The emperor must not be disrespected. It was destined to die, undoubtedly, to perish in my hands, becoming a delicacy for Wu-Er. Would indeed be an unparalleled honor for such a diminutive quasi-emperor beast, far more meaningful than any other demise it could face. The middle-aged man spoke coldly. Unparalleled honor. You say? I could perish, but it matters not how cruelly you treat me. However, should you dare to lay a finger on Ruoxue, I promise, not only shall you perish, but all connected to you, even those who have merely exchanged a single word with you, shall meet the same fate. The 9-headed lion roared defiantly, well aware of Li Ruoxue's esteemed position in Chen Changsheng's heart. If anything were to befall her, what has been foretold shall inevitably come to pass. Are you attempting to intimidate a celestial emperor? Absurd. The middle-aged man's gaze was laced with disdain, utterly dismissing the words of the 9-headed lion. With a casual flick of his hand, a radiant light enveloped the 9-headed lion, restoring it to its true form. He prepared to strike, intending to sever one of the lion's heads to serve it as a delicacy for the young boy. Who among the esteemed ones has descended upon the sacred land? Esteemed one, please temper your wrath. Do not resort to violence. The elders of the sacred land had returned, descending upon the mountainside to intervene against the middle-aged man, positioning themselves protectively before the 9-headed lion. So, they have all returned. The middle-aged man's indifferent gaze swept over the elders of the sacred land. Esteemed one, do not be angered. Let us discuss matters amicably. One of the elders stepped forward. A facade of cordiality etched upon his face as he addressed the middle-aged man with utmost respect. There is nothing to discuss. The celestial emperor shall not be insulted. It has committed a grave error, and my restraint in not directing my ire towards your sacred land is already a significant concession. The middle-aged man spoke coldly. Step aside. All of you. If you dare utter another word of appeasement, I will annihilate your sacred land. The expressions of the elders changed drastically. They recognized the resoluteness in the middle-aged man's intent to slay the 9-headed lion, should they continue to plead for the lion's life. There was a genuine threat that he might unleash his wrath upon the entire sacred land, obliterating it entirely. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, they could not allow the middle-aged man to kill the 9-headed lion. After all, it was a subordinate of young Master Chen. Esteemed one, it is not that we wish to prevent your actions, but rather, it is unwise to do so. One elder gritted his teeth and said, Allow me to speak frankly. It is a servant of an immortal. Should you take its life, the immortal will undoubtedly seek retribution, and you shall find no favorable outcome. With no other recourse, he invoked the identity of Chen Changsheng as an immortal to intimidate the middle-aged man. An immortal? The middle-aged man's expression turned icy. Throughout history, there has never been a case of ascension. You dare claim it as a servant of an immortal? His eyes glimmered with a chilling light, his anger palpable. The celestial emperor shall not be insulted. You may claim it as a servant of the celestial emperor, but to assert it as a servant of an immortal is intolerable. Do you take me for a fool? His voice grew increasingly frigid, the glimmer of coldness in his eyes intensifying. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent began to spread. The heavens darkened further, and the tempest grew fiercer. The vicious lightning cleaved the sky, more terrifying than apocalyptic visions. There is no greater insult than this. The elders of the sacred land are treating him as a fool. Uncle Jiang, how outrageous they are. They dare to treat Uncle Jiang as a fool. Uncle Jiang must not let them go. They should all be exterminated. The boy spoke fiercely. Indeed, the Celestial Emperor shall not be insulted. Today, the Tao Yi sacred land shall be eradicated, and all shall perish. The middle-aged man's murderous intent surged, his fury ignited. He intended to obliterate the entire Tao Yi sacred land. Very well. Let them know that the Celestial Emperor cannot be insulted, the young boy exclaimed, his innocent and pure countenance betraying an expression of eager excitement. Faced with the murderous intent and wrath of a Celestial Emperor, the elders of the Holy Land could scarcely bear it, their hearts engulfed in boundless trepidation. They found themselves utterly devoid of the courage to resist. The Celestial Emperor was simply too formidable. With a fierce determination, a middle-aged man struck, unleashing an overwhelming force of Celestial Emperor-level power that instantaneously enveloped the entire Tao Yi Holy Land. The intention was to annihilate the entire Holy Land and obliterate all its members. The elders and others, overcoming their inner fears, exerted their utmost efforts to counter. Yet, their methods and strength paled in comparison to the might of the Celestial Emperor, akin to the disparity between a firefly and the blazing sun in the heavens. It is over. We are doomed. Despair flickered in their eyes. Once the Celestial Emperor's power descended, the entire Tao Yi Holy Land would surely be obliterated, and all its members would be mercilessly eradicated. Chapter 21. Immortal and invincible. A single figure can suppress eternity. The heavens and the earth were shrouded in darkness, while tempestuous winds and torrential rains ravaged the land. Terrifying thunder roared like a menacing centipede across the dim sky, as if heralding the arrival of death. The power of the Heavenly Emperor enveloped the Tao Yi sacred land, descending with an irresistible force. No, boo-hoo, I do not wish to perish. Who will come to our rescue? The cries echoed throughout the Tao Yi sacred land, where despair reigned. The members of the Tao Yi sacred land were engulfed in sorrow, feeling utterly insignificant before the might of the Heavenly Emperor, small as dust, utterly powerless to resist. In the lofty heights, a middle-aged man observed this scene with cold indifference, letting out a derisive laugh. The ants here are about to be extinguished. A young boy joined in the laughter, devoid of any compassion, reveling in the sight of blood flowing like a river. Indeed, he had once orchestrated such a bloodbath himself. He had annihilated an entire ancient sect. That was the sect he had resided in for 6 long years, sent there by Uncle Jiang upon his birth. His massacre of the sect's members was not due to any mistreatment. On the contrary, they had treated him with utmost kindness, indulging his every whim. Yet, he exterminated them all, driven solely by the tedium of his existence there. In search of excitement, he had severed the head of a female disciple, the blood spraying him in a thrilling shower. At that moment, he was elated, having finally discovered a source of exhilarating amusement. From that point onward, he spiraled into chaos, eradicating every last soul within the sect. Although the members had attempted to resist, their efforts were futile. Uncle Jiang arrived promptly, quelling the entire sect and allowing him to kill at will. Afterward, Uncle Jiang praised him for his audacity, declaring that such courage at a young age foretold greatness in his future. It was precisely because of this massacre that Uncle Jiang brought him to this place. What a pity. They seemed quite interesting. Had I stayed, it would surely have been entertaining, the boy Wei Wu grinned. He had intended to indulge in various forms of play within the Tao Yi sacred land, such as skinning and dismemberment. However, regrettably, the inhabitants of Tao Yi sacred land were ungrateful and dared to insult Uncle Jiang, thus sealing their fate. The Heavenly Emperor must not be insulted. To do so is to pay the ultimate price with one's life. That's all right. Without the Tao Yi sacred land, there are other sacred lands to explore. I shall have my fun elsewhere. He chuckled again. After the destruction of the Tao Yi sacred land, Uncle Jiang would take him to other sacred lands, where he could continue to play as he pleased. Boom! The sound of colossal explosions reverberated through the universe as the power of the Heavenly Emperor descended, obliterating the numerous formations and ancient arrays within the Tao Yi sacred land. Death has truly descended upon each member of the Tao, sacred land. They could even smell the scent of mortality. Their anguished cries filled the air, resonating with despair and helplessness. Faced with the formidable power of the Heavenly Emperor, their only path seemed to lead to demise. Li Ruoxue was also weeping, her delicate face streaked with tears. With the tragic events that once befell the Li clan now unfold within the Tao, sacred land? Ancestor Changsheng, where are you? Ruoxue. Ruoxue does not wish for the Tao, sacred land, to meet the same fate as the former Li clan. She cried out, calling the name of Chen Changsheng. In that moment, a magnificent figure emerged. He stood tall, towering over the heavens. Merely his presence seemed capable of suppressing the ages and vanquishing all foes. Ancestor Changsheng, Li Ruoxue exclaimed with fervor. This figure was none other than Chen Changsheng. My lord, young Master Chen, the nine-headed lion and the elders of the sacred land became overwhelmingly exhilarated. With Chen Changsheng present, they would no longer face peril. The only fate awaiting the middle-aged man was death. Before Chen Changsheng, the heavenly emperor was utterly insignificant. A mere glance from Chen Changsheng could annihilate him. With a swift motion, Chen Changsheng raised his hand. Instantly, the oppressive power of the heavenly emperor that had enveloped the Tao, sacred land, dissipated entirely. Who are you? The middle-aged man fixed his gaze upon Chen Changsheng's figure, his expression fraught with gravity. He sensed a dire threat emanating from this mere silhouette. How could this be possible? He was acutely aware that what stood before him was but a figure, not a corporeal being, and yet it posed a lethal threat. This was beyond his comprehension. After all, he was the heavenly emperor. Who could possibly instill such terror with nothing more than a shadow? Another insignificant insect has arrived? Uncle Jiang, eliminate him. The young boy Wei Wu scoffed. In his mind, Uncle Jiang was the heavenly emperor, invincible. No one could rival Uncle Jiang. Insect? Upon hearing Wei Wu's words, the middle-aged man's countenance shifted dramatically. A mere figure posed such a grave threat to him. What terror would its true form unleash? To refer to such a fearsome existence as an insect was indeed a profound disrespect. The child is ignorant. I beseech you, esteemed friends, to overlook his folly and not stoop to his level. He hastily declared, I hail from a Wei clan, and the clan leader is my elder brother. This boy is my brother's son. He revealed his identity, hoping it would instill caution in Chen Changsheng and deter him from taking action. The Wei clan, that ancient lineage that has persisted since the primordial era, the elders of the sacred land collectively gasped in astonishment. They were well aware of the Wei clan. The Wei clan was far beyond their comparison. With a legacy that spanned epochs, they were an ancient sanctified lineage, more venerable than many others. Yet, regardless of their antiquity, they were still part of the contemporary inheritance. The Taoist sacred land was established in the early days of this era. The Wei clan, however, was different. It was an ancient lineage, originating from a distant primordial age. Both the primordial and ancient eras have perished, yet the Wei clan endures, unextinguished. One need not ponder deeply to comprehend the formidable and fearsome nature of the Wei clan. Were it not for their terrifying reputation, they could not possibly have endured across 2 epochs without succumbing to oblivion. The profound heritage possessed by the Wei clan has undeniably reached unfathomable depths. Indeed, the middle-aged man, upon hearing the voices of the ancestors from the sacred land, proudly declared, The Wei clan to which I belong is a venerable lineage that has been passed down since ancient times. Surviving 2 eras without extinction is a feat few forces in this world can achieve. This undoubtedly serves as a source of immense pride. Truly, they are an ancient lineage. The countenances of the ancestors from the sacred land shifted in disbelief. No wonder the middle-aged man regarded them with such disdain. As a scion of an ancient clan, he indeed possessed the stature to dismiss their sacred domain. Uncle Jiang, why waste words with these insignificant insects? We should eliminate them directly. Wei Wu exclaimed boldly. At merely 6 years of age, he was blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, believing his Uncle Jiang to be invincible and the Wei clan capable of dominating the world. Suddenly, Blood spattered and flesh was strewn as an invisible force descended upon him, mercilessly extinguishing his life in an instant. Chapter 22. The soul lamp flickers out, and the patriarch of the Wei clan leads his men to the sacred land of Dao Yi. Blood rains from the heavens. Wei Wu is utterly crushed. Flesh and blood are splattered across the face of a middle-aged man, leaving him in a state of shock, rooted to the spot. He declares his identity, revealing his connection to Wei Wu. How dare they slay Wei Wu in such a manner? Seeking death, are they? Rage ignites in his crimson eyes, his visage contorted with fury. A murderous intent envelopes him entirely. Wei Wu's status is insignificant, unrecognized by the Wei clan, being merely the illegitimate son of his brother. Yet, he is the most cherished son of his brother. Wei Wu's mother was the woman his brother adored most. Alas, she hailed from humble origins and was not accepted by the clan, thus preventing Wei Wu from entering the Wei clan. Because of this, his brother felt a profound debt towards Wei Wu and his mother, showering Wei Wu with even greater affection. When Wei Wu was born, his brother ensured that he was equipped with extraordinary and rare treasures to aid in the purification of his body and enhancement of his physique. He even arranged for Wei Wu to be nurtured within an ancient sect, allowing him to receive superior guidance and training. With a thunderous explosion, the middle-aged man, Wei Jiang, erupts in rage. His brother's most beloved son has perished before him. He feels as though he is losing his mind, consumed by thoughts of avenging Wei Wu by eliminating Chen Changsheng. The very heavens tremble. The void shatters in succession, and the fabric of time and space warps. Wei Jiang conjures forth a supreme celestial emperor artifact, unleashing its full power as he charges forward to strike. It is a resplendent purple gold gourd, imbued with terrifying might, a relic of ancient times belonging to the Wei clan. The gourd emanates an unmatched aura of the Tao, exuding an ancient and weathered essence. As its mouth opens, formidable celestial emperor laws intertwine, revealing a torrent of dread symbols akin to a vast ocean. Boom! The purple gold gourd unleashes its assault, and a sea of symbols surges forth, instantaneously engulfing the heavens and the earth. An unimaginable power surges, capable of effortlessly eradicating even the celestial emperor. The disciples of the sacred land of Dao Yi are gripped with terror. Faced with such a formidable purple gold gourd, can that figure withstand his might? They know only that Chen Changsheng is extraordinary, revered even by the elders of the sacred land, yet they remain unaware of the true extent of his terror. On the other side, the elders of the sacred land remain unperturbed. They understand this is merely a projection of Chen Changsheng, yet they are confident that even this semblance possesses the capacity to easily subdue the middle-aged man. Indeed, without any suspense, the figure of Chen Changsheng gazes upon the purple gold gourd. In an instant, the overwhelming sea of terrifying symbols dissipates entirely, as if it had never existed at all. But that is not all. As Chen Changsheng's gaze fixes upon the ancient supreme celestial emperor artifact, the purple gold gourd erupts with a resounding blast, transforming into mere dust. What? The middle-aged man, Wei Jiang, screams in disbelief, his face a portrait of astonishment. He was acutely aware of the terrifying presence, yet he never anticipated its overwhelming dread. Merely a glance was sufficient to obliterate an ancient, supreme artifact of the celestial emperor. His body trembled violently, nearly toppling to the ground in sheer terror. He must flee. He swiftly regained his composure and invoked a secret technique of escape, desperate to elude this fate. It was evident that he was no match for the figure of Chen Changsheng. The disparity was insurmountable. With a splatter of crimson, boiling blood, Wei Jiang realized he could not escape. The gaze of Chen Changsheng locked onto him. An intangible force ensnared him, even as he successfully activated his escape technique and vanished from sight. Yet, he remained bound by that unseen power, utterly annihilated. The Wei clan would not spare him. No matter his strength or stature, he was destined to perish under their wrath. In his final, anguished roar, Wei Jiang met his demise. Such terror, a mere glance shattered an ancient, supreme artifact of the celestial emperor. Another gaze erased a celestial emperor himself. It was utterly horrifying. The disciples of Daoi Holy Land were enveloped in inexplicable dread. The terror of Chen Changsheng far exceeded their imagination. In a distant, unknown path, Chen Changsheng's brows furrowed, his eyes flashing with cold light. The ancient clan of Wei, is it? Once my journey to the netherworld concludes, the Wei clan shall be eradicated. He spoke coldly. He had left a protective force beside Li Ruoxue, and the figure that appeared in Daoi Holy Land was, in fact, a manifestation of that very power. The events transpiring within Daoi Holy Land were relayed to him through that figure, inciting his immense fury. Anyone who dared to covet Ruoxue would face dire consequences. Ruoxue was the last bloodline of the Li clan. Any who dared to target her would pay a heavy price. The ancient Wei clan? The blood demon, having overheard Chen Changsheng's words, exhibited a look of confusion. How had it not heard of this clan? To have survived since ancient times. The Wei clan was undoubtedly formidable, immensely powerful. Otherwise, it could not have persisted through the ages, let alone across 2 eras. Yet, it held no recollection of the Wei clan. It must have emerged after my time, it mused, to have crossed 2 eras and endured to this generation. This clan possesses significant strength. Alas, why provoke anyone else but this one? It thought to itself. Ah, the legacy of this clan shall end here. No matter how powerful or deeply rooted the Wei clan may be, it was destined to be no match for Chen Changsheng. This was a lesson born from its own experience. In a secluded sanctuary, far removed from the mundane world, atop a mountain peak and shrouded in mist, a middle-aged man with a composed demeanor was engrossed in his meditation. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched. He opened his eyes, concluding his practice, his brow furrowed. As an unparalleled celestial emperor, how could his eyelids flutter unexpectedly? This engendered a sense of foreboding within him. Another twitch, his expression grew grave, and his brow tightened even further. His eyelid unexpectedly twitched once again. Once would have sufficed, yet it twitched twice in succession. Surely, this foretells some ominous event. He abruptly rose, his deep-set eyes emanating beams of alarm. Elder, something is terribly amiss. At that moment, an elderly man hurriedly approached, breathless. The soul lamp of your brother, Wei Jiang, has been extinguished. The elder reported swiftly. What? The composed middle-aged man trembled all over. His countenance darkened. Indeed, something dreadful had transpired. The extinguishing of the soul lamp signified the death of his brother, Wei Jiang. Indeed, he was Wei Jiang's elder sibling, the chieftain of the ancient Wei clan. Wei Wu was most likely in peril as well. His expression grew even more somber. Wei Jiang had taken Wei Wu to the sacred land of Daoi and had previously communicated with him. He was aware of their movements. With Wei Jiang and Wei Wu together, if Wei Jiang had met with misfortune, then Wei Wu's fate could not be any better. No wonder my eyelid twitched twice. A murderous intent surged within him, as a tempest of fury ignited in his heart. One was his beloved brother, the other his cherished son. Now, both were in distress. He felt a wrenching pain, and the murderous intent was uncontrollable. Notify the elders of the clan and summon them to gather here. He commanded coldly. He intended to lead the clan's elders to the sacred land of Daoi to uncover who had slain his brother and son. Chapter 23. A Tremor in the World. Over a dozen supreme emperors converged upon a sacred land. As the command was conveyed, the Wei clan was engulfed in turmoil. What dreadful calamity had transpired? The clan leader had summoned all the elders of the clan. Such an occurrence had never been witnessed before. The elders, gripped by urgency, hastened to gather. Truly, the Wei clan, a lineage handed down since the ancient times, possessed formidable strength. The number of supreme emperors exceeded 10, with many having reached the pinnacle of the late emperor realm after years of cultivation. They were all extraordinary supreme emperors. Wei Jiang has perished. You shall accompany me to the sacred land of Daoi to uncover the identity of my brother's murderer. The clan leader proclaimed coldly from the peak of the mountain, addressing the assembly of elders. Had it merely been Wei Wu, he would have refrained from acting out. It would have been challenging to lead the elders to the sacred land of Daoi. Wei Wu was a bastard child, unacknowledged by the clan. However, Wei Jiang was different. He was his true brother, a pure-blooded member of the Wei clan. To avenge Wei Jiang was a matter that justified any commotion he might stir. What? Who possesses such audacity? The elders were taken aback upon hearing of Wei Jiang's demise. Subsequently, their fury erupted like thunder. The murder of the clan leader's own brother was a blatant disregard for the Wei clan. Their gazes turned cold and resolute. They were determined to unearth the culprit and exact a brutal vengeance. Throughout ancient and prehistoric times, the Wei clan had stood at the pinnacle, with no one daring to challenge their authority. Yet now, someone had audaciously slain the brother of their leader. This was no mere provocation. It was tantamount to a declaration of war. They could not let this transgression go unpunished. Otherwise, what dignity would the Wei clan retain? Would anyone dare to trample upon their pride? Let us depart. The clan leader's countenance was devoid of warmth as he led the elders away from the sanctity of the Wei clan, heading towards the sacred land of Dao Yi. Central Continent. The ancient sect stirred, their gazes converging upon the sacred land of Dao Yi. What calamity had unfolded? That was the power of the supreme emperors. The ancient sects were astonished, sensing the tremors of a battle at the emperor level emanating from the direction of the sacred land of Dao Yi. This revelation startled them profoundly. From whence had these supreme emperors emerged? Had the sovereigns of the 9 forbidden grounds taken action? In the present era, only the 9 forbidden grounds house beings of emperor caliber. Their brows furrowed in concern as they speculated that the sovereigns of the 9 forbidden grounds had emerged. For they were aware that only within these confines existed such formidable presences. What intentions did they harbor? Did they seek to unleash unfathomable calamity upon the world once more? Their expressions grew grave. The emergence of a forbidden ground sovereign was no harbinger of good. It signified potential chaos in the world. We must prepare ourselves. None among the 9 forbidden grounds were to be trifled with. The ancient sects were far from tranquil as they hurriedly made their preparations. Hiss, at that moment, a tumultuous gasp echoed through the ancient sects, akin to a tsunami. What did they behold? Over 10 celestial emperors materialized above the sacred land of Dao Yi. They were nearly paralyzed with terror. How could there be so many celestial emperors in the world? Even within the 9 forbidden lands, there was but one celestial emperor residing in each. Such a multitude of celestial emperors, and all of them at the pinnacle of power. It was utterly terrifying. They decided to abandon their initial plans and remain cautiously within the confines of the forbidden lands. The lords of the 9 forbidden lands sensed the commotion from the sacred land of Dao Yi. They were filled with dread. One of the lords immediately rescinded their plans to venture outside. They had intended to engage in a grand slaughter above the sacred land of Dao Yi. The leader of the Wei clan, accompanied by several elders, stood resolutely atop the clouds, surveying the entire sacred land. They did not conceal their aura. The terrifying presence of celestial emperors surged forth, and the supreme laws dominated the heavens as unimaginable symbols coalesced into a tempestuous sea, creating a scene of sheer horror. Below, the disciples of the sacred land of Dao Yi trembled in fear, hardly daring to breathe. Just when they had begun to rejoice over Wei Jiang's death, an overwhelming number of terrifying celestial emperors arrived. This was far too swift. Their hearts raced with trepidation, questioning whether that figure would reappear. Was it a harbinger of death? The 9-headed lion bared its teeth, unperturbed. Chen Changsheng had appeared, having vanquished Wei Wu. He had come to realize certain truths. If Ruo Shui held such significance for Chen Changsheng, how could he not leave a protective force for her? Likewise, the ancestors of the sacred land remained unafraid. They too understood that Chen Changsheng had bestowed a protective power upon Li Ruo Shui. They had all witnessed the terrifying might of Chen Changsheng. With his protective force in place, the Wei clan was fated to stir no tempest. Who killed my brother? The leader of the Wei clan thundered from the sky, his voice resonating with a terrifying force that shook the heavens and earth. He stood as a sovereign of the world, a presence one could not provoke. The 9-headed lion stepped forth, unafraid, challenging the Wei clan leader. The leader of the Wei clan cast a cold, piercing gaze at the 9-headed lion. Instantly, the The lion was struck with profound dread, as if a sharp blade had pierced its heart and soul. It collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, unable to withstand the gaze of such a supreme, celestial emperor. Do not bully the dog. Li Ruo Shui quickly ran to the side of the nine-headed lion. Standing beside it, she tilted her small head and looked up at the leader of the Wei clan. You should leave quickly and cease your disturbances here, she said in her tender voice. Your brother is a villain. He sought to annihilate the sacred land of Dao Yi and slaughter all its inhabitants, which is why he was killed by the ancestor Changsheng. If you continue to cause trouble and attempt to kill here, Ancestor Changsheng will not spare you. Ancestor Changsheng? The leader of the Wei clan raised an eyebrow, questioning, who is this? He had no recollection of this so-called ancestor of eternal life. I am eager to discover who this ancestor truly is. He waved his hand dismissively and commanded, kill him. Pursue until this so-called ancestor of eternal life appears. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying explosion erupted. An elder from the Wei clan received the order and launched an assault on the Dao Yi sacred land. He extended his hand, which instantaneously expanded to an unimaginable size, enveloping the entire Dao Yi sacred land. His hand descended upon it with crushing intent. The laws of the Heavenly Emperor swirled around him. He was indeed an elder of the Heavenly Emperor, although not an unparalleled Heavenly Emperor. The force of his strike was more than sufficient to obliterate the entire Dao Yi sacred land, eradicating all within its confines. So, the ancestor of eternal life, is it? For slaying my brother and my son. Today I shall ensure you have no place to rest in death. The Wei clan leader coldly mused to himself, awaiting the emergence of this so-called ancestor of eternal life. Chapter 24. What of the Supreme Heavenly Emperor? The mysterious power re-emerges. The palm of the elder Heavenly Emperor of the Wei clan descended, more formidable than Wei Jiang. Had Chen Changsheng's figure not materialized, the entire Dao Yi sacred land would have been obliterated by that single strike. However, Chen Changsheng's presence was inevitable. In a silent and almost ethereal manner, Chen Changsheng manifested, standing resolutely behind Li Ruo Shui. In that instant, the elder's hand was crushed by an invisible force. A scream escaped the elder of the Wei clan as this unseen power twisted through his palm, wreaking havoc upon his very being. Before he could comprehend the calamity, his entire existence, including his soul, was utterly annihilated. His life force extinguished, everything about him dissipated completely. He was erased on the spot, with no time to even contemplate a rebirth for battle. What? The Wei clan patriarch's pupils dilated in shock. So this is the legendary ancestor of eternal life? Indeed, he possesses some remarkable abilities. A mere figure was capable of instantly eradicating a heavenly emperor elder. What? The remaining elders of the Wei clan were aghast, utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. Wonderful! The nine-headed lion bared its teeth again. Chen Changsheng's figure reappeared. Everything was assured. A smile graced the faces of the ancestors of the Dao Yi, sacred land, and others. With Chen Changsheng present, there would be no unforeseen occurrences. The Wei clan patriarch and his ilk were destined to stir no storms. The patriarch's gaze turned frigid. So arrogant. I shall see whether your true form will manifest. Boom! As his words echoed, several peak heavenly emperors of the Wei clan launched an assault on Chen Changsheng's figure. They unleashed ancient supreme heavenly emperor techniques, each more terrifying than the last. Any one of these ancient techniques could easily devastate the heavens and the earth. Swish! Chen Changsheng waved his hand, and the invisible force instantly obliterated the ancient supreme techniques unleashed by the peak heavenly emperors. The countenance of the peak heavenly emperors changed dramatically. Was he truly that formidable? The supreme heavenly emperor, undoubtedly at the realm of the supreme heavenly emperor. They gritted their teeth, utterly convinced, without a shred of doubt. Chen Changsheng's true form must be at the supreme heavenly emperor level. If his essence were not at that realm, such a figure could not possibly wield such terrifying power. What of the supreme heavenly emperor? Kill, until his true form descends. The Wei clan patriarch's demeanor remained impassive, filled with confidence. Even if Chen Changsheng's true form were at the supreme heavenly emperor realm. He felt no fear, assured of his ability to slay him. Kill, commanded several peak heavenly emperor elders, producing their respective ancient supreme heavenly emperor artifacts. Numerous ancient supreme artifacts soared forth, their powers fully activated, unleashing unimaginable, terrifying might. The heavens trembled, and the sun and moon dimmed as these artifacts displayed an unparalleled, overwhelming pressure. Yet, before Chen Changsheng's figure, the fully unleashed ancient supreme artifacts were insignificant. He gently waved his hand. In an instant, several ancient supreme emperor artifacts exploded into fragments. How could this be possible? It was merely a single silhouette. The faces of several peak emperor elders turned pale with terror, devoid of any trace of vitality. They could hardly believe their eyes. Even if Chen Changsheng's true body was at the level of a transcendent emperor, it was inconceivable that a mere figure could wield such overwhelming power. How could it be so formidable? The leader of the Wei clan was taken aback, clearly astonished by the ferocity of this silhouette. With a mere wave, it had shattered multiple ancient supreme emperor artifacts. What kind of power was this? There was no room for doubt. This figure undoubtedly possessed strength surpassing that of a transcendent emperor. A cacophony of astonished exclamations erupted from the ancient sects, each one reverberating with disbelief. They all focused their attention on the situation at Daoi's sacred land. Witnessing a single silhouette effortlessly obliterate several ancient supreme emperor artifacts, they were left questioning their very existence. Could there truly be someone in this world who had reached such a terrifying and awe-inspiring realm? Oh heavens! I cannot go out. I cannot venture forth. I would rather die than face the horrors of the outside world. The lords of the 9 forbidden lands retracted their heads, their faces etched with expressions of dread. Yet, there was one exception. The Lord of the Reincarnation wore no such expression of terror. Who would dare provoke this being? That would be a death wish of the gravest kind. It shook its head repeatedly, feeling a deep sense of pity for the Wei clan. It understood all too well the terror of Chen Changsheng. After all, he had visited the reincarnation sea and taken away over 100 drops of its blood. Its understanding could not be shallow. The Wei clan dared to provoke Chen Changsheng. It could only utter one phrase, a death wish. This was certainly not a mere silhouette. I believe this figure is extraordinary. It must be no different from his true body. The leader of the Wei clan spoke coldly. He refused to believe that Chen Changsheng's true form possessed power far exceeding that of this silhouette. The strength embodied by this figure was above the transcendent emperor level. If Chen Changsheng's true body possessed power that surpassed that of the silhouette, what level of strength would that entail? A realm beyond the transcendent emperor, perhaps the realm of immortals? Impossible. There has never been a case of ascension to immortality in this world. The current environment pales in comparison to those ancient times, making the birth of an immortal even less feasible. He was certain that Chen Changsheng was not an immortal. Attack. His expression remained impassive as he raised a peculiar spear. The spear itself appeared entirely ordinary, resembling a typical long spear. Yet, what was strange was that once it was summoned, it rapidly sprouted bizarre red hairs. A spear sprouting red hair? This scene was far too terrifying and bizarre. He too began to sprout red hairs. What in the world was happening? The disciples of Daoi's sacred land gasped in astonishment. As the spear grew its strange red hairs, the wielder, the leader of the Wei clan, also began to sprout these peculiar red hairs. They were filled with horror, their hearts seized with fear. They had never witnessed such an eerie sight before, an unusual power. The Wei clan, able to endure from the ancient era to the present day, relies on this enigmatic power, does it not? The elders of the sacred land changed their expressions, for they had witnessed such scenes before. Earlier, when they followed Chen Changsheng to rescue the Saint Lord and others, they encountered a similar spectacle. The blood demon sprouted such strange crimson fur. According to the blood demon, this extraordinary power was bestowed upon him by an unknown, mysterious entity. It was through this bizarre force that the blood demon reversed the balance of yin and yang, returning to life in the contemporary world. The blood demon remarked that this enigmatic existence had laid plans across the myriad realms. It stands to reason that in our realm, many beings have also been granted such peculiar powers. It appears that the Wei clan must have utilized this strange energy to sustain their lineage from ancient times to this era, the elders of the sacred land murmured. Once the long spear and his body were covered in the uncanny crimson fur, the Wei clan leader's aura transformed dramatically. He became exceedingly terrifying, with unimaginable, supreme power swirling with every motion. Undoubtedly, he possessed strength surpassing even that of the celestial emperors, potentially eclipsing many of them. With a fierce intent, the Wei clan leader, brandishing the bizarre crimson spear, charged towards Chen Changsheng's figure. An uncanny aura surged forth, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Unease gripped the hearts of all present, including the ancient and powerful observers from afar. Chapter 25. The ancient Wei clan and the primordial ancestors, most likely still alive. What unfathomable power is this? It is utterly bizarre and terrifying. Even observing from a distance proves futile. The esteemed masters of various ancient sects feel a severe prickling at their scalps, their hearts consumed by dread. Even more horrifying events unfold. They discover that the negative emotions within them surge uncontrollably. They gradually descend into madness, their rationality dissipating bit by bit. This peculiar force ignites the negativity in their hearts from afar. Meanwhile, the situation at the Dao sacred land grows increasingly dire. The red-haired chieftain of the Wei clan lunges at the figure of Chen Changsheng with a crimson spear. This strange power envelopes the entire realm. The disciples within the Dao sacred land are most severely affected. They all succumb to madness. Their rationality vanishes in an instant. Negative emotions erupt in full force. The elders of the sacred land are not exempt. Even the emperor cannot withstand such an enigmatic power. They too spiral into insanity, their negative sentiments devouring all reason. The only exception is Li Ruoxue, who remains unaffected, her gaze still clear. The bizarre force proves entirely ineffectual against her. With a swift motion, Chen Changsheng disperses all strange energies. The frenzied, irrational crowd regains their composure. The red-haired chieftain of the Wei clan charges forward, brandishing his spear with terrifying ferocity. It appears capable of piercing through the annals of time. He thrusts the spear towards Chen Changsheng's figure. The strange Dao intertwines with the crimson spear. It is no exaggeration to say that this strike could easily eliminate most beings of transcendent imperial stature. Just as the spear is about to strike Chen Changsheng, he makes his move. With a single slap, an unimaginable supreme power erupts. The crimson spear shatters under the impact, and the chieftain of the Wei clan is obliterated, utterly slain. The chieftain, how powerful was he? The elders of the Wei clan cry out in despair. Their chieftain has been killed so easily. They are filled with horror, struggling to believe their eyes. They are acutely aware of how terrifying this strange power is, capable of contending with time itself, resisting its erosion and wear. This is a feat only achievable by celestial power. Only celestial power can withstand the ravages of time. Yet this enigmatic force has accomplished it. It is evident that this strange power is sufficiently formidable. Even if it cannot be compared to celestial power, it must be infinitely close. However, under the influence of such a terrifying force, their chieftain was nonetheless struck down by Chen Changsheng's hand. This is truly horrifying. They cannot even begin to fathom the true strength of Chen Changsheng's corporeal form. Who is this individual? How terrifying! How could the Dao sacred land be associated with such a formidable figure? They truly envy the Dao sacred land. With someone so powerful, it would be difficult for the Dao sacred land not to stand at the pinnacle of the world, as various ancient sects speculate about Chen Changsheng's identity. Once again, the sacred land of Dao was the object of envy. They harbored a deep desire to forge connections with such a terrifying figure. Alas, they did not even know who this individual was. None of them had any recollection of him, having never laid eyes on him before. In the past, I had unleashed boundless slaughter upon the world. Would this figure seek me out for retribution? A master of a forbidden land trembled in fear. anxious that Chen Changsheng might come to settle accounts due to the carnage I had once wrought. He was acutely aware that beings of such extraordinary might loathe those who indulge in indiscriminate killing. He truly feared that Chen Changsheng would come after him. What master of a forbidden land? I no longer one. Resolutely, he abandoned his domain and fled without a trace. Henceforth, he would live under an alias, never to reveal himself again. Other masters of forbidden lands shared his trepidation, fearing retribution from Chen Changsheng. The master of the forbidden land at Skeleton Mountain summoned a skeleton and transferred his position to it. I have been observing you and noticed your commendable performance. Today, I officially pass on the mantle of master of the forbidden land to you. You shall henceforth be the master of Skeleton Mountain, having relinquished his title. The master of Skeleton Mountain immediately made his escape. The skeleton, bewildered, pondered, what commendable performance. I have merely been sweeping the floor since entering Skeleton Mountain. Could sweeping be sufficient to ascend to such a position? It was utterly confounding. In the sacred land of Dao Yi, blood splattered like a torrential downpour of crimson. The leader of the Wei clan had been slain, and the elder members who followed him, after a moment of shock, turned to flee. However, as soon as they moved, an invisible force locked onto them, erasing them entirely from existence. On a distant, unknown path, Chen Changsheng received feedback regarding the situation in the sacred land of Dao Yi. He learned that the leader of the Wei clan had led the elders in an assault on the sacred land. How swift are their actions? I had intended to visit the Wei clan after concluding my journey to the underworld. Before he could return, the Wei clan leader had already initiated an attack on the sacred land. It was certain that there remained ancestors alive within the Wei clan, and most likely, ancient and primeval ancestors as well. Would they also join the assault on the sacred land? There existed a peculiar power within the Wei clan, one that could allow the blood demon to reverse the realms of yin and yang, enabling rebirth in this world. The ancient and primeval ancestors of the Wei clan could likely harness this strange power to return. Should they attack the sacred land, he would rely on the protective force of Ruo Shui to suppress them and take prisoners. If they failed to reach the sacred land upon my return, I would make a visit to the Wei clan. This peculiar power was linked to the group of mysterious, unknown strong beings that had attacked the Li clan. Capturing prisoners was certainly his desire in order to gain a deeper understanding of this strange force. Seeking to uncover the mysterious figure who had bestowed such power upon the Wei clan's ancestors. It turns out they are linked to a mysterious force. No wonder they've been able to pass down through 2 eras to the present. The blood demon suddenly realized that with the aid of this enigmatic power, traversing 2 epochs is not a formidable task. It possesses this strange power and is acutely aware of how terrifying it can be. The Oxhead and Horseface. Have we not yet arrived at the underworld? Chen Changsheng inquired of the guiding Oxhead and Horseface. They've been journeying along this unknown path for some time. Reporting to you, my lord, we have not yet arrived. The underworld cannot be accessed directly. One must be transported through the abyss of death to enter. The Oxhead and Horseface promptly responded with respect. We are nearing the closest abyss of death. The Horseface replied once more. There are numerous abysses of death in the world, and only through the transportation within these abysses can one gain entry to the underworld. Indeed, Chen Changsheng nodded slightly. Let's continue our journey. We have arrived. Shortly thereafter, the Oxhead proclaimed. They had reached the nearest abyss of death. Chapter 26. The Abyss of Death, the Bone Hall of Death, and the King of Shadows. The Abyss of Death serves as an essential passage to the underworld. No spirit possesses knowledge of the precise location of the nether realm. All spirits traverse to and from the underworld via the abyss of death. Numerous such abysses exist throughout the mortal realm. Those spirits, akin to the infamous Oxhead and Horseface, fulfill similar duties, also utilizing the abyss of death for their transitions. True to its name, the abyss of death is an immense chasm, unfathomably deep. Gazing downward reveals an inky blackness, obscuring all visibility. The atmosphere here is saturated with an overwhelming essence of death. Even from a distance, one feels an unsettling discomfort. As one approaches, the sensation intensifies, as if the stench of decaying flesh and putrefying souls permeates the air, inducing further unease. How curious it is. I feel an inexplicable discomfort, a disquiet in my very spirit, as though I'm being drawn toward death. The blood demon spat inwardly, vexed. How could a being as formidable as it, an ancient and supreme demon, succumb to such feelings so easily? Especially since this place is not yet the underworld. It cautiously withdrew its head, casting a wary glance at Chen Changsheng. If they were actually reach the underworld, would he still be capable? A sense of trepidation loomed within it. Should Chen Changsheng falter and fall under the dominion of the nether realm, its own fate would undoubtedly be dire. Ahead, the ox-head and horse-face trembled with anxiety, their bodies quaking. To escort a living being to the underworld constitutes a grave transgression, potentially a capital offense. They stood at the precipice of the abyss of death, reluctant to descend. What purpose would it serve to linger outside? Chen Changsheng urged them on from behind. Gritting their teeth, the ox-head and horse-face finally took flight into the depths of the abyss. Chen Changsheng descended as well. The blood demon, though unwilling to follow, felt compelled to comply, trailing behind. In a realm untouched by worldly concerns lies the secluded sanctuary of the Wei clan, within the soul hall where the soul lamps of the Wei members are kept. Bang, bang, bang. All the soul lamps of the clan leader and the elders who ventured out extinguished simultaneously. What? The elder tasked with guarding the soul lamps nearly succumbed to terror upon witnessing this scene. His face turned pale, and his body swayed precariously. Ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, unable to maintain his composure. They are all dead. The extinguished lamps signify death. The clan leader and all the elders have perished. How is this possible? Who could have slain the clan leader and such a multitude of elders? I must awaken the ancestor and report this calamity. With great effort, he rose from the ground, staggering as he exited the soul hall, making his way to the resting place of the ancestor. Ancestor, it is dire. The clan leader and the elders have all perished. He cried out in anguish, calling to the slumbering ancestor. What did you say? How could the clan leader and elders be dead? The ancestors stirred from their slumber, bewildered. I do not know. The elder guarding the soul lamps quickly recounted all that had transpired. The clan leader's brother was murdered, igniting the clan leader's fury. He summoned all the clan elders and ventured to a place known as the sacred land of Daoi. Shortly thereafter, calamity struck. The soul lamps of the clan leader and the elders were extinguished. The ancestors furrowed their brows, fully aware of the formidable powers possessed by the clan leader and the elders. They also recognized the clan leader's possession of enigmatic forces and peculiar weapons. In such dire circumstances, the clan leader and the elders were swiftly eliminated. The assailants who dispatched them were evidently extraordinary, instilling immense terror. What manner of place is the Daoi sacred ground? Is it an ancient sanctuary hidden from the world? Their expressions grew grave, filled with apprehension, rendering them hesitant to act recklessly. They ordered the dispatch of scouts to investigate the true nature of the Daoi sacred ground. We must uncover every detail about this sacred ground, commanded the ancestors. The elder assigned to guard the soul lamps accepted the order and hastily departed to probe into the depths of the Daoi sacred ground. First, they had slain the clan leader's brother, and now they had taken down the clan leader and the elders. What could their intentions be? Are they declaring war against our Wei clan, seeking our annihilation? One ancestor remarked darkly. Should we awaken the ancient ancestors? Another elder suggested. The adversary appears formidable. They may not be easy to contend with. He contemplated rousing the slumbering ancient ancestors. They are the current ancestors. Yet deeper still lies the slumbering terror of even more ancient beings. These ancestors hail from epochs long past, their cultivation levels unfathomably profound. Moreover, these ancient beings wield even more terrifying and strange powers and weapons. It is not yet time to awaken the ancient ancestors. Let us defer that decision for now. One of the more composed ancestors advised. In the abyss of death, an endless darkness enveloped Chen Changsheng and his companions as they descended further. The ox-head and horse-face were in turmoil. Each segment of the abyss was ruled by a formidable king of Yin spirits, beings far mightier than themselves. They wished to convey this to Chen Changsheng, urging his return, yet they were too intimidated to speak. Initially, when they attempted to inform him about the realm of the underworld, they were coldly silenced by Chen Changsheng, who warned them that any further words would lead to their demise. They now dared not utter another syllable. "Let be. We shall take it one step at a time. This one is not to be trifled with. We shall refrain from further discussion, lest we face his wrath." Thus, they continued their descent into the depths of the abyss of death. Beneath the abyss of death, a colossal hall of bones, constructed from countless white skeletons, loomed over the black-purple soil. No living being had ever set foot here. Only spirits of the departed had come. The ox-head and horse-face trudged ahead, their hearts heavy with trepidation, acutely aware that their fate was anything but promising. The ox-head and horse-face have returned. The tasks are becoming increasingly perilous. It has been ages since we last met. Ha ha! Congratulations to you both on successfully bringing back transformed spirits. Upon your return to the underworld, you shall undoubtedly be rewarded. Before the Grand Bone Hall, two soldiers stood guard. Upon seeing the ox-head and horse-face approach, they greeted them with smiles. "Wait, something is amiss. This is the aura of the living. They have not perished. They are not the transformed spirits, nor the guardians of the underworld. What do you intend to do, bringing the living to this place?" Two spectral soldiers, poised for confrontation, leveled their spears at the guardians, exclaiming loudly. They mistakenly believed that Chen Changsheng and the blood demon were spirits transformed by the guardians. Little did they know, they were far from it. Chen Changsheng and the blood demon were brimming with vitality, not spirits that had undergone a deathly transformation. Please do not be alarmed. They harbor no ill intentions. Merely seeking to gain insight into certain matters pertaining to the underworld, the bull-headed guardian hastily interjected. "Might you allow them to enter and relay their purpose to the King of Spirits? What nonsense are you uttering, bullhead? The living are forbidden from entering the underworld. Are you too oblivious to this rule?" The spectral soldiers rebuked once more. Simultaneously, they swiftly summoned a spectral conch and blew into it, signaling that an unprecedented event was unfolding within the hall. In an instant, a chilling aura spread as numerous spectral soldiers surged forth from the bone hall to this location. "Bullhead and Horseface, you have brought the living to the abyss of death, thereby violating the decrees of the underworld." A towering spectral soldier, mounted upon a ghostly beast, admonished coldly, "Why do you not surrender willingly and seek leniency? What are you waiting for?" He raised a long spear, pointing it directly at the guardians. Chapter 27. The King of Spirits, the first of the ancient era. Upon the formidable shadow beast, a tall specter, its voice cold and commanding, exuded an air of authority that clearly distinguished it from ordinary specters. Indeed, it was no mere specter, but the foremost general under the King of Spirits presiding over this realm, Baiyu. Its power surpassed that of the infamous Oxhead and Horseface by leagues. When confronted with Baiyu, the duo always exhibited utmost reverence, never daring to show even a hint of disrespect. Perched atop the shadow beast, Baiyu brandished a spear, directing it menacingly at the Oxhead and Horseface, who trembled in fear. They were acutely aware that bringing a living soul into the underworld violated its sacred laws. Yet, they found themselves trapped, for if they refused to escort Chen Changsheng to the underworld, he would undoubtedly eliminate them. No need to trouble them. Chen Changsheng calmly stepped forward. "They have not transgressed the laws of the underworld. It is I who compelled them to bring me here." He gazed intently at Baiyu atop the shadow beast and spoke slowly. Baiyu's heart jolted with shock. Could Chen Changsheng perceive them? Could he even hear their voices? The specter's countenance shifted dramatically, for such an occurrence was unprecedented. Living beings were typically blind to the existence of spirits, and the same applied here. Baiyu had never anticipated that Chen Changsheng would possess such an ability. In that instant, Baiyu realized that the individual before it was far from an ordinary living being. "Who are you? What do you seek in the underworld?" It inquired of Chen Changsheng. "A dear friend of mine perished a millennium ago. I wish to ascertain whether he has been transformed into a spirit," Chen Changsheng replied. "And if he has been transformed into a spirit, what then?" Baiyu pressed. "I would have him leave the underworld and return to the world of the living." Chen Changsheng stated with unwavering composure. You, a living soul, aspire to enter the underworld and wish to abscond with a spirit? How audacious! Bai Yu scoffed. If he has indeed become a spirit, I shall not allow him to depart so easily. I am willing to negotiate with the underworld. I will accept any terms it proposes, Chen Changsheng asserted, demonstrating his penchant for reason. For instance, when he previously sought a drop of blood from the Lord of Reincarnation, he had offered a celestial herb in exchange. Regrettably, the Lord of Reincarnation declined and even attempted to seize him forcefully. Negotiate? By what right do you presume to bargain with the underworld? What do you possess that warrants such an exchange? Bai Yu retorted, lifting its spear. The spear's tip swung towards Chen Changsheng, targeting him directly. Desire to enter the underworld? Very well. Once you become a spirit, you shall gain entry. It proclaimed coldly. There was no possibility of allowing Chen Changsheng to enter, much less to permit him access to the underworld. As Bai Yu's voice fell, a multitude of specters surged towards Chen Changsheng. Ordinarily, when a living soul encounters specters, even the mightiest beings, such as the Heavenly Emperor, would find themselves powerless, left only to endure the onslaught. Living beings could neither see nor sense the specters, rendering their efforts futile against them. Conversely, the specters possessed means to confront the living. Their spectral force could inflict harm upon the living. I harbor no ill intent. Chen Changsheng waved his hand. An intangible force instantaneously immobilized the multitude of spectral soldiers rushing towards him. He did not inflict harm upon these ethereal beings. Alas, how distressing it is to remain unseen and unheard. No, indeed, it is a true torment of the supernatural. The blood demon cried out within. Is this the onset of battle? It perceived nothing. It heard nothing. Yet, upon witnessing Chen Changsheng's gesture and considering his words, it deduced that a confrontation must have commenced. This left it somewhat perplexed. Its curiosity regarding the spectral entities and the underworld intensified, particularly about Chen Changsheng's prowess. It yearned to witness the clash between Chen Changsheng and the spectral beings. In a mere wave of his hand, all the spectral soldiers were rendered motionless. What manner of technique is this? What kind of power? Bai Yu's expression grew increasingly grave. The strength of the living cannot assail the spectral soldiers. How exactly did Chen Changsheng accomplish this? Strange, truly strange. My lord, an extraordinary occurrence has transpired. It communicated through secret methods with the Spirit King stationed here. A living being has arrived among us. Moreover, he is exceedingly mysterious, having immobilized a multitude of spectral soldiers with a mere gesture. It swiftly reported all that had unfolded to the Spirit King. Chen Changsheng was enigmatic beyond comprehension. It felt no confidence in subduing him and refrained from acting recklessly. Such a matter exists? The Spirit King awakened from slumber, descending to this realm. It typically resided in a state of repose, for the spectral beings are exceptionally unique, impervious to the ravages of time. Those ancient powers outside, who rarely awaken, do so primarily to evade the erosion of the ages. Its slumber was born of sheer boredom. Meanwhile, the blood demon sensed an ominous chill in the air, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive. It speculated that a formidable spectral being was approaching. Most likely, it was the Spirit King presiding over this domain. Its curiosity intensified, yearning to behold the spectacle of a battle between Chen Changsheng and the Spirit King. Ox-headed and horse-faced, do you possess a means to allow me to see the spectral beings? It approached the duo, whispering its inquiry. Yes, replied the ox. But are you certain you wish to witness it? Absolutely. The blood demon nodded without hesitation. Are you truly certain? Very certain? Must you see it, no matter what? The ox inquired again. Truly certain. Very certain. I must see it, no matter what. The blood demon affirmed resolutely. Very well. Close your eyes and open your mouth, instructed the ox. Close my eyes and open my mouth. The blood demon felt perplexed, yet complied. It shut its eyes and opened its mouth. Suddenly, the sound of flowing water filled the air. A liquid substance entered the blood demon's mouth. What is this? Why does it taste so foul? The blood demon smacked its lips, swallowing the liquid. What the? This is urine. The more it pondered, the more it realized something was amiss. Finally, it understood. This is the stench of urine. You made me drink your urine, it exclaimed in fury, glaring at the ox. Indeed, the ox admitted candidly. Did you not say you wished to see it, regardless of the circumstances? It is said that to perceive the spirits of the deceased, one must refine the pure essence of the shadow energy. The urine I provided you contains this pure essence. After refinement, you shall behold the spirits. You ugh. The blood demon found it utterly repulsive and immediately retched. Having consumed it, are you truly intent on expelling it? If you do, it will have been in vain. Cautioned the bull-headed. The blood demon, with eyes aflame, felt an overwhelming desire to slay the bull demon. Yet, the bull-headed spoke with undeniable reason. Having already ingested it, to regurgitate it would indeed be pointless. Gritting its teeth, it suppressed the nausea and begrudgingly ceased its retching. Is there no other method aside from your urine? It glowered at the bull-headed. Oh, there is, replied the bull-headed. If there is, why then do you still offer me your urine? Are you deliberately trying to disgust me? The blood demon seethed with fury. Besides your urine, I can offer you my blood. Yet, I am loath to part with my own blood, the bull-headed continued. Moreover, to provide you with blood, I would have to inflict a wound upon myself. How painful that would be! Or perhaps what? The blood demon inquired. I could offer you my feces. Would you care to consume it? The revulsion that the blood demon had been suppressing surged once more with a vengeance. It fought desperately against the overwhelming urge to retch again. In that moment, tears threatened to spill forth. Why had it asked question after question? In the throes of intense nausea, it refined the bull-headed's urine. At last, it could perceive the spirits. When it laid eyes upon the spirit king, its countenance shifted dramatically. The first man of ancient times, it exclaimed in astonishment. Never had it imagined that the sovereign spirit of this realm would be none other than the foremost figure of the ancient era. Chapter 28. With no alternatives, only battle. Miao Feng, the unparalleled figure of the ancient era. He is undeniably the strongest being of that epoch. He attained enlightenment in the early days of the ancient era, at a time when the blood demon was merely a fledgling, an ignorant little creature yet to embark on the path of cultivation. In the early days of the ancient era, Miao Feng descended under the blessings of the great Tao, provoking celestial phenomena. Subsequently, in his invincibility, he initiated a resplendent legendary life. His contemporaries could scarcely touch his shadow, while the older generation was effortlessly surpassed and left far behind. He shattered conventions, crafting countless myths and legends. He ascended to the true pinnacle, achieving an absolute and thorough supremacy. The second strongest of the ancient era could not even grasp his shadow, relegated to gazing up at him from the foot of the mountain, yearning for his heights. The blood demon always regarded him as a target, aspiring to transcend him. Alas, even after the blood demon became a formidable entity feared by countless beings in the ancient era, its accomplishments remained but a fraction of Miao Feng's legacy. After Miao Feng reached the zenith, he vanished from all accounts. Rumors circulated that he had pursued the path to immortality. Subsequently, he never reappeared, leaving his success a mystery. It seemed he had faltered on the path to transcendence, transformed by the underworld into a spirit. The blood demon, observing Miao Feng as the king of spirits, speculated inwardly. It sighed, acknowledging the shackles of the mortal realm are indeed difficult to break. Terrifying as the legendary Miao Feng was, he too could not escape the chains of earthly existence to attain immortality. Oh, do you recognize me? The king of spirits, Miao Feng, heard the blood demon's exclamation of the first of the ancient, and slowly turned his gaze toward it. Under Miao Feng's scrutiny, the blood demon felt a surge of trepidation. It hastily replied, "You are the first of the ancient. Your renown echoes across time. None are unaware of you. I, a mere little demon born of the ancient era, naturally know of your greatness." In deference, it referred to itself as a little demon, adopting a humble posture, daring not to display any insolence before the first of the ancient. A little demon of the ancient era? The king of spirits' gaze deepened. The peculiar power within the blood demon was intriguing. No wonder it had survived from the ancient times to the present. With a discerning eye, he saw the strange force coursing through the blood demon. This peculiar power had a significant impact on the underworld. He raised an eyebrow slightly, his expression revealing discontent with this enigmatic strength. The underworld transforms the deceased into spirits, preventing them from attaining immortality. The living cannot resist the ravages of time and will inevitably succumb. The emergence of this strange power disrupted that cycle. This power, of unknown origin, could contend with the erosion of time, disregarding its relentless wear. Those endowed with this peculiar strength would no longer perish under the relentless passage of time. If they do not die, the underworld cannot convert them into spirits. The beings endowed with peculiar powers are all immensely formidable entities, and their numbers continue to proliferate at an astonishing rate. Under such circumstances, the netherworld is bound to be significantly impacted. Indeed, the netherworld has previously conducted research into this enigmatic power, yet ultimately failed to uncover any answers. This strange force appears to possess a terrifying origin, making it exceedingly difficult to trace its source or comprehend its true nature. This power is beyond your grasp. The King of Shadows cast a penetrating glance at the blood demon, warning that such power exacts a cost far graver than death itself. After uttering this, it averted its gaze, directing its attention towards Chen Changsheng. What manner of power do you possess? Not only can you immobilize the spectral soldiers with a mere gesture, but you also cause the bull-headed to lose its spectral traits, allowing this ancient little demon to acquire and refine the essence of the bull-headed's spectral origin. His gaze was profound, grave, perplexed, and intricate. He had witnessed the moment when the bull-headed bestowed its spectral essence upon the blood demon, and he began to regard it with disdain, seemingly indifferent. Indeed, while the living can refine the spectral essence, it is impossible for them to obtain it in the first place. Even if the specter willingly offers its essence, the living remains unable to possess it, let alone refine it. Specters can utilize the secret arts of the netherworld to manifest before the living, communicate, or even attack. However, the spectral essence is an entirely different matter. It pertains to the profound secrets of specters, which are exceedingly intricate. Therefore, the specter cannot allow the living to access or contact the spectral essence. Thus, he dismissed it with a scoff, seemingly unconcerned. The bull-headed's excretion would be as futile as a rainstorm. The blood demon could never obtain the spectral essence from such waste. To his astonishment, the blood demon indeed acquired the spectral essence from the excretion and successfully refined it. The bull-headed could not possibly be that formidable. It was evidently the doing of Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng had rendered the bull-headed devoid of its spectral traits, allowing the bull-headed's essence to be accessible and refined by the living. How could this be accomplished? This left him utterly confounded. What kind of power do I possess? How should I say it? Perhaps it is a power beyond your comprehension, Chen Changsheng replied calmly. He was quite humble, even including the word perhaps. The power he wielded was not merely perhaps, but rather an undeniable force that the netherworld could not contend with. Are you truly that confident? The King of Shadows' pupils constricted. I acknowledge that you are somewhat unfathomable and possess considerable cunning. Yet the netherworld is by no means as simple as you envision. He urged Chen Changsheng, expressing a desire to avoid confrontation. Now is still a good time to retreat. The netherworld is not a place for you to tread. He declared, should you truly venture into the netherworld, your fate awaits. Only death lies ahead, to be transformed into a specter by the netherworld. I must go to the netherworld, Chen Changsheng asserted. Whether Li Sun has been transformed into a specter and whether he resides in the netherworld, these answers await. Only upon reaching the underworld can he truly comprehend. Will he heed the warnings? I'm not attempting to frighten you. The waters of the underworld run far deeper than you can fathom. The king of the Een spirits gazed with profound intensity. Do not think that you alone are affected. What of the immortals? Once within the confines of the underworld, they too are subject to its dominion. It continued, O king, your words are futile. We have already conveyed this to him. The ox-head and horse-face pondered silently. They had previously informed Chen Changsheng that even the immortals were powerless against the underworld. However, Chen Changsheng paid no heed, dismissing the terror of the underworld entirely. Indeed, no sooner had the king of the Yin spirits finished speaking than Chen Changsheng declared, "The inability of the immortals does not imply my own limitations. I am certainly destined to venture into the underworld." How audacious! Does this imply he believes himself to be superior to the immortals? The king of the Yin spirits had encountered arrogance before, yet none matched the audacity of Chen Changsheng. If you're determined to proceed, then there is little more to discuss. The king of the Yin spirits proclaimed, "I cannot allow you to pass into the underworld. The living cannot tread the path of the dead, as the guardian of the abyss of death." It was inconceivable for the king to permit a living being like Chen Changsheng entry into the underworld, even if Chen Changsheng proved to be a formidable opponent. It was not its desire to engage in battle with him. Yet, it left no alternative. It could only confront Chen Changsheng in combat. Chapter 29. The gloomy, blood-red underworld and the gate of ghosts. The king of Yin spirits strikes. An unimaginable force of darkness surges forth, akin to a deluge breaching a dam, ruthlessly crashing toward Chen Changsheng. The earth trembles in the abyss of death. The dark purple soil rapidly fractures, wide crevices spreading, leading to a total collapse. He is the foremost figure of antiquity, already endowed with unfathomable power. Upon becoming the king of Yin spirits, he becomes even more terrifying, possessing an even more formidable dark force. The living, upon death, are transformed into Yin spirits. The strength they held in life does not vanish. Rather, it metamorphoses into corresponding dark energy. The foremost figure of antiquity crushes barriers. This is noist. The king of Yin spirits surpassed the realm of the supreme heavenly emperor in life. He shattered the limits of the mortal realm, breaking free from the shackles of existence. The mortal realm is bound by chains. Only by breaking all earthly shackles can one transcend the mortal plane and embark on the path to immortality, achieving a celestial status. The supreme heavenly emperor represents the pinnacle of strength bound by earthly constraints. There exist 9 chains in the mortal realm. The king of Yin spirits in life broke free from one chain, ascending to become the king of Yin spirits. He has since liberated himself from 3 more, totaling 4 chains broken. Now, he is an embodiment of terror. The supreme heavenly emperor stands before him like mere dust, easily obliterated at a snap of his fingers. Chen Changsheng, shrouded in unfathomable depths, instills immense trepidation within him. He unleashes his full power, the overwhelming dark energy resulting from breaking 4 chains, erupting in its entirety. Blood demons and the ox-headed and horse-faced spirits are paralyzed with fear. The sheer magnitude of this power is overwhelming. Even a mere trace falling upon them would guarantee their utter annihilation. Chen Changsheng's expression remains serene. He waves his hand gently, and the extraordinary dark energy, liberated from 4 chains, dissipates entirely in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. The pupils of the king of Yin spirits constrict sharply, his body retreating rapidly. He comprehends that Chen Changsheng is unfathomably profound, a formidable opponent. Yet, he never anticipated the extent of Chen Changsheng's depth and the difficulty of confronting him. With a mere wave, the overwhelming dark energy liberated from 4 chains is instantaneously eradicated. "I can't believe it." Bai Yu, the king of Yin Spirit's chief general, pales in shock. The fright renders his Yin spirit form unstable, a ghostly pallor washing over him, as if he might dissipate entirely. How can it be so terrifying? Cold sweat pours down his face as he is gripped by sheer fright. Simultaneously, he feels an immense sense of relief. Grateful that he wisely refrained from engaging Chen Changsheng earlier and promptly notified the king of Yin spirits. Had he confronted Chen Changsheng, there is no doubt that with a mere gesture, Chen Changsheng could have obliterated him. Kill! The king of Yin spirits roars, his momentum surging. He has no retreat. He can only fight Chen Changsheng to the bitter end. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the Hall of Death rises, transforming into a colossal bone blade that flies into the hands of the king of Yin spirits. This is far more than a mere bone haul. The bone blade emanates a terrifying aura, and with it in hand, the king of Een spirits experiences a meteoric rise in strength. This is a treasured artifact from the underworld, imbued with terrifying power. With the bone blade in hand, the king of Een spirits possesses the formidable might to shatter the 5 shackles of existence. With a swift motion, he cleaves through the fabric of time and space, rendering it asunder. The river of time collapses, severed. The sheer horror is astonishing. Yet, Chen Changsheng remains composed, gently waving his hand. In an instant, tranquility is restored. All malevolent forces are obliterated by an unseen power. What? The king of Een spirits gasps in disbelief, his demeanor turning despondent. He recognizes that Chen Changsheng wields power far beyond his own, a force he cannot contend with. The altar leading to the underworld lies deep within. You may proceed. He weakly relinquishes the bone blade, no longer obstructing the way. Chen Changsheng does not harm the king of Een spirits. Accompanied by the blood demon and the ox-headed and horse-faced officials, he steps onto the altar that leads to the underworld. The altar is adorned with intricate, eerie symbols, illuminating with a chilling, ghostly flame. As Chen Changsheng and his companions vanish from sight, they reappear in the underworld. Blood-red light obscures the sun, revealing a grim and blood-soaked world. As far as the eye can see, mountains of skeletal remains and rotting corpses abound. Amidst the dim crimson glow, countless Een spirits flicker in and out of existence, moving forward in fear. The blood demon shivers with trepidation. Even this ancient and fearsome creature cannot suppress its quaking heart upon entering this realm. A colossal gate of ghosts looms in the distance, serving as the entrance to the underworld. All Een spirits must pass through this gate to enter the domain of the dead. Under the sinister light, the gate of ghosts resembles a 1,000-year-old vengeful spirit, its blood-soaked maw agape, instilling profound terror. Countless Een spirits, anxious and frightened, approach the gate. These are newly transformed spirits, most of whom were not particularly powerful in life. It is not only the strong who are transformed into Een spirits. Even the weaker souls undergo this fate upon death. Naturally, the transformation is not the responsibility of the ox-headed and horse-faced officials, who are Een generals tasked with converting only the formidable souls. Weaker souls are transformed by lower-ranking Een spirits. Upon crossing the gate of ghosts, these newly transformed spirits feel an even greater sense of fear and dread. On either side of the gate stand 9 formidable kings of Een spirits, each with distinct appearances, some human, some demonic, and others beastly. Their colossal forms tower over mountains, their gaze fixed upon the entering spirits, emanating an unparalleled terror. Their eyes resemble ominous blood moons, exuding an intense pressure. The newly transformed Een spirits quiver in abject fear under such scrutiny, trembling uncontrollably. This is the significance of the 18 kings of Een spirits observing the newly transformed souls at the gate of ghosts, instilling dread and trepidation towards the underworld. As Chen Changsheng and his companions descend from the altar and approach the gate of ghosts, the moment of reckoning appears imminent. Is death truly upon them? The bull-headed and horse-faced guardians were engulfed in an overwhelming sense of panic upon their arrival in the underworld. This signified that they were about to face severe retribution, with the potential of being utterly obliterated by the realm of the dead. Suddenly, one of the spectral officers escorting the wandering souls to the ghost gate halted in its tracks, its nose twitching and brows furrowing. It had caught a whiff of the living, a phenomenon that seemed impossible. The essence of life was strong and vibrant, not that of an ordinary mortal. Could it be that the living had ventured into the underworld? One after another, spectral officers detected the presence of the living, triggering an immediate uproar. All those who sensed the vitality were incredulously gazing towards Chen Changsheng. Indeed, there were living beings present, 2, to be exact. Were those the bull-headed and horse-faced guardians? They had lost their minds, daring to bring the living into this domain. The chaos intensified, with voices rising in a cacophony that echoed like a pot boiling over. The appearance of these 2 living souls had incited unprecedented turmoil. None of the spirits had anticipated such an occurrence. Even the 18 spectral kings behind the Ghost Gate turned their gaze toward Chen Changsheng, drawn by the commotion. Chapter 30. Crossing the Ghost Gate. Treading the path to the underworld. A living being appears in the realm of the dead. This is an unprecedented occurrence in history. The scene is utterly chaotic. Countless spirits stir, and a cacophony of sounds reverberates incessantly. The 18 kings of the underworld gaze upon Chen Changsheng with eyes like blood moons, filled with horror and dread. It's over, it's truly over. The ox head and horse face tremble uncontrollably, overwhelmed by an unfathomable fear, as if they can already envision their annihilation in the depths of the underworld. To bring a living being to this realm is a grave transgression. How infuriating! I have been reborn in this world, and before I could savor any pleasures, am I to perish here? The blood demon roars within, overwhelmed by the terror of the underworld. Even a mere ghost gate evokes such horror. Its confidence is shattered. Despite Chen Changsheng's invincibility throughout his journey, doubt now clouds its mind, believing Chen Changsheng could never be a match for the underworld. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng remains calm, unfazed by the chaos surrounding him, nor by the countless spirits and the gazes of the 18 kings of the underworld. A chilling wind sweeps through as he strides forward, his garments billowing gracefully in the breeze. His handsome visage reveals no hint of turmoil. He has come to pay a visit to the underworld. He speaks softly, his voice neither loud nor high, yet resonates clearly throughout the tumult, overpowering the deafening clamor. To intrude upon the underworld is to invite death. Kill. The 18 kings of the underworld bellow coldly, a surge of murderous intent instantly engulfing the scene, locking their sights upon Chen Changsheng in an instant. With a swift motion, the eerie ghost flames blaze to life, raging fiercely as the spectral generals of comparable rank to the Oxhead and Horseface unleash their assault upon Chen Changsheng. A visitor arrives at the underworld, yet the underworld seeks to slay him. Is this truly the hospitality of this realm? Chen Changsheng calmly addresses the chaos. As his words resonate, an invisible force immobilizes all attacking specters and obliterates the dark energy they unleash. In the underworld, there are no guests. One of the kings of the underworld cries out, and with a thunderous roar, it strikes, unleashing a terrifying palm aimed at Chen Changsheng. An unimaginable force of darkness surges with this blow, more ferocious than that of Miao foam, breaking free from 5 shackles. Once there were no guests, now there is one. Chen Changsheng steps forward, halting the oncoming hand with ease. Audacious! Will you to dare call yourself a guest before the underworld? The remaining 17 kings of the underworld unleash their might, each more fearsome than the last, some breaking free from 6 shackles, others from 7. Perhaps it would be wiser to remain calm amidst your excitement, Chen Changsheng suggests. In that instant, rain begins to fall. The dark energies unleashed by the 17 kings dissipate beneath the cascading droplets. What? Who is this formidable individual? This is truly terrifying. Countless spectral beings gasped in terror, their scalps prickling and cold sweat cascading down their brows. The 17 spectral kings guarding the gate of ghosts sprang into action. Was it truly resolved so easily? Raindrops fell upon their faces, and their expressions were wrought with disbelief. The 18 spectral kings trembled violently, unable to fathom that such a terrifying living being existed in the world. With the passage of time, one truly sees everything. Even the living could traverse the realm of the dead. Who could argue otherwise? In silence, 2 figures, one black and one white, appeared before the gate of ghosts. Adorned with tall hats, their tongues extended long enough to dangle before their chests. The black figure brandished a lengthy chain, while the white figure wielded a white lamentation staff. They were the black and white impermanents, guardians of the road to Yellow Springs beyond the Gate of Ghosts. Upon crossing the gate, one enters the road to Yellow Springs, which houses the Hall of Impermanence, their designated abode. They oversaw the passage along this road. How audacious for such a mere living being to dare intrude upon the underworld. Ah, if you wish to enter the realm of the dead, then very well, we shall oblige you and guide you across the Gate of Ghosts. Along the road to Yellow Springs, The black and white impermanents advanced towards Chen Changsheng, wielding their soul-reaping chains and lamentation staff. Their power surged, having broken free from 9 shackles. They were perilously close to touching the level of immortals. "You need not escort me. I shall proceed on my own," Chen Changsheng replied with calm indifference, striding forward and disregarding their assault. Having freed themselves from the 9 shackles, the black and white impermanents were indeed fearsome. Yet, before Chen Changsheng, they amounted to nothing. With each step he took, they were immobilized, rendered utterly powerless. The dark force they unleashed was entirely extinguished. Is he an immortal? How terrifying! The expressions of the spectral generals and kings were etched with horror. The black and white impermanents, having broken free from their shackles, were thus held in place. They had not even witnessed Chen Changsheng strike. As he simply walked, he had subdued the black and white impermanents. Chen Changsheng crossed the gate of ghosts and set foot upon the road to Yellow Springs. The blood demon lingered behind, hesitating, contemplating whether to follow or flee. Although the black and white impermanents remained easily subdued by Chen Changsheng, uncertainty gnawed at its heart. The true terror of the underworld had yet to unveil itself. It felt that Chen Changsheng, after entering the realm of the dead, could not remain unassailable. Flee. It resolved to seize the opportunity to escape, deciding not to follow Chen Changsheng into the underworld. Yet, before it could make its escape, it noticed countless spectral beings, generals and kings, even the black and white impermanents, all casting their gaze upon it. The power that had immobilized the spectral generals and kings had dissipated, granting them their freedom once more. The blood demon felt a chill run down its spine. Could still run. The black and white impermanents would surely not allow it to depart so easily. If it attempted to flee, the black and white impermanents will undoubtedly act swiftly. Its attempt to flee will surely provoke discontent in Chen Changsheng. At that moment, it is highly probable that Chen Changsheng will disregard it. The reason he keeps it close is his desire to capture the enigmatic figure who bestowed upon it its peculiar powers. It does not consider itself irreplaceable. Numerous beings have been granted such uncanny abilities, and Chen Changsheng could easily seek out others endowed with similar gifts. To him, it holds little significance. Resigned to its fate, it must bravely traverse the gates of the underworld and embark upon the road to the Yellow Springs. Strangely enough, as it approached the gates of the underworld, black and white impermanents dared not lay a hand upon it. It was wise to follow. To refuse might mean being torn to shreds in an instant. The bull-headed and horse-faced beings initially hesitated to follow, but upon witnessing the ominous glances from the spectral generals, the spirit kings, and the black and white impermanents, they were compelled to hasten after it. Remaining stationary could very well result in their dismemberment. The road to the Yellow Springs, the blossoms of the other shore, the hall of impermanence, the bridge of helplessness. Chen Changsheng advanced, an unprecedented occurrence for the living to traverse this path. An elderly woman, her face a tapestry of wrinkles, was boiling soup upon the bridge of helplessness. Upon spotting Chen Changsheng, her visage transformed with astonishment. Yet, she quickly broke into a grin, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth as she ladled a spoonful of soup, her eerie demeanor addressing Chen Changsheng. "Would you care for a bowl of the soup I have brewed?" Chapter 31. Invincible in Fengdu, the 10 kings emerge. The old woman, brewing her mysterious soup, stirred a pot of murky broth filled with various medicinal herbs. Her concoction, infused with the essence of 8 tears, included a drop of life's tears, 2 coins of old sorrow, 3 portions of weeping tears, for cups of regret, 5 inches of longing, 6 tears born of illness, 7 feet of parting, and lastly, the tears of my beloved's heartache. As the old woman introduced her brew, she proclaimed, "You, the living, are fortunate. Drinking my soup will alleviate all worries and dispel every sorrow. Come, partake in a bowl. It is exceptionally delectable." Her grin was eerie, as she earnestly urged Chen Changsheng to take a sip. "I am free from worries and shall abstain," Chen Changsheng replied calmly. "You speak boldly. Yet who in this world is without sorrow? Not only mortals, but even the immortals and deities of the celestial realms are not exempt from their own tribulations. the old woman retorted. She was Meng Pa, renowned for her preparation of Meng Pa soup at the Naiha Bridge, serving it to souls who had just transitioned into the underworld. Those newly transformed spirits, upon drinking her brew, would forget all their earthly pasts and would subsequently serve the underworld with unwavering loyalty. However, not all spirits were required to consume Meng Pa soup. Those of considerable strength were exempt, as the underworld needed them for more significant tasks. Forgetting their pasts had repercussions, and other means of control were employed by the underworld. As for the affairs of mortals and deities, I am unaware. I only know that I am devoid of worries. Chen Changsheng responded once more with tranquility. My Meng Pa soup has been simmered throughout my lifetime. Before crossing the Naiha Bridge, all must partake in a bowl of my brew. Dear living soul, whether you desire it or not, you shall drink. Meng Po's smile grew increasingly sinister. As her words echoed, a gleaming silver hook appeared suddenly at Chen Changsheng's feet, poised to ensnare him. Simultaneously, a sharp steel pipe materialized, lunging toward his neck, intent on piercing his throat and forcibly administering the soup. Meng Po intended to use the hook and pipe as her means to subdue unwilling spirits. Clearly, she was far more formidable than the likes of the black and white impermanents. The power behind the silver hook and steel pipe surpassed anything of the mortal realm. Indeed, she had fully broken free from the 9 shackles. Although she had yet to attain true immortality, she had firmly established herself in the realm of semi-immortality. Wielding power of that caliber, both the silver hook and the steel pipe were precious artifacts bestowed upon her by the underworld, imbued with terrifying might. Chen Changsheng, as a living being, had managed to reach this juncture, proving himself no ordinary soul. Meng Pa did not underestimate him. She unleashed the full potential of her silver hook and steel pipe from the outset. In such a scenario, even a semi-immortal, or one approaching true immortality, would find it impossible to withstand. The silver hook and steel pipe were poised to ensnare his feet and pierce his throat. Yet, with a resounding shatter, an unexpected scene unfolded before Meng Po's eyes. The silver hook and steel pipe disintegrated completely before they could even touch Chen Changsheng. With a clatter, Meng Po, taken aback, dropped the spoon she held. Was Chen Changsheng a celestial being? But how could that be? This realm was woefully deficient in the essence required for ascension. Furthermore, the tumult of such a transformation would be immense. It was impossible to ascend quietly. The underworld had no records of anyone achieving celestial status in this realm. How had Chen Changsheng become immortal? Was he not a being of this world? In the background, the blood demon and the ox-head horse-face trailed closely behind, lamenting that this individual had once again become invincible. Alas, they wondered if he could continue his unchallenged path. A suggestion arose. Your soup lacks visual appeal, and your appearance is equally unremarkable. I recommend a new image, youthful and more attractive. If your soup were more visually enticing, I believe more spirits would be inclined to partake. As Chen Changsheng stepped onto the Naiha Bridge, he offered Meng Pa a few suggestions without causing her harm. Crossing the Naiha Bridge, he traversed the Wangxiang platform and the Sanxing Stone, arriving at Fengdu City. The blood demon and the ox-head horse-face followed closely. Upon reaching Fengdu City, the ox-head horse-face trembled uncontrollably, gripped by fear. This was a most terrifying place in the underworld, where the 10 kings of hell presided. Their dread was unmatched, even by celestial beings, and one could not act recklessly before them. The gates of Fengdu City swung open, revealing countless spectral soldiers. Just as Chen Changsheng and his companions approached, innumerable spectral soldiers surged forth from the city, surrounding them completely. The 10 kings of hell did not emerge. Instead, 4 judges appeared. Each judge wielded authority over rewards for virtue, punishments for vice, investigations, and the laws of the underworld. The living, who dared to intrude upon the underworld for any reason, were met with inexorable punishment. The underworld is not a domain for the living. Surrender or perish. The 4 judges proclaimed with a commanding authority that sent shivers down the spine. The multitude of spectral soldiers surrounding Chen Changsheng and his companions immediately charged forward to subdue them. Simultaneously, the 4 judges unleashed their powers, each wielding the treasures of the underworld, activating their formidable capabilities to the utmost. A terrifying force surged forth, with each judge reaching a near-celestial level of strength. Could celestial beings run rampant in the underworld? Impossible, even without the 10 kings of hell. We can subdue immortals, the 4 judges sneered. With the treasures of the underworld fully unleashed, they possess the power to quell celestial beings. The force of the underworld treasures spread, and the blood demon, along with the ox-head horseface, were immediately struck with dread. It was over. What was destined to come had finally arrived. They were to be obliterated by the underworld. Trembling uncontrollably, they lost all faith in Chen Changsheng. The 4 judges could indeed subdue immortals. Let us not even mention the 10 Yama kings who preside over the underworld. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly maintain confidence in Chen Changsheng? You may subdue the immortals, but I am no celestial being. Chen Changsheng spoke, extending a hand. An invisible force instantaneously unfurled, enveloping countless ghostly soldiers and the 4 great judges. Subsequently, without exception, all ghostly soldiers and the 4 great judges were rendered motionless. Their powers sealed. However, the terrifying power that subdued the immortals dissipated in an instant. The treasures of the underworld conjured by the 4 great judges lost their luster and fell to the ground. As he transcended the realm of immortals, becoming a true immortal? How could this realm possibly give rise to a true immortal? The 4 great judges were utterly astonished. The terror of Chen Changsheng far surpassed their imagination, shattering their preconceived notions. The materials for ascending to immortality in this realm are woefully scarce, making it difficult for even one to achieve immortality, let alone ascend to the realm of true immortals above. At this moment, an exceedingly terrifying wave of energy emanated from within Fengdu City. The rulers of the underworld, the 10 Yama kings, emerged from Fengdu City. Immortal realms, immortal, true immortal, golden immortal, celestial immortal, immortal king, immortal emperor, immortal venerable, immortal sovereign. Chapter 32. The underworld exceeds imagination, yet I too surpass expectations. The 10 Yama kings presiding over Fengdu City emerged, standing side by side. Each exuded an air of great authority, their mere presence commanding respect without the need for anger. A single glance from them could shatter the resolve of any mortal, rendering them unable to bear the weight of their gaze. The 10 Yama kings are as follows. First hall, King Qin Guang. Second hall, King Chu Jiang. Third hall, King Song Di. Fourth hall, King Wu Guan. Fifth hall, King Yin Luo. Sixth hall, King Bian Sheng. Seventh hall, King Taishan. Eighth hall, King Du Shi. Ninth hall, King Ping Deng. 10th hall, King Zhuanlin. Upon their appearance, the ox-head and horse-face were instantly stricken with fear, their legs trembling. They lowered their heads, not daring to gaze upon the 10 Yama kings. Overwhelmed with trepidation, the blood demon too kept its head bowed, unwilling to meet their eyes. Only Chen Changsheng remained calm, his expression devoid of any turmoil. Esteemed ones, I apologize. It was never my intention to intrude upon the underworld, but the strict regulations here prohibit the living from entering. I had no choice but to venture forth. Chen Changsheng began. I harbor no malice. I merely seek information regarding a deceased friend of mine named Li Sun, who passed away a millennium ago. I wish to ascertain whether he has been transformed into a Yin spirit. He spoke plainly, without circumlocution, revealing the purpose of his visit to the underworld. The 10 Yama kings did not respond to Chen Changsheng's inquiry. Who are you? From whence do you hail? What power do you cultivate? King Qin Guang inquired in a deep voice. The Yin spirits are exceptionally unique. The powers of the living pose no threat to them. Yet, Chen Changsheng had boldly traversed to Fengdu City. He was eager to learn the explanation behind such audacity. Such matters are of little consequence. Chen Changsheng waved his hand dismissively. A multitude of the world's finest rare medicines and treasures shimmered into view. I come with sincerity, harboring no intent to oppose the underworld, only wishing to learn of my friend's condition. He gestured again, sending a plethora of extraordinary treasures soaring towards the 10 Yama kings. To forcefully invade the underworld is ultimately disrespectful, These offerings symbolize my apology to the underworld. I hope you will forgive my impudence and inform me of my friend's status," he said slowly, adhering to the principle of courtesy before conflict. He was not one to impose his will upon others, even though he stood invincible. The 10 Yama kings did not accept his offerings. King Qin Guang waved his hand, halting the treasures mid-flight. There is no need for apologies or gifts. The underworld has its own rules. The living cannot enter the underworld. Your reckless intrusion can only lead to one outcome: becoming an Yin spirit, subject to the underworld's control. King Qin Guang declared coldly. Is there truly no room for negotiation? If you find these earthly treasures unsatisfactory, I can present you with celestial medicines and treasures. You may even make requests, and I shall fulfill them. Chen Changsheng spoke once more, as the system privileges had been fully restored and subsequent celestial rewards were imminent. At that time, he would possess an abundance of celestial elixirs and treasures, with no room for negotiation. Do you think such celestial treasures hold any allure for us? Ha! You underestimate the realm of the underworld. In all the myriad worlds, including the celestial domains high above the 9 heavens, the underworld exists within them. To the underworld, celestial elixirs and treasures are naught but trifles. The king of Qin Guang spoke coldly. What? The existence of the underworld spans all realms, even the celestial domain. The blood demon gasped in shock, feeling as if its head might explode. Is the underworld's depth so profound? How terrifying! This realm's underworld is merely a projection of the true underworld. We are but mere avatars. You foolishly believe you can force your way into the underworld, thinking it cannot touch you. Little do you know, the terror of the underworld far exceeds your imagination. The king of Qin Guang proclaimed once more. Projection? Avatar! The blood demon felt as though its head might truly burst. Such a terrifying place is merely a projection? The 10 formidable kings of hell are but avatars? It could hardly comprehend what to say next. Its small mind could scarcely fathom the true horror of the underworld. You speak of the underworld's terror, claiming it surpasses my imagination. But have you ever considered, might my own terror exceed yours? Chen Changsheng spoke these words in a calm tone. Projection, avatar? Should he desire it, he could force his way into the true underworld, subduing the very essence of the 10 kings of hell. Regardless of how terrifying their true forms may be, he remains invincible. His cultivation has no limits. Astounding. This individual is truly fierce. With the most tranquil demeanor, he uttered the most audacious words. The blood demon was moved to tears. The more arrogant Chen Changsheng became, the more disastrous the outcome would be. Following him, it was fated to face a dire fate as well. Such arrogance, such ignorance of mortality. How dare you challenge the underworld? Not even the celestial domain possesses anyone who would dare oppose the underworld. The 10 kings of hell roared, their authority swelling. With a thunderous crash, they unleashed their terrifying dark powers to suppress Chen Changsheng. As the rulers of this domain, even as mere avatars, their might was incomprehensible. Their power at the true celestial level. Their combined assault was even more fearsome. Even those of the golden immortal realm above the true celestial level would find it daunting. Yet, facing the united onslaught of the 10 kings of hell, Chen Changsheng remained remarkably composed. He extended a hand, and an invisible force spread forth. In an instant, the attacks of the 10 kings were utterly obliterated. The blood demon, witnessing this scene, nearly leaped from its spot. Incredible! How fierce! The attacks of the 10 kings were erased with a single hand. I have always believed this individual could traverse through and reign supreme. It boasted boldly, completely forgetting its earlier loss of faith in Chen Changsheng. At this moment, its legs no longer trembled, and its back stood straight, exuding an unwavering confidence. It even dared to gaze defiantly at the 10 kings of hell. My heavens! No wonder this individual proclaimed before arriving in the underworld that there was no need to comprehend its circumstances. The ox-headed and horse-faced guardians stared wide-eyed, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. This figure is truly invincible. Meanwhile, the expressions of the 10 kings of hell shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated that Chen Changsheng would possess such terrifying power. prior to Chen Changsheng taking action, they had been oblivious to the extent of his formidable strength. Attack! They were anything but ordinary. Soon, they regained their composure, summoning their respective treasures of the underworld and channeling their full might to suppress Chen Changsheng. These treasures, each with a formidable legacy, when fully activated, could even bring down a golden immortal. Those above the golden immortal rank would face dire consequences. Chapter 33. Suppression of the Underworld's Invincibility. Even the 10 Yama Kings must bow in submission. A tremendous tremor shook the underworld, far more terrifying than a great earthquake. The spirits swayed precariously, exhibiting signs of imminent collapse, their ethereal forms marred by deep fissures. As the powers of the underworld's secret treasures were fully unleashed, a true horror unfolded, an ancient scroll unfurled, its time-worn essence permeating the air, as if it transcended the very fabric of time itself, arriving from the most archaic epochs. A crimson light burst forth, casting a sanguine hue over the entire underworld. 10 colossal blood suns erupted from the scroll, spanning the sky above the realm. This was the 10 suns diagram, a treasure not of this world, but from the true underworld. The sight of the 10 immense blood suns was utterly shocking. The entire underworld was being scorched by their presence, showing signs of melting away. Boom, boom, boom. The 10 enormous blood suns simultaneously unleashed terrifying beams of crimson light, all directed toward Chen Changsheng with lethal intent. The 10 beams of sanguine radiance were appallingly fearsome, capable of obliterating even the golden immortals. Celestial beings struck by these beams would suffer catastrophic injuries. A colossal explosion resonated through the air. The Sansheng stone, standing at the edge of the nostalgia platform, soared into the sky, descending toward Chen Changsheng in an attempt to suppress him. Although it was not the true essence of a treasure, merely a projection, its power remained formidable and unfathomable. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the right side of the Qin Guang Wang's hall, the demonic mirror platform trembled, swiftly flying toward Chen Changsheng. Its mirror surface radiated a unique dark energy reflecting upon him. Like the Sansheng stone, it was not the true treasure itself, but a mere projection. Yet it possessed an equally inscrutable might. Swish, swish, swish. Sinister light flickered as the 4 judges, led by Judge Chui, who governed the laws of the underworld, unleashed the Book of Life and Death, sending it forth to subdue Chen Changsheng. The Book of Life and Death was also a projection of a treasure, not the actual artifact, yet it still exuded terror. Judge Chui fully activated the powers of the book, and now, under the combined might of the 10 Yama Kings, its formidable essence erupted spectacularly. Concurrently, the 18 hells descended, and the 6 paths of reincarnation revealed themselves, showcasing their terrifying might. The 10 Yama Kings wielded every means at their disposal. Such an overwhelming display was no exaggeration. Even celestial beings would meet their demise. I am astounded. How terrifying is this? The blood demon trembled in fear, retracting its previous confidence. Doubts began to creep in again. If I claim no connection to this individual, will the 10 Yama Kings believe me and spare my life? It murmured internally. This figure is so dreadfully formidable. We were coerced and compelled to bring him to the underworld. Surely the Yama Kings can understand and forgive us. We truly had no choice. The Oxhead and Horseface also whispered their anxieties within, contemplating how to persuade the 10 Kings of Hell to spare them. The powers of the infernal treasures surged forth with an unimaginable ferocity. They could hardly fathom that Chen Changsheng remained invincible amidst such chaos, effortlessly suppressing these treasures imbued with overwhelming might. The 10 Kings were equally incredulous, doubting that Chen Changsheng could possibly contend with the infernal treasures. With a mere flick of his hand, calmness enveloped the scene. In an instant, all infernal treasures were subdued by an unseen force, and the malevolent energies dissipated completely. What? How is this possible? A thunderous uproar erupted within the netherworld, striking fear into the hearts of all spirits and judges. They were paralyzed, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of his power. The thought of one man suppressing all infernal treasures was beyond comprehension. They were shaken to their core, questioning the unfathomable might possessed by Chen Changsheng. The skies cleared, the rain ceased, and the blood demon roared with laughter, feeling invigorated once more. No one believed in Chen Changsheng more than it did. Puffing up with pride, it held its head high, convinced of his unparalleled strength to subdue the netherworld entirely. Once again, it cast a disdainful glance at the 10 kings, momentarily forgetting its previous musings about its lack of connection to Chen Changsheng and whether the 10 kings would believe or spare it. An immortal king? The 10 kings swayed unsteadily on the brink of collapse. To suppress all infernal treasures with a mere gesture could only be accomplished by an immortal king. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Where could such an immortal king have come from? They understood that even within the realm of immortals, their numbers were scarce. Chen Changsheng refrained from further action. Gentlemen, you should discern that I harbor no malice towards the netherworld. Though I have intruded, I have not harmed a single spirit within. I merely wish to inquire about the well-being of my friend. Can you enlighten me on their condition? He inquired. The 10 kings harbored a sense of reluctance. Historically, no living being had ever traversed the netherworld, let alone compelled them to bow. Yet now, it seemed they might have no choice but to acquiesce. Chen Changsheng's terror was beyond their capacity to confront. They could not afford to remain defiant. Seeking aid from their true forms, inviting them to subdue Chen Changsheng, such a notion was unattainable, at least not at this moment. Their true forms were preoccupied with significant matters, and they could not reach out to them now. Very well, I shall assist you in checking on your friend's condition, spoke King Qin, seemingly conceding. However, in truth, he had not fully surrendered. He could still contact an avatar situated in another realm. He summoned the avatars from other realms to assist them. He claimed he would investigate Li Sun's situation. But in truth, he sought only to buy time. In secret, he was reaching out to the avatars from other realms. However, in the next moment, his complexion drained of color, transformed into a visage of sheer horror and despair. How could this be? The entire underworld had been sealed off. He found himself unable to contact the avatars of other realms. The expressions of the other 9 Yama kings shifted dramatically as well. They too were attempting to reach out to the avatars from other realms, yet without exception, they all met with failure. The underworld was under complete lockdown, rendering them powerless to transmit their strength or information. This was beyond what even the Celestial King could accomplish. Just how formidable was he? They were engulfed in terror. The Celestial King had also severely underestimated Chen Changsheng. Their avatars shared an intricate bond. Even the Celestial King could not sever the connections between them. Yet, Chen Changsheng had utterly severed theirs. Undoubtedly, his cultivation level was far more terrifying than that of the Celestial King. They gazed at Chen Changsheng in disbelief. Where on earth had he come from? There was no alternative. King Qin lowered his head, resigned to genuinely investigate Li Sun's situation. With their connections severed, they were left with no recourse but to comply. He understood well that their reluctance to cooperate was futile. Chen Changsheng undoubtedly possessed means to compel their compliance. Before long, he uncovered relevant information about Li Sun. Chen Changsheng's eyes lit up with realization. Chapter 34. The Celestial Realm is not the ultimate domain. There exist even more terrifying places. Li Sun. The underworld possesses relevant records. Li Sun is extraordinary, remarkably brilliant and resplendent. He has long ascended to the realm beyond the Heavenly Emperor. Subsequently, he has broken free from 2 shackles of the mortal world, rendering him invincible in this age. Such a figure naturally draws significant attention from the underworld. All radiant beings of the mortal realm will be scrutinized by the underworld, which awaits the demise of these luminous individuals to transform them into spirits, bringing them back to serve the underworld. Li Sun shines brighter than anyone else. Thus, he is of particular interest to the underworld. Consequently, King Qin swiftly uncovered the pertinent records of Li Sun. A millennium ago, a scent of death wafted from the Li clan, prompting the underworld to dispatch several spirit kings to the Li clan for transformation. Upon their arrival, they witnessed a host of bizarre entities assaulting the Li clan. Bizarre entities? Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow, finding his suspicions corroborated. A millennium ago, a group of mysterious powers had suddenly attacked the Li clan. According to Ruo Shui, this group of enigmatic beings bore peculiar long hair. He surmised that these mysterious assailants were likely connected to some strange force. Now, this theory was validated. The Spirit Kings witnessed firsthand a swarm of beings imbued with an eerie power invading the Li clan. These terrifying entities proved too formidable, even for Li Sun, who was struck down, resulting in the slaughter of numerous powerful members of the Li clan. The nature of this strange power is exceptionally unique. Even we remain ignorant of its true essence. King Qinguang remarked that afterward. Several Spirit Kings attempted to transform the slain Li clan members into spirits, but met with failure. Those slain by the bizarre beings could not be converted into spirits. Strange. Chen Changsheng's gaze turned frigid, his pitch-black, profound pupils radiating boundless murderous intent. Please, restrain your murderous intent. We cannot withstand it, or we shall explode. The 10 kings of hell exclaimed in alarm. Their bodies began to fracture, on the brink of complete dissolution. Oh! Chen Changsheng regained his composure, retracting his murderous intent. The bodies of the 10 kings ceased their disintegration. They were drenched in cold sweat, terror-stricken. Chen Changsheng was utterly fearsome. Merely the hint of murderous intent in his gaze, not even directed at them, was far beyond what they could endure. Had he not reigned in his killing aura in time, they would undoubtedly have shattered entirely, vanishing without a trace. My apologies. I shall manage my emotions better moving forward. Please continue. Chen Changsheng addressed King Qinguang. You must control your emotions as well. King Qinguang replied, his heart racing, repeatedly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He had never anticipated that this would be such a perilous endeavor. He was too frightened to continue. Rest assured, such a situation will not arise again, Chen Changsheng assured him. Receiving Chen Changsheng's assurance once more, King Qinguang felt emboldened to proceed. The peculiar entities sought merely to extract an item from the Li clan. Upon acquiring this item, they departed. As King Qinguang recounted, the spectral king present at the time observed that the item in question was a tattered little black wooden box. However, the true nature of this dilapidated box remains a mystery. In the aftermath, we endeavored to investigate and trace its origins, but to no avail. Their considerable efforts yielded no insight into the provenance of the worn black box. Immediately after the strange beings departed, the Zhao clan, who had long coveted the Li clan, launched an assault. The Zhao clan, however, was vastly inferior to the Li clan in terms of strength. Yet, due to the Li clan's heavy casualties and Li Sun's severe injuries, the Zhao clan succeeded in toppling the Li clan. Li Sun ultimately perished under the onslaught of the Zhao clan's formidable warriors. The members of the Li clan who fell to the Zhao clan could undergo transformation into specters. Several spectral kings did undergo this transformation. Li Sun was also eligible for transformation, but during this process, an unforeseen force emerged, seizing Li Sun's corpse, leading to the failure of the transformation. King Qinguang spoke rapidly, not daring to pause, lest it provoke any emotional upheaval in Chen Changsheng. Any fluctuation in Chen Changsheng's emotions could spell death for them. An inexplicable force? Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow, pondering the origin of such a force and its motive for taking Li Sun's remains. This enigmatic power was also subjected to our investigations and inquiries, yet we gleaned no fruitful results, King Qinguang asserted. This inexplicable force was certainly not of this realm, nor from the myriad worlds beyond. And it did not hail from the celestial domain either. Instead, it originated from a place even more terrifying than the celestial realm. A place more terrifying than the celestial realm? Chen Changsheng furrowed his brows tighter, his curiosity deepening. What secret lay within Li Sun that warranted the attention of a force from such a dread domain? Cultivators across the myriad worlds yearn for immortality, aspiring to enter the celestial realm, which they regard as the pinnacle of existence. In their minds, nothing surpasses the transcendence of the celestial realm. Yet, the truth is otherwise. The celestial realm is not the ultimate domain. there exist realms even more terrifying and extraordinary. King Qin, not daring to withhold any information, hastily elaborated on the nature of these dread realms. Such places are numerous, scattered throughout existence. However, we lack specific knowledge about them, as they're shrouded in significant secrecy. Even their true forms remain largely unknown to us, save for the acknowledgement of their existence. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, aware that none could deceive him in his presence. Even the slightest falsehood would be immediately discernible to him. King Qin did not utter a single falsehood. His words were entirely truthful. Li Sun, have you failed to effect the transformation? What are the others from the Li clan? He inquired. The members of the Li clan who perished at the hands of the Zhao clan could indeed be transformed into Yin spirits, as King Qin had just mentioned. He sought to ascertain the condition of these individuals from the Li clan. They have all been transformed and reside within the underworld. King Qin replied swiftly. They are quite well there, having suffered no indignities. Presently, they are thriving in the underworld. He hastily added, fearing that Chen Changsheng might perceive their treatment of the Li clan members as unjust and direct his ire towards them. Very well, summon them all, Chen Changsheng commanded. No problem. King Qin immediately instructed the Yin spirits to bring forth the members of the Li clan. Are there any deceased from the Zhao clan who have been transformed into Yin spirits by you? Chen Changsheng asked. Indeed, King Qin responded. While the Li clan was severely weakened, they were still formidable adversaries. The Zhao clan paid a considerable price as well, losing many powerful figures. Those fallen Zhao clan warriors have also been transformed into Yin spirits and taken back to the underworld, where they remain to this day. Bring them forth as well. Chen Changsheng instructed. Shortly thereafter, the members of both the Li and Zhao clans were all assembled. I wish to take the Li clan members out of the underworld. Is that acceptable? Chen Changsheng stated. Please feel free to take them. King Qin replied promptly. I intend to eliminate these Zhao clan members. Is that permissible? Chen Changsheng reiterated. Absolutely, absolutely. You may slay them at your discretion. King Qin dared not impede him and readily acquiesced. Chapter 35. The Value of a Single Strike. Unfathomable to the 10 kings of hell. The members of the Li clan and the Zhao clan were all summoned. Both clans were numerous, comprising those who had perished and had been transformed into spectral beings. This included the youthful scions of both families. At this moment, the individuals from the Li clan were filled with trepidation, their hearts unsteady. However, they felt somewhat reassured upon hearing Chen Changsheng express his intention to lead them out of the underworld, though they were unaware of his true intentions. Their anxiety was somewhat alleviated. In stark contrast, the members of the Zhao clan were engulfed in profound unease. They had heard Chen Changsheng declare his intent to annihilate them. Why was this so? They bore no animosity towards him, and they were all certain that they had not crossed paths with him previously. Do not be alarmed. I am a friend of your ancestor, Li Sun. Chen Changsheng gently reassured the members of the Li clan. A friend of ancestor Li Sun. Is that truly the case? The Li clan's formidable warriors were inexplicably stirred. They had witnessed Chen Changsheng's indomitable prowess firsthand, as he had swept through his adversaries with unparalleled might. Frankly, they could scarcely fathom that such an invincible figure could be an acquaintance of their ancestor, Li Sun. Endowed with great power, the denizens of the underworld had refrained from administering the Mengpa soup to them, allowing them to retain their memories of the past. However, the younger members of the Li clan were bewildered. They were unfamiliar with the name Li Sun and what it entailed, for they were not strong enough. Prior to stepping onto the bridge of helplessness, they had consumed the Mengpa soup and forgotten their pasts. What? He's a friend of Li Sun. The Zhao clan's warriors, having also avoided the Mengpa soup, were acutely aware of their history. Their faces turned ashen, and one by one, they collapsed in terror. Chen Changsheng was indeed a friend of Li Sun. No wonder he spoke of their impending doom. They began to comprehend the gravity of their situation. With a thud, they all knelt before Chen Changsheng, beseeching him for mercy. Please spare us. We have already paid the price of death for our past transgressions. Do not pursue us further. Grant us clemency. They wept, desperate to avoid annihilation. The younger members of the Zhao clan were equally perplexed. unaware of the unfolding events. Yet they too knelt in supplication to Chen Changsheng, sharing the same desire to escape obliteration. Chen Changsheng remained silent. With a mere wave of his hand, he obliterated all the members of the Zhao clan. The 10 kings of hell gasped in astonishment. What extraordinary power was this, capable of vanquishing spectral beings so utterly? Under normal circumstances, no force could entirely erase the existence of a spectral entity. Is it possible for those who consumed the Meng Pa soup to regain their memories? Chen Changsheng inquired of King Qinguang, seeking to assist the Li clan members who had lost their recollections. It is indeed possible, King Qinguang responded, summoning the 3 Lives Stone. As he activated its special powers, the stone emitted a unique energy, illuminating the past memories of the younger members of the Li clan. The power of Meng Po's soup has consequently vanished. The young members of the Li clan have all regained their past memories. Thank you. Chen Changsheng expressed his gratitude to King Qinguang. No. King Qinguang replied in a flustered manner. After I take them back, their status as spirits will prove inconvenient. Is there a way to restore them to the realm of the living? Chen Changsheng inquired, determined to return the Li clan members to life. Remaining in a state of spirit is bound to lead to further troubles. There is a method, but it is arduous. We cannot accomplish it, King Qinguang stated. To transform spirits back into the living, one must utilize soil imbued with utmost yang and strength to reshape their physical forms. We do not possess such soil. Where can it be found? Chen Changsheng asked, glancing at the rewards provided by the system, which did not include the sought-after soil. The land of heavenly punishment, King Qinguang declared solemnly. It is the epicenter of heavenly tribulations, perpetually bombarded by celestial strikes. The soil there possesses the power of utmost yang and strength due to the relentless assaults of these tribulations. He emphasized that the land of heavenly punishment is exceedingly unique and perilous. Even celestial emperors cannot enter without facing death. The blood demon, upon hearing this, felt a chill run down his spine, utterly terrified. Celestial emperors perish upon entry. How dreadful! Where is the land of heavenly punishment? Chen Changsheng asked with an air of calm indifference. Are you truly intending to go? King Qinguang and the other kings of hell were taken aback. Could it be that Chen Changsheng is a celestial emperor? No, that cannot be. If celestial emperors die upon entry, does this imply that Chen Changsheng possesses greater confidence than them? They found it hard to believe the formidable aura emanating from Chen Changsheng. Nevertheless, they accurately divulged the location of the land of heavenly punishment to him. Very well, thank you, Chen Changsheng replied. As a token of gratitude, should you require assistance, you may seek my help once. The value of his aid was undoubtedly beyond imagination. Regrettably, the 10 kings of hell failed to comprehend this. Dismissing his words with a tinge of scorn, they almost laughed at the notion. He can assist us once? What ist? If Chen Changsheng were to venture into the land of heavenly punishment, they did not believe he could survive the ordeal. Furthermore, did they truly need to request his assistance? Admittedly, Chen Changsheng is extraordinary and unfathomable. Yet in comparison to their true forms and the genuine underworld, he would inevitably fall short. The disparity is vast. That which they cannot achieve, Chen Changsheng is even less likely to accomplish. All right, thank you, they replied, their faces adorned with forced smiles, appearing exceedingly excited as if it were a great honor to receive a promise of assistance from Chen Changsheng. They dared not reveal their disdain. Chen Changsheng was acutely aware of the genuine emotional fluctuations of the 10 kings of hell. No one could deceive him in his presence. No one could conceal the tumult of emotions within them before him. He was acutely aware of the disdainful words spoken by the 10 kings of hell. Yet, he chose to remain silent. Subsequently, the 10 kings would come to realize the extent of his formidable prowess, understanding the profound significance of his promise to intervene. With that, he bid farewell to the 10 kings, accompanied by the blood demon and the members of the Li clan, preparing to depart from the underworld. By the way, do not blame the Oxhead and Horseface. They were compelled by my coercion to bring me here, and thus they have not violated the rules of the underworld. Before leaving, Chen Changsheng turned to address the 10 kings once more. I will return a check on them, he reiterated. not wishing for the Oxhead and Horseface to suffer punishment from the underworld. After saying this, he departed with the Blood Demon and the members of the Li clan. What a remarkable individual. We are immensely grateful to him for speaking on our behalf. The Oxhead and Horseface felt deeply moved. Had Chen Changsheng not intervened for them, their fate would have been dire indeed. The 10 kings of hell would have shown them no mercy. However, with Chen Changsheng's words, their circumstances were destined to improve significantly. Chapter 36. The Return from the Underworld. Assault on the Wei clan's territory. Chen Changsheng departed from the underworld. The 10 Yama kings exchanged glances, their expressions filled with ire. How dare the Oxhead and Horseface bring a living person into the underworld? They were incensed, contemplating severe punishment for the duo after the matter was resolved. However, in unexpected turn, Chen Changsheng spoke on their behalf. They found themselves compelled to deliberate cautiously, refraining from hastily meting out punishment. "Withdraw," commanded King Qingguang, gesturing for the Oxhead and Horseface to retreat. They complied promptly and exited the premises. Once the Yama kings returned to Fengdu City, the matter seemed to be settled. Yet, the Second Hall's King Chu Jiang harbored lingering resentment. The breach of the underworld, the obliteration of its spirits, and the abduction of some souls weighed heavily on his mind. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. "Summon the avatars from other realms to assist us in capturing him," he declared, voicing his thoughts. King Qingguang remained silent, contemplating for an extended period before arriving at a decision. His depth is unfathomable, and his true nature remains shrouded in mystery, he remarked. "We should exercise caution and refrain from impulsive actions. Let us await the conclusion of matters on our end and adhere to the directives from our primary forms." He sought stability, unwilling to take risks. He preferred to wait until their primary forms had concluded their affairs, so he could report the incident regarding Chen Changsheng and allow them to decide on the appropriate course of action. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng and his companions had returned to the sacred land of Dao Yi. "The young master has returned." The elders of the sacred land hastened to greet him, while Li Ruoxue and the 9-headed lion rushed forward as well. "My lord, before your return, those despicable bastards from the ancient Wei clan caused a ruckus in the sacred land, intending to annihilate it and abduct Ruoxue." The 9-headed lion promptly reported the situation to Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng raised a hand to interrupt the 9-headed lion. "I'm already aware of these events," he stated. "Da Huang, you performed admirably. In the face of danger to Ruoxue, you stood resolute, willing to sacrifice yourself for her safety. I commend you for that," he acknowledged. Turning to the 9-headed lion, he then produced a trove of the world's finest medicinal herbs, treasures, and techniques, presenting them to the 9-headed lion. "You have earned this, indeed. A grand reward. Utilize these to diligently cultivate and elevate your realm," he instructed. "Thank you, my lord." The 9-headed lion's joy was palpable, nearly overwhelming. It had never dared to dream that one day it would possess such an abundance of the world's finest resources. The blood demon gazed enviously, its eyes turning green with jealousy. If the modest quasi-emperor 9-headed lion could achieve merit, why could it not? It resolved to devise a plan to earn its own accolades and receive Chen Changsheng's rewards. "Ruoxue," Chen Changsheng chuckled softly, approaching Li Ruoxue. He gently tousled her hair, a tender gesture. "During my expedition to the underworld, I managed to bring back some members of the Li clan," he informed her. "Really?" Li Ruoxue's eyes sparkled with astonishment and excitement. "Indeed," Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, waving his hand. "The unseen members of the Li clan all manifested. Are these truly the descendants of our Li lineage?" The Li clan, upon beholding Li Ruoxue, was filled with extraordinary excitement. The ancestors of the sacred land were deeply shaken at this spectacle. Indeed, this individual is invincible. Not even the legendary underworld could pose a threat to her. She has brought back so many members of the Li clan from the realm of the dead. But what of ancestor Li Sun? Li Ruoxue blinked her clear, bright eyes, and asked Chen Changsheng. She was aware that Li Sun was a close friend of Chen Changsheng. The person Chen Changsheng yearned to retrieve most from the underworld was Li Sun. He is not in the underworld. The situation is somewhat special. However, I will undoubtedly find him later and bring him back. Chen Changsheng replied. After speaking, he lifted Li Ruoxue into his arms. Let us go to the Wei clan. He spoke softly. The Wei clan intends to annihilate the Dao One Sacred Land and has designs on Ruoxue. He certainly would not let this matter rest. He had already declared that he would eradicate the Wei clan from existence. Furthermore, he had brought back members of the Li clan, perfectly positioning them within the Wei clan's territory. The ancestral grounds of an ancient clan should be quite splendid. Chen Changsheng was unaware of the location of the Wei clan's territory. Nevertheless, this posed no challenge for him. With a mere thought, he enveloped the entire world. Every inch of the realm was vividly portrayed in his mind. In an instant, he located the Wei clan's ancestral grounds, a highly concealed ancient secret realm. Let us proceed. With a wave of his hand, he brought along Ruoxue and the nine-headed lion to the entrance of the Wei clan's territory. He had also brought along the ancestors of the Dao One Sacred Land. In the future, this place would undoubtedly become the territory of the Li clan, and there would inevitably be instances where they would require the assistance of the Dao One Sacred Land. He guided the ancestors of the Sacred Land to familiarize themselves with the surroundings in advance. The ancestors exchanged glances. Is this truly the Wei clan's territory? Yet, there is nothing here. It is merely a commonplace mountain range, devoid of any structures or signs of human activity. There are even no spiritual veins, and the higher-grade cultivation materials are painfully scarce, almost non-existent. It hardly resembles a place for cultivation. They found it hard to fathom that the ancestral grounds of the ancient Wei clan could be situated here. However, considering Chen Changsheng's unmatched prowess and unimaginable cultivation level, they certainly could not be mistaken. The Wei clan's territory must be right here. My lord, allow me to take the lead. The blood demon volunteered eagerly, brimming with enthusiasm. This was a splendid opportunity to make a name for itself. It certainly would not miss the chance to shine. Very well, you may go. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly. The blood demon, upon receiving the command, soared to the forefront and began to bellow. You scoundrels of the Wei clan, come out here before your blood master. It shouted loudly. Within the invisible ancient secret realm, the members of the Wei clan on guard were taken aback. How could they have found their way here? Quickly, notify the ancestors. They dared not hesitate and swiftly sounded the alarm. They promptly sought out the esteemed ancestors of the Wei clan to report the unfolding situation. Before our investigation into their origins could be completed, they dared to launch an attack? Such audacity! Do they truly believe the Wei clan to be a mere soft target to be toyed with at will? The current elders of the Wei clan were filled with rage. In all of history, from ancient times to the present, no one had ever dared to invade their ancestral grounds. Come, let us discern what these intruders are truly about. They set forth to the entrance of the secret realm, where they encountered the raucous blood demon. The ancient blood demon? Surely, I must be mistaken. How could it still be alive? The elders of the Wei clan were astounded, doubting their own eyes. How could they possibly be witnessing the blood demon from the ancient era? The Wei clan traces its origins back to those ancient times, with an unbroken lineage that grants them profound knowledge of the legendary figures from that age. Is the little turtle hiding and refusing to respond? Come out and face your demise. The blood demon bellowed. Your grandfather, the blood demon, is eager to commence the slaughter. The countenances of the Wei clan's elders shifted dramatically. Could it truly be the ancient blood demon? And even if it were, what of it? With the power bestowed by the enigmatic master, it could not stir the waters. The ancestors acted decisively, ready to suppress it with the strength granted by their mysterious benefactor. They sneered repeatedly, unafraid of the blood demon's advance. To them, the approach of the blood demon was nothing short of an invitation to its own demise. Chapter 37. With the celestial slashing blade in hand, no one can hinder your path. An ancient ancestor of the present age departed to awaken the ancestral spirits within the clan. The blood demon, notorious in ancient times, was a formidable force among the fiercest of adversaries. Astonishingly, the blood demon had survived from the ancient era to the present, which rendered it even more formidable. Although the contemporary ancestors had acquired enigmatic powers, they harbored uncertainties about confronting the blood demon in battle. to subdue the blood demon. They would indeed require the assistance of the ancient ancestors. Why the silence, you cowardly descendants? Are you afraid of me, blood demon? The blood demon bellowed, challenging the Wei clan, who remained utterly unresponsive. How arrogant! Times have changed, and despite your infamous reputation in the ancient era, you shall not act brazenly before the Wei clan today. If you dare to trespass upon our territory, you shall find no return. The ancestors of the Wei clan retorted coldly. You are truly formidable, proclaiming that times have changed. Very well, since you possess such prowess. Come forth and attempt to vanquish me, leaving none alive. Do your worst. The blood demon, undeterred, continued to taunt the Wei clan. Behind it stood Chen Changsheng. With his presence, what fear could it possibly harbor? Chen Changsheng had even subdued the underworld. Yet, to speak honestly, the Wei clan did exhibit a semblance of strength. The invisible ancestral grounds of the Wei clan were so elusive that even the blood demon could not sense them. Had it been otherwise, it would not have merely engaged in verbal sparring. It would have forcibly breached the Wei clan's domain and unleashed havoc long ago. There was no need for such lengthy discourse. The path to slaughter lay directly ahead. Calmly, Chen Changsheng spoke, waving his hand. A blood-red blade materialized and flew into the hands of the blood demon. The celestial slashing blade, the pinnacle of extraordinary weapons. Who is this person? The faces of the contemporary ancestors of the Wei clan paled in astonishment. They recognized the legendary weapon, the celestial slashing blade. They were utterly taken aback, never having anticipated that Chen Changsheng could wield such a formidable artifact. This was a weapon of legendary status, surpassing even the level of heavenly emperors, rendering them insignificant in comparison. The terror associated with this weapon was as renowned as its name. It was the most fearsome of all weapons. They gazed at Chen Changsheng, reassessing their initial impressions. Once deemed inconsequential, he now appeared to be anything but ordinary. Great Lord, the blood demon grasped the celestial slashing blade, and in an instant, the once invisible ancestral grounds of the Wei clan became vividly apparent to it. Kill! With unwavering confidence, it brandished the celestial slashing blade and struck toward the ancestral grounds of the Wei clan. A tremendous explosion erupted, causing the heavens to shatter and the earth to quake. This strike resembled a world-destroying blade, instilling profound terror. The secret realm housing the Wei clan's ancestral grounds was instantly breached, and the entire domain plummeted to the ground, shaking the earth and raising clouds of dust. Such unbridled horror. The ancestors of the Wei clan were utterly astonished. Their secret realm, fortified since ancient times, was renowned for its impenetrable strength. Even a celestial emperor, exerting every ounce of their power, could not stir a single thread within this hidden world. Yet, the blood demon had cleaved it asunder with a single stroke. In that moment, they were left in confusion, pondering whether the true terror lay within the blood demon or the fabled blade of the celestial severance. What transpired? Who wielded such an overwhelmingly fearsome strike? The world quaked, and all formidable beings turned their gazes toward the Wei clan's territory. The disturbance caused by this blow was monumental. Every powerful entity was roused. It was none other than the notorious blood demon of ancient lore. How can it still be alive? By the heavens, that was the blade of the celestial severance. The world's most extraordinary weapon had revealed itself. The might of the strongest beings was palpable as they grappled with disbelief. They never anticipated that the infamous blood demon was still among the living. What astonished them further was the emergence of the legendary blade of the celestial severance. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying aura permeated the air as an ancient ancestor of the Wei clan awakened and stepped forth. His gaze was like lightning, and within the opening and closing of his eyes, there appeared horrifying visions of the sun, moon, and stars being extinguished. An unparalleled majesty enveloped the surroundings, revealing his immense power. Having slain my kin and shattered the sacred realm of the Wei clan, blood demon, you shall find it exceedingly difficult to meet your demise today, he declared coldly, his voice brimming with murderous intent. Every creature in the world trembled, overwhelmed by his terrifying malice, their hearts quaking in dread. Do not pretend to be formidable. When you, blood demon, roamed the world, you had yet to be born. The blood demon, brandishing the blade of the celestial severance, charged forward with ferocity. The billowing aura of malevolence surged. It reasserted the might of a great demon, causing those observing from afar to feel their scalps tingle and their hearts race with fear. The era had shifted. The blood demon no longer possessed the invulnerability it once had. The ancient ancestor of the Wei clan engaged in a fierce battle with the blood demon, revealing his terror-inducing prowess that had long surpassed the realm of the celestial emperor. He had managed to break free from 2 earthly shackles. The blood demon was astonishingly forced back. The grip on the blade of the celestial severance caused it immense pain, nearly causing it to drop the weapon onto the ground. What sorcery is this? How can this adversary be so powerful? The blood demon seethed with indignation. Everyone has attained mysterious powers, and I am still an ancient veteran. How can this ancient junior surpass me by such a margin? It was baffled. Could it be that the Wei clan had acquired even greater enigmatic powers? Goodness gracious! I wish to showcase my prowess, yet this is the outcome. My lord even bestowed upon me the blade of the celestial severance. It felt humiliated and embarrassed. The ancient ancestor of the Wei clan was far superior in strength. Even when the blood demon unleashed its mysterious abilities, it was futile. The disparity was insurmountable. Having survived since ancient times, the blood demon had assumed the ancestor possessed formidable strength, yet was merely a shadow of its former self, weak and easily vanquished. The ancient ancestor of the Wei clan scoffed, his expression filled with disdain. Before he struck, he had indeed harbored concerns for a considerable time. The notion of the blood demon, having survived since the ancient times while wielding the celestial slaying blade, evokes a sense of dread. However, upon engaging in combat, he soon realizes how misguided his fears were. The blood demon, brandishing the celestial slaying blade, could at most rival the combat prowess of one who has merely shed the shackles of the mortal realm. In contrast, he himself has liberated 2 such shackles, rendering their disparity considerable. Such weakness, and yet he dares to wreak havoc upon my Wei clan? Enough! Your journey ends here. I shall bring to a close your meager existence. The ancient ancestor of the Wei clan scoffed with disdain, preparing to strike down the blood demon. What is the celestial slaying blade? It can sever the heavens themselves, let alone deal with such an inconsequential figure. Chen Changsheng spoke calmly, "Blood demon, go forth. With the celestial slaying blade in hand, none shall obstruct your path." Upon the utterance of his words, the celestial slaying blade underwent an unnoticed transformation, infused with an imperceptible power. The blood demon, grasping the blade, sensed this change and was filled with exhilaration. "Very well, my lord. I shall eliminate this insignificant character." He brandished the celestial slaying blade once more, charging towards the ancient ancestor of the Wei clan. Do you truly believe? The infamous blood demon of antiquity. Has he ever been such a fool as to be easily deceived? The ancient ancestor of the Wei clan erupted into laughter. With the celestial slaying blade in hand, none can obstruct your path? How utterly amusing. Even more comical was the fact that the blood demon had indeed fallen for it, once again advancing towards him with the blade raised. Chapter 38. Ignorance of Mortality. Today the Wei clan is destined for erasure from existence. In their previous skirmish, the blood demon was still oblivious to his own limitations. How could he be so easily provoked by mere words? Armed with the celestial slayer, he recklessly charged once more. The ancient progenitor of the Wei clan must be laughing in disbelief. Ah, but wait, does he genuinely believe it? I have long known better than to trust such claims. The disparity is immense. Even if it allows the celestial slayer to perform beyond its usual capacity, it could never be a match. Observers from the world shook their heads in unison, each more incredulous than the last. The blood demon was truly too naive. He believed every word that declared, "The celestial slayer can sever the heavens." The ancient blood demon perished due to his naivety. How utterly absurd. Should this tale reach future generations, they too would find it hard to believe. The world as formidable beings shook their heads even more vigorously. The Blood Demon, wielding the Celestial Slayer, charged once again towards the ancient progenitor of the Wei clan, destined to meet a grim fate at his hands. The chasm between them was insurmountable. The Blood Demon and the ancient progenitor were on entirely different planes of existence. This was evident to all. With such intellect, your existence is a waste. Allow me to send you on your way. The ancient progenitor of the Wei clan took action. A terrifying power erupted as he shattered two shackles with overwhelming force. Though he regarded the Blood Demon's renewed assault with disdain, he did not let his guard down. His attack was ferocious, even more so than before. Clearly, he was exercising due caution. Even if the Blood Demon was no match for him, he remained vigilant. Mock the Blood Demon? Watch as he cleaves you in two. The Blood Demon swung the Celestial Slayer forward with a mighty strike. Boom! An unimaginable force surged forth, cleaving the very fabric of time and space. The terror of this blow exceeded all expectations. What? The ancient progenitor of the Wei clan's countenance changed dramatically. The instant the Blood Demon unleashed this strike, he sensed its terrifying potential. This blow posed a genuine and lethal threat. He howled in rage, daring not to hesitate for even a moment. He unleashed the bizarre power within him at once. Strange crimson fur erupted across his body in an instant, his aura skyrocketing as his combat prowess multiplied exponentially. He now possessed the strength to slay those who had broken free from 3 shackles. Yet, all of this was futile. Even the power to easily slay those who had escaped 3 shackles could not withstand the strike. Splatter! Bizarre blood sprayed forth, showering the sky like a rain of crimson. A scene both horrifying and surreal. The ancient progenitor of the Wei clan was utterly annihilated by this blow, his flesh mingling with blood as it fell. How could this be possible? Such a terrifying strike. The formidable beings of the world were profoundly shaken. They could hardly believe the sight before their eyes. One blow had completely obliterated the ancient progenitor of the Wei clan. This was simply outrageous. How could a being of such terrifying strength be so easily vanquished? They were virtually indestructible. To vanquish such a terrifyingly formidable adversary, one must invest considerable time, gradually wearing them down to achieve victory. This single strike transcends their comprehension. Suddenly, beams of horrifying light surged forth from the depths of the Wei clan's ancestral grounds, soaring into the heavens. The ancient ancestors of the Wei clan, as well as their primordial forebears, awakened and descended before the Blood Demon. Their presence was even more daunting. Each emanated an overwhelming aura. The powerful beings observing from afar felt an immense pressure emanating from them, rendering the atmosphere stifling. They trembled in fear, their hearts gripped by terror. What realm had these ancient and primordial ancestors of the Wei clan attained to instill such dread from a distance? They had no doubt that if these ancestors wished to eliminate them, a mere glance would suffice. Blood Demon, what enmity drives you to seek the annihilation of our Wei clan? Inquired an ancient ancestor of the Wei clan, his voice grave. What enmity? The Blood Demon retorted coldly. This enmity is profound. This grievance runs deep. Your kin sought to obliterate the Dao-Yi sacred land and foolishly plotted against Miss Ruo Shui. Do you not consider this enmity significant? He thundered. Dao-Yi sacred land? Miss Ruo Shui? The ancient ancestor of the Wei clan furrowed his brow, perplexed by the situation surrounding the Dao-Yi sacred land and Ruo Shui. Dao-Yi sacred land represents a minor sect in the contemporary world. An elder of the Wei clan succinctly informed the ancient ancestor of its significance. The young girl cradled in that person's arms is none other than the Miss Ruo Shui mentioned by the Blood Demon. He proceeded to recount what little he knew about Ruo Shui, acknowledging that they had yet to fully investigate her circumstances. Why all this talk of enmity? The ancient ancestor of the Wei clan interjected, dismissively. It is merely a trivial sect of this era and a mere child. Their destruction is inconsequential. He regarded the Dao-Yi sacred land and Li Ruo Shui with disdain, considering them insignificant. Indeed, while the Dao-Yi sacred land may wield considerable power among contemporary forces, it paled in comparison to their ancient lineage, rendering it unworthy of mention. As for Li Ruo Shui, what importance could a mere child possess? To extinguish them is nothing of consequence. The blood demon interjected vehemently. How audacious you are, to dismiss the Tao, East Sacred Land, and Miss Ruo Shui. Allow me to enlighten you. In the face of the Tao, East Sacred Land, and Miss Ruo Shui, your Wei clan is utterly inconsequential. To dare contemplate the annihilation of the Tao, East Sacred Land, and to plot against Miss Ruo Shui, you are destined for obliteration today, the blood demon declared, brandishing the sky-slaying blade and charging towards the ancient and primordial ancestors of the Wei clan. How audacious they were! Failing to notice Miss Ruo Shui nestled in the embrace of Lord Changsheng. Did you not witness the arrival of the venerable Changsheng alongside the ancient ancestors of the Taoist sacred land? How dare one so brazenly belittle Miss Ruo Shui and the Taoist sacred land? To speak of annihilation as though it were a trivial matter. The ancient progenitors of the Wei clan truly seem oblivious to the gravity of their situation. How insignificant the Wei clan appears before the Taoist sacred land and a mere girl. Such audacity! The world's mighty warriors gaze in disbelief. What utter nonsense does the blood demon utter? How could the Taoist sacred land and a girl like Ruo Shui possibly be compared to the Wei clan? The ancestral beings of the Wei clan, upon their descent, are nothing short of terrifying. A mere glance from them could obliterate the Taoist sacred land and Ruo Shui countless times over. Do you think that wielding the blade of heaven's severance renders you invincible, capable of sweeping through our entire Wei clan? A voice from an ancient ancestor of the Wei clan, icy and resolute, proclaimed, "Blood demon, you are sorely mistaken about your own limitations. Even with the blade of heaven's severance in hand, your strength pales in comparison to ours." His gaze was chilling as he summoned the enigmatic power within him. In an instant, his body was cloaked in eerie red hair. The other ancient ancestors of the Wei clan followed suit, channeling their own strange powers, their forms also adorned with bizarre crimson fur. Together, they conjured a modest yet ominous pool, within which flowed a mysterious and terrifying liquid. This was the extraordinary treasure bestowed upon them by that enigmatic being, a source of strength that far surpassed that of the blood demon, enabling them to break free from the shackles of the mortal realm. The pool, containing this strange liquid, possessed unfathomable and terrifying power. Chapter 39, Blood Demon. I am the most loyal hound by the side of Lord Changsheng. A peculiar small pool, modest in size, emanated a terrifying aura that could send shivers down one's spine, as if its slightest motion could obliterate worlds. The ancient ancestors of the Wei clan, having jointly summoned this enigmatic pool, adopted a demeanor of calmness, shedding all traces of worry. They understood the profound terror this pool possessed. No matter how fierce the blood demon or formidable the slashing heaven blade, they were destined to be unable to contend with this strange pool. A certain ancient ancestor of the Wei clan furrowed his brow, his expression filled with perplexity as he gazed at the blood demon, incredulously exclaiming, "You too have been bestowed with bizarre power?" He could hardly fathom that the blood demon could possess such uncanny strength. The holders of this strange power were supposed to be allies, united in purpose. Through the peculiar pool, he could distinctly sense the existence of bizarre power within the blood demon, which left him utterly confounded and bewildered. With such extraordinary power, the blood demon should not be attacking them. Swish! The terrifying blade light surged like an ocean, and the blood demon remained silent, letting his actions convey his stance. This strike was still exceedingly fearsome. Void and time were severed and divided by this blow. The ancient ancestors of the Wei clan exerted all their might to channel the strange pool. Instantly, the pool expanded, cascading down an eerie light, forming a bizarre curtain of light that shielded the ancient ancestors of the Wei clan. This diminutive yet peculiar pool was indeed extraordinarily terrifying. It managed to intercept this devastating strike. Blood demon, with your own bizarre powers, you should stand alongside us. One of the ancient ancestors of the Wei clan proclaimed, "I do possess bizarre power, yet I shall never stand with you. I am a servant of Lord Changsheng, the most loyal servant," the blood demon declared loudly and resolutely. Hiss! The powerful beings observing from afar collectively gasped in astonishment. They had all heard the blood demon's words, which left them in disbelief and shock. Such a terrifying entity as the blood demon was merely a subordinate to another. They could hardly accept this. Who is Lord Changsheng? The one cradling a young girl, proclaiming, "The slashing heaven blade can cut through the heavens?" They couldn't help but cast glances towards Chen Changsheng. If this indeed was Lord Changsheng, how formidable must he be? Blood demon, what madness are you spouting? With bizarre power, you can only be a servant of the bizarre lord, obeying the commands of the bizarre lord. Several ancient ancestors of the Wei clan rebuked in succession. What nonsense about a bizarre lord! This wretch cannot even be compared to Lord Changsheng. I am the most loyal servant by the side of Lord Changsheng. No, I am the most loyal hound by the side of Lord Changsheng. The blood demon reiterated with fervor, seizing the moment to express unwavering loyalty to Chen Changsheng. It had witnessed firsthand the sheer terror and invincibility of Chen Changsheng, even when faced with the frightening and deeply mysterious machinations of the bizarre. It felt itself inferior to Chen Changsheng. It was precisely for this reason that when it proclaimed itself as the most loyal dog by Chen Changsheng's side, it felt neither shame nor embarrassment. Instead, it brimmed with pride. How dare this creature seek to usurp my position? The nine-headed lion seethed with rage. It had been bestowed the name de Huang, and to embody this name, Chen Changsheng transformed it into a dog. Now, the blood demon also declared itself a dog, boasting of its unwavering loyalty. Was it attempting to compete for the title of the most loyal canine? I would never allow you to surpass me. Woof, woof, woof. It growled bitterly, simultaneously practicing its barking. Meanwhile, upon hearing the blood demon's words, the ancient and prime ancestors of the Wei clan were infuriated. Blood demon, how can you take such pride in being a dog? You are beyond redemption. The enigmatic master granted you strange powers to thrive in this world, and yet you betray him to serve as another's dog. You truly deserve to perish 1,000 deaths. You think you can betray the enigmatic master and get away with it? Impossible. Today, we shall capture you and await the enigmatic master's judgment. The ancient and prime ancestors of the Wei clan scolded coldly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. They exerted their full strength to activate the strange pool. The strange pool trembled slightly, emanating even more terrifying and bizarre fluctuations. This was the enigmatic source pool, capable of manipulating strange powers. You have acquired strange powers, yet still wish to betray. It is utterly foolish. A prime ancestor of the Wei clan scoffed. With the strange pool in play, capturing the blood demon was assured. Now, it was even more certain. The strange pool could control the strange powers, and with the blood demon harboring such powers within, it could not possibly contend against the strange pool. The strange pool quivered. The strange powers within the blood demon began to operate uncontrollably, swiftly sprouting bizarre red fur upon its body. It was over. The blood demon's expression changed drastically. The strange powers within it spiraled out of control, rapidly seizing its flesh. Was this how it would meet its end? Just then, the sky-slaying blade in the blood demon's hand shimmered. In an instant, the bizarre red fur sprouting from its body retracted. The chaotic, strange powers within it also stabilized. Haha, how foolish I am. This is the sky-slaying blade bestowed upon me by Lord Changsheng. How could I possibly meet my demise so easily? It laughed heartily, feeling rather foolish for doubting itself. With the sky-slaying blade, gifted by Lord Changsheng in hand, how could it possibly falter? Regardless of how terrifying the adversary's tactics were, it could never face obliteration. What? How can this be possible? The ancient and prime ancestors of the Wei clan's expressions changed dramatically. The control of the strange pool had failed. It was utterly unbelievable. Damn it, let us kill. The blood demon's eyes gleamed with excitement as it brandished the sky-slaying blade, charging forward to strike once more. Boom, this time. The blow it struck was several times more terrifying than before. The blade had yet to descend. The eerie small pond, beneath its strange protective veil, shattered into countless fragments. The ancient ancestors of the Wei clan, hailing from both the primordial and ancient eras, suffered a devastating blow, their mouths spilling blood incessantly as their bodies split apart completely. A resounding explosion reverberated through the realm, sending unimaginable shockwaves cascading forth. The blade struck mercilessly upon the peculiar pond, unleashing a cataclysmic roar that shook the very foundations of existence. This strike was nothing short of terrifying. Even the enigmatic pond, revered as a rare treasure, could not withstand its might. The pond was utterly obliterated, and the strange liquid contained within was annihilated. How could this be? The ancient ancestors of the Wei clan, although not perished, managed to reconstruct their forms. They trembled uncontrollably, unable to fathom the outcome before them. This was a treasure granted by that mysterious figure, yet had been shattered by such a stroke. How could they believe it? How could they accept it? The blood demon refrained from dispatching the ancient ancestors of the Wei clan. It understood that the Lord of Eternal Life sought to ascertain the whereabouts of that enigmatic benefactor who bestowed upon them their unusual powers. Chen Changsheng approached, inquiring of the ancient ancestors of the Wei clan. Chapter 40. A Tremor in the World. Many ancient era beings come to aid the Wei clan. Chen Changsheng approached, exuding an otherworldly demeanor. His handsome visage bore the ethereal grace of a celestial being. The blood demon, bowing slightly, stood respectfully behind him. The ancient and primordial ancestors of the Wei clan all realized that the figure before them must indeed be the esteemed Lord Changsheng, as mentioned by the blood demon. The first of the ancient ancestors of the Wei clan to appear wore an expression of profound complexity. It was no wonder that the blood demon had been so enthralled by merely two utterances. Undoubtedly, this Lord Changsheng possessed unimaginable power. The celestial slaying blade must have been endowed with even greater strength by this venerable figure. Observing the blood demon's humble demeanor further confirmed this. Is the name of the Lord Changsheng truly Changsheng? Why do I have no recollection of him? What formidable origin does he possess? The powerful beings watching from afar were all struck with astonishment. To elicit such words from the blood demon was a testament to the extraordinary and terrifying nature of this Lord Changsheng. Silence? The reason I have spared you is to compel you to answer Lord Changsheng's inquiries. The blood demon, gripping the celestial slaying blade, exclaimed with fury, "If you do not respond to Lord Changsheng's questions forthwith, I shall slay you on the spot." The blade shimmered with a cold light, emanating a terrifying power. The ancient and primordial ancestors of the Wei clan all sensed the looming threat of death. They were acutely aware that should the blood demon wield the celestial slaying blade against them, their demise would be inevitable. Trembling in fear, the ancestors wished to avoid being slaughtered by the blade. They did not wish to meet their end in such a manner. Hastily, they opened their mouths, preparing to divulge what they knew. Boom! At that moment, a series of terrifying explosions resonated through the void. Enormous black holes emerged one after another, releasing an exceedingly ominous aura. The entire realm lost its luster, plunging into darkness. Friends of the Wei clan, do not panic. We have come to rescue you, echoed voices from the black holes. We are of the same faction, all graced by the enigmatic Lord's favor. With the Wei clan in peril, we cannot stand idly by. Those who dare to covet the Wei clan shall surely come to regret this decision for all their days. From the black holes came a resounding chorus of chilling proclamations. One after another, terrifying figures emerged from various black holes. They were all adorned with bizarre red fur. Among them were humans, demons, and fearsome beasts with extraordinary bloodlines, as well as otherworldly beings. Clearly, they were not of the current era. The languages they spoke were ancient, encompassing dialects from the primordial era, as well as those from even more distant epochs. Their numbers were substantial, exceeding 20 in total. Upon their arrival, each possessed an overwhelming aura capable of dominating the heavens and the earth. Without a doubt, each one was vastly more powerful than the ancient and primordial ancestors of the Wei clan. In ancient times, the Wei clan's forebears, having united their efforts to summon an enigmatic source pool, inadvertently roused the attention of others who had also been bestowed with peculiar powers. They immediately rushed to render assistance. The atmosphere was charged with an ominous dread, What level of terrifying strength did these beings possess? What is the origin of this bizarre power? Observers from afar, powerful figures of the world, gasped in astonishment, trembling uncontrollably. The force of this uncanny power was undeniably fearsome. Am I mistaken? Is that the chaotic demon emperor from the ancient era? One powerful being exclaimed in disbelief. In its prime, it was revered by myriad races, a true sovereign of its time, unmatched by any adversary. The observer quivered, stammering as he spoke of the chaotic demon emperor, the invincible ruler of the mid-ancient era, who commanded the respect of countless tribes, standing atop the pinnacle of power. How could this be? The emperor of the ancient era, Meng, still lives. Another powerful figure shouted in shock. He could hardly fathom it. The ancient era is so distant. How could anyone survive to this day? This utterly defies all conventions. Those who have not attained immortality cannot withstand the ravages of time. No matter how formidable, they ultimately succumb to the erosion and wear of the ages. The ancient era is far too remote. The decay of time has evidently reached an unimaginable extent. It is impossible for the strong of the ancient times to have endured to the present. They have long since vanished under the relentless passage of time. Meng, a peerless powerhouse of the late ancient era, belonged to the Meng clan, one of the most formidable clans of that time. Numerous records and legends of Meng and the Meng clan have been passed down through the ages. The supreme sect of the late ancient era, the Yin sect, and its master, the patriarch of the formidable Jin clan, the sovereign of the invincible fire kingdom of the mid-ancient era, the lord of the forbidden domain, the ageless sea, the master of the forbidden grounds, the corpse emperor, and the chieftain of the transcendent Tianjin clan from the early ancient era, as well as the beast lord of the unparalleled beast sea from the same period. A cacophony of thunderous exclamations erupted across the lands, a chorus of astonishment that none could have anticipated. Those legendary figures, once confined to ancient tales, were now manifesting before the world. These venerable entities, who had left indelible marks upon their respective eras, were still recognizable despite their bodies being cloaked in strange crimson fur. Following the initial outcry, even greater astonishment reverberated throughout the world, nearly overturning the very fabric of existence. Observers gradually recognized the origins of the singular beast from the chaotic ancient era. It was precisely this recognition that unleashed a terrifying wave of sound, potent enough to shake the world to its core. The ancestral crocodile, the foremost among the 10 terrors of the late chaotic era, was the most formidable beast of its time. It wreaked havoc across the world, rendering all foes powerless. Alas, the era of chaos has long since faded into an unfathomable expanse of time. How could it possibly still exist in the present day? Today is destined to be the most terrifying day in history. Everywhere, voices rise in a cacophony of disbelief. The arrival of the ancestral crocodile, the apex of the 10 terrors from the late chaotic period, is utterly inconceivable, more fantastical than a fable. The events of today are absurd, frightful, and beyond comprehension. Undoubtedly, after this day, countless chronicles of these occurrences shall emerge, destined to be passed down through generations. They can foresee that future generations, upon encountering these records, will be left in utter bewilderment, each one more incredulous than the last, exclaiming, "Surely this cannot be true." After all, even those who witnessed these events firsthand are shouting in disbelief. With so many terrifying powerhouses arriving for rescue, the ancient ancestors of the Wei clan could no longer contain their laughter. They were free from fear, devoid of any concerns. One ancient ancestor, emboldened, mockingly addressed Chen Changsheng. "Do you wish to know the state of the enigmatic master? By what right do you presume to inquire? Even without a mirror, you must have some reflection. Hurry and relieve yourself to contemplate your own character." His expression was filled with disdain and derision. With such overwhelming forces descending, it was inevitable that Chen Changsheng would be subdued. There could be no other outcome. Chapter 41. A battle beyond time and space. The ancient powers emerge with terrifying might. The other ancient ancestors of the Wei clan laughed heartily, devoid of fear or concern. How the tides have turned. Just moments ago, they were on the brink of death, suppressed by Chen Changsheng. Now, it is Chen Changsheng who teeters on the edge of demise, overwhelmed by their might. Ancient, primeval, and even the fearsome beings from the chaotic era have descended. What can Chen Changsheng possibly use to resist? It is destined to be an impossible match. Moreover, they are all profoundly shaken, struck by an inexplicable terror. The existence of such eerie powers in the distant chaotic era is simply unfathomable. Blood splattered and flesh flew. The ancient ancestor of the Wei clan, who had mocked Chen Changsheng and insulted his character, was instantly slain by the blood demon wielding the heavenly cleaver. Madness! How dare they insult Lord Changsheng? The blood demon radiates murderous intent. How audacious these old fools of the Wei clan are. To insult him is one thing, but to dare to insult Lord Changsheng is truly seeking death. The remaining ancient ancestors of the Wei clan were filled with rage and disbelief. They never anticipated that, amidst the arrival of so many terrifying powers, the blood demon would brazenly kill one of their ancient ancestors. In an instant, they fell silent, swallowing the foul words that were on the tip of their tongues, fearing that the blood demon might turn its blade upon them next. Meanwhile, the powerful beings, including the ancestor crocodile, who had come to provide aid, were enraged. How could the blood demon dare to kill an ancient ancestor of the Wei clan in their presence? This was a blatant disregard for their authority. Unaware of the peril, today, it would be difficult for you to escape your fate. Kill! Their murderous intent surged. The chaotic demon emperor and other formidable beings from the ancient era unleashed their fury, launching an assault towards the blood demon. Indeed, they were significantly more powerful than the ancient ancestors of the Wei clan. The latter had only broken free from 4 worldly shackles, whereas they had surpassed that, with all having shattered 5. Among them, the chaotic demon emperor had even broken 6 shackles. Their bodies were covered in eerie red fur, and empowered by this strange force. The might they unleashed was far more terrifying than that of the ancient ancestors of the Wei clan. Blood demon, go forth. Remember this. The heavenly cleaver can cleave the heavens. Chen Changsheng spoke calmly, with no intention of making a move himself. As he said, the heavenly cleaver is capable of severing the heavens. The blood demon, grasping the heavenly cleaver, is more than capable of slaying all the powerful beings, including ancestor crocodile. Very well, my lord. The blood demon bowed deeply, nearly touching the ground, responding with utmost reverence. Then it turned around, holding the heavenly cleaver, and gazed at the chaotic demon emperor and the other ancient powers. A chilling laugh escaped its lips, revealing murky, yellowed teeth. A terrifying shockwave surged into the heavens, causing the void to tremble. The blood demon wielded the celestial slaying blade, exuding an overwhelming aura. With a single horizontal slash, a blinding white light engulfed the world. Blood gushed forth like a torrent. Ancient powerhouses, including the Chaos Demon Emperor, fell like dumplings, all cleaved downwards. This was a sweeping strike, an unmatched blow. Under this single slash, the Chaos Demon Emperor and other ancient beings exhibited no capacity for resistance whatsoever. What? How fearsome! The world trembled. The onlookers, formidable beings from afar, were struck with existential doubt by this single blade. The once mighty Chaos Demon Emperor and other ancient titans, renowned for their formidable presence, proved to be utterly impotent against such an assault. Swept aside in a single stroke, they were vanquished. It was terrifying, so terrifying that even as distant observers, they were left quaking in fear. The unengaged powers, such as the ancestral crocodile, were equally astonished, never having anticipated that the blood demon could unleash such a terrifying blow. Futile. It was destined to stir no waves. The Meng Emperor, the master of Yin and Yang, the patriarch of the Golden Clan, the Emperor of the Fire Nation, the Lord of the Ageless Sea, the Corpse Emperor, the patriarch of the Celestial Gold Clan, and the Beast Master. These apex beings of ancient times maintained their indifference. Their strength was overwhelming, especially with the likes of the ancestral crocodile, a veritable force of chaos, standing guard. The blood demon, relying solely on the celestial slaying blade, could not possibly contend with them. Thunderous roars echoed as the heavens crumbled and the earth fractured, a dreadful turbulence sweeping across the realm. The Ming Emperor and other ancient powers unleashed their might, each radiating terror. Each one could effortlessly shatter the heavens and obliterate the stars. They had all broken free from the shackles of 6 earthly constraints, with many having also freed themselves from 7. They were ferocious beyond measure, exerting pressure across the ages. Kill! An infinite wave of murderous intent surged, permeating every corner of existence. All living beings felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, chilled to the bone. Each sensed the grim approach of death, as if it were about to descend upon them. The Ming Emperor, a pinnacle being of the late ancient human era, summoned a bizarre power in full force. Through this mysterious strength, he rehearsed the ultimate techniques of ancient supremacy. An unimaginable force surged forth, and above the 9 heavens, a colossal monument, enveloped in eerie light, descended with the intent to suppress the blood demon. As the strange monument descended, the currents of time and space wavered, threatening to burst forth in a terrifying display. The master of the Yin and Yang cult, a supreme ancient order, similarly unleashed his bizarre powers, performing the revered techniques of his sect. The Yin and Yang diagram emerged, shrouding the entire realm. Unlike the typical Yin and Yang diagram, this one was interwoven with strange symbols, casting forth an unsettling array of eerie lights. It appeared exceedingly frightful and menacing. The patriarch of the Golden Clan, an apex entity of the late ancient era, brandished a peculiar great sword covered in crimson fur. With one sweeping strike, he unleashed his power. The eerie blade of light illuminated the world, even casting its reflection upon the river of time. In the midst of the ancient era, the invincible sovereign of the Fire Nation waved his hand casually, summoning a bizarre sea of flames that engulfed the heavens. A thunderous roar emerged from the uncanny inferno, heralding the arrival of a colossal dragon with long, fiery red fur, surging forth to confront the blood demon. The master of the Forbidden Lands, the lord of the undying sea, unleashed the boundless and enigmatic ocean as he charged towards the blood demon amidst the tumultuous waves soaring to immeasurable heights. The sovereign of the Forbidden Lands, the Corpse Emperor, manifested mountains of corpses behind it, a terrifying sight woven together by a sinister force. With a piercing howl, it unleashed a torrent of corpse energy intertwined with a dreadfully eerie aura, tearing towards the blood demon. As it advanced, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked. The world transformed into a nightmarish realm as horrific explosions resounded incessantly. The chieftain of the transcendent, celestial gold clan from the early ancient period morphed into a blade, wielding a formidable, celestial gold sword that stretched across the land. With an eerie power intertwining upon it, he struck down upon the blood demon with a devastating blow. A slash so terrifying it seemed capable of shattering the very fabric of existence. The supreme force of the Beast Sea, the Beast Lord, expanded infinitely, as if the world would shatter under its might. Its bizarre red fur sprouted like an unending range of mountains, an unimaginable horror. It blotted out the sky and the sun, fiercely trampling towards the blood demon. Other ancient formidable beings also unleashed their full power, holding nothing back as they executed their mightiest strikes. The terror of this battle surpassed all in history. The beings of the world were nearly paralyzed with fear, never having anticipated such a calamitous conflict could erupt. Chapter 42. The celestial blade truly can slice the heavens. One stroke, and the host of foes is defeated. The ancient supreme beings, including the Mong Emperor, unleashed their power, creating a scene of sheer terror. Even the blood demon, wielding the celestial blade, felt its heart tremble with an involuntary quiver. Honestly, had it not been for the celestial blade in its grasp, faced with such a multitude of horrific assaults, it would have been paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. Yet, with the blade in hand, it merely experienced a momentary surge of adrenaline before regaining its composure, exhibiting no further signs of distress. With a thunderous leap, it ascended to the skies. Firmly grasping the celestial blade with both hands, it executed a vertical slash. The power of this stroke exceeded all worldly imagination. From the lofty heavens above to the depths of the abyss below, a cacophony of destruction ensued beneath this strike. The radiant blade light became the singular focus of existence, eclipsing all else in the eyes of every living being. The great principles remained obscure, and the laws of order were rendered ineffective. This strike seemed to transcend the very fabric of divine law, unencumbered by any principle or doctrine. The earth-shattering explosion reverberated throughout the world. This stroke was unparalleled in its terror. Nothing could rival its might. The ancient formidable beings, including the Hmong Emperor, were left bloodied and shattered, their attacks obliterated by this singular stroke, all succumbing to its overwhelming force. The Lord of Eternal Life is invincible, the blood demon exclaimed with fervor. Truly invincible. It still held back the full might of the celestial blade, and yet this strike was already so fearsome. The Lord of Eternal Life, indeed, stands unmatched. How terrifying! Across the lands, powerful beings were left speechless, shaken by the sheer horror of this stroke. Good heavens! Just how powerful is this Lord of Eternal Life? They were all filled with awe, unable to fathom the true extent of Chen Changsheng's might. It was clear to them that the true power did not reside in the blood demon, but in the celestial blade it wielded, the blade infused with power by Chen Changsheng. Roar! The ancestor crocodile bellowed, its voice shaking the very mountains and rivers. It unleashed a bizarre crimson lotus from its maw. Under the eerie glow of the crimson lotus, the entire realm turned a sanguine hue, steeped in an uncanny atmosphere. As the foremost of the ancient 10 fiends, it was already ferocious beyond measure. Coupled with the strange gift of the crimson lotus from the enigmatic lord, it felt confident in its ability to slay any who dared break the shackles of the mortal realm. Indeed, it had freed itself from 8 mortal shackles. In a world devoid of immortals, it could not believe that Chen Changsheng had ascended to the realm of the immortals. To it appeared that Chen Changsheng had shattered the 9 mortal restraints, standing at the pinnacle of the human realm. Had it not been for the bizarre crimson lotus, it would not have hesitated for a moment to flee in terror. Yet, with the lotus in hand, it felt no fear and dared to confront Chen Changsheng. The ancestor crocodile, the foremost of the ancient 10 fiends, was originally a celestial crocodile, possessing an unparalleled lineage that echoes through the ages. It surged forth with an eerie red lotus atop its head, launching itself towards the blood demon with a ferocious roar that resounded across the realm. The strange red lotus shimmered with an otherworldly light, exponentially amplifying the battle prowess of the ancestral crocodile. Its aura grew increasingly terrifying, with each movement threatening to shake the very foundations of the world. Faced with the onslaught of the ancestral crocodile, the blood demon exhibited no fear. Instead, it cackled with a sinister glee, its laughter a dissonant sound that hinted at malice. The 9-headed lion remarked with disdain. With a thunderous clash, the ancestral crocodile charged forward, its eerie red lotus leading the way. The blood demon executed a vertical strike, more horrifying than any preceding blow. In that fleeting moment, onlookers beheld the cataclysmic consequences of this strike. Worlds shattered, stars extinguished, and the very laws of existence rendered void. Crack! The vertical strike descended from above, shattering the eerie red lotus atop the ancestral crocodile like delicate glass obliterated by a mighty hammer. Fragments flew through the air, and in an instant, the ancestral crocodile was utterly annihilated, its bones crushed and blood splattered, its very soul extinguished. Master Changsheng is invincible. The blood demon cried out in exhilaration, still harnessing the power of the heaven-slaying blade, though it had not fully unleashed its might. Yet it was terrifyingly potent, enough to obliterate the ancestral crocodile and its eerie lotus with ease. Master Changsheng sought to discern the movements of that enigmatic figure. Wary of eliminating the ancestral crocodile and other formidable entities who had been bestowed with strange powers, as they might possess knowledge of the mysterious being's whereabouts. What? They were all defeated without even this one lifting a finger. The ancient ancestors of the Wei clan turned pale, their hearts nearly stopping in dread. How terrifying it was! Chen Changsheng had not engaged directly. Merely by granting the blood demon the heaven-slaying blade, it could vanquish all-powerful foes, including the ancestral crocodile. Their spirits were nearly shattered by fear, especially as they recalled how one of their ancient ancestors had dared to mock and insult Chen Changsheng. Now, as they contemplated joining in the derision, their terror only intensified. "My goodness, is it truly this dreadful? I must find a place to hide," exclaimed one, realizing the urgency of retreat. "Thank heavens for my resilience. Had I rushed in immediately after my escapades with my concubines, I would surely share their fate. Indeed, indulging in such pleasures has proven wise. Come, my beloved concubines, let us continue." Across the lands, those who had delayed their arrival, now imbued with strange powers, swiftly reversed course, abandoning their intentions and frantically seeking refuge, too terrified to show themselves again. In the Wei clan's territory, the blood demon gathered the ancestral crocodile and other powerful beings together, facilitating Chen Changsheng's inquiries. Yet, he had yet to utter a single question. The formidable beings, including the ancestral crocodile, hastily divulged all that they knew, leaving no room for concealment. Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow, for he had not received the answers he sought. The enigmatic figure who had bestowed powers upon the ancestral crocodile and others was remarkably cautious and meticulous, leaving no trace of their whereabouts or any means of contact. They merely instructed the ancestral beings to await their summons. "Dispose of them," Chen Changsheng commanded, gesturing for the blood demon to eliminate the ancestral crocodile and his companions, thereby cleansing the Wei clan's territory. The blood demon, understanding the order, wielded the celestial slayer and executed the ancestral beings, clearing the land of the Wei clan. Embracing Li Ruoxue, Chen Changsheng, accompanied by the spectral entities of the Li clan and the venerable ancestors of the Daoi's sacred land, ventured to a new realm. This place would henceforth serve as the domain of the Li clan. Of course, should you wish to return to your former territory, that option remains available. However, in comparison, this new location is decidedly superior. Furthermore, your previous domain has been seized by the Zhao clan and has undergone such transformation that it is no longer recognizable. I recommend that you consider this as your new homeland and commence anew. This is merely my suggestion. The choice ultimately resides with you. You are free to decide as you see fit. Chen Changsheng spoke slowly, refraining from imposing his will or making decisions on behalf of the Li clan. Chapter 43. Chen Changsheng ventures to the land of heavenly punishment, where celestial beings descend upon the world. Chen Changsheng respects the decision of the Li clan. The members of the Li clan hesitate, feeling a deep nostalgia for their ancestral land, yearning to return to their former home. Yet, they are acutely aware that Chen Changsheng speaks the truth. Their homeland has long been occupied by the Zhao clan, now unrecognizable from their memories. The territory of the Wei clan is far more suitable for them. "Can we return for a moment?" one of the Li clan members inquires. They have resolved to revisit their ancestral land before establishing this place as their new home to start anew. "Of course," Chen Changsheng replies with a smile. "Thank you. We are truly grateful for your assistance." The members of the Li clan sincerely express their gratitude to Chen Changsheng. He not only rescued them from the underworld, but also aided those who had consumed Meng Po's soup, restoring their lost memories. He even provided them with such a splendid new homeland. Their hearts are filled with profound emotion. Even if their ancestor, Li Sun, were to be reborn, it could not compare. "There is no need for such formality," Chen Changsheng replies, his gaze deep and filled with reminiscence. "Li Sun and I were sworn brothers in life and death. Such emotional fluctuations were rare for him, only stirred by memories of Li Sun. The bond of brotherhood he shared with Li Sun is indelibly etched in his heart." "Ruoxue, would you like to accompany them back for a visit?" He gathers his thoughts and looks tenderly at the girl in his arms, Li Ruoxue. "Yes, Ancestor Changsheng, Ruoxue wishes to return and take a look." Li Ruoxue rapplies obediently. "Very well," Chen Changsheng gently smiles. He turns to the ancestors of the Daoi's sacred land. Once this becomes the new territory of the Li clan, there will undoubtedly be numerous matters that may trouble you all. I kindly ask for your assistance when the time comes. He speaks with utmost courtesy. Young master, you flatter us. Please rest assured. We will certainly do our utmost to assist. The ancestors of the Tao, sacred land, respond earnestly. Chen Changsheng's politeness leaves them feeling both honored and apprehensive. How terrifying is Chen Changsheng, who still shows such courtesy towards them? How could they not feel trepidation, especially given the great favor he has shown them in the past? All right, let's not stand on ceremony. We're all family here, Chen Changsheng chuckles. Upon hearing him refer to them as family, the ancestors of the Tao, sacred land, are overwhelmed with excitement, reflecting on their extraordinary fortune. What merit do they possess to be regarded as kin by such a transcendent figure as Chen Changsheng? You may go. Should you require assistance upon your return, feel free to seek help from the Tao, sacred land. Chen Changsheng tells the Li clan members, I shall make a trip to the land of heavenly punishment to bring back some soil for you. Thus, you may once again become a being of life. His expression remained indifferent, as if venturing into the land of heavenly punishment were an inconsequential affair. In truth, it was so. No matter how perilous the place, it posed no threat to him. However, upon hearing this, the members of the Li clan turned pale with alarm. You truly intend to go to the land of heavenly punishment? Perhaps it would be best to reconsider. We understand your intentions, but that place is far too dangerous. Even the celestial emperors who venture there are doomed to perish. Please do not go. Our current state is quite satisfactory, truly satisfactory. They urged in haste, not wishing for Chen Changsheng to take such risks on their behalf. When King Qin Guang recounted the conditions of the land of heavenly punishment, they were all present and clearly heard of its terrifying nature. What? Even the celestial emperors are doomed to die. The elders of the Tao, sacred land, felt their scalps tingle with fear and trepidation. Ah, is it truly that perilous? Li Ruoxue quickly interjected, perhaps Ancestor Changsheng. You should refrain from going. It matters not. Chen Changsheng responded with a smile, gently ruffling Li Ruoxue's little head. To me, the land of heavenly punishment holds no danger. He spoke calmly, reassuring Li Ruoxue and the Li clan that there was no cause for concern. He set Li Ruoxue down from his embrace. You may go. I shall return shortly. He spoke softly to Li Ruoxue. The nine-headed lion lay beside her, allowing her to mount its back. It carried her and the Li clan members towards their ancestral land. Ancestor Changsheng, please take care. Before departing, Li Ruoxue waved her small hand in farewell to Chen Changsheng. The blood demon had completed its task, having eliminated the Grand Crocodile and other formidable beings, clearing the Wei clan's territory. It happened to see Li Ruoxue and the others departing. Master, should I accompany you? It inquired, concerned for Li Ruoxue's safety and wishing to protect her. Unnecessary. There is no one in this world who could harm her, Chen Changsheng replied. Then he added, not only in this world, but across the myriad realms, even those from the celestial domain and places far more terrifying that it cannot inflict harm upon her. He left a protective force within Li Ruoxue, ensuring that no one could cause her harm. Let us go, he stated. Go. Where to? You cannot mean to venture into the land of heavenly punishment. The blood demon's countenance changed dramatically, nearly moved to tears. It longed to plead, Master, may I not go? The land of heavenly punishment was indeed a place of death for even the celestial emperors. Although it understood the depths of Chen Changsheng's power, it had no courage to accompany him to such a fearsome locale. However, before it could voice its concerns, its figure vanished alongside Chen Changsheng's. To the underworld, to the land of heavenly punishment. Chen Changsheng took the blood demon with him, intending to prevent that enigmatic figure from summoning the blood demon in his absence. As the Li clan faced annihilation due to strange forces, Li Sun had suffered a grievous blow from a bizarre, powerful being. This account, he certainly will not let it rest. Daring to strike Li Sun, he would scatter his ashes. Meanwhile, a figure descended from the heavens into this realm. The environment here is truly deplorable. He pinched his nose, his face contorted with disdain. He had no desire to breathe the air of this world. It is beyond comprehension how the beings of this realm manage to exist in such wretched conditions. Even the place where my clan feeds pigs is superior to this realm. He continued to voice his grievances, his words laced with boundless contempt. The environment here is so abysmal that it discomforts him entirely. He contemplated turning back. However, he ultimately stayed. Alas, there is no other option. Only such an inhospitable realm meets the requirements. He shook his head in resignation. The more dire the environment of a minor realm, the safer it is. Conversely, the more favorable the surroundings of a realm, the greater the danger. Very well, let us summon our kin to come here. He contacted members of his clan, instructing them to arrive in this realm. After the communication, he chuckled softly. This minor realm is not devoid of merit. At the very least, it is teeming with slaves. He stood high above, surveying this world. The beings of this realm are destined to become their subjugated thralls. Chapter 44. The outsider gazes upon the world, where kneelers thrive and non-kneelers perish. This figure loomed over the entire realm with an air of arrogance, surveying the world beneath him. He appeared to be of middle age, adorned in resplendent attire that seemed foreign to this realm. His gaze was as profound as the vast cosmos, and though he did not emanate a palpable aura of terror, an undeniable sense of supreme authority surrounded him. He was evidently a being of remarkable prowess. Indeed, his capabilities were formidable. Otherwise, he would not have uttered such disdainful words as "the ground is strewn with slaves." It was clear that he regarded the sentient beings of this realm with contempt, viewing it as a possession ripe for his dominion, easily subject to his will. The descent from the upper realms to the lower realms is not merely an act of suppression. He smirked, a smile brimming with superiority, deeply looking down upon this world, which he deemed inferior. He hailed from the upper realm, specifically the Qiyang realm. Among the myriad realms of existence, there are distinctions in size and strength. Not all realms are created equal. They can be classified as lower realms, upper realms, and celestial realms. The lower realms are the most abundant, yet they are characterized by a harsh environment. The upper realms are fewer in number, but their conditions far surpass those of the lower realms by 1,000-fold. As for the most powerful celestial realms, they are exceedingly rare, containing only 9 worlds, collectively referred to as the 9 celestial realms. This realm belongs to the lower realm, while the Qiyang realm from which the middle-aged man originates ranks among the strongest in the upper realm, placing within the top 100. In light of this, the man felt an overwhelming sense of superiority. To him, as a member of the elite Qiyang realm, arriving in this lower realm was akin to a dimensional strike, effortlessly capable of crushing all beings within this world. The devouring races that wreaked havoc in the upper realm had left its inhabitants in turmoil, all desperately seeking an escape. With gritted teeth, he gazed with infinite resentment. The upper realm was engulfed in chaos. Most beings were fleeing for their lives, searching for a way out. His arrival in this lower realm was a direct consequence of this turmoil. The Qiyang realm was no longer a sanctuary, having been overrun by the devouring races. They were compelled to abandon their homeland in search of refuge. The domain of the devouring races was one that even the top 100 realms of the upper realm could not penetrate, exhibiting an overall weakness. However, they had inexplicably acquired a dark power that rendered them terrifyingly formidable. Even the strongest realms of the upper realm found themselves powerless against them. Wherever the devouring races ventured, they consumed everything in their path. Numerous realms of the upper realm had already succumbed, their inhabitants, treasures, and essence of the world, without exception, devoured entirely by these races. This included even the top-tier realms of the upper realm, which had also fallen to the relentless onslaught of the devouring races, leaving them thoroughly vanquished and their contents completely consumed. The remaining realms, not yet engulfed by the devouring races, are filled with trepidation. Before the devouring races reach their domains, they hastily abandon their realms in search of safety. These realms have set their sights on the lower realms, where the environment is exceedingly poor. Yet it is believed that the devouring races are unlikely to descend and consume in such territories, rendering the lower realms comparatively safer. Thus, they collectively aim for the lower realms, each hastening their descent. In truth, they yearn to enter the heavenly 9 realms, a lofty domain replete with formidable beings and countless exalted individuals. Even the most terrifying of the devouring races would find it difficult to disturb the heavenly 9 realms. Should they gain entry, they would undoubtedly find themselves secure and free from the looming threat of the devouring races. Moreover, the cultivation environment within the Heavenly Nine Realms is unparalleled, allowing them to achieve loftier realms and greater accomplishments. However, the notion of entering the Heavenly Nine Realms remains but a fanciful thought, for entry is strictly prohibited to beings from the outside world, rendering their aspirations futile. As numerous beings from the upper realms rush to the lower realms, the quantity of realms there, while abundant, cannot avoid competing for resources. Many powerful clans originating from the same realm may find cohabitation in the lower realms untenable, each likely to seek sole dominion over territory. A middle-aged man named Mo Fong murmured to himself, not out of mere whimsy, but with the realization that his clan, the Mo clan, aspired for exclusive control over a realm. This ambition is especially true for those formidable clans hailing from the top 50 or even top 10 realms. The lower realms, in contrast to the upper realms, are fraught with inferior conditions and scarce cultivation resources. Beings that once coexisted in the upper realms would find it impossible to share a realm in the lower realms without exhausting their resources. Consequently, most capable clans and powers would strive for exclusive dominion in the lower realms. Under such circumstances, even a multitude of lower realms would be insufficient, inevitably leading to chaos and relentless conflict. I must act swiftly to subjugate the beings of this world and prepare for the arrival of my kin, subsequently enslaving the inhabitants to fortify this realm's defenses against other beings from the upper realms who might seek to invade. This is my duty as the vanguard of the Mo clan, tasked with entering the lower realms ahead of time to seize a domain in preparation for my clan's arrival. Thus, I shall commence my actions. A sense of supreme authority emanated from him, casting a reflection across the world. In an instant, his figure appeared high above various locations. What is this? Who is that? The beings across the world gasped in shock at the sudden appearance of the middle-aged man in the sky. You lowly natives, I am your master. Submit to me swiftly and become my servants. In the midst of the world stood a middle-aged man, Mo Fong, his demeanor marked by an icy indifference. His voice resonated across the lands, imbued with an unassailable authority that commanded reverence. As his words echoed, they enveloped the entire realm in an oppressive shroud. He ruled with an iron fist, devoid of concern, deriding the beings of this world as mere lowly natives. He proclaimed that they must swiftly submit to him and become his subservients. The overwhelming majesty of his presence cast a pall over the entire realm, causing all living beings to tremble uncontrollably. Faced with such supreme power, they found themselves utterly incapable of resistance, unable to withstand its weight. Those who yielded would live, while those who did not would meet their demise. Mo Feng's cold voice thundered once more, laced with an immeasurable intent to kill. Upon hearing his decree, the creatures of the world felt a chilling dread wash over them, as though they were ensnared in an icy abyss. To kneel was to submit. To stand defiant was to invite merciless slaughter. Mo Feng's gaze was as sharp as a blade, and he was not jesting. In an instant, those who refused to kneel would face his wrath. As his voice fell silent, his formidable silhouette materialized in the skies above, casting a watchful eye upon the beings below. Any who dared to stand would find his formidable presence descending upon them, executing swift retribution. Chapter 45. Summon the One to vanquish foes. Summon the One to safeguard the world. Countless formidable figures stood resolute across the realms. Each silhouette exuded an aura of sheer terror, rivaling the heavens themselves. They stood like towering mountains, gazing down upon the beings below, radiating a commanding presence intertwined with an overwhelming intent to kill. The creatures of the world trembled in fear. Gripped by an unspeakable dread, Mo Fong spoke in a language foreign to this realm. Yet the essence of his words transcended comprehension. The spirits of the beings resonated with his thoughts, allowing them to grasp the meaning behind his utterance. Their fury was palpable. They had never felt such humiliation. Mo Fong did not merely demean them as lowly natives. He demanded their submission and prostration. They gritted their teeth, for there was no greater insult than this. Alas, their anger and defiance were futile. The extent of Mo Feng's power was unfathomable, and each of his countless manifestations possessed unimaginable strength. The gaze they cast upon their adversaries resembled that of a deathly abyss, extinguishing any flicker of courage to resist. "Ah, where's that one? Quickly, strike him down. Is he here to claim dominion over our realm and enslave us? That one must reveal themselves, so that this wretched creature may understand our world is not to be trifled with." Countless beings in the world silently called out for Chen Changsheng. In this moment, only he could quell the terror from beyond. The extraterrestrial was evidently more formidable than even the strongest of ancestral beings. Boom! The heavens shook and the earth trembled, resonating with a cataclysmic roar. To establish his dominance, Mo Feng struck the ground with a single palm. In an instant, the world convulsed violently, more terrifying than a great earthquake. Buildings crumbled, mountains split apart, and rivers ceased to flow. His power was overwhelming. A single figure could easily subdue 2 or 3 of the strongest shackled beings of this realm. Summon that one to slay the enemies. Summon that one to protect the world. The realm calls for you. Unbeknownst to which creature first cried out, the entire world echoed with similar sentiments. Countless beings wept and fervently called for Chen Changsheng, hoping he would manifest and subdue the intruder. That one? Which one? Mo Feng, listening to the resounding calls, grew increasingly disdainful. The lowly beings of this realm, inferior even to the livestock of my kin, dared to entertain thoughts of resistance? Utterly laughable. The one you invoke may be your perceived champion, but before me, that figure is less than an ant. His contempt was unmasked, belittling this realm and the very words of Chen Changsheng, which reverberated throughout the lands. "Wang, what are you, to dare insult my master?" roared the nine-headed lion in fury. The derogatory remarks from the extraterrestrial beings towards Chen Changsheng ignited his fury. "You shall not speak of the ancestor Changsheng in such a manner." Li Ruoxue, perched upon the back of the nine-headed lion, also bore a countenance of indignation. "How dare you insult Lord Changsheng, even if you were not alone, but rather your entire clan descended upon us, or even all the powerful beings of your realm? Lord Changsheng could effortlessly crush you with but a finger." The members of the Li clan seethed with rage, their murderous intent palpable. They would not permit anyone to demean Lord Changsheng in such a way. "You insignificant insect, oblivious to your impending doom." The figure of Mo Feng, standing with them, heard these words and slowly turned his gaze in their direction. His eyes glinted with a frigid intensity, the piercing light emanating from them akin to the harbinger of annihilation, directed towards Li Ruoxue and her companions. The Li clan rushed skyward to fend off the 2 blinding beams of light hurtling towards them. A torrent of dark energy surged forth, casting an ominous shadow over the realm. A chilling wind swept in, sending shivers down their spines and instilling fear in their hearts. They were all spirits of the underworld. Under normal circumstances, the living could not perceive them, not even someone as formidable as Mo Feng. However, Chen Changsheng had bestowed upon them the ability to manifest, facilitating their interaction with the living. Thus, the living could indeed see them, including the figure of Mo Feng. Otherwise, neither Mo Feng's apparition nor his true form would have been able to perceive them. They unleashed their full power, employing the secret arts of the underworld to channel their dark energy. Yet, Mo Feng's presence was overwhelmingly terrifying. Despite their utmost efforts, they could merely deflect the 2 searing beams of light, preventing them from striking Li Ruoxue and her companions. With a thunderous roar, the 2 beams of blinding light collided with the ground, resulting in cataclysmic destruction, creating bottomless chasms where they fell. The faces of the Li clan turned ashen, their bodies wavering as they found themselves bereft of strength for further combat. They had already expended every ounce of their energy. Mo Feng snorted coldly and launched another assault. This time, even more terrifying beams of light shot forth from his eyes. "You come to this world to sow chaos. Lord Changsheng will not spare you." Li Ruoxue's gaze remained resolute, devoid of fear. She leapt from the back of the nine-headed lion, advancing toward the 2 even more formidable beams of light hurtling directly at her. She was aware that Lord Changsheng had left a protective power within her, akin to the last encounter when danger had arisen, and the figure of Lord Changsheng had materialized to shield her from harm. Observing this young girl, Li Ruoxue, boldly facing him, Mo Feng's expression morphed into one of derision. A mere child dares to obstruct my attack? Absurd. Ridiculous. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. The earlier mockery vanished entirely. He watched as Li Ruoxue stepped forward, each stride resolute, while behind her, a faint silhouette gradually materialized before them. As this ethereal figure coalesced, it effortlessly shattered the two terrifying beams of light that had been hurled toward Li Ruoxue, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. The hazy figure behind Li Ruoxue solidified at this moment. It was that of a young man, devoid of any imposing presence, emanating an aura of tranquility. His handsome and striking features, coupled with a tall and perfect physique, were complemented by garments that danced gently in the breeze. His demeanor was exceptionally refined and carefree, surpassing even that of a celestial being. Standing there with a calm expression, this serene figure, devoid of any sense of oppression, inexplicably instilled a feeling of dread within Mo Feng. It was as though this figure embodied an inviolable supreme authority. How dare such a diminutive insect act so grandly? Courting death. Enraged, he could hardly bear the humiliation of being intimidated by a being from the lower realm, particularly one that was merely an apparition. Though he too was a mere silhouette, he was by no means comparable to the inferior beings of the lower realm. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he was consumed by murderous intent that enveloped the entire expanse. He struck down with a forceful palm aimed at that figure, intent on shattering it with a single blow. Chapter 46. The manifestation of Chen Changsheng in the mortal realm. Even the most terrifying celestials must face their demise. Mo Feng's figure was consumed by a fury of humiliation. With his exalted status and formidable power, he could hardly fathom being so frightfully unsettled by this apparition. Unable to endure it, he unleashed a titanic slap, infused with the most potent of laws, its resounding echoes reverberating through the air. He exerted every ounce of his strength, intent on shattering this ethereal figure with a single blow. The visage of this figure remained impassive, disregarding the impending strike. With measured strides, he approached Li Ruoxue. In the very act of advancing, the colossal hand aimed at him suddenly disintegrated. Flesh and blood erupted in a chaotic spray. Mo Feng's form contorted in a frenzy, emitting anguished wails. Though merely a projection, it bore the essence of a living being, flesh, blood, and bone entwined. The other figures akin to him shared this stark reality, all astonishingly lifelike. This vividly illustrated the unfathomable might of Mo Feng. If he were not immensely powerful, the reflections he cast, particularly in such great numbers, could not possess such authenticity. With a sickening splatter, crimson blood gushed forth as Mo Feng's figure, with a visage twisted in rage, shattered his own arm in a desperate bid for survival. The force that obliterated his hand surged up his arm, threatening to crush him entirely if he did not break free. Overwhelmed with disbelief, he could scarcely comprehend the sheer terror emanating from his figure. What could it be? Was this apparition truly a being from this lowly realm? He grappled with incredulity. It is crucial to recognize that the environment of the lower realms is severely lacking, inherently limiting its inhabitants' potential for achievement. This explains the scarcity of individuals capable of transcending the earthly shackles. In contrast, in the upper realm, beings who have broken free from worldly constraints abound, with numerous instances of ascension to immortality, and even celestial beings residing therein. Boom! Mo Feng's figure, consumed by rage, unleashed a renowned and terrifying technique from the upper realm, intent on annihilation. Yet, the figure before him remained eerily calm, devoid of any tumult. Slowly, it raised a finger and pointed at Mo Feng's form. With a deafening blast, Mo Feng's figure erupted into a cloud of fine particles, utterly obliterated. The disparity was unmistakable. Mo Feng was clearly outmatched, pathetically weak. As Mo Feng's projection was extinguished, the other reflections of Mo Feng swiftly turned their gaze toward the figure standing before Li Ruoxue, their expressions a mix of astonishment. They had never anticipated witnessing such annihilation. Changsheng Laozu, Li Ruoxue exclaimed joyfully, celebrating the name of Chen Changsheng. Even though this was merely an embodiment of Chen Changsheng's protective power, she exuberantly waved her delicate hands, rejoicing in the name of Chen Changsheng. The foreign interlopers await their reckoning at the hands of the great longevity. The nine-headed lion proudly raised its head. The figure of the great longevity materialized, sealing the fate of all. No unforeseen events would transpire. Mo Feng was destined to be subdued by the presence of the great longevity. Thunderous roars erupted as the void trembled and fractured. Dozens of Mo Feng's shadows surged forth, launching themselves towards the figure of Chen Changsheng. Has that esteemed being revealed themselves? Such a commotion could only signify their arrival. Let that being deliver a slight shock to the outsiders. That being is invincible. Countless beings in the world erupted in fervent cries. Though they could not see the figure of Chen Changsheng, the simultaneous assault of Mo Feng's myriad shadows toward a singular target confirmed the appearance of that esteemed presence. Beyond that being, no one else could evoke such terror, compelling Mo Feng's shadows to unite in an onslaught. Blood rained down from the heavens, staining the mountains and earth crimson. Chunks of flesh and bone rained down incessantly. In an instant, all the shadows of Mo Feng, who had charged towards Chen Changsheng, were utterly vanquished. Meanwhile, the figure of Chen Changsheng ascended amidst the downpour of blood, pristine and untainted. An ineffable aura of ethereality surrounded him. Indeed, is that being? With such an invincible presence, the outsiders may as well await their demise. Upon witnessing Chen Changsheng's figure, the beings of the world erupted in a cacophony of cheers akin to a tidal wave. They had all witnessed the unmatched prowess of Chen Changsheng. Even in the face of the terrifying Mo Feng from beyond, they held unwavering confidence in Chen Changsheng. Surely, he would suppress this outsider. At that moment, Mo Feng's true form raised an eyebrow slightly, fixating on the figure of Chen Changsheng. Is this the esteemed one spoken of by the lowly natives? Indeed, there is some merit to this being. However, what does it matter how capable he is? Ultimately constrained by the limitations of a lesser realm, he is unlikely to achieve greatness. With a relaxed brow, he withdrew his gaze. A being from a lower world, especially one that is merely a shadow and not the true self, hardly merits such scrutiny. To regard him so would be beneath his station. Kill him, he uttered indifferently. His true form remained still, yet countless shadows stood across the world, roaring upward into the sky. From all directions, they charged towards the figure of Chen Changsheng. By heavens, how terrifying this outsider is! A being powerful enough to break free from the shackles of the mortal realm is surely incapable of withstanding such an assault. Those who hid in various corners of the world, endowed with strange powers, felt their hearts race upon witnessing this scene. No wonder the outsiders are so arrogant. Dismissing the beings of this realm, they demand immediate submission from the denizens of this world. The outsiders are indeed fearsome, possessing the audacity to act in such a brazen manner. They all sensed it clearly, with each figure of the outsider more terrifying than the last. All the figures from beyond the heavens emerged in unison, undoubtedly capable of effortlessly annihilating any being that had broken free from the 9 shackles of the mortal realm. This individual displayed a profound disrespect towards the enigmatic forces, even daring to stand against them. If possible, it would be preferable for the celestial beings to eliminate him. Indeed, if this individual were to remain alive, he would perpetually pose a threat to us, while the celestial beings do not present such a significant danger. They spoke amongst themselves, all wishing for the celestial beings to dispatch Chen Changsheng. Compared to the celestial beings, they harbored a greater trepidation towards Chen Changsheng. The powers of the enigmatic forces have infiltrated all realms, and most celestial beings dare not act against them. In contrast, Chen Changsheng exhibited no fear of their enigmatic powers. Should he encounter beings that possess such powers, he would undoubtedly seek to eradicate them. The recent examples of the terrifying powers held by the Wei clan and the ancestral crocodile serve as prime illustrations. They were all vanquished by Chen Changsheng. Countless formidable figures, towering like the sky itself, surged towards Chen Changsheng. This scene was overwhelmingly terrifying, shattering the very bounds of reality. The world was engulfed in darkness, completely overshadowed by Mo Feng's presence. A dreadful wave of power swept across the entire realm, as if it were on the brink of annihilation. The populace was gripped by sheer horror at this moment. Could this individual continue to dominate with such invincibility? Chapter 47. The orderly laws from the upper realm. Shattered in one hand, the world was gripped with terror, for the scene unfolding was truly horrifying, even more so than when the ancient formidable beings, like the ancestral crocodile, had emerged together. Anxiety permeated the hearts of the onlookers. After all, Chen Changsheng was not truly present, but merely a fleeting visage. Could such an apparition withstand such overwhelming assaults? Moreover, they were profoundly unsettled. Was the being from beyond this realm truly so fearsome? One individual had the power to subjugate all the beings of their world, rendering them incapable of lifting their heads in defiance. Furthermore, what was the ranking of this being's domain? Was it among the elite or not? If it were indeed among the elite, it might be bearable. However, if it were not, the implications were terrifying. Countless formidable figures surged forth, darkening the skies with their terrifying presence. Mo Feng stood with arms folded, his expression unfazed. How dare these insignificant beings from a lower realm presume to contend with him? Absurdity reached its peak. Simultaneously, in the face of the myriad astonishingly terrifying attacks, Chen Changsheng remained calm, devoid of any emotion. With a slight utterance, in an instant, countless figures erupted like resplendent fireworks in the heavens, exploding into a shower of blood. Gore rained down, and fragments of flesh and bone scattered. Chen Changsheng stood serenely beneath the crimson fireworks, his garments untouched by blood, exuding an ethereal and transcendent aura. Witnessing such an outcome, the crowd was momentarily stunned, then erupted into unparalleled cheers. It was indeed this individual, unimaginably invincible. They had previously harbored concerns about whether this figure could withstand the onslaught. Now, they realized how foolish they had been. The terror of this being was beyond their imagination. By heavens, truly formidable. The worldly powers who had acquired strange abilities were startled into jumping from their spots. It was too terrifying. A mere utterance had transformed countless fearsome figures into a dazzling display of crimson fireworks. What kind of terrifying power could achieve such a feat? In that moment, their confidence in the beings from beyond defeating Chen Changsheng waned. Perhaps these entities were not even his match, as countless figures morphed into brilliant blood-red fireworks. Even Mo Feng's countenance shifted. His dark eyes deepened, refocusing on Chen Changsheng's figure. He had not anticipated such formidable beings to exist within the lower realms. How dare these insignificant creatures from a lesser world defy the heavens? He coldly admonished, personally intervening. With a swift motion, the laws of order from the upper realm of the Qiang world were unleashed, condensing into a sword of orderly law aimed at Chen Changsheng. In terms of realm, he was not as outrageously powerful. He had merely broken 7 shackles of the mortal realm. Yet his combat prowess was astonishingly high, capable of effortlessly slaying those who had broken 9 shackles of the mortal realm. For though they were all liberated from the mortal constraints, the disparities were immense. The shackles of the lower realm are far inferior to those of the upper realm. The latter are far more terrifying and exceedingly difficult to break free from. Beings that have shed 9 shackles in the lower realm may find themselves unable to even escape 6 in the upper realm, let alone the Qiang realm, where Mo Feng resides, which stands among the top 100 realms of the upper domain, with its shackles being even more formidable and challenging to overcome. Thus, even though Mo Feng has only freed himself from 7 earthly shackles, he possesses an extraordinary ferocity, sweeping through the lower realm with unmatched might. With the sword of the Order's law, he strikes, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Even the heavenly Tao of this world emits a low rumble, subdued by the power of the Order's Law sword. This Order's Law, hailing from the upper realm, operates on a level far superior to that of this world. It is no exaggeration to say that this sword could sever the heavenly Tao of this realm. However, alas, Chen Changsheng is far more fearsome than the heavenly Tao of this world. His figure extends forth, grasping the sword of the Order's Law with ease. A terrifying roar reverberates continuously. The Order's Law upon the sword launches a fierce assault against Chen Changsheng's hand, yet it proves utterly futile, inflicting no harm whatsoever. With a gentle exertion of force, Chen Changsheng's hand shatters the sword into mere dust, rendering it incapable of withstanding a single blow. Mo Feng momentarily loses his composure. How could the Order's Law from the Qiyang realm be so easily shattered? Logically, it should be impossible. A being from the lower realm could never hope to break the Order's Law of the Qiyang realm. I may have underestimated you. However, this realm is destined to belong to my Mo clan. Mo Feng refrains from further aggression. My Mo clan hails from the upper realm, the Qiyang realm among the foremost 100 domains. Currently, all our kin are hastening to this realm. I'm merely a vanguard. Your strength is commendable. I can extend you an opportunity. Submit willingly and pledge your loyalty to the Mo clan, and we shall welcome you as one of our own, not as a lowly servant. He gazes down upon Chen Changsheng's figure, speaking slowly. He sets aside his disdain and begins to regard the situation with due seriousness. This mere figure has effortlessly crushed the Order's Law of the Qiyang realm. Chen Changsheng is evidently extraordinary. Based on his estimations, Chen Changsheng has likely transcended the realm of shackles and embarked upon the path of immortality, possibly reaching a semi-immortal state. A semi-immortal emerging from the lower realm cannot compare to one from the upper realm. The latter possess greater strength, given that the shackles of the lower realm are far too weak. Breaking free from the shackles of the lower realm to achieve a semi-immortal state undoubtedly carries significant dilution of merit. Nevertheless, despite any dilution, he is still a semi-immortal, which denotes considerable power, qualifying him to rise above the status of a lowly servant. Merely a vanguard, all members of the Mo clan are en route to our realm. The hearts of the onlookers race violently. This news is utterly terrifying. They display fear, their hearts trembling in trepidation. What on earth is happening? Why would a prominent clan from the esteemed realm of Qiyang, among the top 100 domains of the upper world, fixate on such a trivial realm? Their expressions grew increasingly grim, and their hearts swelled with dread. When all members of the Mo clan descended, could this individual possibly withstand them? Ah, how amusing! Initially, it seemed futile, yet now it appears there is a glimmer of hope, with the entire Mo clan converging. No matter how formidable he may be, his fate is sealed. Regardless of whether he consents or not, his outcome is destined to be one of demise. The beings endowed with enigmatic powers erupted in laughter, envisioning the annihilation of Chen Changsheng. Even if Chen Changsheng were to agree and submit to the Mo clan, his escape from death would remain impossible, for the enigmatic forces have infiltrated all realms, capable of compelling the Mo clan to eliminate Chen Changsheng in deference to their influence. The power of these mysterious forces is undeniably terrifying. The Mo clan would surely acquiesce to such demands, and perhaps even harbor individuals who possess these enigmatic abilities within their ranks. As for Chen Changsheng's refusal to yield and his determination to confront the Mo clan, that would undoubtedly hasten his demise. Thus, in any scenario, Chen Changsheng's death is inevitable. Those who dare to challenge the mysterious are fated to meet their end. Await your demise. They laughed with reckless abandon, as if they could already envision the scene of Chen Changsheng's tragic downfall, each one laughing more heartily than the last. Chapter 48. Celestial Clans, adorned in celestial armor, wielding celestial spears. The vanguard of the Mo clan is indeed a terrifying force. As the members of the Mo clan descend upon the realm, they will undoubtedly sweep away all in their path, those endowed with bizarre powers. The formidable beings of this world laugh with a dazzling brilliance. Though they were born and raised in this realm, they hold little affection for it. With the Mo clan's dominion, all beings of the world become their subservients, yet they feel no sorrow, anger, or any form of lamentation. They will not rise against the Mo clan nor fight for this realm. They have long ceased to be of this world and have transformed into beings of the extraordinary, destined to follow the bizarre into battle and seize the celestial domain. The gazes of the masses are fixated upon Chen Changsheng. They cannot ascertain whether he will continue to fight, especially with the entire Mo clan approaching, a force of unimaginable terror. Any decision made by Chen Changsheng would not be surprising, and they comprehend this. How dare these despicable creatures, lesser than mere ants, presume to command Lord Changsheng? Does he even acknowledge your existence? Such absurdity! The Mo clan is unworthy to serve Lord Changsheng. The nine-headed lion scoffed, fully aware of the true terror that Lord Changsheng embodies. He moves with ease even in the enigmatic realms of the underworld, having even brought forth members of the Li clan from there. The notion that the Mo clan could compel Lord Changsheng to submit is indeed laughable. The ancestor Changsheng is invincible. Li Ruoxua, with her wide eyes, declared with unwavering conviction. Simultaneously, just as the nine-headed lion had articulated, Chen Changsheng stood calmly in place, ignoring Mo Feng entirely. A chilling malice radiated from Mo Feng's dark eyes. Had he truly been disregarded? In this realm, one's reflected image also possesses awareness. Chen Changsheng's indifference to his words was unbearable, igniting a fierce anger within him. How could he, hailing from the upper realm's 100 domains, be overlooked by one from the lower realm? He erupted in fury, feeling profoundly insulted. You insolent wretch! If you seek death, then I shall grant it. Mo Feng's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. He abandoned thoughts of subjugating Chen Changsheng. He aimed to eliminate him. With a flourish, radiant light burst forth. A magnificent suit of golden armor adorned his form, and with its emergence, his aura surged dramatically. How dare a mere semi-immortal from the lower realm boast so audaciously? Today, I shall extinguish you. His gaze was frigid, revealing terrifying phenomena of collapsing celestial bodies and cosmic cataclysms. He extended his hand, summoning a spear forged from celestial gold, which materialized within his grasp. Celestial light radiated, awe-inspiring and overwhelming the world. Wisps of celestial energy spread forth, overshadowing all. This was a true celestial weapon, imbued with divine power. The upper realm is indeed distinct from the lower realm. The lower realm finds it exceedingly difficult to attain immortality, with scarcely any instances of ascension recorded throughout history. The beings of the lower realm regard the concept of becoming an immortal as an impractical fantasy, even questioning the very existence of such celestial beings. However, the upper realm presents a starkly different reality. Within the upper realm, there exist materials conducive to ascension, such as elixirs and celestial gold, making the pursuit of immortality tangible and attainable. Numerous examples of ascension are evident in the upper realm, leaving behind a plethora of celestial traces, with many immortals residing therein. In comparison, entering the realm of immortals is a far more arduous endeavor. Access to this realm is not guaranteed merely by achieving immortality. The path to the immortal domain is fraught with peril and hardship, often leading to catastrophic events. Only the most exceptional immortals can venture into this domain, as the vast majority, 9 out of 10, are unable to do so. Only a select few of the most distinguished immortals possess the privilege to enter. The Mo clan, a prominent family within the Qiang realm, has produced several immortals in its lineage, showcasing its profound heritage. The golden armor and celestial spear donned by Mo Feng were bestowed upon him by the current clan leader, intended to aid him in his endeavors as a scout and vanguard. It is precisely due to the protection of the celestial armor and spear that Mo Feng dares to proclaim the destruction of Chen Changsheng. Without these divine artifacts, he would lack the confidence and strength to confront Chen Changsheng, despite the latter being merely a semi-immortal from the lower realm. However, he has managed to liberate himself from the shackles of mortality, brushing against the domain of the immortals. To vanquish such a semi-immortal, one must transcend at least one more mortal constraint, achieving the liberation of 8 such bonds. Yet, with the enhancement provided by the celestial armor and spear, he finds himself capable of defeating a semi-immortal from the lower realm. Heavens, what aura is this? It far surpasses the essence of the mortal realm. Could this be the aura of the immortal path? The celestial armor and weapons? A tremor ripples through the world, as all beings are struck with fear by the celestial armor and spear conjured by Mo. Their understanding of the immortal path is minimal, if not entirely lacking. They cannot fathom what the aura of immortality entails. However, upon witnessing the celestial armor and spear, their minds inevitably drift to thoughts of divine artifacts. The aura emanating from these items is strikingly unique, far beyond the mundane realm, residing on an entirely different plane. It is only natural for them to draw such parallels. Does the upper realm truly harbor immortals? Is the Mo clan a family of the immortal path, with its lineage having produced celestial beings? Or perhaps are there immortals among them? The more they ponder, the deeper their panic grows. The emergence of the celestial armor and spear has far exceeded their imagination. The Mo clan is indeed formidable. Even those endowed with strange powers within the mortal realm are left trembling in fear before the celestial armor and weapons. This far surpasses their expectations. They have never departed from this realm. They are unaware of the circumstances in the upper realms, oblivious to the numerous instances of ascension that have occurred. They remain ignorant of the existence of materials for ascension and the various celestial creations. The celestial armor and weapons. Indeed formidable. There is no need for the entire Mo clan to descend. This individual is destined for demise. No matter how fierce he may be, he cannot contend with the celestial armor and weapons. They erupted in laughter, clad in celestial armor and wielding a celestial spear. Mo is fated to easily subdue Chen Changsheng. They cannot fathom how Chen Changsheng could withstand the celestial armor and weapons. Draped in celestial armor and grasping a golden spear, Mo is enveloped in celestial radiance, akin to a true celestial being descending into the mortal realm. He shines with unparalleled brilliance, seemingly the sole entity of this world. His presence exerts a pressure that reverberates through the ancient heavens, unmatched by any adversary. Merely a half-immortal, nothing particularly formidable. When I decree death, it shall be done. He stands aloft, gazing down upon Chen Changsheng's figure. The celestial armor and golden spear emit an even more intense celestial glow, casting him in an aura that is both terrifying and invincible. Prepare to meet your demise. He speaks coldly. An overwhelmingly terrifying aura locks onto Chen Changsheng's figure, poised to suppress him. Following the outline of Chen Changsheng, he seeks out his true form. Ready to strike. Chapter 49. With a single strike, the celestial armor shattered, and Chen Changsheng's presence emanated an unfathomable power. The sound of the celestial path roared, and the celestial energy surged into the heavens. Waves of force, far surpassing the worldly realm, spread forth. The heavenly principles of this world were suppressed. In an instant, all cultivators in the world felt their internal energies falter, losing their fluidity, with some even unable to circulate their powers at all. The celestial armor and the celestial gold spear unleashed their might, as the laws of the celestial path leapt forth. These were 2 genuine celestial artifacts, displaying unparalleled celestial majesty when fully activated by Mo. As the beings of this world cultivated under the heavenly principles, how could they remain unaffected by such suppression? They were all profoundly impacted. Boom! Mo, cloaked in celestial light, resembled a true celestial being, launching a formal attack against Chen Changsheng's figure. The celestial gold spear pointed toward Chen Changsheng, unleashing unmatched celestial radiance. In a moment of dazed perception, onlookers witnessed the heavenly principles of this world howling in agony, as if unable to endure such celestial force. The torrents of time and space surged forth, as if a great dam had broken. This strike seemed to transcend the ages, connecting the past and the future. Souls trembled, Bodies quaked as if struck by a violent tempest. Was this the true power of the Celestial? It was utterly terrifying. Chen Changsheng stood calmly in place, exuding an aura of unyielding stability amidst the raging storm. The unmatched celestial radiance surged forth, traversing the realms of heaven and void, as if only this singular celestial brilliance existed in the world. Mo Feng, witnessing Chen Changsheng's tranquility, felt a seething rage boil within his dark eyes. How dare this lowly being from the lower realm be so arrogant even now? He sensed contempt. Swish! Just as the unmatched celestial radiance was about to strike Chen Changsheng, his figure moved. With one hand extended, he directly seized the celestial radiance. As he drew closer, the onlookers beheld him crushing the celestial light in his grasp, causing it to dissipate completely. Hearts raced. How powerful was this individual? Kill! Mo Feng's dark eyes flickered with anger, his long hair billowing wildly. He resembled a true battle celestial descending into the world, adorned in celestial armor and wielding the celestial spear. In the boundless illumination of celestial light, he charged fiercely toward Chen Changsheng. The crowd felt their hearts rise to their throats, terror gripping their souls, fearing for Chen Changsheng's fate. Could he withstand this onslaught? Booming thunder. The void erupted with a series of terrifying explosions. Mo Feng advanced, creating a scene of unparalleled spectacle. The celestial gold spear, imbued with supreme celestial power, lunged toward Chen Changsheng. This was a celestial weapon. How could a mere mortal withstand it? Many closed their eyes in dread, terrified of witnessing Chen Changsheng being pierced by the celestial spear, blood spilling in the aftermath. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, they beheld Chen Changsheng's figure gently extending his palm forward. With a resounding bang, he grasped the celestial gold spear with his bare hand. What? Mo Feng's pupils constricted sharply, clearly not anticipating that Chen Changsheng could catch the celestial spear with his bare hands. Simultaneously, before he could react, an immense force surged through the spear, violently pulling him forward. Then he beheld Chen Changsheng's figure as a palm struck against his chest. He nearly burst into laughter. What was Chen Changsheng attempting? He was clad in celestial armor. After all, could it be that Chen Changsheng sought to deliver a crushing blow to someone adorned in divine garb? How ridiculous! In the next instant, to his utter disbelief, the celestial armor upon him exploded in a cataclysmic burst. His body and soul were utterly shattered and fragmented beneath that single strike. His life force ebbed away rapidly as the specter of death loomed overhead. In his final moments, he exerted every ounce of strength to contact his kin with a secret treasure, hoping to send a warning. Yet, he was far too late and perished on the spot. Silence engulfed the world. A profound stillness enveloped all. Mo Feng, clad in celestial armor and wielding a golden spear, was slain so effortlessly. The onlookers struggled to utter a sound, their throats constricted by shock. The powerful beings, endowed with strange abilities, fell into a hushed silence. Clad in celestial armor and wielding a divine spear, how could he be defeated, especially by a mere shadow, not even the true entity? Their fear of Chen Changsheng reached its zenith. Should they abandon their peculiar powers and submit to Chen Changsheng? In that moment, faith in their strange powers waned. Invincible, truly invincible. Following the silence came thunderous cheers that echoed throughout the realms. The masses erupted in jubilant exclamations, overflowing with exhilaration. Had it not been for Chen Changsheng's manifestation, this world would surely have been subjugated by Mo Feng, with all beings reduced to lowly servants at the mercy of Mo Feng and the Mo clan. It was only fitting that Lord Changsheng was invincible. The nine-headed lion roared with laughter, harboring no concern from the very beginning. Fully aware that Mo Feng was but a joke, incapable of challenging Lord Changsheng. How remarkable was Ancestor Changsheng! When might I attain such prowess as Ancestor Changsheng? Li Ruoxue's clear eyes brimmed with anticipation and longing. She too desired to become as formidable as Ancestor Changsheng. What am I thinking? How audacious of me to even contemplate becoming like Ancestor Changsheng in the future. If I could possess even half the strength of Ancestor Changsheng, that would be splendid. On the unknown path, Chen Changsheng advanced towards the land of heavenly punishment with the blood demon. The trees may wish to halt, but the winds do not relent. Chen Changsheng murmured, already cognizant of the happenings in that world. No matter, if the winds refuse to cease, they shall be extinguished. His demeanor remained indifferent. Dismissing the winds, if they do not wish to stop, then they shall be eradicated. In a vast, boundless starry sky, countless stars shone, desolate yet resplendent. A colossal ancient bronze ship, adorned with dragons and phoenixes, radiating supreme power, sped swiftly through the cosmos. The Mo clan was aboard this grand vessel. Having received Mo Feng's previous message, learning that he had arrived in a realm of the lower worlds, they hastened their pace. The ancient bronze ship surged through the starry sky like a plow slicing through the heavens, its thunderous speed creating a resonant echo. As the vessel traversed the cosmos, the surrounding stars trembled violently. At the bow stood a robust middle-aged man, his profound gaze fixed upon the infinite expanse above, lost in contemplation. He was the chieftain of the Mo clan. "Chieftain, we have received news from Mo Feng." At that moment, an elderly man with white hair approached swiftly, eager to relay the message. What did Mo Feng say? The chieftain's voice was low and gravelly, his focus unwavering on the vast sky as he left the elder with only his silhouette. The message from Mo Feng contained but a single word, beware, and then it abruptly ceased. Furthermore, his soul lantern has extinguished. The elder replied hastily. Mo Feng has encountered misfortune. The chieftain finally turned, his gaze icy and piercing. The mere 2 words beware echoed ominously, followed by an unsettling silence. The extinguishing of Mo Feng's soul lantern signified that he had met his demise in that lower realm. In accordance with Mo Feng's previous instructions, he commanded Mo Kong to lead a team to that lower realm to ascertain the situation, his expression devoid of emotion as he issued the order. Chapter 50. The bandits of the celestial realm descend upon Chen Changsheng. A colossal bronze ancient ship traverses the vast expanse of the universe, rendering the stars before it diminutive in comparison. This is a genuine celestial vessel, crafted from the finest celestial materials. At the bow stands the leader of the Mo clan, his raven hair cascading like a waterfall, his demeanor exuding an icy indifference. Within his gaze, terrifying bolts of lightning flicker ominously, evoking sheer dread. How can an inferior lower realm possibly harbor unexpected occurrences? It is likely that beings from the upper realm have arrived first, seizing the opportunity to infiltrate that lowly domain. His voice drips with coldness, piercing to the bone. Mo Feng, adorned in celestial armor and wielding a celestial spear, perceives no potential threat to his power within the lower realm. As he posits, he grows increasingly convinced that beings from the upper realm have indeed reached that inferior territory, which has led to the current predicament. Otherwise, Mo Feng would never find himself in such a situation. Let's discover which beings from which realm are involved. He coldly declares, resolute in his refusal to retreat. Countless realms from the upper dimension are fleeing towards the lower realm. Confrontation is inevitable. He cannot simply shift his target because upper realm beings have infiltrated. After all, if upper realm beings exist in this lowly domain, they may also inhabit other inferior realms. If he were to retreat at every turn, what place would remain for the Mo clan to stand? The number of lower realms is destined to be insufficient for the upper realm forces to divide amongst themselves. To secure a foothold, one must engage in brutal warfare. Retreating is not an option. The land of heavenly punishment does not belong to the myriad realms, nor to the celestial domain. It is a realm unto itself, nestled in the darkest abyss of the universe. Chen Changsheng, accompanied by the blood demon, swiftly leaves the myriad realms behind. How little time has passed? Not even half a day. In less than this brief span, they have traversed through the myriad realms. Should word of this spread, it would surely terrify many. No, even the celestials would be struck with fear. How vast are the myriad realms? To describe them as infinite would not be an exaggeration. For a celestial being to cross the myriad realms is no simple task. It typically requires centuries of relentless travel, day and night. Yet, Chen Changsheng and his companion have managed to traverse these realms in less than half a day, and he wanders leisurely, as if on a casual stroll. This is truly terrifying. Even the Celestials would be aghast. Beyond the myriad realms lies the celestial expanse, belonging to the celestial domain. An even more boundless and infinite cosmos that dwarfs the myriad realms. Gaze upon it, and behold celestial stars dazzling in the sky, surrounded by ethereal radiance and pulsating with celestial energy, evoking awe. The limitless celestial cosmos is far greater than the combined expanse of the myriad realms. It is no exaggeration to state that even 10 stars from the myriad realms would pale in comparison to a single star within the celestial expanse. The laws of the celestial path resonate, enveloping the entire celestial sky in a protective barrier. Only the most exceptional celestial beings may enter. Those celestial beings lacking sufficient strength cannot traverse the barriers of the immortal realm. Yet before Chen Changsheng, the immortal barriers seemed to vanish. Accompanied by the blood demon, he effortlessly crossed through the celestial barriers. Is this truly the starry expanse of the immortal realm? Upon entering the celestial sky, the blood demon's heart raced with profound astonishment and exhilaration. This was the starry expanse of the immortal realm, a realm that all beings throughout history have dreamt of entering, yet none have succeeded. And now, it found itself standing amidst the celestial sky. How could it not be thrilled? Chen Changsheng, however, remained unfazed. Had he been able to step into the celestial sky millennia ago, he would have been overwhelmed with excitement and joy. At that time, the system had yet to be activated, and he could only rely on his own arduous cultivation. Sharing the same aspirations as all other cultivators, the dream of becoming an immortal and stepping into the immortal realm. Now he stood invincible, his state of mind having undergone a transformation. To him, the immortal realm was merely that, no longer capable of stirring even the slightest ripple within his heart. Having never visited the immortal realm before, he imagined it must possess a unique beauty. Perhaps in the future, he could visit the immortal realm for a leisurely stroll, to appreciate its distinct scenery. Speaking softly, Chen Changsheng expressed his lack of intention to linger. Accompanied by the blood demon, he strolled through the starry expanse of the immortal realm, heading towards the depths of the cosmic abyss, a boundless, dark chasm. Though he walked leisurely, his speed remained astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, he traversed a substantial portion of the celestial sky. Contrary to the idyllic image held by many, the immortal realm was not a serene and harmonious utopia devoid of conflict and strife. On the contrary, it was marked by brutality and ruthlessness, rife with bloody events. Chen Changsheng and the blood demon soon encountered ancient war chariots adorned with black flags, which suddenly emerged, surrounding them. The air trembled with the terrifying roars of beasts. Each ancient chariot was drawn by 9 fearsome celestial beasts, their howls resonating throughout the starry expanse, exuding an aura of dread. Upon these ancient chariots stood imposing figures, some human, others belonging to demon and alien races. Hey, it's a robbery. If you wish to pass, leave behind some toll. A burly man with a scar shouted from atop one of the ancient chariots. What is this? A robbery? The blood demon's eyes widened in disbelief, rendered momentarily speechless. In the exalted immortal realm, a robbery was occurring. This completely shattered its perception of the immortal realm. For in its mind, as well as in the hearts of many, the immortal realm was the highest domain, the ultimate sanctuary for cultivation. Yet now, it was faced with celestial beings brandishing black flags and demanding tolls. This truly exceeded its imagination, leaving it utterly astounded. Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow, equally taken aback. For he too had never set foot in the immortal realm. Unbeknownst to him, the circumstances within the celestial realm mirrored the general perception held by the populace. We merely seize wealth, not lives. The path of cultivation is arduous. Achieving immortality is no simple feat, and entering the celestial realm is even more challenging. It would be prudent for you to comply and surrender your belongings willingly. Do not let material possessions lead you to your demise. The scarred, burly man bellowed once more. He stood bare-chested, his physique robust and formidable, wielding two hefty axes that clearly signified his menacing presence. Indeed, he was not to be trifled with. He was notorious within this region of the starry expanse as a ruthless bandit. The celestial realm, with its extraordinary nature, boasts an abundance of cultivation resources that are far from scarce. However, the realms beyond the celestial paradise present even greater challenges for cultivation, necessitating an immense quantity of resources. Furthermore, the entrenched powers within the celestial realm are rather tyrannical, monopolizing vast amounts of these cultivation resources and preventing others from laying claim to them. Thus, for those immortals lacking formidable backing, resources for cultivation are exceedingly scarce. They frequently engage in fierce conflicts over these resources, resulting in bloody confrontations. Many immortals have taken to the life of banditry, specifically targeting and robbing their fellow immortals of their cultivation resources. Chapter 51. Fear not, Little Black. The heaven-slaying blade can open all paths. The black flag atop the ancient war chariot fluttered ominously, emblazoned with a blood-red skull. The blood demon found himself momentarily dazed, utterly unprepared for the audacity of a robbery amidst the celestial expanse of the immortal domain. Ahead loomed a scarred brute, wielding two hefty battle axes, exuding an aura of menace. On other ancient war chariots stood formidable beings, each radiating an unmistakable ferocity. They were enveloped in the scent of blood, unmistakably seasoned in the art of violence and battle. The blood demon surveyed the scene, increasingly bewildered. Were these beings immortals? They certainly did not appear so. Gentlemen, might you grant us passage? Chen Changsheng inquired. Are you so attached to material possessions that you would risk your lives? Upon one ancient war chariot, a fierce creature with the head of a dog and the body of a man barked a harsh command. It was a celestial dog, a minor entity within the immortal domain, yet infamous in its previous realm, a notorious beast of unparalleled strength, feared throughout its dimension. From the moment it embarked on its cultivation journey, it had been invincible, ruthlessly dominating all beings within its realm. Eventually, it shattered records, becoming the youngest immortal of its dimension, entering the realm of immortality after merely 2 millennia of cultivation. With exuberance and confidence, it believed that upon entering the immortal domain, it would shine even more brilliantly. However, upon its arrival, it quickly realized that there were countless others like it, and far more powerful beings abounded. Though it had once been an unrivaled force, upon entering the immortal domain, it found itself overshadowed by countless titans. Each of these new arrivals had been a dominant force in their respective realms, brimming with legends and myths, only to find their luster diminished in this new realm teeming with stronger entities. It was precisely because of the difficulty of survival in the immortal domain that it had joined this band of brigands, becoming one of their own. Are you all truly unwilling to yield? Chen Changsheng asked calmly. Very well, Little Black, step forward and clear the way. Little Black? Who is that referring to? The blood demon was utterly confounded. When had it become Little Black? This esteemed individual certainly had a whimsical penchant for naming. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was the master truly asking it to pave the way? It nearly wept at the thought. How could it possibly clear a path against a horde of brigands from the immortal domain? Though it still possessed the heaven-slaying blade, it was painfully aware that even such a formidable weapon would be insufficient against this band of marauders. Nevertheless, it dared not defy Chen Changsheng's command and steeled itself to brandish the heaven-slaying blade. Moving forward, the scarred brute and the other burly figures observed as the blood demon brandished the heaven-slaying blade, preparing to forge a path. They could hardly contain their laughter. Are you serious? A mere mortal, untranscended, dares to wield a broken blade and forge a path forward? The celestial hound scoffed, its maw agape in disbelief. What is this? The blood demon, let alone having achieved transcendence, has yet to break free from its shackles. 9 chains still bind it, and yet it dares to advance? As for the blade, known as the heaven-slaying sword in the blood demon's grasp, while it surpasses the demon itself in strength, it holds little value in the realm of the immortals. Here, it is nothing more than a mere trinket, not even worthy of being classified as an immortal weapon. Indeed, it is but refuse. Immortal weapons are as common as dirt in the celestial realm, let alone the lesser artifacts beneath them. The blood demon trembled, nearly losing its grip on the heaven-slaying sword, which threatened to plummet to the ground. In such a state, it could not even contemplate engaging in battle. A mere gust of wind could topple it. Little Black, what are you afraid of? With the heaven-slaying sword in hand, all paths may be opened. Fear not. Chen Changsheng's voice rang out, and with his words, the blood demon felt an extraordinary surge of power emanating from the sword. Yet, despite this newfound strength, trepidation lingered in its heart. After all, these were fearsome ruffians of the celestial domain. Those audacious enough to act as brigands within the immortal realm could hardly be ordinary beings. One need not ponder long to realize the terrifying prowess possessed by these marauders. By heaven, I have nothing to lose. Death awaits on either side. Rather than perish in cowardice, I shall embrace a more valiant demise. It resolved fiercely within its mind. With this newfound clarity, it cast aside its fears, standing tall. You dare to rob from Lord Changsheng? You truly seek death. It brandished the heaven-slaying sword, cursing fiercely, exuding an intimidating presence. Curse it, roared the scarred giant, unable to contain his rage. He seized his battle axe and hurled it toward the blood demon. The axe, a terrifying projectile, shattered the fabric of space, radiating with the power of a celestial being. It was a premier weapon of the highest celestial caliber, imbued with formidable might. To act as a brigand in the celestial realm truly required extraordinary strength. The ruffians, led by the scarred giant, were all situated above the celestial realm, particularly that celestial hound, remarkably powerful, standing at the pinnacle of the celestial kings. As the battle axe hurtled toward him, the blood demon turned pale. The earlier bravado vanished without a trace. Its body quaked uncontrollably. It was facing imminent death. The arrival of death was no jest. It was utterly incapable of facing its demise with gallantry. All that remained was an abyss of fear, just as it resigned itself to certain death. Expecting to be cleaved by the axe, the heaven-slaying sword in its grasp unexpectedly sliced forward of its own volition. With a resounding boom, an explosion reverberated throughout the realm. A terrifying wave of energy soaring into the heavens, a radiant light illuminating the world as if a great sun had erupted. An unexpected scene unfolded, one that even the notorious bandits, led by the celestial dog, could not have anticipated. The supreme celestial weapon, the battle axe, was utterly vanquished by a single stroke of the blade of heaven's decapitation, reduced to mere fragments. Blood Demon's eyes widened in disbelief, almost bulging from their sockets. It too was taken aback by the sheer terror embodied in the blade of heaven's decapitation. With a sudden surge of confidence, it erupted into laughter, declaring, "Step aside quickly, or I shall slaughter you all." Brandishing the blade, it no longer felt fear. Directing its formidable presence towards the celestial dog and the other bandits with an undeniable aura of might and dominance. "By the heavens, I will end you," roared the scarred muscular man, seething with rage. Grasping the remaining battle axe, he charged at Blood Demon, furious that one of his axes had been destroyed by this fiend. His temper was intolerable, and he was determined to obliterate Blood Demon with the remaining axe. His strength was formidable. He was no mere novice in the celestial realm, having long cultivated his powers to reach the 7th level of celestial mastery. The realms beyond the celestial plane were vast and unfathomable, with immense disparities even within the same level. "Kill me? I am far more likely to end you," Blood Demon retorted, lunging forward with the blade of heaven's decapitation, colliding fiercely with the scarred warrior, igniting a cataclysmic battle. Chapter 52. The Slaughter of the Ruthless Bandit. The bandit leader, the fiery Phoenix King, makes his exit. The scarred, robust man, having attained the 7th realm of celestial immortality, possessed an undeniably formidable and terrifying prowess. Especially when fueled by rage, he became even more fearsome. In his grasp, he wielded a broad axe, radiating countless celestial glimmers, more dazzling and resplendent than the sun in the heavens. A cold smirk graced his lips, and his eyes gleamed with ferocity. What bandit is ever devoid of bloodshed? A bandit who refrains from killing is unworthy of the title. His hands were stained with the blood of countless immortals, and he had lost count of how many he had slain. In this moment of fury, his long-accumulated bloodlust erupted forth, transforming him into a veritable bloodthirsty Asura. The sheer intensity of his murderous aura alone was sufficient to drive celestial beings to madness. Shattering their resolve, kill. The blood demon, undaunted, drew immense confidence from the previous strike of the celestial blade. It felt emboldened, devoid of any trepidation. However, if the celestial blade had merely shattered the broad axe, it would not have instilled such great confidence. The true source of its assurance stemmed from the profound understanding it had gained during the earlier encounter. The power embodied within that strike was merely a fraction, far less than 1/10,000th of the celestial blade's might. And yet, such a minuscule fraction had effortlessly obliterated the axe. What reason had it to fear now? Thus, the blood demon was resolute and unwavering. With a resounding crash, the celestial blade struck forth once more. Every movement was within the blood demon's anticipation. The scarred man, in a fit of rage, unleashed his utmost strength, fully activating the might of the axe. It even erupted with extraordinary force. Yet it remained futile against the blade's onslaught. As the celestial blade descended, everything crumbled beneath its might. The axe was reduced to dust, and the scarred man was transformed into a mist of blood. Before the celestial blade, his celestial body was utterly fragile, unworthy of mention. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. Even the sky dog, dwelling in the realm of celestial kings, was caught off guard, unable to react in time to provide assistance. By the time the sky dog regained its wits, the axe had already been shattered, and the scar man had been reduced to a mere vapor of blood. Roaring defiantly, the sky dog unleashed a howl that resonated through the celestial expanse, its kingly aura sending ripples through the stars. It bellowed, its terrifying celestial power crashing forth like a tidal wave, locking onto the blood demon and charging toward it. The other bandits quickly responded, summoning their respective top-tier celestial weapons. Amidst an explosion of terrifying celestial radiance, they unleashed their full might upon the blood demon. With a single strike of the celestial blade, blood splattered, and the bandits fell like dominoes, all reduced to mere clouds of blood. Not even the celestial king could withstand such a disparity. At that moment, a crimson light surged, shaking the very fabric of the cosmos. With a terrifying surge of power, the crimson light surged towards the blood demon. The brilliance, entwined with the supreme laws of the celestial realm, moved with such swiftness that the blood demon was utterly oblivious. Before it could comprehend the impending doom, the crimson beam had already descended upon it. Undoubtedly, when this radiant energy struck the blood demon, it would be obliterated without a trace. Just as the crimson beam was about to make contact, the celestial blade instinctively swung forth, shattering the beam into fragments. The blood demon, belatedly aware of the danger, finally reacted. Its low realm prevented it from perceiving or responding in time. Even if the crimson light had annihilated it, the blood demon would have remained ignorant of what transpired. In a fit of frustration, it cursed vehemently, realizing how narrowly it had escaped annihilation. Yet, this brush with death only emboldened it further. The celestial blade would automatically protect it. What was there to fear? The Lord of eternal life was invincible. It silently proclaimed within, fully aware of the dreadful might of the celestial blade, a power bestowed by the Lord of eternal life. Had it not been for this divine gift, the blade could never have wielded such terrifying strength. Who dares to ambush you, blood? No, Black Lord. It brandished the celestial blade, a fierce intent radiating from it. Initially intending to refer to itself as Blood Lord, it quickly amended to Black Lord, remembering how the Lord of eternal life affectionately called it Little Black. Preposterous. A voice of immense authority resounded throughout the cosmos, causing the blood demon to tremble. Fortunately, The celestial blade's secret powers enveloped it entirely, shielding it from harm. Otherwise, the very essence of its soul would have shattered under the weight of that commanding voice. Suddenly, a cataclysmic sea of flames erupted, incinerating the celestial expanse. Star after star of celestial caliber was swiftly consumed by the inferno. The blood demon watched in horror, questioning the source of such might. Celestial stars were vanquished in an instant. Yet, cocooned in the protective aura of the celestial blade, it remained unharmed, impervious to the searing heat, as though the terrifying flames did not exist at all. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng stood unscathed amidst the raging inferno, which surged violently towards him like a monstrous beast seeking to devour him. However, the flames could not draw near. They faltered long before reaching him. At that moment, two terrifying flame spears erupted from the fiery abyss, wielding overwhelming power. They aimed directly for Chen Changsheng and the blood demon. "Audacious!" shouted the blood demon furiously, wielding the celestial blade to shatter the two flame spears, ensuring they could not approach Chen Changsheng. "You possess certain skills, yet they are futile. You are destined to perish here." A chilling voice echoed through the air. A magnificent phoenix, its wings a blood-red hue, emerged from the flames. Its presence was utterly terrifying. As it spread its wings, it obscured the very starry sky. It was the leader of this band of fierce brigands, the Phoenix King, an unparalleled celestial sovereign, residing at the pinnacle of the ninth realm of celestial kings. Upon it, the immense disparity between realms was vividly illustrated. The celestial hound, also a celestial king, paled in comparison to the Phoenix King. Even a single feather that fell from the Phoenix King could effortlessly annihilate hundreds of celestial hounds. "What pretense is this? Witness as I strike you down." The blood demon brandished the sky-slaying blade and charged at the Phoenix King. What unparalleled celestial sovereign! Utter nonsense! With the sky-slaying blade in hand, the blood demon believed it would easily vanquish even celestial emperors. Seeking death, the Phoenix King unfurled its wings. A terrifying celestial power surged forth, causing the very fabric of this starry expanse to collapse rapidly. Celestial stars were annihilated one after another, unable to withstand the force unleashed by the Phoenix King. Kill! The Phoenix King's gaze was icy, drawing upon the innate divine powers from its bloodline. It evolved them to their utmost potential and unleashed them. In an instant, a more fearsome sea of flames erupted, layer upon layer, as if it were an endless cycle, relentlessly advancing towards the blood demon in a frenzied blaze. Chapter 53. Suppressing the Fire Phoenix King, ignoring the killing Emperor's mansion and the world-destroying immortal Emperor. A terrifying wave of flames surged from the heavens above, cascading down in endless layers, each more fearsome than the last. The dread of the Fire Phoenix King was palpable, showcasing the might of an unparalleled immortal king. Its presence was overwhelmingly fearsome. This terrifying sea of flames. Indeed, even a single spark could obliterate countless realms in the lower world, if not more. The blood demon had never witnessed such a spectacle. To claim it was unafraid would be a lie. After all, it was merely a transcendent heavenly emperor. Yet, as the monstrous waves of fire descended upon it, relentless and fierce, it felt not a single hair displaced, nor a hint of scorching heat. Each wave, more terrifying than the last, brushed against it like a gentle breeze, inflicting no harm whatsoever. It began to grow increasingly arrogant. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the celestial cosmos. The blood demon wielded the sky-slaying blade, navigating through the tumultuous waves of fire with ease. Channeling its secret power, it swung the blade, and to its astonishment, the seemingly infinite waves of flames were cleaved asunder. Blood gushed from the Fire Phoenix King's mouth as its body trembled violently. The extinguishing of the flames had inflicted considerable injury upon it. How could this be possible? It roared in disbelief, struggling to steady its quaking form. Its eyes filled with incredulity. A being that couldn't even break free from a single shackle, wielding a mere broken blade, had obliterated its bloodline divine abilities in one stroke. How could it comprehend such an event? How could it accept it? for it was known that the power of its bloodline was such that even the most formidable immortal kings could be slain and immortal emperors gravely wounded. Yet, it had been vanquished by a single blow. It howled in fury, unable to accept such a fate, unwilling to concede to such an outcome. The celestial cosmos trembled in response to its anguished cries, the very fabric of reality feeling as though it might collapse. It unleashed a delicate pagoda from its mouth, summoning all its strength to suppress the blood demon. The pagoda, shrouded in ethereal mist, radiated boundless brilliance, surrounded by the laws of the celestial path, dancing about it. It appeared enigmatic and awe-inspiring. This was a genuine pagoda of the highest grade, an ancient treasure of the celestial realm, wielding unfathomable, terrifying power. The Fire Phoenix King had once used this pagoda to subdue immortal emperors. Now, flames engulfed the entirety of the Fire Phoenix King in a frenzied blaze. The power of the pagoda was formidable, and it could only summon its might through sheer will. With a resounding roar, the pagoda burst forth with radiant celestial light, illuminating the annals of time. Suppress them. Its voice shook the universe, as the pagoda unleashed an even more terrifying celestial radiance, cascading down like a waterfall of celestial energy, aiming to subdue the blood demon. This scene was nothing short of astonishing. A cascade of celestial power, resembling the Milky Way, thundered down with overwhelming force. Even the celestial emperor was destined to falter, facing imminent annihilation. Yet, the blood demon remained undeterred. Brandishing the sky-slaying blade, it charged forward. With a resounding crash, it delivered a vertical slash, as if cleaving the very fabric of the celestial cosmos. The blade's radiance illuminated the expanse of the celestial universe, bathing it in a brilliant white, devoid of any other hue. This single stroke was sufficient to effortlessly vanquish the cascading torrents of celestial power that threatened the celestial emperor. Under its might, they crumbled to dust, utterly obliterated. A crisp, shattering sound followed, piercing the air. The resplendent Linglong pagoda first revealed a nearly invisible crack, finer than a human hair. Soon after, larger fissures spread across its entirety. Ultimately, with a thunderous bang, the Linglong pagoda shattered completely, reduced to mere powder. The Fire Phoenix King began to spew forth blood in copious amounts, its crimson, searing essence scattering across the celestial expanse, as if a rain of blood were falling from the heavens. Its phoenix form trembled violently, devoid of any luster, its vitality waning to a critical low. "This is impossible." It let out a wretched howl, teetering on the brink of madness. The Linglong pagoda was a treasure of the celestial realm, imbued with unfathomable power. How could it possibly be reduced to dust by such a blow? Even the most formidable celestial emperor could not achieve such a feat. "Nothing is impossible," the blood demon retorted, gripping the sky-slaying blade, poised to strike down the Fire Phoenix King. "Stop!" A voice rang out. Chen Changsheng intervened, commanding the blood demon to halt. "Yes, Master Changsheng." The blood demon complied swiftly, bowing deeply in respect. In the blink of an eye, Chen Changsheng appeared before the Fire Phoenix King. "I shall spare your life, should you agree to become my steed. Will you accept?" He spoke softly. The Fire Phoenix King gritted its teeth, fully aware that the blood demon was merely a servant of Chen Changsheng. The terror emanating from the blood demon stemmed from the unimaginable power bestowed upon it by Chen Changsheng. The latter seemed to possess an unfathomable and supreme realm of existence. Nevertheless, despite this, it did not wish to become Chen Changsheng's mount. "I hail from the Slaughter Emperor's palace. My master is one of its lords, the Annihilation Celestial Emperor," it declared defiantly. The Slaughter Emperor's palace, a premier dark organization within the celestial realm, and its master, the Annihilation Celestial Emperor, was among the apex of its warriors. Thus, even though Chen Changsheng's depths were unfathomable and his realm exceedingly high, the Fire Phoenix King refused to submit, unwilling to become his steed. "Are you saying you refuse?" Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow, disregarding the Fire Phoenix King's mention of the Slaughter Emperor's palace and the Annihilation Celestial Emperor. He felt no need to concern himself with such matters. Neither the Slaughter Emperor's palace nor the Annihilation Celestial Emperor held any significance in his presence. The Fire Phoenix King felt a chill envelop its being. Does the Emperor of Death and the World Destruction Immortal Emperor not hold any significance in the eyes of the one before him? A shiver coursed through its being, and it was engulfed in a deep sense of dread. It had initially intended to elaborate on the terrifying nature of the Emperor of Death and its master, the World Destruction Immortal Emperor. However, upon hearing Chen Changsheng's indifferent words and witnessing his nonchalant raised eyebrow, it was suddenly rendered speechless by fear. "I am willing to submit, to become your steed," it hastily exclaimed, fully aware that refusal would lead to its immediate obliteration. Indeed, Chen Changsheng replied with a slight nod. He did not place much importance on the Fire Phoenix King. It was merely a fleeting whim to acquire a mount to transport him to the land of heavenly punishment. Should the Fire Phoenix King decline, he would simply slay it and seek another steed. With a swift motion, Chen Changsheng waved his hand, and in an instant, boundless power surged into the Fire Phoenix King's body. No longer did it feel weakness. Its aura ascended to an extraordinarily terrifying degree in the blink of an eye. Chen Changsheng then appeared atop the Fire Phoenix King's back. Lest apart, he spoke softly. The Fire Phoenix King was utterly astonished. The immense power that had flowed into it made it feel as though it could effortlessly rend apart the immortal sovereign and subdue even those above the immortal sovereign. Its heart raced in trepidation. Just how formidable is this being? An invincible immortal emperor, perhaps? After a moment of profound astonishment, it quickly regained its composure. "My lord, where are you headed?" it inquired eagerly. "To the land of heavenly punishment," Chen Changsheng responded softly. "The land of heavenly punishment? That name sounds somewhat familiar." The Fire Phoenix King pondered internally. "Very well, my lord," it quickly replied, dismissing any concerns about the land of heavenly punishment. With such a terrifying master, the destination was of little consequence. However, at that moment, its expression changed drastically as it suddenly recalled the true nature of the land of heavenly punishment. Chapter 54. The Fire Phoenix King as a mount, tremors in the immortal realm. Who is so terrifying? In the land of heavenly punishment, the Fire Phoenix King finally recalled the dreadful nature of this place. This is the land of death. Even the immortal emperors dare not approach. To draw near is to invite certain death. Indeed, there is no mistake. Merely coming close is fatal. It is a realm of true horror, with genuine accounts to substantiate its terrors. Once, an immortal emperor sought to explore the land of heavenly punishment, yearning to uncover its secrets. This esteemed emperor, fully armed and equipped with various treasures borrowed from numerous fellow immortal emperors, fortified himself to the fullest. Yet, he never even entered the land of heavenly punishment. As he merely approached, the formidable powers of the land locked onto him, and soon, celestial thunder rained down. The emperor had no time to escape, annihilated by the thunder, perishing utterly. When this news reverberated back to the immortal realm, it sent shockwaves throughout. No one could fathom that the land of heavenly punishment was so terrifying. This was not an ordinary immortal emperor, but a peerless one. Even such a remarkable figure, fully equipped, was obliterated upon merely nearing this land. The horror of the land of heavenly punishment had clearly surpassed all imagination. Now, upon learning that Chen Changsheng intended to venture into the land of heavenly punishment, the Fire Phoenix King was so terrified that its soul nearly fled its body. Its entire form trembled uncontrollably, struggling to maintain flight. It could hardly suppress its desire to weep. Had it known they were heading to the land of heavenly punishment, it would have preferred Chen Changsheng simply to erase it from existence. What was there to fear? Not to be afraid. Chen Changsheng sat cross-legged upon the back of the Fire Phoenix King and gently patted its head, urging it not to fear, but to follow his lead towards the land of heavenly punishment. For some inexplicable reason, after Chen Changsheng's touch, the phoenix found its fear somewhat alleviated. Was it merely an illusion? It could not help but ponder silently. Well then, if death is to be my fate, so be it. Ignoring the command now would lead to immediate destruction. Gritting its teeth, it resolved, and then it soared high into the sky, igniting fierce, blazing flames, resembling the rapid motion of the great sun across the heavens. Following Chen Changsheng's guidance, it traversed the celestial expanse towards the land of heavenly punishment. Was that truly the notorious Fire Phoenix King, the infamous bandit? Indeed, it was a bandit of no small repute, flying boldly through the celestial expanse without a hint of fear. One by one, the celestial beings within the life-grade stars witnessed the Fire Phoenix King soaring through the cosmos, all marveling at its audacity. A true bandit indeed. The tales of countless immortal beings who had been robbed by the Fire Phoenix King echoed in their minds. How could it dare to reveal itself so openly? Did it not fear being beset upon by the masses? Did they think it was an ordinary bandit? Although it was a supreme immortal king, it had recklessly plundered far too many immortal beings and powerful forces within the immortal realm. If it were merely an ordinary bandit, even if it were an unparalleled celestial king, it would have long since met its demise. A celestial being, privy to certain insider information, revealed the true nature and background of the Fire Phoenix King. It is anything but ordinary, possessing an extraordinarily terrifying lineage. Behind it lies the Slaughter Emperor's manor, and it is also a disciple of the Slaughter Emperor, the Annihilation Celestial Sovereign. As he divulged the secretive background of the Fire Phoenix King, gasps of disbelief echoed among the celestial beings. Is its background truly this formidable? The Slaughter Emperor's manor, the most enigmatic and unfathomable top-tier dark organization within the celestial realm, remains shrouded in mystery. No one knows its origins or the extent of its terror. All that is known is that the Slaughter Emperor's manor is not to be trifled with. Anyone who dares provoke it, without exception, will pay a bloody price. Even the exalted celestial sovereigns are not exempt. This is not mere hearsay. There exist real-life cases to substantiate it. One such incident involved the Annihilation Celestial Sovereign, one of the lords of the Slaughter Emperor's manor, who decisively emerged to eliminate two celestial sovereigns in a confrontation. The bodies of those two celestial sovereigns have drifted through the celestial cosmos for countless ages, their blood staining the heavens for an indeterminate duration. Not a single soul dared to retrieve their remains, all paralyzed by fear of the Annihilation Celestial Sovereign and the Slaughter Emperor's manor. It is no wonder that the Fire Phoenix King brazenly rampages and loots without consequence. It turns out it possesses such a terrifying background. Who would dare to provoke a disciple of the Annihilation Celestial Sovereign? The celestial beings finally grasp the reason behind the Fire Phoenix King's audacious behavior. Wait, hold on. Am I mistaken? There appears to be someone atop the Fire Phoenix King. It is being suppressed and has become a mount. A celestial being exclaimed in shock, witnessing someone seated upon the back of the Fire Phoenix King. This was unmistakably treating the Fire Phoenix King as a steed. The sight left him utterly astounded. Who is this person? How extraordinarily terrifying they must be to dare suppress a disciple of the Annihilation Celestial Sovereign. Do they not fear retribution from the Annihilation Celestial Sovereign and the Slaughter Emperor's manor? Incredible. There is indeed someone. A cacophony of astonished exclamations surged like a tsunami, rapidly spreading across each life-bearing celestial star, reverberating endlessly. The celestial realm trembled. The celestial beings clearly observed that there was indeed someone on the back of the Fire Phoenix King, treating it as a mount. Their astonishment was profound, and they began speculating about the identity and background of this individual. Unfamiliar, unseen, this was a stranger's face. All the celestial beings shook their heads. Lacking any recollection of Chen Changsheng, they had never encountered him. To ride upon the disciple of the annihilative celestial emperor while flaunting such audacity in the celestial expanse, unashamedly revealing one's presence, is a blatant disregard for both the Slaughter Emperor's manor and the annihilative celestial emperor. No, this is not merely a lack of respect. It is a brazen affront, a resounding slap to the face of the Slaughter Emperor's manor and the annihilative celestial emperor before the eyes of all beings in the celestial realm. Just wait and see. The Slaughter Emperor's manor and the annihilative celestial emperor will undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. A tempest of blood and carnage is about to unfold. All celestial beings can sense the impending storm. A brutal reckoning is on the horizon. The Slaughter Emperor's manner and the annihilative Celestial Emperor will certainly launch a relentless pursuit of this individual. Meanwhile, within the celestial domain, numerous celestial emperors cast their gaze towards Chen Changsheng. Their expressions were laden with significance, reveling in the prospect of someone daring to confront the Slaughter Emperor's manner. Let us hope this individual is not a mere fool, lacking in strength and ignorant of the Fire Phoenix King's formidable background, only to be suppressed as a mere mount. That would be rather uninspiring. One celestial emperor scoffed. The Slaughter Emperor's manner has made many enemies in the celestial realm, yet none have managed to challenge its might. He too harbors deep grievances against the Slaughter Emperor's manner, yearning to witness its downfall. Yet he pondered, how could this individual possibly contend with the Slaughter Emperor's manner? He shook his head, deeming such thoughts overly optimistic. The Slaughter Emperor's manner is a force of immense terror. How could it be so easily shaken? Such notions are indeed unrealistic. Chapter 55. The Swift and Deadly Assassin's Palace. A supreme assassin emerges. As a premier dark organization within the celestial realm, the Assassin's Palace has long been embroiled in countless bloody incidents, incurring the wrath of numerous powers. Yet, the Assassin's Palace remains unscathed, thriving against all odds. This undeniably attests to the terror it instills and its unassailable position. Now, this Celestial Emperor dares to contemplate sending Chen Changsheng to challenge the Assassin's Palace, hoping to bring it to its knees. However, upon this thought, he mockingly rebukes himself for being overly ambitious and unrealistic. In the celestial expanse, the Fire Phoenix King dances amidst blazing flames, soaring rapidly through the cosmos. Not only are the denizens of the celestial realm utterly astonished, but even the Phoenix itself is taken aback. It never anticipated that Chen Changsheng would so brazenly disregard both the Assassin's Palace and its master, the world-ending Celestial Emperor. It had assumed that Chen Changsheng would at least exercise some caution, subtly traversing the celestial void. Yet, to its astonishment, Chen Changsheng exhibits no such trepidation, boldly crossing the celestial expanse without a hint of concealment. Could it be that Chen Changsheng truly possesses the strength to confront the Assassin's Palace and its master? The Phoenix cannot help but ponder, but quickly dismisses such notions. How could that possibly be? While it concedes that Chen Changsheng's power is formidable and unfathomable, it firmly believes he lacks the capacity to contend with the Assassin's Palace and its master. Suddenly, the celestial void trembles violently. A terrifying roar reverberates through the cosmos, and celestial stars quiver in response. The Assassin's Palace moves with remarkable swiftness as a member pursues relentlessly. A middle-aged warrior with golden hair stands before them, exuding strength and a terrifying aura. He wields a broad, imposing sword upon his back, radiating an air of authority. It is evident that the Assassin's Palace is truly enraged. This formidable pursuer has directly materialized in front of Chen Changsheng. Under normal circumstances, such an audacious display would be unthinkable. The Assassin's Palace, as a dark organization, excels in stealth and assassination, typically striking from the shadows rather than confronting foes directly. Only in the throes of great fury would they abandon their covert methods for open confrontation, as exemplified by the world-ending Celestial Emperor when he mercilessly eliminated two Celestial Emperors who had provoked the ire of the Assassin's Palace. The current situation is strikingly similar. A member of the Assassin's Palace boldly reveals himself, eschewing all subtleties of assassination. This is a supreme assassin. Cold Autumn, a prominent general within the Assassin's Palace, has previously assassinated several renowned Celestial Emperors. The celestial realm is abuzz with activity, as nearly every celestial being focuses intently on the unfolding events surrounding Chen Changsheng. Their gazes fixed upon the celestial expanse, recognizing the fearsome presence of the supreme assassin from the Assassin's Palace. The celestial beings of the immortal domain have all come to realize the gravity with which the killing Emperor's manner regards this matter. They have dispatched a most formidable assassin at once. Yet, upon reflection, it is entirely understandable. The disciple of the manor's lord has been suppressed, reduced to a mere mout. Such a blatant affront to the dignity of the killing emperor's manor cannot be taken lightly. A celestial emperor? The Fire Phoenix King certainly recognizes Long Xiao. Being well aware of his formidable prowess, an immensely powerful celestial emperor. Long Xiao, you must flee. You stand no chance against this adversary. The Fire Phoenix King urged silently. What ist? With a mere wave of Chen Changsheng's hand, he had gained the strength to suppress celestial sovereigns. There was no conceivable way Long Xiao could match Chen Changsheng's might. The Fire Phoenix King yearned to warn Long Xiao to escape swiftly, yet fear held it back, concerned that such an act might invoke Chen Changsheng's ire and result in its annihilation. Ahead, Long Xiao's expression was impassive, his garments rustling ominously. You dare to act against the disciple of the Annihilation Lord? You even presume to make him your steed. Truly, you are blissfully ignorant of your own demise. His gaze crackled with icy fury as he rebuked Chen Changsheng. The killing emperor's manor received word instantly, their rage palpable. To suppress a disciple of the manor as a mount was an unabashed provocation. The manor could not remain indifferent. How many years had passed without encountering such a challenge? What on earth? You refuse to flee and instead puff up your chest? The Fire Phoenix King rolled its eyes. Was Long Xiao seeking death? How audacious to label another as ignorant of mortality. It wished to exclaim, clearly, it is you who lacks awareness. Such audacity to speak to Lord Changsheng in that manner. The blood demon, ever diligent, brandished the heaven-slaying blade and stepped forward, shouting at Long Xiao, fulfilling its duty to clear the path. It had no place alongside Chen Changsheng atop the Fire Phoenix King's back, merely following in the wake of its power. What gives you the right to bark before me? Long Xiao retorted. His cultivation was far superior, an apex celestial emperor, and in a moment's thought, he discerned the blood demon's realm. The blood demon had yet to break a single chain and dared to act so brazenly before him. Such audacity was a far cry from mere canine arrogance. How audacious! The powerful beings within the immortal domain were rendered speechless. Even from across the starry expanse, they could perceive the blood demon's cultivation clearly. How could it dare to challenge an apex celestial emperor without having broken even one chain? This reflected the nature of both master and servant. Such a master who would suppress the disciple of the Annihilation Emperor as a mount would naturally have a servant bold enough to rebuke an apex assassin emperor. You claim I bark? I shall not hold it against you. However, the manner in which you spoke to Lord Changsheng has rendered this matter far from easily dismissed. The blood demon brandished the heaven-slaying blade, unleashing a thunderous roar as he lunged towards Long Xiao. Audacious! Long Xiao exclaimed, his eyes emitting two beams of horrified light. A character as insignificant as the blood demon was hardly worthy of him unsheathing the great blade upon his back, let alone deigning to engage physically. Even to obliterate the blood demon with merely a glance would be an act of undue grace. With a swift motion, the terrifying blade's radiance illuminated the celestial expanse. In the face of the dread-inducing beams of light, the blood demon remained unperturbed, executing a horizontal slash. As the blade descended, Long Xiao's countenance shifted dramatically, losing all traces of his prior arrogance. He frantically evaded, not daring to hesitate for a moment in his desperate attempt to escape the lethal strike. The sheer horror of the blow filled him with an acute sense of impending doom. Should it connect, his demise would be inevitable. Crimson, searing blood erupted forth. Despite Long Xiao's frantic evasion in that fleeting moment, he could not entirely escape the onslaught, and the blade's edge grazed him, reducing his form to mere fragments upon impact. A collective gasp echoed through the celestial realms inhabited by beings of life, as all present were taken aback, astonished that the blood demon could wield such a terrifying blow. Chapter 56. The 18 Unrivaled Killers. The killing emperor draws the bowstring to its fullest. The terror of this strike sent tremors of fear throughout the celestial realm. Cold autumn. A peerless killing sovereign narrowly evaded the blade's wrath. Merely grazed by its edge, yet his entire form was shredded, transforming into a mist of crimson. Had he been struck directly, his demise would have been inevitable. How could one possibly unleash such a formidable blow? Bound by chains, wielding a blade that was no divine weapon, yet capable of delivering a strike potent enough to annihilate an exalted celestial emperor. The celestial beings gasped in astonishment, their gazes involuntarily drawn to Chen Changsheng, who sat serenely upon the back of the Fire Phoenix King. Undoubtedly, all this must be linked to him. Otherwise, how could the blood demon, still ensnared by chains, wield a weapon that was not even a celestial sword to unleash such a fearsome attack? This individual exuded an air of inscrutability. The killing emperor's estate had already set its plans in motion, yet this figure remained remarkably composed and tranquil. Could it be that he possesses the strength to contend with the killing emperor's estate? They murmured among themselves, increasingly convinced of Chen Changsheng's enigmatic nature. Perhaps he truly holds the power to confront the killing emperor's estate. The celestial emperors, gazing from afar through the vast cosmos, did not exhibit the same emotional upheaval as the other celestial beings. While they were indeed taken aback, their surprise was merely fleeting, returning to a state of calm shortly thereafter. Such a display did not elicit the level of astonishment that would suggest Chen Changsheng could rival the killing emperor's estate. However, their curiosity regarding Chen Changsheng intensified, for even they, in all their might, found themselves unable to fathom his true capabilities. A resounding rumble echoed as the celestial firmament quaked violently. 8 formidable figures descended, standing side by side, armed with long spears, long swords, and celestial emperor towers. Their gazes were piercing, filled with an overwhelming intent to kill. Cold Autumn did not perish. Within the blood mist, he reformed his body. Although his form had been shattered, he had ultimately evaded the fatal blow, having only been grazed by the blade's radiance. His life force had not been entirely extinguished. Swiftly, he soared towards the 8 figures, standing alongside them as equals. 9 exalted killing emperors. The killing emperor's estate was unwavering in its intent to eliminate this individual. The celestial beings, observing from a distance, felt a chill run down their spines. 9 unparalleled killing sovereigns, each more terrifying than the last. If they united their strength, even an exalted celestial would find it insurmountable to withstand. Even 100 of them would falter. The blood demon, brandishing the celestial severing blade, brimmed with confidence, primarily due to the vast power contained within the blade. It was difficult not to feel empowered. With a fierce resolve, it charged forward, acutely aware of its duty to pave the way. With a powerful flap of its wings, the Fire Phoenix King stirred a tempest of raging flames. Following closely behind the blood demon, Chen Changsheng closed his eyes, nurturing his spirit. From beginning to end, he never opened his eyes. Neither the cold autumn nor the newly arrived 8 supreme killing emperors captured his gaze. What merit do a group of insignificant characters possess to warrant his attention? Suddenly, the 8 supreme killing emperors, alongside the cold autumn, sprang into action. They dispersed into strategic positions, and special formation patterns swiftly spread beneath their feet. With a thunderous roar, they connected, forming an immensely terrifying killing array. Kill! They bellowed, driving their top-tier celestial weapons into the heart of the array. An explosive force emanated from the killing formation, surging forward with devastating power. The killing emperor's formation from the killing emperor's manner. This formation could slay celestial emperors. Of course, the array they practiced would not be able to kill a celestial emperor, but annihilating supreme celestial sages was certainly within their capabilities. The celestial beings, observing from afar, felt a jolt of terror. The combined assault of 9 supreme killing emperors was already fearsome enough. Who would have imagined that they had also perfected a killing formation? They truly intended to leave no chance for Chen Changsheng and his companions. The 9 supreme killing emperors radiated a fierce brilliance. They held nothing back, fully activating the killing formation. In an instant, a cold light illuminated the entire celestial universe. An overwhelming intent to kill spread forth, causing the distant celestial beings to shudder, feeling an icy chill course through them. It was futile. The blood demon wielded a blade, its terrifying aura cutting through the universe. With a tremendous crash, it was as if the heavens themselves were being cleaved. The killing array, along with the 9 supreme killing emperors, was utterly shattered beneath this strike. Blood rained down from the celestial emperors, painting the starry sky. The 9 supreme killing emperors perished instantly, their life essence extinguished. The celestial beings, observing from afar, felt as though their minds would explode. Could it be this terrifying? Was a mere servant paving the way, this formidable? Their gazes shifted back to Chen Changsheng, who remained in serene meditation, his eyes still closed. He appeared utterly unperturbed. Their hearts trembled. What kind of unfathomable power must Chen Changsheng possess? The celestial emperors regarded him with increasingly profound and complex expressions. Who was this unfamiliar figure, Chen Changsheng? Where did he hail from? They fell silent, lost in contemplation. The blood demon led the way, with the Fire Phoenix King carrying Chen Changsheng behind. They swiftly traversed the celestial expanse, yet the pursuit from the killing emperor's manor showed no signs of abating. Amidst the terrifying roars and the violent tremors of the celestial universe, 18 unparalleled killing sages emerged, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. This spectacle was astonishing, causing the distant celestial beings to shudder uncontrollably, their faces etched with sheer horror. The 18 unparalleled killing sages were renowned within the celestial realm, serving as elite generals of the killing emperor's manor, second only to celestial emperors. Whoever encounters the 18 unparalleled killing lords would undoubtedly feel a shiver of trepidation. Even the quasi-immortal emperors would share this sentiment. When the 18 killing lords unite, even a quasi-immortal emperor must weigh their actions with great caution, filled with a sense of dread. I am eager to see just how formidable you truly are. Within a distant, colossal, life-bearing star, a terrifying figure, with a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth, slowly rises. He is a quasi-killing emperor, having already grazed the threshold of the immortal emperor realm and grasped a fragment of the immortal emperor's path. Once he fully steps into the immortal emperor domain, he will ascend to become a true immortal emperor within the ranks of the killing empire. No one dares to challenge the majesty of the killing empire. Moreover, no one who has incurred its wrath has ever survived to tell the tale. His voice is chilling and piercing as immortal emperor laws flicker within his gaze, exuding an aura of unparalleled terror. Kill. He brandishes the immortal emperor bow, a true artifact of its kind, known as the killing bow. Forged from the finest materials befitting an immortal emperor, it is not merely a quasi-immortal emperor bow, but a genuine weapon of immortal caliber, possessing unfathomable might. As he draws the bowstring taut, an arrow that resonates with the essence of the immortal emperor's path, radiating a blinding brilliance, materializes. Regardless of your origins, no living soul survives beneath the killing bow. With a cold chuckle, he adjusts the bow's aim, directing it towards Chen Changsheng's head, preparing to unleash a lethal shot to obliterate him. Chapter 57. The various lethal weapons are unleashed, bombarding Chen Changsheng. 18 supreme killing masters, their presence overwhelming. The celestial realm trembles as if an earthquake has struck, shaking violently. Kill. The 18 supreme killing masters spring into action, uttering not a single unnecessary word. The surging aura of slaughter swiftly engulfs the entire celestial expanse. Each celestial star quakes under their assault, cracks appearing rapidly, followed by a cacophony of explosions. Bang, 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 reminiscent of blooming fireworks. The onlooking immortals are filled with trepidation. The sight of the 18 supreme killing masters taking action is utterly terrifying. But what of that one? Has he opened his eyes? The immortals hurriedly glance towards Chen Changsheng, seated upon the back of the Fire Phoenix King, eager to see if he has indeed opened his eyes. Gasp! He still has not opened his eyes. Could it be that he dismisses the combined might of 18 supreme killing masters? The immortals tremble in fear. Just how formidable must he be to disregard such a formidable assault? The 18 masters, each exuding an increasingly potent aura of death. Are they truly being overlooked? It is an audacious display. Their focus remains solely on Chen Changsheng. Witnessing him keep his eyes shut and remain motionless, they all sense a profound contempt directed at them. This is intolerable. Bear in mind, they are all supreme, killing masters, standing at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Each one, upon appearing in the celestial domain, ignites panic among its inhabitants. Their hands are stained with the blood of formidable beings, and they only slay those of renown. Yet, it is precisely these terrifying figures, now united in a singular assault, who find themselves disregarded. How could they possibly endure such an affront? Even a quasi-immortal emperor would flee in terror before their united front. Too daunted to engage. Kill. Their gazes are piercing and frigid, an insatiable desire for bloodshed. Each one fixates on Chen Changsheng, vowing to end his life. Meanwhile, the blood demon at the forefront is completely beneath their notice. Not a single glance is cast in his direction. A lowly servant holds no significance in their eyes, regardless of the fearsome strike he had just unleashed. To them, he is unworthy of their attention. Their true adversary is Chen Changsheng, the blood demon. Their residual power from attacking Chen Changsheng would effortlessly obliterate the blood demon. Swish! A terrifying sword light illuminates the celestial realm. The clash of sword inscriptions resounds as thousands of fearsome killing swords manifest under the prowess of a supreme killing master. This place transforms into a realm of swords. Thousands of formidable killing swords, imbued with awe-inspiring power, thunderously charge towards Chen Changsheng, seated upon the Fire Phoenix King. Boom! A supreme killing master extends his palm. A captivating wisp of black flame manifested within the palm of his hand. He unleashed this black flame, and in an instant, it transformed into a boundless inferno, engulfing the entirety of the celestial expanse above. As the black fire danced, one star after another, of celestial caliber, was utterly incinerated. Even the very heavens above seemed poised to be consumed by flames. Within the realm of the immortals, there lay a perilous abyss known as the Fallen Immortal Ridge, a place of unimaginable terror and danger, where even the immortal emperors found it exceedingly challenging to emerge unscathed. This wisp of black flame hailed from the Fallen Immortal Ridge, exuding a fearsome power beyond comprehension. Even quasi-immortal emperors would be beset by profound trepidation, unwilling to confront it lightly. A thunderous roar reverberated through the celestial realm, as an overwhelming aura of malevolence spread throughout the skies. All beings of celestial essence trembled uncontrollably. A monstrous beast, once thought to exist solely in the annals of ancient history, was conjured forth, its murderous intent sweeping across the celestial expanse. The air was filled with the sound of bodies collapsing as countless immortals succumbed to the sheer ferocity of the bloodlust that engulfed them, horror seeping into their very souls. With a resounding clash, a terrifying long spear forged from black metal was summoned by a supreme killer. The black spear, radiating an unparalleled malice, instilled a chilling dread in the hearts of all who beheld it. What? The legendary weapon of the Emperor of Assassins, the Black Heaven Spear, has been brought forth. An immortal sovereign exclaimed, nearly paralyzed by fear. The Black Heaven Spear is renowned within the celestial realm as a weapon of unparalleled lethality, and its mere appearance sends shivers down the spines of all immortal emperors, for it is known to slay only those of their rank. Do not be so alarmed. It is not the genuine Black Heaven Spear, merely a replica, one among them clarified. Yet, even as a mere imitation, it retained an aura of terror capable of dispatching quasi-immortal emperors with ease. A quasi-immortal emperor spoke gravely, discerning that the Black Spear was not the authentic Black Heaven Spear. However, as he noted, it was not an ordinary replica. It was crafted from various rare celestial treasures, qualifying it as a top-tier imitation. Even quasi-immortal emperors would find themselves facing a life-threatening crisis. With a thunderous roar, the celestial realm erupted in even more violent tremors. An ancient, imposing cauldron emerged, summoned forth by a supreme killer, who exerted every ounce of power to activate it. This cauldron intertwined unfathomable paths and laws, raining down billions of radiant, auspicious lights, embodying unparalleled might, seemingly capable of suppressing all enemies within the celestial realm. The Celestial Destruction Cauldron, yet another top-tier imitation. The very heavens quaked, for this cauldron was no ordinary artifact. It was among the finest weapons within the Emperor of Assassins' arsenal, bearing an endless reputation for brutality. Of course, it was also a replica, not the genuine article. Nonetheless, it remained a source of profound dread. The replica of a top-tier weapon, especially one of such excellence, must not be underestimated, for it possesses unfathomable power. As the celestial realm experienced widespread collapse, waves of terrifying forces surged forth. The 18 supreme assassins, all well-prepared, wielded formidable weapons, unleashing them in unison. The scene transcended mere description of terror. The celestial beings present were left aghast, their scalps prickling and hearts quaking in trepidation. The house of the Killing Emperor was indeed fearsome beyond measure. It is no wonder that, despite having countless adversaries in the celestial realm, it remained steadfast and unyielding. Moreover, their gaze returned to Chen Changsheng, who remained in serene meditation, his expression unperturbed, exhibiting no sign of alarm or action whatsoever. They could not help but gasp in astonishment. What formidable power must he possess to remain so composed? In a distant life-grade celestial star, such audacity was remarkable. Very well, I shall see if you can withstand an arrow from the killing bow. The designated Killing Emperor's gaze was icy and resolute. Faced with the assault of 18 supreme assassins armed with devastating weapons, Chen Changsheng's audacity was astonishing, appearing to disregard the formidable threat posed by his opponents. He tightened his grip on the killing bow, preparing to exact a bloody price from Chen Changsheng. As the 18 supreme assassins advanced with their deadly weapons, he drew back the killing bow to its full tautness. Under such circumstances, Chen Changsheng was undoubtedly destined for annihilation, with no hope of survival. Chapter 58. An absurd scene unfolds. The killing arrow rebounds. The Killing Emperor wore a chilling smile at the corner of his lips. He did not immediately release the killing arrow. Instead, he was gathering power to unleash the most formidable and terrifying shot, one that would embody the might of the Killing Emperor's estate and instill dread in the hearts of all beings within the celestial domain. Boom! The collective power of the 18 supreme Killing Lords surged, their respective devastating weapons reaching the pinnacle of their might as they unleashed a barrage towards Chen Changsheng. Heavens! The Fire Phoenix King was so terrified that it nearly lost its wits. It wished to cry out, "Gentlemen, spare my life, take it easy, I'm still here." Chen Changsheng was right on its back. If these lethal weapons came crashing down, it would be unable to escape. Such was the peril of being an insignificant disciple. Anxiety overwhelmed it, for it understood that the 18 supreme celestial lords were not here to rescue it. Their primary aim was to eliminate Chen Changsheng and uphold the dignity of the Killing Emperor's estate. Though it was indeed a disciple of the Annihilation Immortal Emperor, it held no significant status among his many disciples. It was merely one of the inconspicuous ones. Were it not for the implications regarding the dignity of the Killing Emperor's estate, such grand actions would not have been taken against it. This was the clearest evidence. The 18 supreme Killing Lords had evidently disregarded its safety. Otherwise, they would never have manipulated such a multitude of devastating weapons to come crashing down. In such a scenario, its demise was all but certain. All hope rested upon Chen Changsheng. It fervently wished that he could withstand this onslaught. Otherwise, it too would meet its end. However, when it turned to look at Chen Changsheng, it was shocked to find him seated calmly, his eyes remaining closed. It nearly collapsed in fright. "My lord, let's not be so reckless. My fragile heart cannot bear this." It lamented internally. It truly did not believe that the blood demon could handle such an array of lethal weapons. Even if the sky-slaying blade in the blood demon's grasp had been endowed with extraordinary power by Chen Changsheng, it would still be insufficient. These weapons were far too terrifying. It believed that only Chen Changsheng himself could intervene effectively. Darn it! Good dogs do not block the way. while bad dogs shall be slaughtered. The blood demon, wielding the sky-slaying blade, showed no fear whatsoever as it charged forward. It could not afford to hesitate, for the power within the sky-slaying blade was vast beyond measure. When it had previously wielded the blade, it had barely tapped into even a fraction of its power. In such circumstances, how could it possibly falter? Goodness, you are truly bold. The Fire Phoenix King, witnessing the blood demon charging ahead with the sky-slaying blade, was nearly driven to exclaim in horror. With so many terrifying weapons crashing down, it had not anticipated that the blood demon would be so brave as to charge forward. The 18 supreme killing lords paid the blood demon no heed, casting not even a glance, utterly dismissive. Their gazes and attention remained solely fixated on Chen Changsheng. With his eyes closed, he appeared to be in a state of serene contemplation, as if the chaos of the outside world held no relevance to him. Suddenly, a cacophony akin to a cataclysmic explosion reverberated through the air as the blood demon wielded the sky-slaying blade, engaging in a ferocious clash with ancient, formidable weapons. Yet, no one paid heed. Not only the 18 supreme kill masters were indifferent, but even the distant immortals observed without concern. What merit was there in paying attention to a fool rushing headlong to his demise? In their eyes, such an assault was beyond the capacity of a mere servant like the blood demon to withstand. The blood demon charged forth, destined only for death. No other outcome was conceivable. The focus of the 18 supreme kill masters and the immortals of the celestial realm remained steadfastly on Chen Changsheng. At that moment, the immortals' eyes widened in horror, their faces a tableau of shock. What was that? It was utterly terrifying. They gasped in unison as a dazzlingly radiant arrow of light hurtled through the celestial expanse, aimed directly at Chen Changsheng. This arrow was a harbinger of unimaginable dread, annihilating all stars in its path with explosive force, causing the very cosmos to tremble with consecutive cataclysmic detonations, as if it were on the verge of total obliteration. This is the killing arrow. Could it be yet another imitation? No. This arrow was imbued with an insatiable aura of slaughter that eradicated all vitality. It was no mere replica. This was the genuine killing arrow, launched from the true top-tier celestial weapon, the killing bow. A profound tremor swept through the celestial realm, sending shivers down spines. No one had anticipated that amidst the arrival of the 18 supreme kill masters, a powerful figure from the killing emperor's estate would unleash the killing arrow. The quasi-celestial emperor of the killing emperor's estate had made his move. There was no longer any doubt. Chen Changsheng's fate was sealed. The quasi-celestial emperors within the celestial realm turned their gaze towards the trajectory of the killing arrow. Spotting the quasi-celestial emperor of the killing emperor's estate, a mocking smile playing at his lips as he brandished the killing bow. The arrow, clearly infused with immense power, would not be easily withstood even by a celestial emperor. They believed that Chen Changsheng was destined to meet his end, pierced by the killing arrow. Boom, boom, boom. The killing arrow danced with terrifying waves of light, swiftly closing the distance from the far reaches of the starry sky. The pervasive aura of annihilation swept across the entire celestial realm, diminishing the vitality of all immortals and severely draining their life essence. It was truly a sight to behold. Yet, even in the face of such calamity, Chen Changsheng remained unmoved, his eyes still shut, meditating peacefully atop the back of the Fire Phoenix King. It's over. We're doomed. The Fire Phoenix King paled in fright, its eyes filled with despair. It had never anticipated that a quasi-celestial emperor would unleash the killing arrow. This one truly cared little for its survival. The ominous killing arrow surged forth in an instant, poised to strike Chen Changsheng's head. Yet, just as it was about to make contact, it abruptly halted, frozen in mid-air. What could possibly be happening? How could the killing arrow suddenly cease its trajectory? The 18 supreme assassins, the celestial beings of the immortal realm, were utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. In a shocking turn of events, the halted killing arrow suddenly erupted with an even more terrifying wave of power. Redirecting itself, and emanating an even more fearsome light as it hurtled back towards the direction from which it had come. Oh my! The would-be immortal emperor of the Killing Emperor's Manor, stationed on a distant life-level celestial star, felt his countenance change dramatically upon witnessing the arrow returning towards him. He sensed a fatal threat emanating from the very arrow that was now retracing its path. This was a force he could not hope to withstand. With no time to ponder and no room for hesitation, he swiftly tore open a rift in the void and plunged into it, fleeing from this life-level celestial star. However, the returning killing arrow did not relent. It pierced through the void, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing would-be immortal emperor of the Killing Emperor's Manor. Chapter 59. Chen Changsheng exhibited not the slightest movement, yet effortlessly vanquished a quasi-immortal emperor. Truly, this was profoundly sinister. The quasi-immortal emperor of the Killing Emperor's Manor, in the throes of desperate flight, unleashed a torrent of curses. He could scarcely fathom that the death arrow he had propelled with all his might would rebound and strike him instead. His complexion paled drastically, drained of all color. The very arrow that had ricocheted back was now pursuing him through the rift he had torn in the fabric of reality. Flee! He gritted his teeth. Without a moment's hesitation, swiftly employing an escape technique to hasten his retreat. He dared not contemplate a direct confrontation with the returning death arrow. Confrontation? What folly! The death arrow he had originally released was already capable of effortlessly slaying a quasi-immortal emperor, let alone the rebounding arrow, which bore a power magnified several-fold. He could not even entertain the thought of withstanding such a force. Even a mere graze would spell his utter demise. With a swift motion, he activated his escape technique, transforming into a streak of light, faster than the very passage of time. Yet, it was futile. The death arrow surged forward, and with a chilling thud, it pierced through his back, driving straight into his heart, dragging him out of the void. In the celestial expanse, his body erupted in a violent explosion, blood splattering across the cosmos. His vitality extinguished, entirely obliterated by the death arrow. He was irrevocably dead. The celestial beings within the realm were struck with terror, their hearts seemingly halting in their chests. A quasi-immortal emperor had been slain just like that. They were awash with disbelief, nearly unable to comprehend the reality before them. This was a quasi-immortal emperor, one who had already brushed against the threshold of true immortality, mere steps away from ascension. They trembled, casting quaking glances at Chen Changsheng, who sat serenely upon the back of the Fire Phoenix King, his eyes closed in tranquil meditation, not even a flutter of his eyelids to betray his presence. Overwhelmed by fear, they could scarcely imagine the extent of his strength. Without the slightest motion, he had directly dispatched a quasi-immortal emperor. It was truly terrifying beyond measure. The immortal emperors regarded him with grave expressions, their gazes locked upon Chen Changsheng, increasingly mystified by his enigma. This, they deemed, was a fortuitous development. One of the immortal emperors smiled, his demeanor easing. For them, the stronger Chen Changsheng became, the more the Killing Emperor's manner would falter. Good heavens! This individual is truly formidable. The Fire Phoenix King marveled internally, astonished at Chen Changsheng's terrifying prowess. Unbeknownst to it, a quasi-immortal emperor had been dispatched in silence. Just moments earlier, it had thought its own demise was imminent. What? How could this be possible? 18 supreme killing lords, without exception. All were profoundly terrified by the dread that emanated from Chen Changsheng. Their attention remained fixated upon him. When the killing arrow was unleashed, they witnessed it clearly, convinced that Chen Changsheng was doomed to perish, destined to be struck down by that lethal projectile. The force carried by the killing arrow was exponentially greater than the combined might of their most formidable weapons. It seemed utterly impossible for Chen Changsheng to survive. Yet, astonishingly, he did not flinch. He did not even open his eyes, and instead, he countered with lethal precision, dispatching their quasi-immortal emperor from the Killing Emperor's estate. They fled without hesitation, turning on their heels in terror, for the horror of Chen Changsheng was clearly beyond their capacity to confront. However, just as they attempted to escape, an unforeseen event transpired. The blood demon, whom they had disregarded, suddenly shattered all of their formidable weapons with a single stroke. Fear gripped them, escalating their terror towards Chen Changsheng to unprecedented heights. Without a doubt, Chen Changsheng far surpassed their expectations. Even an unassuming servant had been bestowed with unfathomable power by him. They spat blood, their bodies trembling like leaves in a tempest. The destruction of their weapons had severe repercussions for them all, yet they could scarcely afford to dwell on it. Gritting their teeth, they screamed in desperation as they fled. But there was no escape. The blood demon struck again, unleashing an infinite wave of blade light that locked onto the 18 unrivaled killing lords. With a series of puffs, all 18 were slain, none surviving the onslaught. The starry sky fell into silence, and the celestial realm became tranquil. No one had anticipated that amidst the assault led by the 18 supreme killing lords, armed with an array of deadly weapons, and supported by a quasi-immortal emperor from the killing emperor's estate, the outcome would be thus. Both the quasi-immortal emperor and the 18 killing lords lay dead. This was a cataclysmic shock. All the immortals recognized that Chen Changsheng, seated comfortably upon the back of the Fire Phoenix King, must undoubtedly be an immortal emperor. It was inconceivable that he could possess such terrifying prowess without being one. Who was this unfamiliar immortal emperor? When one ascends to the rank of immortal emperor, it is impossible for it to occur without a grand commotion. He could not be a newly emerged immortal emperor. He must be a seasoned one, perhaps having altered his appearance and concealed his identity. Who exactly was this venerable immortal emperor? After the silence, a torrent of discussions ensued. All the immortals engaged in fervent discourse regarding Chen Changsheng's origins and identity, including other immortal emperors who exchanged insights and speculated on his background and true nature. They too believed that he had disguised his appearance and hidden his authentic identity. Will the killing emperor's mansion continue to take action? Though he is an immortal emperor, the killing emperor's mansion harbors no fear of such figures, having already vanquished numerous immortal emperors. One immortal remarked, a quasi-immortal emperor and 18 supreme killing lords were thus dispatched. I believe the killing emperor's mansion will not rest until they pursue him further. After all, this pertains to their dignity, which they hold in the highest regard. Another immortal shared his perspective, and many others echoed this sentiment. The majority of immortals believe the killing emperor's mansion will indeed proceed with their pursuit of Chen Changsheng, as their formidable track record shows they do not shy away from challenges posed by immortal emperors. However, there are also a considerable number of immortals who harbor differing opinions. It remains uncertain. In the past, the identities and backgrounds of immortal emperors were quite clear. Yet, the identity of the current immortal emperor is shrouded in mystery, making it difficult to ascertain. One immortal expressed the belief that the killing emperor's mansion will refrain from hasty actions and will likely pause their advances. The clarity of an enemy's identity is of utmost importance, for the most formidable foes are those shrouded in the unknown. He is convinced that the killing emperor's mansion will adopt a more cautious approach, no longer acting impulsively. Many who share this viewpoint are not few in number. Chen Changsheng has concealed his true appearance, clearly coming prepared, perhaps specifically to counter the killing emperor's mansion, with additional strategies in reserve. Should the killing emperor's mansion act recklessly again, they might suffer significant losses once more. They believe the mansion will take this into account and temporarily halt their pursuit of Chen Changsheng. There is no need for wild speculation. The truth will soon be revealed. A composed quasi-immortal emperor spoke, stating that whether the killing emperor's mansion will continue their actions will be known as they continue to observe the situation. Chapter 60. The trial of the killing emperor's manor. A colossal hand shattered the starry sky, descending upon the tranquil realm. After the bloodthirsty demon had slain the 18 supreme assassins, he led the way, with the Phoenix King carrying Chen Changsheng close behind. Time passed without incident, and no one from the killing emperor's manor emerged, as if they had relinquished their pursuit of Chen Changsheng. But had they truly given up? The killing emperor's manor had suffered a significant loss of face, and it seemed implausible that they would simply concede. Many celestial beings remained convinced that the manor had not abandoned their quest. The prolonged silence was merely the calm before the storm. Once the tranquility dissipated, A terrifying tempest would inevitably ensue. Thunder rumbled, celestial stars trembled in chaos, one after another erupting with explosive force. Indeed, the stillness had been but a prelude to the impending storm. The killing emperor's manor had not ceased their pursuit of Chen Changsheng. They were now preparing to strike. An enormous golden hand emerged from the heavens, instantaneously enveloping the entire celestial expanse. The terror was boundless. As this colossal golden hand materialized, every being in the celestial domain felt a profound tremor in their hearts, overwhelmed by an intense sense of impending doom. Many could not restrain their tears, as if death were imminent and their end was nigh. The expressions of the celestial emperors shifted dramatically. Even they, with their formidable strength, sensed the overwhelming peril posed by this gigantic golden hand. It possessed the power to obliterate even the celestial emperors. Was it the hand of a supreme, celestial emperor from the killing emperor's manor? No. Upon closer inspection, while the hand was fearsome, it did not emanate the aura of a supreme, celestial emperor. If I am not mistaken, it must be the work of a celestial emperor from the manor, wielding the might of a supreme, celestial weapon. The celestial emperors quickly deduced the nature of the attack. The manifestation of this hand was a clear intent to demonstrate the manor's dominance. However, it must be said that the killing emperor's manor, while assertive, also exhibited caution. This was evidently a test. The supreme celestial emperors remained hidden, and even the manifested hand had its source obscured. The manor clearly harbored trepidation regarding this unidentified celestial emperor. The celestial emperors gazed with profound insight, understanding the nuances at play. An unknown celestial emperor, whose background and motives remained shrouded in mystery, had made a bold move, unmasked and openly challenging the killing emperor's manor. Even a force as formidable as the manor was compelled to consider the implications. Yet, it was evident that the killing emperor's manor was unwilling to concede or compromise. They sought to conduct one final trial. The belief that this was merely a test was substantiated by the observations of the celestial emperors. The supreme celestial emperors did not emerge, nor did their supreme weapons. Even a massive hand poised to strike down Chen Changsheng had been carefully crafted, its origins concealed and untraceable. Clearly, the imperial palace of the slaughtering emperor fears further losses. It is not a matter of hesitation or testing the waters. The imperial palace would never act in such a manner. Either a supreme celestial emperor would emerge, or a formidable celestial emperor would come crashing down. Thunderous roars echoed as a colossal golden hand, entwined with terrifying celestial emperor laws, descended upon Chen Changsheng, enveloping the entire celestial starry sky. The sight was utterly daunting. Even the blood demon, wielding the sky-slaying blade, could not suppress a shiver of fear. Yet, it gritted its teeth and charged forward with the blade in hand. Is this an endless cycle of challenges? Chen Changsheng bellowed, opening his eyes. Before the blood demon could advance, he directed his gaze at the gigantic golden hand approaching him. His long, dark hair billowed in the wind, and a beam of horror emanated from his eyes. Boom! As the beam struck the enormous golden hand, it shattered as if made of paper, obliterating all its power. The beings of the celestial realm were left in stunned disbelief, their hearts racing with terror. Is Chen Changsheng truly that formidable? Can two beams of light obliterate a hand powerful enough to annihilate the entire celestial domain? The expressions of the celestial emperors shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated the true extent of Chen Changsheng's terrifying power. They believed he would need to employ his carefully crafted contingency plans to contend with that hand. Yet, to their astonishment, Chen Changsheng obliterated it with a mere opening of his eyes. Their hearts surged with shock. Chen Changsheng's might evidently surpass their wildest imaginations. Has he truly become invincible? Beneath him, the Fire Phoenix King trembled in fear, its soul quaking at the sheer terror of it all. It was filled with dread, recalling the audacity it once had to attempt to rob Chen Changsheng. Such folly, akin to striking a rock with an egg. Simultaneously, it felt a profound sense of relief. grateful for its quick reflexes and hastily agreeing to become Chen Changsheng's steed instead of stubbornly clinging to the name of the imperial palace and its master. Had it not, it would undoubtedly have met its demise. What realm of power does Master Changsheng inhabit? The blood demon was profoundly shaken. The cultivation level of Master Changsheng seemed like an endless abyss, consistently unleashing invincible strength. It could hardly fathom the true extent of Master Changsheng's abilities. Meanwhile, the two beams of horror that had shattered the golden hand did not dissipate. Instead, they swiftly traversed the celestial starry sky, hurtling toward a specific direction. Is it possible he could trace the source? Is he seeking to eliminate the one who unleashed that hand? The celestial emperors trembled at the thought. Is Chen Changsheng truly that fearsome? The source of that hand had been obscured beyond retrieval. Chen Changsheng did not even need to perform calculations. In the blink of an eye, he had dispelled the hand's concealment and uncovered its origin. The celestial emperors could hardly believe their eyes. Even if Chen Changsheng could truly trace the origin of that hand, he would still need to perform some calculations, wouldn't he? The absence of any such calculations renders the notion of discovering the source utterly absurd. Within a distant, lifeless dead star, the thought of pinpointing my location is preposterous. A towering, terrifying figure, exuding an aura of dread, observed as two ominous beams of light swiftly shot towards him. His expression transformed instantaneously. How could this be possible? He had established layer upon layer of concealment formations at his location. Moreover, he possessed ancient immortal treasures designed to mask his presence, rendering it virtually impossible for anyone to discover his whereabouts. Yet, as he witnessed the two terrifying beams heading directly for him, disbelief morphed into reluctant acceptance. Chen Changsheng must have uncovered his position. No worries, it's not a significant issue. I have long been prepared. He chuckled coldly, exercising utmost caution. Even when he believed that Chen Changsheng could not possibly find him, he had still laid a series of contingency plans. It is time to leave. He activated a teleportation array and stepped into it. Subsequently, the array sprang to life, and his figure vanished without a trace. The entire star erupted violently after his disappearance, obliterating all evidence of his existence. Do they wish to kill me? Impossible. He spoke coldly, brimming with confidence. Chapter 61. A series of contingencies. Exile from the celestial abyss. The celestial emperor of the killing emperor's manor exuded unwavering confidence. He had orchestrated numerous contingencies, fearing only the possibility of Chen Changsheng mounting a counterattack. After departing from that desolate star, he found himself on another forsaken celestial body, which similarly housed a teleportation array. Stepping into the array, his figure vanished once more. Immediately following this, the desolate star erupted violently, obliterating all traces of his presence, severing any chance of pursuit. This meticulous maneuver was executed repeatedly, as the identity of this unknown celestial sovereign remained shrouded in ambiguity. In such a precarious situation, exercising utmost caution was not unwarranted. Although the killing emperor's manor wielded immense power, historically, it had never feared anyone. Those who dared to provoke its majesty were inevitably met with overwhelming retribution. However, such brazen displays of strength were predicated upon the vast and precise information network of the killing emperor's manor. Each act of ostentation was grounded in a thorough understanding of their adversary, ensuring absolute confidence in their ability to enact decisive retribution. Had it been otherwise, the manor would not have acted with such audacity in the past. The current scenario serves as a prime illustration of this principle. Upon discerning that Chen Changsheng was a celestial emperor, they ceased their reckless actions and commenced a period of probing. The resounding slap delivered was secondary to affirming the manor as sovereignty. The primary objective was to ascertain Chen Changsheng's true strength and the nature of his contingencies. Boom! In the boundless celestial expanse, two fearsome beams of light thundered through the cosmos, causing the stars along their path to tremble in terror. Within the celestial realm, from emperors to lesser beings, all eyes followed the ominous beams. eager to discern whether Chen Changsheng possessed such formidable prowess that he could indeed locate and eliminate the celestial emperor of the Killing Emperor's manor. The two beams of light struck the desolate star where the Killing Emperor's celestial sovereign had once been, but his presence had long since dissipated, leaving the star reduced to mere dust, devoid of any remnants. Truly impressive. It appeared that the whereabouts of the Killing Emperor's celestial sovereign had indeed been discovered. Yet, it was evident that the celestial emperor had prepared for this eventuality and had already fled. The celestial realm buzzed with speculation, marveling at Chen Changsheng's prowess, while simultaneously acknowledging the prudence of the Killing Emperor's manner, always leaving room for contingencies. However, just as everyone assumed that the matter had reached its conclusion, the two beams of light swiftly altered their trajectory, hurtling toward a different direction with remarkable speed. Such prowess! Could it be that they were still capable of locking onto the celestial sovereign's location? The celestial realm trembled with astonishment. The Killing Emperor's celestial sovereign had already fled in advance, obliterating all traces. Yet they could still track him? Many found it hard to believe, even among the celestial emperors. Disbelief lingered, for in such circumstances, the possibility of locking onto the immortal emperor of the Killing Emperor's mansion has truly been eliminated. With a resounding explosion, two terrifying beams of light instantaneously arrived at the second exploded dead star. The traces here had likewise been obliterated, leaving the immortals in awe. The Killing Emperor's mansion was exceedingly cautious, having laid down ample contingencies. What left them even more astonished was that the two formidable beams of light had actually reversed their direction. They were filled with trepidation. Could they still continue to lock on? With a thunderous roar, the two ominous beams of light danced with terrifying waves of energy, resembling the light of annihilation, sweeping through the celestial expanse. This was undoubtedly a profoundly shocking scene. Never before in the annals of the immortal realm had such an event transpired. The gazes of the immortals followed the swift movement of the two beams, their astonishment growing. Just how many contingencies had the immortal emperor of the Killing Emperor's mansion set in place? This was already the sixth time. Simultaneously, they were increasingly awed by the terrifying abilities of Chen Changsheng. The 6 consecutive transmissions, the erasure of traces time and again. And yet they could still continue to lock on. Truly fearsome. This star has not exploded. It still exists. Could it be that the immortal emperor of the Killing Emperor's mansion has no further contingencies? It seemed unlikely. After all, this was already the 6th instance, and one could not be overly cautious. They wondered if the immortal emperor could withstand the onslaught of these two beams. Once more, the immortals erupted into fervent discussion. This time, the two terrifying beams targeted a star that had not yet been obliterated. With immense force, they surged forward. However, what none of the immortals anticipated was that after the beams struck, they suddenly vanished without a trace. The star showed no signs of damage whatsoever. The two beams had inexplicably disappeared. Had they exhausted their power? After all, such relentless pursuit would undoubtedly deplete their strength. Many immortals voiced their opinions, believing that the beams had indeed run out of energy, hence their sudden disappearance. Yet, before long, they realized they were mistaken. Upon the surface of that star, an extraordinarily intricate and supreme set of runes materialized. They interwove to manifest unimaginable principles. It was not exhaustion. Rather, the Killing Emperor's mansion had established further arrangements upon that star. All the immortals were left utterly shocked. Good heavens! The Killing Emperor's mansion is exceedingly cautious. 6 transmissions, repeated erasures, and still, it was not over. There were still contingencies. This was the exile of the immortal abyss. By heavens, the Killing Emperor's mansion is truly ruthless. The expressions of the various immortal emperors changed dramatically. Unlike the other immortals, they clearly perceived the methods of the Killing Emperor's mansion. The exile of the immortal abyss. Indeed, the Killing Emperor's mansion was unyieldingly fierce. A teleportation array had been laid upon that star. Stepping into it would result in being directly transported to the immortal abyss. The immortal abyss. This is a place of unparalleled peril within the immortal realm. Entering it is tantamount to a death sentence. Throughout history, there have been no recorded instances of anyone surviving after entering the immortal abyss. Even the Celestial Emperor is not exempt from such circumstances. No one truly knows what lies within the celestial abyss. Meanwhile, on a distant, lifeless star, the Slaughter Emperor of the Slaughtering Palace scoffs repeatedly, his laughter tinged with an air of triumph, reveling in the series of contingencies he has meticulously orchestrated. Yet, he remains astonished. What is the true origin of Chen Changsheng? Just how formidable is his strength? Merely 2 piercing gazes are sufficient to lock onto him and pursue relentlessly. After 6 transmissions, erasing traces time and again, logically, he should not have been pursued further. However, those 2 beams of light continue their relentless chase. Had it not been for his deployment of the celestial abyss exile, guiding the 2 gazes into its depths, his fate would have been uncertain. Yet, in the next instant, the triumphant smile on his face froze, replaced by an expression of sheer horror. How could this be possible? He shouted in disbelief, his body trembling uncontrollably, his face ashen, consumed by an overwhelming dread. The 2 beams of light, which should have vanished, instead re-emerged, now radiating a more terrifying wave as they hurtled towards him with alarming speed. Chapter 62. The cold-blooded and ruthless Killing Emperor's Mansion, cautious yet decisive. The 2 terrifying beams of light, which were supposed to be directly guided and transported to the immortal abyss, instead shattered the conduits of guidance and transmission. The immortal emperor of the Killing Emperor's Mansion was left aghast, his countenance shifting dramatically. Fear gripped him, rendering him almost paralyzed. How could he not be terrified? This was his last resort, with no further means of escape. The only option left was to confront the 2 approaching beams head-on. Could he flee in desperation? That was absurd. The beams had evidently locked onto him completely, and they were accelerating. He was destined to be unable to escape, forced to brace himself for impact. Simultaneously, the celestial beings and various immortal emperors in the immortal domain were taken aback. The immortal emperors, in particular, were even more astonished. They comprehended far better than the celestial beings the sheer horror of the immortal abyss laid by the Killing Emperor's Mansion. It was a mechanism that would transport anyone who entered directly into the immortal abyss in an instant, leaving no time for reaction. Even if one were aware, they would already find themselves within the depths of the abyss. "Save me!" The immortal emperor of the Killing Emperor's Mansion roared, his voice resonating across the celestial expanse. The 2 beams were overwhelmingly fearsome. Even wielding the utmost immortal emperor weapon, he felt a profound lack of confidence. He longed to summon powerful allies from the Killing Emperor's Mansion to his aid. Above him floated an ancient, majestic cauldron, emanating boundless, auspicious radiance and the essence of an unparalleled immortal emperor. This was his supreme weapon, the celestial fallen cauldron. When the 18 supreme killing lords had pursued Chen Changsheng, they had brought forth a replica of the celestial fallen cauldron. The authentic celestial fallen cauldron was beyond compare, even devoid of any overtly terrifying power. It remained an object of immense dread. Surrounding sounds of thunder echoed, as if the celestial expanse was on the verge of collapse. Time and space twisted under the influence of the immeasurable might of the supreme, immortal emperor weapon. Boom! The 2 terrifying beams of light, shimmering with incredibly ominous waves, surged towards the immortal emperor of the Killing Emperor's Mansion. Would a collision occur? What would the outcome be? The celestial beings and immortal emperors within the immortal domain watched with bated breath, eager to witness the clash between the beams and the celestial fallen cauldron. As an immortal emperor, how could I possibly be slain by 2 mere beams of light? It is inconceivable, let alone the fact that I possess the celestial fallen cauldron. He bellowed, "Come, let's fight." The immortal emperor of the Killing Emperor's Mansion roared, his long hair dancing wildly, his aura soaring to its zenith. The celestial fallen cauldron above him resonated in unison, rumbling forth strands of terrifying power, collapsing vast expanses of the starry sky. He had received no response from the Killing Emperor's Mansion, likely facing the reality that rescue would not come. The cautious nature of the killing emperor's mansion had likely led them to abandon him. He bore no resentment, for as an immortal emperor of the killing emperor's mansion, he was acutely aware of their modus operandi. The members of the killing emperor's manor are of no consequence. When the safety of the manor is at stake, any member may be forsaken. He let out a fierce roar, his entire being engulfed in an intense conflagration, radiating an unparalleled and terrifying brilliance. He braced himself for death, channeling every ounce of his power into a frenzied counter against the two formidable beams of light hurtling towards him. However, to his utter astonishment, the celestial calamity cauldron hovering above his head inexplicably flew away, beyond his control, vanishing from sight. How could this be? His face turned ashen, and unable to contain his frustration, he erupted with curses. The killing emperor's manor was ruthless. They had utterly abandoned him. Even the celestial calamity cauldron was taken away. Fearing it might be damaged, the celestial beings witnessing this scene were left speechless. Is this truly the killing emperor's manor? Indeed, they are as cold-blooded as rumored. Not only did they refrain from offering assistance, but they also took away the celestial calamity cauldron. Yet, what does it matter if the cauldron is gone? Even without it, I shall remain unyielding and invincible. The celestial emperor of the killing emperor's manor quickly steadied his mind, summoning the celestial weapon he possessed. A silver-white spear, enveloped in the supreme laws of the celestial emperor, was firmly grasped in his hand. As the two formidable beams surged toward him, he brandished the silver spear, charging forward with a resounding roar. When their forces collided, the entire celestial cosmos trembled violently. A multitude of celestial stars shattered, as though two boundless universes were colliding. The scene was overwhelmingly terrifying. Boundless radiant light erupted, engulfing the entire celestial expanse. All celestial beings, including the various celestial emperors, found their gazes consumed by the blinding brilliance. Unable to witness the outcome of the clash between the two beams and the celestial emperor of the killing emperor's manor. Before long, as the blinding light dissipated, the celestial beings and the celestial emperors were finally able to behold the scene before them. They felt an icy chill coursing through their bodies from head to toe, their hearts filled with dread. There, they beheld. The celestial emperor of the killing emperor's manor had been obliterated, reduced to nothingness. Celestial blood rained down upon the starlit sky, and all signs of life were extinguished. He was utterly dead. The celestial weapon was also shattered into fragments, scattering throughout the celestial realm. How could this be possible? It was too horrifying. The celestial beings were left in shock, their scalps tingling in disbelief at the sight before them. Many were frantically rubbing their eyes, questioning whether they had misperceived the scene. A celestial emperor had perished just like that. Good heavens! It was as surreal as a tale from a dream. It must be understood that the celestial emperor, a being of such exalted status, is nearly impossible to kill directly, even if their physical form and soul were entirely obliterated. A celestial emperor could still be reborn. To annihilate a celestial emperor completely, one would need to engage in relentless assaults, time and again, to ensure their utter demise. However, the celestial emperor of the Kill Emperor's mansion was directly vanquished. How could they possibly believe such a thing? The essence of the Kill Emperor's celestial emperor was utterly extinguished, leaving no trace of life. Even the imprint left within the celestial realm had completely dissipated. All celestial beings could no longer perceive the celestial emperor's mark from the Kill Emperor's mansion. This indicated the total demise of the Kill Emperor's celestial emperor. Upon ascending to the rank of celestial emperor, one would typically leave an imprint within the celestial realm, along with the traces of one's path and laws. This phenomenon is precisely why a celestial emperor is virtually impossible to eliminate directly. With the imprints and traces left behind, a celestial emperor can fully regenerate, and upon rebirth, their strength and state would remain unaffected, still at their zenith. Repeatedly assaulting a celestial emperor effectively erases the imprints and traces of their path and laws. How terrifying! What realm does this individual inhabit? The celestial beings were profoundly shaken. Chen Changsheng was frightening to an unimaginable degree. This was merely the impact of Chen Changsheng's two gazes, which had directly obliterated a celestial emperor. They were genuinely terrified, their inner turmoil beyond description. All their eyes turned towards Chen Changsheng, only to find his figure gradually fading from sight. Chen Changsheng and his companions had departed from the celestial universe, entering a realm beyond its confines. The celestial being's expressions changed dramatically. The area beyond the celestial universe was not one to be entered lightly. It was shrouded in uncertainty, terror, chaos, and danger. A region of extreme peril. No one dared to venture into that treacherous area without due caution. Chapter 63. The Enigmatic Abyss of Endless Darkness. The graveyard of the supreme clans and experts of the celestial realm. In the rear of the celestial realm lies a pitch-black, desolate expanse, resembling an infinite abyss of darkness. Chen Changsheng and his companions ventured into this realm, their figures completely vanishing, consumed by the boundless shadows. The entire celestial realm trembled with shock. None could have anticipated that they would dare to enter the forbidden regions beyond the celestial realm. This area is shrouded in mystery, unfathomable and fraught with peril and terror. Its very essence is otherworldly, harboring unfathomable powers that beckon even the mightiest of celestial beings to explore its depths. In ancient times, there existed a resplendent nation within the celestial realm known as the Xia Kingdom, which reigned over countless celestial life forms with immense power and grandeur. However, inexplicably, on a fateful day, the entire nation set forth to explore the enigmatic region beyond the celestial realm. At that time, an array of unparalleled warships sailed swiftly through the celestial cosmos, a spectacle that astonished all beings of the celestial realm. Yet, once the Xia Kingdom ventured into the abyss of endless darkness, all communication ceased. It was only after a considerable period that news emerged. The corpses of the Xia Kingdom's warriors began to drift forth from the abyss in droves. Each and every inhabitant, without exception, had perished, including their most formidable celestial emperors. The beings of the celestial realm were left in a state of terror, witnessing the demise of an invincible and flourishing ancient kingdom swallowed by the abyss. This incident left behind a multitude of records, instilling an even greater dread of the endless darkness among the inhabitants of the celestial realm. Nevertheless, despite such a terrifying precedent, similar occurrences continued to unfold over the years. A supreme ancient demon celestial emperor, whose lineage had also attained tremendous glory and splendor within the celestial realm, inexplicably led his entire clan into the abyss of endless darkness one fateful day. The outcome mirrored that of the Xia Kingdom. In the ensuing years, the corpses of his entire clan, including that of the invincible ancient demon emperor, emerged from the abyss. Furthermore, the foremost ancient sect within the celestial realm, renowned for its multitude of powerful disciples, also embarked on an expedition into the abyss for reasons unknown. Their fate was no different. Their lifeless bodies subsequently floated out from the depths of darkness, one gruesome tale after another, sending shivers down the spines of celestial beings. Yet, inexplicably, numerous esteemed ancient sects, nations, and clans continued to press forward, pouring their full might into exploring the abyss of endless darkness. As for those formidable beings from the immortal realm who venture alone into the endless abyss of darkness, their numbers have been countless since ancient times. This situation remains unchanged even today. Just recently, the prestigious clan of the immortal realm, the mighty bull demon clan, has wholly descended into the endless abyss of darkness. Their lifeless bodies have yet to emerge from its depths. However, it is certain that before long, the remains of the mighty bull demon clan will indeed float to the surface. These gruesome and terrifying instances have instilled a profound fear and apprehension in the beings of the immortal realm towards the endless abyss of darkness behind them, particularly among the elite clans and supreme beings. The multitude of blood-curdling examples clearly demonstrates one undeniable truth. Within the endless abyss of darkness, there exists an exceedingly bizarre power that continually lures the foremost clans and powerful beings of the immortal realm to its depths. Under such circumstances, How could they not be afraid? After all, who can say that they themselves may not also be irresistibly drawn by the strange forces within the abyss, compelled to explore its mysteries? Was this individual likewise attracted by the otherworldly powers of the endless abyss? It certainly appears so. Who would willingly venture into the endless abyss of darkness unless drawn by its enigmatic allure? Such a notion is inconceivable. The inhabitants of the immortal realm are abuzz with speculation, and in their collective epiphany, they finally understand why Chen Changsheng is so fearsome and intimidating. Historically, every being lured into the endless abyss for exploration has been, without exception, a pinnacle powerhouse of the immortal realm. Only those of exceptional strength would be enticed. Yet, who exactly is this individual? The immortals once again engage in fervent discussion, attempting to discern Chen Changsheng's identity. Regrettably, their knowledge of him is all too scant, rendering them incapable of making a judgment. Today marks a significant harvest. Ha ha! Eerie laughter reverberates through the celestial expanse. Two terrifying and captivating figures manifest in the starry skies of the immortal realm. However, the beings within the immortal realm are entirely oblivious to their presence. They neither see nor hear them. Indeed, they're the spectral beings from the underworld, drawn by the scent of death, ready to convert the recently deceased members of the Killing Emperor's Manor into spirits to return to the underworld. The horror of the underworld is beyond imagination, so profound that it could terrify even an immortal emperor. Not only do all realms bear the projection of the underworld, but even the immortal realm itself hosts one. Indeed, the underworld is exceedingly terrifying. The underworld within the immortal realm is not the true underworld, but merely a projection of the genuine underworld. The true underworld resides in an even more dreadful domain. Of course, the projection of the underworld within the immortal realm is far stronger and more terrifying than those found throughout the myriad realms. After all, they are tasked with transforming beings that transcend the realm of immortals. If they lack sufficient strength and terror, they would be incapable of converting such exalted entities into specters. Countless celestial sovereigns and esteemed immortals, as well as quasi-immortal emperors and true immortal emperors. Haha! What a bountiful harvest this truly is. We are indeed fortunate. If we were to bring this back to the underworld, we would undoubtedly receive grand accolades. The two specters laughed incessantly, reveling in their joy. How could they not feel elated? Figures such as celestial sovereigns, esteemed immortals, quasi-immortal emperors, and true immortal emperors rarely meet their demise. Especially the immortal emperors. Their deaths are exceedingly rare. Thousands of years may pass without a single immortal emperor perishing. This event represents an extraordinary bounty for them. It has been at least 10 millennia since they encountered such a substantial yield. Let's commence our work. They grinned widely, brimming with enthusiasm. However, when they began their task of converting the recently deceased members of the Killing Emperor's Manor, an unforeseen incident occurred. The transformation failed? How could this be possible? The two were rendered speechless, their faces reflecting disbelief. They employed the secret arts of the underworld for the conversion, yet it ended in failure. They were unable to transform the recently deceased members of the Killing Emperor's Manor into specters. Chapter 64. The wind refuses to cease. Extinguish it failed? The two specters could hardly fathom such a notion. It is paramount to understand that they are no ordinary phantoms. They possess an overwhelming and unimaginable shadowy power, capable of effortlessly transforming celestial emperors into specters. Were it not for this exceptional ability, they would never have ventured here for transformation. The atmosphere here reeks of the death of a celestial emperor. Without the corresponding transformation capability, they would not have approached. Transforming. A celestial sovereign? One specter spoke. Very well. The other specter nodded in agreement, commencing the transformation of the deceased supreme celestial sovereign of the Slaughter Emperor's estate. Previously, they had attempted to transform a celestial emperor and a quasi-celestial emperor, both endeavors ending in failure. Now, they began to lower their ambitions, attempting to transform the deceased celestial sovereign. Failure. Once again, failure. Their expressions turned ashen. What on earth is happening? They cannot even transform a celestial sovereign. Let us proceed further down. They began to attempt transformations on members beneath the celestial sovereign of the Slaughter Emperor's estate. The result, yet again, failure. This is truly baffling. What could be the cause? They could scarcely believe that even those below the celestial sovereign could not be transformed. Such an anomaly. This has never occurred before. Report this upward. This matter reeks of peculiarity. It must be thoroughly investigated. They dared not hesitate, swiftly retrieving a communication device to report the strange occurrences. In the endless abyss of darkness, an impenetrable blackness enveloped everything, devoid of any light. The flames of the Fire Phoenix King were extinguished, devoured by the darkness. It trembled with trepidation. Even though Chen Changsheng had previously demonstrated unfathomable strength before entering, he too felt an overwhelming fear upon entering this abyss. As a being from the celestial realm, it was painfully clear to him just how terrifying the endless abyss of darkness could be. Countless top-tier clans and formidable warriors from the celestial realm had perished within its depths. The blood demon shared this dread, albeit with less understanding of the abyss. Yet, upon entering, it felt the horror of the endless abyss. The aura of death was suffocating. Even wielding the blade of heaven's slaughter, it felt its heart consumed by the aura of death, overwhelmed by an impending sense of doom, as if a terrifying creature could emerge at any moment to devour it. However, this sensation soon dissipated. The fear subsided. Chen Changsheng, seated upon the back of the Fire Phoenix King, gently waved his hand. In an instant, a brilliant light enveloped them, dispersing the boundless darkness. The Blood Demon and the Fire Phoenix King, as if imbued with newfound confidence, felt no further anxiety. "Let us proceed," Chen Changsheng said softly. "Yes, my lord." The Fire Phoenix King flapped its wings, flames erupting with fervor as it accelerated deeper into the endless abyss of darkness. Meanwhile, Mo Kong, accompanied by formidable warriors of the Mo clan, descended from the heavens. "Who has the audacity to slay our clan's vanguard?" Mo Kong's gaze shimmered with a chilling luminescence. He was commanded by the clan leader to investigate the situation in this inferior realm. The previous vanguard, Mo Fong, had met his demise here, and Mo Kong had no intention of conducting a discreet investigation. Such an endeavor would take an eternity. The clansmen of Mo would soon arrive in full force to this realm, and he had neither the time nor the inclination for subtleties. After all, the Mo clan was among the elite of the upper realms, and lacking confidence would render them a laughingstock. "Go forth and discern the nature of these beings," Mo Kong declared, his posture regal as he stood with arms crossed, issuing commands to the warriors that accompanied him. "Understood," replied one of the Mo warriors as he clasped his hands in respect. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled. He descended with overwhelming force, his form towering against the firmament, and a terrifying aura swiftly enveloped the entire world. Mountains that reached for the clouds collapsed under his might, plunging the denizens of the realm into abject terror. They gazed at the Mo warrior, whose stature rivaled the heavens, their faces etched with horror. Had the outsiders come again? Are they determined to conquer our realm? Wails echoed throughout the land. This new arrival bore an even more terrifying presence than the previous one. Before him, they felt minuscule, lesser than mere ants. "Who has slain our vanguard? Show yourselves." The Mo warrior's eyes glinted with a frigid intensity as he surveyed the world. He moved his colossal form, trampling mountains and rivers underfoot. Countless beings, unable to flee, were crushed beneath his feet as if they were mere insects. Blood pooled into rivers, staining every inch of ground he traversed, while the bodies of the fallen were reduced to a gruesome pulp, their very souls shattered in the process. The air was filled with the anguished cries of the dying. Yet he remained impassive, viewing the lives of these lesser beings as insignificant. "Ah, I will fight you." A brave soul from the realm roared defiantly and charged at the Mo warrior. However, the disparity in power was insurmountable. They were like moths drawn to a flame. And before they could reach the Mo warrior, their bodies detonated one after another with a series of sickening pops. The Mo warrior didn't even spare them a glance. To him, these attackers were less than mosquitoes, utterly inconsequential. Are you hiding, too afraid to show yourselves? Do you believe you can escape my grasp? I shall unearth you. The MO warrior proclaimed coldly, his voice reverberating throughout the realm. Suddenly, a dog barked in the distance. Li Ruoxue rode the nine-headed lion, soaring into the skies. You have gone too far, she exclaimed, her petite form trembling with indignation. The MO clan's formidable warriors who had descended were truly brutal, displaying a complete disregard for the lives of all beings on Earth. They trampled upon life with reckless abandon, devoid of any semblance of humanity. The MO clan warriors' eyes emitted two beams of terrifying light, immediately targeting Li Ruoxue and the nine-headed lion with lethal intent. Yet, he cast but a fleeting glance at them, for the intensity of those beams could annihilate Li Ruoxue and the nine-headed lion countless times over. However, in the next instant, his expression transformed drastically, an overwhelming dread swelling within him. As the two beams of light hurtled towards Li Ruoxue and the nine-headed lion, an unfathomably terrifying aura suddenly erupted, causing him to tremble uncontrollably with fear. With a violent explosion, hot blood gushed forth as his towering form disintegrated, his very soul obliterated in the process. Amidst the splattering blood, a figure gradually coalesced. The wind, relentless as ever, would not be stilled. It was destined to annihilate. This figure echoed the words spoken by Chen Changsheng long ago, gazing at the MO clan warriors like Mo Kong above in the heavens. In that fleeting moment, a wave of horror engulfed all the MO clan warriors, their hearts racing in terror. Chapter 65. Chen Changsheng arrives at the land of heavenly punishment. A magnificent world unfolds before his eyes. For reasons unknown, when Chen Changsheng's figure gazed upon them, Mo Kong and the others felt an uncontrollable tremor in their hearts, as if they were being stared down by death itself, heralding its imminent arrival. We are not easily frightened. Attack! Mo Kong and his companions shouted coldly. Hailing from the top 100 realms of the upper realm, how could they be intimidated so easily? Impossible. Amidst the terrifying roar, they charged fiercely towards Chen Changsheng. Boundless celestial light erupted, and a fearsome celestial power shook the heavens and the earth. They were formidable, all standing above the semi-immortal realm, particularly Mo Kong, who had even ascended to the quasi-immortal realm. The horrifying foundation of the top clans from the upper realm was on full display at this moment. Each of them bore celestial weapons, for the upper realm possessed celestial materials, elixirs, and more. Yet, none of this proved useful. Before Chen Changsheng's presence, they appeared utterly insignificant and inconsequential. With a mere blink of his eyes, boundless power erupted forth, causing Mo Kong and the others to explode violently, showering the area with torrents of blood. How terrifying! It was beyond comprehension. The sentient beings of the world were left in shock, their scalps tingling with fear. This individual was truly invincible. They could not fathom the height of his realm. The mere shadow he cast emanated an unrivaled strength, effortlessly annihilating the extraordinarily powerful beings from beyond. Feng had been extinguished. Chen Changsheng's expression remained impassive, distinctly different from before. Previously, he had not uttered a word, but now he spoke continuously. This was due to the information he had received from his true self, instructing him to eliminate the relentless wind. With a swift motion, Chen Changsheng vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he had arrived in the cosmic void beyond the world, standing before a colossal bronze ancient ship that sailed swiftly through the starry expanse. The bronze ship was immense, even larger than the stars within the cosmos, radiating extraordinary celestial brilliance and enveloped in the principles of celestial law. This was a top-tier celestial vessel. As Chen Changsheng's figure manifested before the ancient ship, the occupants were taken aback, never expecting someone to suddenly appear before them. It was not a person, but merely a shadow. At the bow of the ship, the clan leader of the Mo tribe's eyes sparkled with cold light as he scrutinized Chen Changsheng's figure, sensing no trace of life emanating from it, confirming it was not a real person, but merely a shadow. How dare a mere shadow act so brazenly before our Mo clan? regardless of your intentions. Daring to appear before our Mo clan's ship warrants immediate extermination. The Mo clan leader's expression was indifferent as he waved his hand. The elders of the Mo clan acknowledged his command. With unwavering determination, the ancient bronze ship was propelled forward, unleashing a torrent of devastating energy upon Chen Changsheng. The cosmos trembled as a fearsome beam of light burst forth from the ship, imbued with immense celestial power. Any celestial being struck by this beam would meet their demise. And even the true immortals above them could not withstand such an onslaught. Yet, Chen Changsheng remained unperturbed, his expression calm as he spoke softly. As his words echoed in the air, an invisible force instantaneously locked onto the bronze ship. In a cacophony of thunderous sounds, the ship disintegrated and shattered into pieces. The members of the Mo clan were engulfed in a violent explosion, transforming into clouds of crimson mist, succumbing to death in its entirety. Following this, Chen Changsheng's figure vanished without a trace. Who is this individual? It is utterly terrifying. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, numerous celestial ships traversed the skies, all fleeing from the upper realms. Witnessing the disintegration of the Mo clan ship left them in shock and disbelief. Could it be that the renowned celestial ships of the top clans from the upper realms were obliterated so easily? Recognizing the origins of the Mo clan ship instilled a deep sense of dread within them. How could the lower realms feel even more perilous than the upper realms? In the boundless abyss of darkness, an atmosphere of terror and chaos permeated the air, filled with formidable and disordered powers. Even an emperor of the celestial realm would find it impossible to navigate these treacherous depths without difficulty. One could hardly venture far before being annihilated by the chaotic forces that lurked within. This was no mere exaggeration. There existed tangible evidence. Numerous celestial emperors' corpses floated here, devoid of flesh, reduced to grotesque remnants of their former selves. It was not the case that all beings entering the endless abyss met the same fate, as many bodies remained trapped within, such as those of the celestial emperors. The Fire Phoenix King observed this grim scene with trepidation. Had it not been for Chen Changsheng's protective power stabilizing its heart of the Tao, it would have been paralyzed with fear. These were celestial emperors, standing at the pinnacle of their path, wielding unfathomable power. Even when the heavens themselves were undone, celestial emperors would not perish. Yet now they lay in heaps, lifeless in this forsaken place. Truly, had it not been for Chen Changsheng's strength fortifying its resolve, the Fire Phoenix King would have been overwhelmed with terror. The Blood Demon, too, was equally affected. The sight of so many celestial emperor corpses floating aimlessly was beyond its comprehension. Had it not been for Chen Changsheng's protective force, it would have also been struck down by fear. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng, seated upon the back of the Fire Phoenix King, maintained an expression of serene composure, undisturbed by the chaos surrounding them. As they delved deeper, the powers of terror grew increasingly tumultuous, and an ominous force surged toward them. Yet, Chen Changsheng remained unflinching, his long, dark hair billowing in the wind. An unseen force instantaneously tore apart the assaults that came roaring towards them. The Fire Phoenix King and the Blood Demon were both deeply astonished. What supreme realm of power did this being possess? Even in the depths of the boundless abyss of darkness, they could exhibit an invincible demeanor. They continued their advance, drawing closer to the realm of divine retribution. The realm of divine retribution was not singular. Rather, it encompassed multiple locations, both grand and diminutive, all shrouded in an incessant deluge of heavenly thunder. The thunder relentlessly struck these realms of divine retribution, creating a scene both terrifying and awe-inspiring. From whence did this thunder originate? The Fire Phoenix King and the Blood Demon gazed upward, seeking the source of the thunder's assault, yet they beheld nothing. Above the thunder, chaotic mists swirled, far beyond their capacity to fathom. Chen Changsheng also directed his gaze upwards through the chaotic fog. His eyes pierced the obscurity, revealing a resplendent and magnificent world. It appeared quite splendid, indeed. He murmured softly, intrigued by the prospect of venturing into this radiant realm. As for the reason this splendid world incessantly rained down thunder upon the realms of divine retribution, he held no interest to delve into such matters. They were of no concern to him. Just then, a terrifying roar echoed forth. In a smaller realm of divine retribution, a multitude of fearsome figures stood erect. They were not of the human race, their eyes glowing crimson and uncanny, fixated on Chen Changsheng and his companions. Eerie sounds emanated from their mouths. "Offer your lives to the Master. Your lives." They incessantly repeated this chilling proclamation, crafting a scene that was profoundly unsettling. Chapter 66. The sinister maneuvers bestowed upon you this honor. A multitude of terrifying and ghastly figures loomed beside the smaller realm of celestial punishment, numbering in the hundreds, if not thousands. Their colossal forms, resembling human bodies with the heads of bulls, towered over the stars. An aura of boundless malevolence and an eerie essence emanated from them, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled dread. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that even a celestial emperor could not withstand the overwhelming combination of such sinister and bizarre energies. Their Tao heart would shatter instantaneously, spiraling into madness. The Great Bull Demon Clan. The Fire Phoenix King gasped in recognition of the origins of these horrifying figures. The Great Bull Demon Clan is among the most formidable and fearsome beast tribes within the celestial realm, renowned for their terrifying bloodline and their innate, boundless strength, far surpassing that of other races. Recently, for reasons unknown, the entire Great Bull Demon Clan had suddenly ventured into the depths of the endless dark abyss, causing a tremendous uproar throughout the celestial realm. How were they not struck by the heavenly thunder? How had they evaded the onslaught of divine retribution? The Blood Demon's pupils constricted sharply. The members of the Great Bull Demon Clan were clustered ominously close to that smaller realm of punishment. Under normal circumstances, their proximity to the celestial punishment site would guarantee they would be targeted by heavenly thunder and face annihilation. Yet, astonishingly, no bolt of heavenly thunder fell upon them. They had evidently not been marked by divine judgment. This was indeed peculiar and unexpected. What is that? The Fire Phoenix King gazed in horror towards the rear of the Great Bull Demon Clan members, towards the smaller realm of celestial punishment. There, it beheld a horrifying figure devouring the carcass of a great bull demon. The specifics of this dreadful entity remained obscured, save for its gruesomely bloodied maw. Surrounding this ghastly figure lay the remains of Great Bull Demon Clan members, their flesh stripped clean. A chilling realization struck it suddenly, reminiscent of the countless celestial emperor corpses encountered along the way. Each of those remains bore numerous wounds, rendered unrecognizable. Initially, the Fire Phoenix King had believed these celestial emperors had been obliterated by the chaotic forces of the endless dark abyss. However, upon reflection, those ghastly lacerations were unmistakably bite marks. They had not been destroyed. Rather, it seemed they had been devoured by this terrifying creature. Its heart raced violently as it pondered the possibility that the elite clans who had inexplicably entered the dark abyss, along with the formidable individuals who had ventured in alone, had been lured there by this monstrous being through some malevolent power, only to be consumed afterward. The prospect was chillingly plausible. Its spine tingled as its heart thudded more fervently at the thought of those esteemed clans and unmatched warriors who had ventured into the dark abyss. As their corpses drifted out from the abyss of darkness, flesh and blood had all but vanished, leaving behind only skeletal remains. These bones were riddled with countless wounds, a grotesque sight reminiscent of the celestial emperor's remains witnessed earlier. In that moment, it became almost certain that those top-tier clans and unparalleled powerhouses who ventured into this dark abyss were lured by this fearsome creature, devoured entirely by its sinister force. The sheer terror of such power capable of achieving this was unfathomable. One could hardly bear to imagine it. Throughout endless eons, countless elite clans and formidable beings had descended into the abyss, and most terrifying of all, this dreadful being resided within the realm of divine retribution. It had drawn innumerable top clans and exceptional powers into the depths, consuming them whole. The strength possessed by this creature must have reached an unfathomable level. A chilling roar echoed through the air, as an overwhelming aura of malevolence and strangeness spread. One after another, the blood-eyed, nearly frenzied bull demons surged toward Chen Changsheng and his companions. Their sheer presence was terrifying. Merely their roar could shatter celestial emperors into dust. The great bull demon clan was among the most powerful in the celestial realm, and with their arcane might, they were undeniably even more formidable. "Let us excavate this land of divine retribution," Chen Changsheng said calmly, rising from the back of the Fire Phoenix King. He stepped forward into the void. As he advanced, all the great bull demons, fearsome as they were, even those capable of effortlessly tearing celestial emperors apart, were rendered motionless, not a single movement to be seen. The overwhelming force they unleashed was obliterated in an instant, dissipating completely. The dreadful creature that had been feasting on a great bull demon also ceased its actions, revealing a pair of enormous, ghastly eyes resembling blood moons, fixed upon Chen Changsheng as he approached. "You appear quite delectable," it exclaimed, baring its blood-soaked maw and emitting a chilling laugh that sent shivers down one's spine. "You seem to have an air of provocation about you," Chen Changsheng retorted. "Ha!" The terrifying creature grinned, its bloody mouth twisting into a smile rather than displaying anger. It was not lured here. It had chosen to explore this place. "You are indeed filled with confidence, yet this is nothing but foolish arrogance. You do not know who I am, to dare act so brazenly before me. Had you known my true identity, you would realize just how foolish and insignificant you truly are." The creature spoke in an exceedingly strange tongue, one not native to the celestial realm. Its language embodies a spirit of profound thought. Even if one cannot comprehend it fully, the essence of its message remains clear. "Oh, is that so? It has been quite some time since I engaged in any vigorous activity. Given your rather insufferable demeanor, I shall grant you the honor today of receiving a thorough beating," Chen Changsheng declared. Until now, he had relied solely on intangible forces to vanquish his foes, rarely engaging in physical confrontation. As he mentioned, this time he would bestow upon this fearsome creature the privilege of a proper tussle. His confidence soared. "Excellent. I relish it. The more self-assured a person is, the more gratifying the encounter becomes. Very well. Come forth, and let me receive a good thrashing from you. Of course, provided you can approach and withstand the onslaught of heavenly thunder." The fearsome creature grinned. Those mighty bull demons, when they neared the realm of divine retribution, were spared from being struck by heavenly lightning due to their immense strength and certain esoteric techniques. Other beings, however, were not so fortunate. Approaching the domain of divine punishment would inevitably draw the wrath of the heavens upon them. Chapter 67. The 33 Heavens. "You are but frogs at the bottom of a well." "Ah." Chen Changsheng's countenance remained serene, devoid of any terrifying aura. He bore no radiant light or precious brilliance. Aside from his relatively handsome appearance, he seemed utterly unremarkable, entirely unlike a master of the arts. He stepped into the void, his garments billowing in the wind as he approached the smaller realm of divine punishment, where the blood demon and the Phoenix King were engulfed in palpable tension, their hearts lodged in their throats. Despite this esteemed individual's previous display of invincibility, they could not quell their anxiety. After all, this was no ordinary celestial thunder. It evidently emanated from a higher plane of existence, exuding an extraordinary terror. How audacious to approach! The fearsome creature cackled, its bloodied maw stretched wide in laughter. It regarded Chen Changsheng with utter disdain, believing him oblivious to its identity. Should he know who it was and from whence it came, he would surely be terrified. Its power and background were exceedingly formidable. A thunderous roar resounded as Chen Changsheng drew near, the celestial thunder locking onto him. Subsequently, a terrifying bolt of thunder surged forth. Was this truly thunder? It resembled a colossal dragon, its girth akin to a continuous mountain range, radiating an awe-inspiring brilliance. The blood demon and the Phoenix King were drenched in cold sweat, fully aware that this bolt of thunder possessed a terrifying force capable of shattering the entire celestial realm into oblivion. Yet, Chen Changsheng's expression remained unperturbed. He did not summon any invisible power. Just as the thunder was about to strike him, he unleashed a mighty punch. Before this enormous bolt, reminiscent of a dragon, his frame appeared pitifully small, and his fist almost negligible. However, that seemingly inconsequential fist erupted with unparalleled, horrifying strength. Boom! The resounding explosion echoed throughout the universe as Chen Changsheng obliterated the thunder with a single punch. Amidst the shattered remnants of the celestial thunder, he appeared extraordinarily divine and radiant. Magnificent! Our Lord remains invincible. The Blood Demon and the Phoenix King exclaimed in astonishment. Such a terrifying bolt of thunder had been annihilated by Lord Changsheng with a single strike. In that instant, they realized that their previous apprehensions and anxieties were likely unfounded. After Chen Changsheng shattered the thunder, the fearsome creature in the realm of divine punishment ceased its laughter. Its enormous, blood-red eyes, once filled with mirth, now deepened in intensity. Could he truly have destroyed the celestial thunder? This was beyond its expectations. Boom, boom, boom. Following the obliteration of that bolt, an onslaught of even more terrifying celestial thunders surged toward Chen Changsheng. Simultaneously, a higher echelon of the Tao manifests, surpassing the laws of the immortal path. The scene is utterly terrifying. The combat prowess at the level of the immortal emperor pales in comparison to the onslaught of heavenly thunder. In an instant, annihilation is inevitable. There exists no room for suspense. Boom! Chen Changsheng unleashes a powerful punch, genuinely wishing to stretch his limbs. Amidst the dense, heavenly thunder, his fist collides fiercely with the celestial strikes, producing unimaginable impressions of strength that reverberate through the ancient firmament. The concentrated bolts of lightning are continuously shattered by his fists as he forcefully advances into the realm of divine retribution, his feet touching the ground of that sacred land. Just as his feet land upon the soil of the divine retribution, a blood-red banner, akin to a crimson celestial blade, swiftly descends upon him. A terrifying entity reveals itself, immediately launching an assault on Chen Changsheng. It is overwhelmingly fearsome, its massive form rendering the stars before it as mere specks of dust. Before entering the realm of divine retribution, its true visage remained obscured, leaving its immense size unknown. Once inside, however, its form becomes fully visible. The upper half resembles that of a human, while the lower half takes on the shape of a serpent, adorned with resplendent golden scales that exude a potent metallic sheen, as if forged from the finest celestial gold. Though its upper half is humanoid, it diverges from the ordinary. Upon its forehead are 3 blood-red vertical eyes, devoid of pupils, each harboring a distinct, ominous black symbol. These symbols are exceptionally terrifying, revolving swiftly within the crimson eyes, conjuring a dreadful apocalyptic phenomenon that emerges with their rotation. Flanking its chest are 18 arms on each side, totaling 36, each wielding a different weapon of the Tao. Each weapon emanates an aura of profound resonance, far surpassing the laws of the immortal path, instilling sheer terror. The blood-red banner strikes towards Chen Changsheng, its edge sharp beyond measure, suffused with bloodlight, capable of effortlessly cleaving through all that exists. Chen Changsheng reaches out, seizing the approaching crimson flag. Yet the banner, which can rend all things, fails to sever even a single hair upon him. With a gentle exertion of his palm, boom, the blood-red banner shatters, as fragile as paper, collapsing at a mere touch. Boom! An immeasurable radiance glimmers as a higher principle, transcending the laws of the immortal path, leaps forth. An ancient colossal monument hurtles towards Chen Changsheng, inscribed with strange characters and symbols. As it descends upon him, the bizarre inscriptions illuminate brilliantly, radiating an extraordinary brilliance that surpasses even the light of the 9 heavens' sun. Chen Changsheng's expression remains tranquil, his long hair billowing in the wind, as he meets the crashing ancient monument with a decisive strike of his palm. A sharp crack echoed as the sound of shattering resonated. The immortal monument, capable of subduing everything, was obliterated by the light touch of Chen Changsheng's palm, exploding into dust. The creature's pupils constricted in shock. It had not anticipated such formidable strength from Chen Changsheng, who had managed to shatter two of its immortal weapons in quick succession. However, it soon burst into a wide grin. Ah, how delightful! A being of such strength could grant me the ability to endure the heavenly tribulations for a much longer duration. It unleashed the remaining 34 immortal weapons to suppress Chen Changsheng. No matter how powerful he was, there were limits. The domains beneath the 33 heavens were entirely sealed. The highest path was that of the immortals, beyond which lay even loftier realms, unattainable to those who could not ascend. Thus, regardless of Chen Changsheng's might, he would forever remain confined within the boundaries of the immortal path, posing no threat to it. His destruction of two immortal weapons was merely due to those weapons having sustained considerable wear and tear while defending against the heavenly onslaught. Had those two weapons been at their peak condition, they could have effortlessly overwhelmed Chen Changsheng without inflicting a single scratch upon themselves. Foolish, ignorant humans must realize that there are realms beyond realms, and beings beyond beings. You are merely a collection of frogs confined to a well, gazing at the sky, utterly oblivious to the true nature of the cosmos. The terrifying creature emitted a chilling laugh. Chapter 68. The Arrival of the Three Worlds, a terrifying power beyond measure. One who gazes at the sky from within a well knows not the true nature of the vast universe. Such an ominous being is indeed qualified to utter such words, for it hails from a realm of genuine expanse and extraordinary magnificence, far beyond any celestial domain. When placed within that boundless universe, the celestial realm is but a mere fragment of an iceberg, and the myriad worlds are scarcely worth mentioning, akin to a small village among mortals. Boom! 34 indomitable artifacts of transcendent power were unleashed by this fearsome entity, creating a scene of unimaginable terror. It must be understood that these 34 artifacts transcend the realm of celestial paths, belonging instead to a higher echelon of existence. Though these artifacts have endured the relentless assault of time and heavenly tribulations, suffering considerable wear and tear over countless ages, they remain immensely formidable, capable of effortlessly shattering the most supreme artifacts of celestial emperors. The higher echelon of these indomitable artifacts is no jest. Among these 34 artifacts are blades, swords, golden maces, long halberds, and Tao pearls, all emanating overwhelming might. It is no exaggeration to assert that even a mere fraction of their power could annihilate celestial emperors 100-fold. Boom! Chen Changsheng stretched his limbs, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the indomitable blade and exchanging blows with the golden mace, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Not a single artifact could withstand the force of his strikes. With each punch and kick, all 34 indomitable artifacts were obliterated, reduced to mere dust. Truly, what a monstrous aberration! The ominous being's countenance darkened. Even it, despite its formidable nature, could not refrain from cursing aloud. How could it not? Beneath the 33 heavens, all realms and dimensions were completely sealed off. No matter how extraordinary or otherworldly one might be, escape from this confinement was utterly impossible, with no chance of transcending to a realm beyond celestial paths. Yet, Chen Changsheng appeared exceptionally uncanny. The 34 indomitable artifacts lay before him, fragile and easily crushed. The being harbored grave doubts about whether Chen Changsheng had ascended to a level surpassing the celestial paths. But how could this be possible? Invincible, Lord Changsheng suppresses all enemies. The Blood Demon and the Fire Phoenix King roared in jubilant exultation, each more exhilarated than the last, for their lives depended on this. Should Lord Changsheng falter, they would undoubtedly meet their demise, devoured by the terrifying entity. Invincible? Capable of suppressing all foes? Such short-sightedness. The battle was far from over. The ominous being scoffed, utterly disbelieving that Chen Changsheng had ascended to a level beyond the celestial paths. Its 3 blood-red vertical eyes on its forehead radiated an uncanny brilliance. The 3 distinct dark symbols within began to whirl with accelerated fervor. In an instant, Three different terrifying worlds descended, enveloping Chen Changsheng. The first world, gravity, is boundless. As the shroud enveloped Chen Changsheng, an unimaginable and boundless gravity descended upon him. This weight was so immense that even the combined might of countless celestial emperors could not withstand it, threatening to crush him into oblivion in an instant. Even the very souls of the celestial emperors would be utterly shattered, resulting in their permanent demise. The second realm illuminated, emanating an unparalleled and transcendent force that surpassed the celestial path. A terrifying illusion materialized, ensnaring Chen Changsheng's mind and disrupting his actions. This second realm was even more fearsome than the first. Celestial emperors were not even worthy of being ensnared by such illusions. When the illusions had yet to unfold, the minds and consciousness of the celestial emperors would succumb entirely, rendering any resistance impossible. The third realm, however, was even more horrifying and dreadful, possessing the ability to obliterate all paths and laws. The three realms descended simultaneously, activated in unison. In this moment, one might consider their demise as a fitting conclusion. After all, it was not merely a matter of being a frog at the bottom of a well. Even in that vast expanse of the cosmos, few could justify the simultaneous arrival and activation of three realms. This truly was a gesture of recognition for a mere frog at the bottom of a well. The fearsome creature, with disdain evident in its demeanor and words, regarded the three realms' descent as one of its most formidable trump cards. In the grand tapestry of the cosmos, it was indeed a fearsome spectacle. The fact that it chose to unleash this devastating power upon a creature like Chen Changsheng, a mere frog at the bottom of a well, was truly a testament to Chen's significance. Had it not been for its years of enduring thunderous assaults, leaving it in a diminished state and far from its peak power, Chen Changsheng would hardly be worthy of such an overwhelming display. It was utterly inconceivable. You are increasingly deserving of a beating. Chen Changsheng remained calm, even as the terrifying three realms enveloped him and assaulted him. Not a flicker of emotion crossed his face. With a resounding impact, he stepped forward, unleashing a punch of blazing brilliance that engulfed the entire domain of divine retribution, silencing the relentless thunder that had been striking down upon him. In the wake of his singular punch, the three realms shattered completely. The first realm of infinite gravity, the second realm of terrifying illusions, and the third realm capable of eradicating all paths and laws were rendered utterly ineffective against him, leaving no mark upon his being. Blood Demon and Fire Phoenix King stared in astonishment, their mouths watering in disbelief. This was simply too horrifying, even though they held a profoundly high estimation of their master. Believing that the three realms posed no threat and would ultimately be dismantled by him, they were nonetheless taken aback that he obliterated the three realms with merely a single punch. In their minds, they had anticipated that their master would require considerable effort to breach the three realms, given their overwhelming nature. What? The fearsome creature was taken aback. Never did one anticipate that Chen Changsheng could shatter three realms with a single punch. Could it be that he has indeed ascended to a higher echelon beyond the path of immortality? In this moment, it no longer dares to underestimate Chen Changsheng. Casting aside all previous disdain and no longer viewing him as a frog confined to the depths of a well. Though its condition is far from optimal and its strength does not reach its zenith, the fact that Chen Changsheng can obliterate three realms with one strike is sufficient to attest to his formidable prowess. Even if he has not fully transcended the path of immortality, he is undeniably perilously close. There is no need for us to engage in a life-and-death struggle. We can wholly assist one another. The fearsome being spoke, seeking a truce with Chen Changsheng and expressing a desire to join forces. The words I previously uttered, though unpalatable, are the truth. You have yet to behold the vastness of the true cosmos, where the grandest and most resplendent world resides. In that expansive realm, you can witness the authentic path, genuine cultivation, and the invincible power that can obliterate all obstacles. If we unite, I can guide you into that boundless expanse. The fearsome being continued to express its intentions, genuinely contemplating an alliance with Chen Changsheng. At this moment, Chen Changsheng possesses the qualifications to forge a partnership with it. Chapter 69. The Vast Wonders of Evolution. Enticing Chen Changsheng to collaborate. The eligibility for partnership is merely a present notion. It would never genuinely acknowledge Chen Changsheng. How could a frog at the bottom of a well ever gain its true recognition? Impossible. Once its objectives are achieved and it returns to that expansive realm, it would not hesitate to eliminate Chen Changsheng on the spot, devouring him entirely. You and I shall join forces, but I do not require much from you. Merely assist me in the blood sacrifice of all beings within the immortal domain and the myriad realms. Given your strength, executing such a blood sacrifice would be remarkably effortless. The terrifying creature spoke with calm assurance, rendering the horrifying act of blood sacrificing all beings within the immortal domain and the myriad realms trivial and insignificant in its discourse. Once I have completed the blood sacrifice of all beings in the immortal domain and the myriad realms, I shall be free. At that time, I will guide you through an obscure path into a far grander expanse. The land of heavenly punishment is a prison. It cannot escape from there. Only through the power derived from the blood sacrifice of the beings in the immortal domain and the myriad realms can it attain freedom. This is the very reason it seeks to ally with Chen Changsheng. Throughout the long ages, it has lured countless powerful clans and beings from the immortal domain to this place, feasting upon their flesh and absorbing their strength to alleviate the relentless onslaught of heavenly thunder that wears it down. Yet this is all it can achieve. Though it hails from a far grander realm and possesses a cultivation level that transcends the immortal path, the land of heavenly punishment is not to be underestimated. The power it can transmit is limited, allowing only for brief temptations of the powerful clans and beings from the immortal domain. Were it not for these constraints, all beings in the immortal domain and the myriad realms would undoubtedly have been lured and sacrificed. To it, these beings are less than ants. Their blood sacrifice would not stir even the slightest ripple within its heart. There is no need for psychological burdens or feelings of pity. These are entirely unnecessary. Upon reaching your level of cultivation, beings from the immortal domain and the myriad realms are no more significant than weeds by the roadside. There is no need to feel burdened or hesitant about harvesting such weeds. The terrifying creature continued. That vast expanse is the true goal you should pursue. Yes, you. When you finally step into that grand realm, you will possess but one thought. Why did I not meet you sooner? Why did I not join forces with you earlier? Why did I not sacrifice the beings of the immortal domain and the myriad realms sooner? The creature's voice rose steadily in intensity. Even so, it has evolved to manifest the grandeur of that vast expanse, available for Chen Changsheng to behold. It is a truly boundless realm, infinite and shrouded in chaotic mists. Majestic mountains rise, within which higher-level principles of the Tao, far surpassing the celestial path, are revealed. Even a humble blade of grass by the roadside surpasses the most extraordinary elixirs of the celestial emperors. Vibrant winged birds soar across the sky, leaving trails of resplendent clouds in their wake, within which flows unimaginable Tao principles. It is no exaggeration to say that even an ordinary mortal, unacquainted with the path of cultivation, could instantly attain immortality simply by bathing in these radiant clouds, perhaps even becoming an immortal king or emperor. And this is merely the tip of the iceberg of that vast expanse. Throughout this boundless realm, wonders beyond the imagination of the world abound. This vastness is truly the most coveted sanctuary for all cultivators and beings alike. The blood demon and the phoenix king were utterly mesmerized, enraptured, their eyes filled with longing for that expansive realm, yearning to step into it at once. This vast expanse is undoubtedly worth any cost to reach. The fearsome creature turned to Chen Changsheng and proclaimed loudly. The spectacle of the vast realm continued to unfold behind it, and it did not retract its evolution of this expansive world. Moreover, this was not an illusion conjured to deceive Chen Changsheng and the others. The grandeur it portrayed was entirely genuine. Its gaze upon Chen Changsheng grew increasingly confident, for it was certain that no cultivator could resist the temptation of venturing into that boundless realm. This vast expanse is the true place of cultivation, the genuine beginning of the path. However, throughout it all, Chen Changsheng remained remarkably calm, his expression devoid of any turbulence, as if the magnificent spectacle conjured by the fearsome creature held no allure for him. A strategy of feigned restraint? Oof. The creature, observing Chen Changsheng's impassive demeanor, scoffed inwardly. It believed Chen Changsheng's calmness was merely an act, a ploy to gain an advantage during their ensuing dialogue. It could not fathom that any cultivator could resist the allure of that vast expanse. Finish speaking? If so, prepare to be punished. I am a man of my word. When I say I will act, I shall. Chen Changsheng declared. The fearsome creature's expression darkened. Damn frog in a well. Does it think it can intimidate me? Do not deceive yourself. I am offering you an opportunity. Remember, I have yet to reveal my true strength. It spoke coldly, not intending to deliberately intimidate Chen Changsheng, for it truly had not unveiled its full power. All the better. Chen Changsheng stepped forward, raising his hand to strike. This gesture appeared unremarkable, lacking any terrifying fluctuations of power, yet it instilled an icy dread in the hearts of terrifying creatures, evoking an infinite sense of horror. What the hell? Is this for real? The dreadful being's eyes glinted with malice as it realized that Chen Changsheng was not merely attempting to dominate it, nor was he seeking to take advantage during their ensuing dialogue. He genuinely intended to strike it down. Unaware of its impending doom, it resolved to showcase the true extent of its formidable power. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a terrifying radiance, no longer restraining its might, revealing its genuine strength. In an instant, the entire realm of heavenly retribution quaked violently. An aura of dread spread like wildfire, as it seemed to transform into an apocalyptic monstrosity, exuding unparalleled terror. Clang, clang, clang. It opened its maw and expelled 36 crimson bones, each dripping with blood. These 36 sanguine bones were the culmination of eons of nurturing. A lethal trump card more ferocious than any immortal weapon. Rarely did it resort to their use, but when it did, annihilation of its formidable foes was inevitable. Beneath the shadow of the 36 bloodied bones, no living creature could withstand their onslaught. Kill! An inexorable wave of murderous intent swept across the heavens. Grasped tightly in its 36 appendages, it resembled a colossal spider, thundering forth towards Chen Changsheng with lethal intent. Chapter 70. Digging up some soil? Too troublesome. Take it all away. The 36 blood bones, terrifying in their essence, erupted with an unimaginable force at the slightest movement, causing the entire realm of heavenly punishment to tremble violently. These 36 blood bones, the hardest remnants within the horrific creature, have been nurtured by its own power and countless rare treasures since its inception. Their dreadful potency far exceeded any preconceived notion, serving as the ultimate weapon in its arsenal. Boom! An unparalleled explosion resounded, akin to the very creation of the world. Its 36 arms wielded the blood bones, colliding with Chen Changsheng in an unfathomable clash. The moment they met, the ground beneath the realm of heavenly punishment quaked as if a cataclysm had struck, fissures spreading like a web across the land, hinting at imminent collapse. Crack! Amidst the terrifying collision, the sound of shattering bones echoed. One blood bone, under the incredulous gaze of the monstrous entity, was completely obliterated by a single strike from Chen Changsheng's palm. One after another, the blood bones fell victim to his relentless assault, their once indomitable strength crumbling before him. In less than a moment, all 36 bones lay shattered, their fragments strewn across the ground, devoid of luster and power. How could this be possible? The terrifying creature gasped in horror, its face a mask of disbelief and terror. Although the 36 blood bones had endured some wear from the relentless strikes of celestial thunder, they remained far more formidable than any immortal soldiers. Yet one by one, they fell to Chen Changsheng's hand, losing all semblance of hardness and might. Such a reality plunged it into a state of sheer dread and panic. Had he transcended the realm of immortality? This thought flashed through its mind, impossible to comprehend or accept. How is such a feat achievable? beneath the 33 heavens. All avenues of escape were utterly sealed, leaving no possibility of breaking through to a higher realm beyond that of the immortals. The Blood Demon and the Fire Phoenix King watched in chilling apprehension. Lord Changsheng was truly ruthless. The 36 blood bones, clearly the ultimate weapon of the horrific creature, were effortlessly shattered by him. This was utterly terrifying. Lord Changsheng had indeed reached an unfathomable level of power, his combat prowess seemingly limitless. Splatter. The foul, rancid blood erupted violently as Chen Changsheng's hands moved like celestial blades, effortlessly severing the 36 arms of the monstrous being. Throughout this tumultuous ordeal, the creature howled in desperation, unleashing its final, desperate fury. All the latent power within was summoned forth, yet it proved utterly futile. It trembled in fear, increasingly unable to fathom Chen Changsheng's realm. The stench of blood splattered violently, reminiscent of a torrential rain of crimson. Chen Changsheng moved his limbs, each punch creating a gaping wound, each kick obliterating a part of the creature's body. In the blink of an eye, the dreadful being was riddled with countless injuries. Thoroughly dismantled, its breath was faint, flickering like a candle in the wind, teetering on the brink of death, poised to perish at any moment. Do not kill me. Everything I have said is true. The vast and magnificent scenes I just conjured were also real. If you do not believe me, you may search my soul and examine my memories. The creature, sensing its impending demise, desperately pleaded, not wishing to succumb just yet. I can truly lead you to that broader expanse. I could even become your servant, honoring you as my master. Just spare my life. It continued to beg, hoping Chen Changsheng would grant it mercy. There is no need for you to guide me, Chen Changsheng retorted, unwavering in his assault. The horrid being was repeatedly struck, foul blood staining the entirety of the judgment ground. Panic enveloped the creature. It was on the verge of collapse. One more blow from Chen Changsheng would surely spell its end. Why, you said you would only strike me just to stretch your limbs, right? You are a man of your word. Having struck me, you cannot kill me. It cried out, clearly frantic and grasping at straws, uttering such desperate words. To its surprise, Chen Changsheng did indeed halt his assault. Elation surged within the creature, astonished that its plea had yielded any effect. However, in the next moment, it was left dumbfounded as Chen Changsheng calmly replied, "But I have not yet finished punishing you with a series of resounding blows." The abhorrent being was annihilated, devoid of any life, all traces obliterated, utterly dead. The Blood Demon and the Fire Phoenix King felt their hearts race. Truly, Master Changsheng was both fierce and capricious. The terror of the creature was immense, yet Master Changsheng remained unfazed, harboring no thoughts of mercy. Reflecting on this, they were filled with both trepidation and relief, realizing how fortunate they were to be under Master Changsheng's protection. After vanquishing the dreadful being, Chen Changsheng strolled out of the judgment ground. Upon leaving, he turned to gaze back at the place. Then, with a gentle wave of his hand, an unseen force locked onto the judgment ground. To their astonishment, the entire area began to rise with a thunderous roar. Chen Changsheng intended to take the entire judgment ground with him. Why bother with merely taking a handful of soil? That would be far too cumbersome. It would be more expedient to directly carry away the entire realm of divine retribution. The Blood Demon and the Phoenix King watched this scene with wide, astonished eyes. How formidable Lord Changsheng is. He intends to take the entire domain of heavenly punishment. While they were utterly shocked, they were also filled with trepidation. Is it truly feasible to carry away the entire realm of divine retribution? Can one simply seize it at will? The answer, as it turned out, was a resounding no. As the entire realm of divine retribution ascended into the air, an infinite sea of thunder converged upon it in an instant, crashing down in successive waves towards Chen Changsheng. This spectacle was utterly terrifying. The amassed sea of thunder was nothing in comparison to the incessant strikes of heavenly lightning that had preceded it. Evidently, Chen Changsheng's actions had provoked the wrath of this place, and the forces here sought to obliterate him. The Blood Demon and Phoenix King trembled in fear, secretly thinking that Lord Changsheng was far too audacious. completely disregarding the rules of this realm. They were in a state of frantic anxiety, yet utterly powerless to intervene. Faced with the oncoming deluge of thunder, Chen Changsheng remained unperturbed, calm, and composed. "Why wish to take? No one and no force can obstruct." He spoke with indifference, his deep, jet-black eyes gazing into the boundless, terrifying sea of thunder. Chapter 71. The retrieval of the celestial punishment land. The vast expanse of heaven and earth sensed an extraordinary upheaval. A thunderous roar erupted, a surging, terrifying sea of thunder. Layer upon layer surged forth, engulfing the entire realm of celestial punishment. The creatures within other realms of celestial punishment abruptly looked up, their faces etched with horror. What transpired? The commotion was far too great. It seemed that a significant event had unfolded in the land of celestial punishment. Regrettably, they were constrained, and the overwhelming layers of the terrifying thunder sea rendered them unable to perceive or sense the unfolding drama outside. They remained oblivious to the chaos. Boom! The thunder sea grew ever more ferocious, pulsating with laws that surpassed the realm of immortals. A single drop from this sea could obliterate an immortal emperor 100-fold. Blood Demon and Fire Phoenix King trembled in fright, nearly paralyzed by terror. They had never witnessed such a horrifying scene, nor could they even dream of imagining a thunder sea so terrifying. Swish! Chen Changsheng's gaze deepened, a fearsome principle swirling within his eyes. As the dreadful principle flowed through his vision, the tumultuous thunder sea was instantly frozen in time. This moment resembled a pause in the flow of time itself. The surging thunder sea hung, suspended in the sky, revealing the higher laws beyond the immortal realm roaring and clashing above. They sought to break free from the stasis, but their efforts proved futile. In the blink of an eye, these higher laws, too, were rendered motionless, completely immobilized. Blood Demon and Fire Phoenix King felt their hearts race. Oh heavens! The Lord Changsheng is truly terrifying. With just a glance, the tumultuous thunder sea and the higher laws above were all brought to a standstill. Boom! Following the stasis came a dreadful explosion. Layer upon layer of the surging thunder sea shattered into fragments, and the higher laws that transcended the immortal realm followed suit, disintegrating entirely. Swish! The land of celestial punishment swiftly contracted thereafter, drawn into Chen Changsheng's grasp. His garments billowed as he descended upon the back of Fire Phoenix King. He spoke softly, intending to return to the mortal realm to assist the Li clan in transforming their souls. By utilizing the supreme and unyielding soil of the celestial punishment land, he aimed to restore the Li clan members to the realm of the living. Fire Phoenix King and Blood Demon remained in a state of utter bewilderment, only coming to their senses after Chen Changsheng's words. "Yes, my lord." Fire Phoenix King flared her wings, igniting a vast expanse of blazing flames that flickered in the dark abyss, retracing their steps. Meanwhile, in the even broader expanse of the heavens, within the 33rd layer of the celestial realm, concealed amidst boundless auspicious clouds, a grand palace stood. Has there been a disturbance in the land of celestial punishment? An elderly man with white hair furrowed his brow, sensing the turmoil within the celestial punishment land. He hastened to an ancient and weathered palace, approaching a small square pool with a wave of his hand. Light cascaded into the square pool, and in an instant, the previously tranquil waters began to churn violently. Various extraordinary symbols leapt forth, and amidst the fervor of their dance, an image materialized within the pool. This image unmistakably depicted the realm of divine punishment. The elderly man with white hair scrutinized the scene intently, counting meticulously 1, 2, 3, 16, 17. He realized that the realm of divine punishment was not singular but manifold, each location marked distinctly. As he reached the final count, his expression shifted abruptly. The 76th realm of divine punishment had vanished. His pupils constricted, and the deep creases of his aged visage were etched with disbelief. How could the 76th realm of divine punishment simply cease to exist? Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. It must be understood that the realm of divine punishment was enveloped by the 33 layers of celestial laws, a domain inaccessible and unshakable by any beings dwelling beneath these layers. Even the diminutive 76th realm, the weakest among them, was not a place that mere mortals could approach or disturb. The 76th realm housed the serpent named Shitian from the demonic serpent clan. Had it somehow managed to escape its confines and abscond with the realm itself? The elder's gaze turned piercing and frigid. It was inconceivable that any being from the 33 layers could carry away the 76th realm of divine punishment. He surmised that Shitian had utilized some method to break free and abscond with the realm. To escape? Such a feat would not be easily accomplished. The elder shook his sleeve dismissively, scoffing at the very idea that any being imprisoned within the realm of divine punishment could achieve liberation. Hanshi, he spoke softly, and at once a striking figure appeared before him. Though her face was obscured by a black veil, her extraordinary beauty was impossible to conceal. Clad in shimmering black armor that reflected a metallic glint, she exuded both valor and an impeccable physique that was on full display. Her demeanor was icy, her presence akin to a snow lotus amidst a frozen mountain, radiating an aura of chill. Lord Xiao Russian, she greeted, bowing respectfully to the white-haired elder, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression impassive as he regarded the armored beauty. A disturbance has arisen in the realm of divine punishment. It appears that the serpent Shitian, imprisoned within the 76th realm, has escaped. Moreover, the realm itself is now missing. Descend and ascertain what has transpired, Xiao Russian commanded coldly. The black-armored beauty, embodying the essence of a snow lotus, exhibited a rare shift in her typically composed demeanor, her face betraying a look of astonishment. Such expressions were seldom seen upon her countenance. Indeed, what the elderly man with white hair proclaimed is nothing short of astonishing. She is acutely aware of the dire circumstances that lie beyond the realm of divine retribution. This place serves as a formidable prison, meticulously fortified, leaving no room for unforeseen occurrences. Yet, what did she just hear? A prisoner has escaped, and even the notorious prison number 76 has vanished without a trace. The news is utterly shocking and unexpected. An escape is utterly unforgivable, and the abduction of prison number 76 is even more so. Shitian is courting death. Xiao Russian's gaze grew increasingly frigid, emanating a palpable aura of lethal intent. Shitian has committed a grievous offense. He cannot be allowed to live. After you ascertain the situation, bring him to the realm of divine retribution for public execution. Let the other inmates confined within those walls comprehend that any attempt to escape is a futile endeavor leading only to death. He spoke coldly, issuing the command to the armored lady to eliminate Shitian. Very well. The armored lady regained her composure and bowed in acceptance of the order. It is not easy for beings from the 33 heavens to descend. I shall inform the Lord of the Hall, urging him to activate the ancient path. You will descend along this ancient route, ascertain the situation, and execute Shitian. Xiao Russian reiterated. Chapter 72. Chen Changsheng emerges in the celestial universe, shaking the immortal domain once again. The 33 heavens remain isolated from the outside world, preventing the beings below from entering, while those within cannot escape to the realms beneath. However, this is merely the superficial reality. Within the 33 heavens lie some hidden ancient paths, unknown to the masses, which allow for a stable departure to the realms below. Of course, such secretive and obscure routes are exclusively mastered by the supreme Taoist lineages, leaving ordinary beings entirely oblivious to their existence. Meanwhile, as Chen Changsheng rode the Phoenix King and emerged from the abyss of darkness into the celestial universe, a tremendous uproar erupted throughout the immortal domain. No one had anticipated that Chen Changsheng could survive the abyss of darkness. Everyone was convinced he would perish within its depths, including the Assassination Emperor's palace. Chen Changsheng had slain numerous members of their organization, even taking the life of one of their immortal emperor members. Their hatred for him ran deep, leading them to unanimously decide that he must be eliminated at all costs. making him pay a bloody price and demonstrating the terror of the Assassination Emperor's palace to the immortal domain, ensuring that it would not be provoked. They had even begun to implement a series of plans and arrangements for this purpose. However, once Chen Changsheng and his companions entered the abyss of darkness, they immediately retracted all their plans, ceasing any further strategies against him. Entering the abyss of darkness was tantamount to a certain death. There could be no other outcome. Throughout countless ages, any being from the immortal domain that ventured into the abyss, regardless of their strength, had ultimately failed to emerge alive. Only cold, mangled corpses drifted out from its depths. It was believed that Chen Changsheng would meet the same fate, unable to survive the abyss. Thus, they no longer considered how to deal with him. Yet, at this moment, a scene unfolded that astonished the entire immortal domain. Chen Changsheng emerged alive from the abyss of darkness, accompanied by his mount, the Phoenix King, and his servant, Blood Demon, all unscathed. How could this be possible? Surely, this must be a deception. Did I see it wrong? The immortal domain was filled with incredulous gasps. All beings who beheld Chen Changsheng were struck with disbelief, questioning whether they were witnessing an illusion. Nevertheless, regardless of their skepticism, they clearly saw Chen Changsheng and his companions standing unharmed in the celestial universe. Throughout history, no being had ever returned alive from the abyss of darkness. Now, a living example had emerged, undeniably a monumental event that would shake the very foundations of time itself. It was impossible for the immortal domain not to be thrown into a collective uproar. Swish, 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 an aura of terror spread throughout various corners of the immortal domain. Many slumbering ancient figures of the immortal realm gradually awakened, casting their gaze upon Chen Changsheng, emerging alive from the depths of the dark abyss. This event is profoundly shocking, more so than when Chen Changsheng previously dominated the celestial cosmos, decisively suppressing the members of the Imperial Assassination House. These beings are all ancestral. Ancient existences rarely stirred from their slumber. Previously, they remained undisturbed and did not direct their attention toward Chen Changsheng. However, now that he has returned from the abyss, they are all moved, awakening one after another to observe him. Their curiosity about the dark abyss is palpable, eager to uncover what secrets it harbors. It is only natural for them to be intrigued. Over the endless ages, countless elite clans and powerful beings have inexplicably ventured into the dark abyss, akin to moths drawn to a flame. Frankly speaking, they have lived in constant fear, terrified that they might, like those elite clans and formidable beings, be lured by the bizarre powers of the dark abyss and recklessly plunge into its depths. After all, they possess formidable strength and lofty realms. It is uncertain when their turn might come. They claim to be in slumber, yet they are in a state of self-imposed confinement, aiming to prevent themselves from being uncontrollably attracted by the dark abyss's enigmatic forces, thereby recklessly embarking on exploration. The ancient bull of the great powerful demon clan was skeptical of these concerns, believing itself strong and fierce enough to resist the dark abyss's peculiar allure. Yet, what was the outcome? Ultimately, it too was drawn in, leading its entire clan into the dark abyss. An ancient figure murmurs softly, their gaze upon Chen Changsheng growing increasingly solemn. Though they are in slumber and self-imposed confinement, they remain aware of the outside world. The ancient bull of the great power bull demon clan, with its unfathomable cultivation and unimaginable prowess, embodies an ancient being of great renown. It is precisely this confidence that led the ancient bull to dismiss the dark abyss's enigmatic powers, never retreating into slumber. Yet calamity befell it, and the entire clan vanished into the dark abyss, never to be heard from again. This incident served as an alarming wake-up call, instilling deeper fear within them, causing each to hesitate in ending their slumber and emerging from their confinement. For countless ages, Chen Changsheng is the first to have emerged alive from the dark abyss. But does he truly comprehend the circumstances within? Reports indicate that he was only within for a brief time before re-emerging. An ancient figure speaks, their gaze profoundly deep, as if embodying an endless abyss. With a mere thought, they glean the duration of Chen Changsheng's descent into the dark abyss from the beings of the immortal realm. The time is exceedingly short, less than a day, in such a brief span. What might Chen Changsheng discover in the depths of the abyss? It seems he has not truly ventured into the darkness himself. I shall wait a while longer. He spoke softly, dismissing the thought of emerging from his self-imposed isolation to converse with Chen Changsheng. Initially, he intended to engage in a meaningful dialogue regarding the circumstances within the abyss. However, as he surmised, time is too fleeting. It is improbable that Chen Changsheng possesses any profound understanding of the secrets of the abyss. Most likely, he has merely skirted its periphery before retreating. Thus, he abandoned the notion of conversing with Chen Changsheng, reluctant to break free from his self-imposed confinement. To emerge from such a state is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. One wrong move could allow the malevolent forces of the abyss to infiltrate and ensnare them. Other ancient figures shared similar sentiments, contemplating that Chen Changsheng had not genuinely entered the darkness either, and hesitated to lift their own seals to speak with him. Yet, he ultimately stepped inside. Even if only lingering at the threshold, he must possess insights that elude us. Many ancient beings did not avert their gaze, still fixated on Chen Changsheng, pondering alternative methods to engage in dialogue without relinquishing their self-imposed restraints. Chapter 73. The hesitation of the killing emperor's manor. The elders of the manor were engulfed in disappointment. The ancient figures of the celestial realm were consumed by trepidation, fearing that one day the sinister powers from the abyss would descend upon them, leading them uncontrollably into the depths of darkness. The abyss was a realm that should not be ventured into. Entering it was tantamount to death. Throughout endless epochs, there had been countless bloody examples of this truth. Unlike the mighty bull from the Bull Demon clan, who believed itself invincible and remained unfazed by the abyss, they were filled with dread. For countless ages, their thoughts were consumed by how to evade the malevolent forces of the abyss. In such a brief span, it was impossible for Chen Changsheng to truly enter the abyss. However, regardless of the circumstances, he had managed to breach its confines, even if only at the periphery. They could not afford to overlook this. It was imperative to grasp the details, for they might uncover previously unknown information. Moreover, they were keen to ascertain whether Chen Changsheng had ventured into the abyss of his own accord or if he had been lured in by its sinister forces. This distinction was of paramount importance. If Chen Changsheng had not willingly entered the abyss, but had instead been drawn in by its malevolent energies, it would hold great significance for them. After all, if he had been lured in and yet managed to return alive, understanding how he achieved this could potentially allow them to survive when their turn came, avoiding the true depths of the abyss. Exiner, come to me. Great-grandson Zheng Zhaowu, approach. They summoned their disciples and kin, urging them to seek out Chen Changsheng on their behalf. They dared not risk emerging from their self-imposed seclusion. Thus, they contemplated sending their disciples or relatives to converse with Chen Changsheng to discover what transpired after he entered the abyss. Meanwhile, the killing emperor's manor was rife with turmoil. All the manor lords emerged, gazing across the resplendent starry sky, their eyes fixed intently on Chen Changsheng, who was mounted upon the Fire Phoenix King. They could hardly fathom that he had emerged alive from the abyss, completely unscathed. Their expressions were grave, and they exchanged glances filled with complexity. Should they continue to pursue Chen Changsheng? The fact that he had returned from the abyss alive instilled a deeper apprehension within them. Hesitation flickered in their eyes. They were reluctant to pursue him further or to make an enemy of him. Yet, they were also unwilling to accept the notion that the members of the killing emperor's manor who had fallen to Chen Changsheng had perished in vain. Could the dignity of the killing emperor's manor be so easily trampled and disrespected? Among them, the Lord of Annihilation was particularly unwilling to accept this outcome, his eyes brimming with unquenchable murderous intent, despite the Fire Phoenix King not being one of his most crucial disciples. Yet, he remains ultimately a disciple. Now, his disciple has been suppressed and reduced to a mere mout. How could he possibly accept such a fate? How could he refrain from harboring murderous intent? He, too, possesses a sense of pride. If this matter were to be brushed aside, how could he ever maintain his standing in the realm of immortals? How would the beings within the immortal domain perceive him? he would inevitably become a subject of ridicule and mockery. All authority would be rendered void. To masquerade as a deity, to wave the banner of power? From the depths of the Kill Emperor's mansion, a chilling and eerie voice emerged. The ancient figures of the Kill Emperor's mansion, those venerable lords, awakened from their slumber and cast their gazes upon Chen Changsheng. Moreover, in that fleeting moment of awakening, they comprehended the enmity between the Kill Emperor's mansion and Chen Changsheng. They realized that Chen Changsheng had subjugated a disciple of a contemporary lord, reducing him to a mouse. They understood that he had publicly slain numerous formidable members of the Kill Emperor's mansion, even taking the life of one of their celestial emperor members. Their eyes glinted with coldness, each exuding a palpable aura of menace. Chen Changsheng's actions were undoubtedly a grave provocation to the Kill Emperor's mansion, an affront they could not tolerate. What are you hesitating for? Does this alone instill fear in you? You have disappointed us greatly. The ancient lord spoke, their words laden with disappointment towards the contemporary lords. They witnessed the hesitation of the contemporary lords, who bowed their heads, unwilling to retort. Indeed, they were filled with trepidation and doubt, which only deepened their shame. Since its inception, the Kill Emperor's mansion had never encountered a blemish upon its dignity. At all times, its authority remained unassailable. Anyone who dared to desecrate the dignity of the Kill Emperor's mansion would pay a bloody price. From beginning to end, the Kill Emperor's mansion commanded the fear of all major forces and beings within the immortal realm. No force or being dared to provoke its authority. Yet now, Chen Changsheng's defiance transcended mere provocation. He utterly disregarded the Kill Emperor's mansion, trampling its dignity beneath his feet. And yet, they hesitated, even contemplating abandoning the thought of opposing Chen Changsheng. In such circumstances, how could they not feel shame? They had brought disgrace upon the Kill Emperor's mansion. They were the most incompetent batch of lords the mansion had ever seen. However, Chen Changsheng's emergence from the abyss of darkness instilled in them an overwhelming trepidation, rendering them hesitant to act rashly. What are they afraid of? He is clearly just flaunting false bravado, intentionally circling the edge of the abyss to instill fear. I even suspect he may not have ventured into the depths of the abyss at all. An old lord rebuked coldly. At first, he was indeed taken aback by the sight of Chen Changsheng emerging from the abyss of darkness. But upon understanding the enmity between Chen Changsheng and the Kill Emperor's mansion, and after thorough contemplation, he altered his original perception of Chen Changsheng, no longer astonished. After all, it was the abyss of darkness. Countless prestigious clans and formidable beings had perished within its depths. Since ancient times, not a single soul had emerged alive. I refused to believe that he could venture into the abyss of darkness unscathed. Even if he merely lingered on its periphery, I cannot accept that he would remain unharmed. The truth is evidently singular. He has not even breached the boundary of the abyss of darkness. He has merely circled its outer edges. His intent was to create an aura of intimidation surrounding the abyss of darkness, instilling fear in you, rendering you hesitant to act against him. He articulated his views, emphasizing the terror and dread of the abyss of darkness. Even within the realm of immortals, one is not safe, as they might be lured by the malevolent forces of the abyss. Chen Changsheng, let alone entering the abyss itself, could not possibly escape unscathed from its mere outskirts. An incident is inevitable. Thus, he surmised that Chen Changsheng had not even traversed the periphery of the abyss, but rather sought to leverage its ominous reputation to instill fear in the imperial assassin's manner, deterring them from pursuing him further. Such a crude and simplistic tactic, and yet you remain oblivious, falling prey to his deception. I truly feel sorrow and pity for you. I am even more concerned for the future of the imperial assassin's manor. How can you possibly lead the manor to greater heights of brilliance and glory in such a state? The old manor head lamented, expressing profound disappointment in the current leaders of the manor. Chapter 74. Numerous celestial emperors gather around Chen Changsheng, while the Killing Emperor's mansion observes the developments. The words of the old mansion master echoed with disappointment. The current mansion lords felt a deep sense of shame. realizing that they had overlooked this aspect. However, this oversight primarily stemmed from Chen Changsheng's astonishing emergence from the depths of the dark abyss, which left them utterly stunned and momentarily speechless. Given a bit more time to reflect, they would undoubtedly have grasped the underlying intricacies and issues. The old mansion master was undeniably correct. What is the dark abyss? Regardless of how prestigious a clan or formidable a powerhouse may be, none have ever returned after entering the dark abyss. How could one individual, Chen Changsheng, possibly surpass those top-tier clans and supreme beings? Such a notion is undeniably unrealistic. As the old mansion master articulated, Chen Changsheng had not actually ventured into the dark abyss, nor had he even approached its fringes. We understand now. A mansion lord lifted his head, his words resolute. Rest assured, esteemed old mansion masters, we shall surely deal with him. The dignity of the killing emperor's mansion shall not be tarnished. His gaze was captivating, revealing a terrifying vision. He was genuinely enraged and had truly resolved to eliminate Chen Changsheng. You may proceed with the handling of this matter. I sincerely hope you will not disappoint us again. Remember, the creature that has diminished our dignity, reduced to a mere mount, must not be spared, an old mansion lord declared with authority. The creature he referred to was none other than the Fire Phoenix King. Regardless of the circumstances, the fact remained that the Fire Phoenix King had been reduced to a mount, bringing disgrace upon the killing emperor's mansion. He would not allow the Fire Phoenix King to survive. Very well. The assembly of mansion lords respectfully replied, categorizing the Fire Phoenix King as a target for elimination. We cannot intervene directly. When you deal with this individual, ensure you ascertain whether he has indeed entered the dark abyss. Though it is unlikely, it is prudent to exercise caution. Now, go forth and address the matter. The old mansion masters fell silent once more, retreating into their slumber. They too were filled with trepidation, profoundly fearful of the dark abyss, and dared not emerge from their self-imposed isolation. In the vast and boundless celestial cosmos, celestial-level stars, shimmering with ethereal light and vibrant hues, adorned the expanse. The scene was breathtakingly magnificent. The Fire Phoenix King soared majestically, stirring up waves of fierce flames as it traversed the celestial sky at great speed. This time, its head was held exceptionally high, almost touching the heavens. Its face was adorned with an expression of pride and triumph. Previously, while carrying Chen Changsheng toward the dark abyss, it had flown with its head bowed, having been reduced to a mount, ferrying another through the skies. What an utterly embarrassing affair this is. It would rather find a crevice in the earth to burrow into, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame. It perceives itself as the greatest jest within the realm of immortals. However, the present situation is entirely different. Now, it stands with unparalleled pride and elation, reveling in the fact that it can serve as the steed of Chen Changsheng. A jest indeed. It has witnessed firsthand Chen Changsheng effortlessly defeating terrifying beings that far surpass the realm of immortals. It has also seen him, with a mere gesture, confiscate an entire area of divine retribution. Even the higher-level principles beyond the realm of immortals are powerless against Chen Changsheng. They cannot withstand even a glance from him. Under such circumstances, how could it not feel proud and elated? To be the mount of Chen Changsheng is truly the greatest honor of its life. The blood demon, standing beside the Fire Phoenix King, feels similarly, if not even more exaggerated. It holds its nose high, its head raised in lofty arrogance, presenting a stark contrast to its previous demeanor before venturing into the abyss of darkness. At that time, it was filled with trepidation. Despite wielding the blade of heaven's slaughter, it could find no peace, constantly fearing for its life. After all, the Slaughter Emperor's Manor is a top-tier dark organization within the realm of immortals, exceedingly fearsome. The abyss of darkness is unimaginably perilous. Now, however, it is entirely devoid of worry. The terror of Lord Changsheng far surpasses that of the Slaughter Emperor's Manor. Even if the entire manor were to emerge, they could never pose the slightest threat to Lord Changsheng. With just a glance, he could annihilate them all. Unlike the proud and elated Fire Phoenix King and Blood Demon, Chen Changsheng sits atop the Fire Phoenix King's back with his characteristic calmness and serenity. Eyes closed in meditation, his expression betraying no fluctuations whatsoever. How audacious he is! Does he truly believe he has intimidated us? The current masters of the Slaughter Emperor's manor gaze at Chen Changsheng from afar, their eyes growing increasingly frosty, their gazes filled with cold brilliance. All eyes are upon him. This is the perfect moment to strike. Let's act. We must make it known to all that the dignity of the Slaughter Emperor's manor is not to be desecrated. They chuckle coldly, preparing to eliminate Chen Changsheng in this moment of public attention. At this moment, all beings within the realm of immortals are undoubtedly focused on Chen Changsheng. The Slaughter Emperor's forces mobilize, all members in action. This time, they are determined to ensure he has no place to rest in death. They issue commands to assemble all the immortals within the Slaughter Emperor's manor, instructing every immortal to go forth and eliminate Chen Changsheng. They will oversee this battle in its entirety, ready to strike at any moment. This time, regardless of Chen Changsheng's origins or hidden strengths, they are resolute in their intention to slay him. However, just as they have gathered all the immortals and are poised to advance, one of the masters calls for a halt to the operation. They cannot proceed. Many immortals are gravitating towards him. His gaze is profound, observing that a considerable number of immortals are flying towards Chen Changsheng, among them several peak immortals. Under such circumstances, they are evidently ill-suited to take further action, for they remain oblivious to the true intentions of these celestial emperors. Should these emperors align themselves with Chen Changsheng, it would spell disaster. If they were to charge forth, the consequences would be unimaginably dire. Although the killing emperor's manner is fearsome and unyielding against any force within the celestial realm, they have yet to attain the strength necessary to sweep across the entirety of the celestial domain. Opposing so many celestial emperors would undoubtedly lead to their ruin. Damn! I sense they are inclined to seek favor with him. One of the manor lords wore a grim expression, as did the lords of the Annihilation and other manors. Their faces equally troubled. These individuals likely perceived his emergence from the abyss of darkness and are eager to curry his favor, hoping to glean information about the abyss from his lips. The abyss of darkness looms like a sword over the foremost clans and the most formidable powers in the celestial realm. They all yearn to comprehend its mysteries. Any opportunity to gain insight would be one they would not let slip away. Some manor lords spoke in somber tones, acknowledging that if these celestial emperors were indeed seeking to ingratiate themselves with Chen Changsheng, the situation would turn decidedly unfavorable for them. Very well, let us refrain from overthinking this. We should remain vigilant and observe the unfolding events. One manor lord, with a gaze as profound as the abyss, declared that their best course of action at present is to remain still and await developments. Chapter 75. The human heart is incomprehensible. The celestial emperors remain wary of one another. They hold their ground, observing the unfolding events. Patience is key. The lords of the killing emperor's mansion gaze intently in the direction of Chen Changsheng, eager to discern the reason behind the celestial emperor's interest in him. In the boundless expanse of the celestial universe, the Fire Phoenix King soars swiftly through the starry skies, enveloped in a radiant blaze. One after another, imposing figures, exuding supreme aura, descend upon the scene. Please, wait a moment. Greetings. These majestic figures are all celestial emperors, displaying remarkable courtesy. They politely call out, hoping for Chen Changsheng to halt and engage in conversation. A wave of astonishment sweeps through the celestial realm. Anyone witnessing this spectacle cannot help but feel a profound shock. These are celestial emperors, and they're treating Chen Changsheng with such deference, even addressing him with honorifics. The use of you in reference to Chen Changsheng marks a historic first in the celestial domain, at least to their knowledge. Never before has any figure commanded such respect from so many celestial emperors, all addressing him with you. It is essential to understand that celestial emperors are the pinnacle of power within the celestial realm, unparalleled beings. Each emperor is backed by unfathomably ancient and terrifying lineages. In such circumstances, earning the respect of numerous celestial emperors who refer to one as you is an extraordinary feat, nearly unattainable. Could it be that he is the first to emerge alive from the abyss of darkness? That seems highly plausible. Many celestial beings speculate. Based solely on the prowess Chen Changsheng has previously demonstrated, it is inconceivable that a host of celestial emperors would treat him with such politeness, let alone address him with you. The most likely explanation remains that Chen Changsheng has indeed emerged alive from the abyss of darkness. Surviving such a harrowing ordeal carries immense significance. Seated upon the back of the Fire Phoenix King, Chen Changsheng slowly opens his eyes. He gestures with a wave of his hand, signaling the Fire Phoenix King to halt. "Do you have matters to discuss?" he inquires, rising to his feet with equal courtesy. He is not one to disregard etiquette. It is not in his nature. When others approach him with goodwill and politeness, he reciprocates in kind, maintaining decorum. "May we invite you to our lineage for a visit? We wish to seek your counsel." The celestial emperors extend their invitations to Chen Changsheng, hoping he will grace their clans or sects with his presence. They have come at the behest of their respective ancestors, eager to uncover the events that transpired during his descent into the abyss of darkness. "I must decline the invitation for now. I have other matters to attend to. Perhaps later, I shall visit your esteemed sects," Chen Changsheng responds, not merely engaging in empty pleasantries. He has yet to explore the celestial realm, and he certainly intends to stroll through its landscapes, possibly even visiting the domains of these celestial emperors in the future. As for the matters he mentioned, they are indeed pressing. He must return to assist the Li clan in altering the state of the Yin spirits, restoring them to the realm of the living. Is it truly impossible for him to spare a moment? "We harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to invite you to sit down, enjoy some tea, and engage in conversation." The celestial emperors maintained an unusually humble demeanor, eschewing any airs of superiority. The matter concerning the abyss of darkness was of grave significance, and they were reluctant to discuss it openly, fearing it might provoke concerns in Chen Changsheng. They also dreaded the potential for unforeseen incidents should the topic arise in public, as the abyss of darkness is shrouded in terror and enigma, where anything could transpire. "Should you have matters to address, please speak plainly," Chen Changsheng stated. The assembly of celestial emperors exchanged glances, perplexed by his apparent disregard for their status. Did he truly possess such audacity, unencumbered by any reservations? They were acutely aware that Chen Changsheng was cognizant of their purpose concerning the abyss of darkness, yet he encouraged them to express their thoughts directly. Did he truly lack any trepidation regarding this ominous abyss? Their expressions were complex. They were reluctant to voice their concerns in public, while Chen Changsheng exhibited no apprehension. They were filled with dread regarding the abyss of darkness. They feared that discussing the secrets within could lead to calamity. It was unwise to speak of such matters openly. "Let us retreat to our sect to discuss this further," they proposed. They were amenable to conversing in any sect, but absolutely opposed to discussing it under the watchful gaze of the celestial cosmos. "Then let us speak later. I have matters to attend to," Chen Changsheng declared, indicating his intention to depart. Upon hearing this, discontent welled up within the celestial emperors. Had they truly lowered themselves to such an extent, granting Chen Changsheng undue respect? How could he dismiss them so brazenly, repeatedly rejecting their overtures? "Esteemed guests, I bid you farewell," Chen Changsheng remarked, resuming his seat. He summoned the Phoenix King to take flight. "Very well, my lord." The Phoenix King responded respectfully, then let out a resounding cry before soaring into the sky, igniting a vast blaze as it departed. The celestial emperors watched as Chen Changsheng left, a palpable aura of malevolence emanating from them, their hearts ablaze with indignation. What was their status, after all? They had humbled themselves, addressing him with honorifics, yet he offered them no courtesy, departing at his whim. They seethed with frustration, for never had anyone dared to treat them with such disdain. Among them, several celestial emperors felt an uncontrollable urge to take action, to subdue Chen Changsheng and teach him a harsh lesson. However, they refrained from acting until his figure vanished from their sight, completely out of reach. This was not due to fear of defeat. Rather, it was a matter of restraint. The suppression of Chen Changsheng proved futile. Rather, it was the fear of being outmaneuvered by other celestial emperors that restrained them. The human heart is inscrutable, and none could ascertain the thoughts of the other celestial emperors. Should they strike at Chen Changsheng, it was entirely plausible that other celestial emperors would rally to his side against them. Such an action would unwittingly bestow an opportunity upon their rivals, thereby aiding them in their ascension. This was not a scenario they wished to facilitate. All the celestial emperors present were eager to discern what transpired with Chen Changsheng in the abyss of darkness. This curiosity compelled them to adopt a posture of humility. In the event that a celestial emperor dared to act against Chen Changsheng, it was certain that others would align themselves with him, striving to win his favor and assist him in confronting those who would dare to strike. Very well, maintain your facade. Your reckoning shall come. For the time being, they refrained from action, but that would not last indefinitely. Ignoring the courtesy extended, they would inevitably demand a steep price once they acquired the knowledge they sought. Each celestial emperor harbored resentment, vowing not to let this transgression pass unpunished. Once Chen Changsheng's utility waned, they would ensure he paid dearly for his perceived insolence. Chapter 76. On the road, indifference prevails. Upon return, do not glance back. Such arrogance they exhibit. How could the celestial emperors possibly endure this? They are not mere trifles. Soon, I shall compel him to kneel and call me grandfather. A fate of 1,000 cuts, skinning and flaying. He shall find that even death eludes him. Does he truly believe himself to be a figure of great significance? Preposterous. Those who lack discernment shall meet with dire consequences. The celestial emperors silently scoffed within their hearts. Each had already envisioned the price Chen Changsheng would pay once he proved to be of no further use. Their figures faded from the celestial firmament, departing in a fury. They would seek Chen Changsheng individually to discuss matters concerning the abyss of darkness. Their forebears had issued stringent commands, insisting they uncover every detail once Chen Changsheng descended into the abyss. This individual is truly difficult to assess. The beings of the celestial domain were left dumbfounded, utterly at a loss for words. This one is astonishingly unpredictable. How could he so brazenly disregard the celestial emperors? Is he not afraid of inciting their wrath and facing their retribution? Meanwhile, from the Kill Emperor's estate, it was clear they had approached him due to the abyss of darkness. However, he was utterly unaware of his own limitations, excessively presumptuous, and showed not the slightest respect towards the celestial emperors. He has effectively severed his own path to survival. The lords of the Kill Emperor's estate observed everything that transpired, mocking Chen Changsheng's arrogance. How dare he show such blatant disrespect to the celestial emperors? Yet, for them, this was undoubtedly advantageous. Had Chen Changsheng not courted his own demise and allied himself with the celestial emperors, they would have found it much more challenging to eliminate him. All was not yet concluded. Let us bide our time and see how events unfold. The celestial emperors had not completely severed ties with him, and they would seek him out again. It would be ill-advised for us to act prematurely. The lords of the estate spoke, advocating for continued inaction and patience. As they had stated, should they launch an assault now, the celestial emperors would likely side with Chen Changsheng, assisting him in his defense against them. The Fire Phoenix King traversed the celestial expanse, departing from the celestial domain and entering the vast cosmos of the myriad realms. Throughout the flight, it was filled with questions. What business did Lord Changsheng have in the myriad realms beneath the celestial domain? The myriad realms, in comparison, barely scratched the surface of the celestial domain. Was there anything within them that could pique Lord Changsheng's interest? Nonetheless, it dared not inquire further, simply following the direction indicated by Lord Changsheng, flying onward in silence. Within the celestial domain, the celestial emperors and the lords of the Kill Emperor's estate, upon witnessing Chen Changsheng's venture into the myriad realms beneath, were filled with confusion. They could not fathom Chen Changsheng's intentions. All were attentively monitoring him from afar, awaiting the opportunity to approach him for a private discussion in the future. The blazing flames surged tumultuously as the Phoenix King swiftly traversed the myriad realms, entering the world where Chen Changsheng awakened. Prior to his entrance, Chen Changsheng instructed the Phoenix King to restrain its aura, for this world was exceedingly fragile, incapable of withstanding such a potent presence. Should the Phoenix King unleash its aura recklessly, this realm would surely collapse and shatter in an instant. Simultaneously, before stepping into this world, Chen Changsheng employed an imperceptible force to obscure the gazes directed at him from afar. On the journey, it mattered little. He was indifferent to casual stares. Upon his return, he refrained from dwelling on it. In the celestial realm, a sense of perplexity arose. Why had a dense fog suddenly obscured the view of the lower realm? The eyes of the celestial emperors and the lord of the killing emperor's manor, who gazed from afar, narrowed in disbelief. Everything had been well until Chen Changsheng entered the lower realm, which inexplicably became shrouded in fog, blocking their vision. They found it hard to believe that such a humble realm could conceal their sight. Yet, whether they believed it or not, they were compelled to accept this reality. No matter how they augmented their powers or invoked various celestial techniques, their gazes could not penetrate the mist enveloping that lower realm. It was undoubtedly his doing. He had employed some means to conjure this fog, obstructing their distant observation. What secrets could lie within that lower realm? Why had he acted in such a manner? Thus, they resolved to venture to that lower realm to investigate. The celestial emperors hastily set forth towards the domain of Chen Changsheng, sensing that it might harbor great mysteries. Moreover, even if no significant secrets lay within that lower realm, they felt compelled to pay a visit. The fog had obscured their view, and they had lost track of Chen Changsheng. This was unacceptable. They still needed to acquire the information they sought from him. Furthermore, they intended to make Chen Changsheng pay for his earlier theatrics. Onward, they would proceed to uncover the truth. The lords of the killing emperor's manor led the assembled celestial emperors towards the domain of Chen Changsheng. In the vast expanse of the 33rd heaven, the palace master activated the ancient path, instructing the black-armored maiden, Han Shi, to descend and ascertain what had transpired in the realm of heavenly punishment. She was tasked with retrieving the 76th heavenly punishment domain and executing the liberated snake Tian. The white-haired elder, Xiao Russian, spoke to the black-armored beauty. Understood. Han Shi acknowledged, stepping onto the ancient path leading away from the 33rd heaven. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng and his companions descended upon the former territory of the Wei clan, now the domain of the Li clan. Ancestor Changsheng, exclaimed the adorable Li Ruoxue, her jade-like face radiant with a sweet smile as she rushed forward. Chen Changsheng leaped down from the back of the Phoenix King. He reached out and embraced Li Ruoxue, his gaze imbued with tenderness and affection. "You have returned," he murmured, gently tousling her smooth, ebony hair. Suddenly, a jubilant bark resonated as Jiu Tu Shi dashed towards them, its tail wagging enthusiastically in excitement. At that moment, it retained its canine form, a magnificent golden retriever. "Good boy," Chen Changsheng chuckled, affectionately patting Jiu Tu Shi's head, eliciting pure joy from the creature. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, the Fire Phoenix King was utterly astounded, nearly dropping its jaw in disbelief. What was happening? How could these beings from the lower realms be so intimately close to the esteemed Chen Changsheng? It was beyond its wildest imagination, a revelation that shattered its expectations. Typically, beings from the lower realms had no conceivable means of interacting with such a formidable figure as Chen Changsheng, let alone fostering such a close relationship with him. The sheer complexity of the situation overwhelmed the Fire Phoenix King, leaving its mind in a whirl. "Master Chen," the members of the Li clan bowed respectfully in greeting. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly. "I have brought back the earth from the land of heavenly punishment. You may once again transform into true beings of life." His voice was gentle as he prepared to assist the Li clan in regaining their former selves. Chapter 77. The Reversal of Yin and Yang. The power of the supreme order law descends. The soil of the land of heavenly punishment has returned. As these words were spoken, the members of the Li clan were all profoundly shaken. They were aware of the unfathomable depth of Lord Changsheng, yet they never anticipated just how incomprehensible he truly was. In such a short span of time, Lord Changsheng had genuinely brought back soil from the land of heavenly punishment, When the 10 Yama kings recounted the conditions of the land of heavenly punishment, they were all present, fully cognizant of the terror and peril that it harbored. It was a realm where even the immortal emperors dared not tread. Approaching it meant certain death. The astonishment that surged within them was beyond the capacity of words to express. With a swift motion, Chen Changsheng extended his hand, palm open. Amidst a flicker of inexplicable radiance, a miniature yet complete version of the land of heavenly punishment materialized in his palm. This was precisely the piece of the land of heavenly punishment he had collected, now reduced in size through his formidable power. The members of the Li clan were rendered speechless. This was an entire land of heavenly punishment. My heavens! Their scalps tingled, as if a tidal wave of emotions surged within them, overwhelming them with shock. They had initially thought that when Lord Changsheng mentioned bringing back soil from the land of heavenly punishment, he merely meant he had excavated a small amount. Little did they know, Lord Changsheng had actually transported the entire realm back. How ferocious must one be to accomplish such a feat? It was simply unfathomable. At that moment, Chen Changsheng waved his hand, and a substantial quantity of soil from the land of heavenly punishment cascaded down. He personally took action, molding the soil into physical forms resembling the members of the Li clan. Before long, lifelike bodies, identical in appearance to those of the Li clan, were fashioned by his hands. Please, step inside, he gently urged, inviting the Li clan members to enter these crafted forms. The Li clan gazed at the bodies that mirrored their own with uncontainable excitement. Once they inhabited these forms, they would be able to revert to their true living selves. However, despite their exhilaration, they remained motionless, their faces etched with hesitation. "My lord, is this truly safe?" they queried. Rumors had long circulated in the realm of the underworld, suggesting that when spirits returned to life, it could trigger some terrifying and unknown calamity. Their hearts were heavy with worry, fearful that this rumor might hold truth. It had been a tale passed down through generations in the underworld, yet its veracity remained uncertain. After all, there had never been a precedent of a spirit transforming back into a living being. Nonetheless, their anxiety was palpable. What if this rumor were indeed true? What if some dreadful, unknown peril were to befall them? They feared that Chen Changsheng might be ensnared in the consequences. "Fear not. It is of no consequence. You need only to step inside," Chen Changsheng reassured calmly, unfazed by such rumors. Should the tales prove true, should any horrific, unknown calamity arise, he would obliterate it without hesitation. There was nothing to be overly concerned about. The Li clan remained apprehensive, hesitating to enter. After all, it was a daunting thought. The spectral beings sought to revert to the realm of the living, a transformation far from simple. This was a reversal of the very balance of life and death, a perilous unknown looming with great potential for danger. For them, it was not a significant concern. At worst, they would simply dissipate, having already tasted death once. Their indecision stemmed from a fear of involving themselves with the benevolent figure of the eternal life master. Step forward. Do not overthink it. With me here, no unforeseen calamity shall occur, Chen Changsheng proclaimed, his voice resonating like an ethereal melody, imbued with the power to calm the spirit. Instantly, the members of the Li clan shed their fears and entered their corporeal forms. Initially, there was an absence of significant change. Yet as they began to merge with their physical bodies, the heavens and earth transformed drastically. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, heralding what felt like the end of days. The atmosphere darkened ominously. A chilling, inexplicable energy surged, unsettling all who inhabited the world with an overwhelming dread. Chen Changsheng's expression remained serene as he slowly raised his gaze to the tempestuous sky. Was a terrible and unknown peril truly imminent? "Master, please rest. Allow me to take charge," the Fire Phoenix King volunteered, brimming with confidence. How could it not be self-assured? Although it did not comprehend the significance of the spectral beings transforming into the living, this was merely a minor realm. After all, how terrifying could it truly be? It was, after all, a supreme celestial king, not to mention having become Chen Changsheng's steed. He had bestowed upon it a power capable of easily tearing through even celestial lords. If it were not confident now, that would indeed be peculiar. Damn, that red-feathered bird. It stole my words. The blood demon glared at the Fire Phoenix King, resentfully contemplating. It had intended to step forward as well, to showcase its prowess before the Eternal Life Master, only to be preempted by the Fire Phoenix King. Clearly, the Fire Phoenix King also desired to impress the Eternal Life Master. When would it also have the opportunity to volunteer and shine in front of the Master? The nine-headed lion looked on enviously at the Fire Phoenix King, lamenting inwardly. It too yearned to step forward and demonstrate its capabilities before the Eternal Life Master. Alas, its strength was lacking. Although the Master had bestowed upon it numerous extraordinary techniques and elixirs, it still required time to cultivate and refine them. Its progress had been commendable, having ascended from the quasi-emperor realm to the emperor realm. Yet, in the face of the impending, terrifying, unknown danger, its imperial strength was evidently insufficient. Within this world's underworld, a resonating force of order reverberated, a manifestation of the laws maintaining the balance of the cosmos. How could this be? It was neither derived from the order of the myriad realms, nor from the celestial domain's laws. This is an overwhelming force that transcends the celestial realm. The power of the supreme order law has surged forth. The 10 kings of hell were struck with profound shock, their faces etched with horror and disbelief. How could a mere lower realm summon the power of the supreme order law? Their true forms are unfathomable, although they exist merely as projections. They are certain that this emanates from the waves of the supreme order law. This revelation has terrified them. The power of the supreme order law can effortlessly breach even the celestial realm. As they have stated, this is the most exalted law of order, surpassing the celestial realm. Wait, could it be that the one truly brought back the soil from the land of divine punishment, sculpting a corporeal form for the spirits of the Li clan, thus enabling them to revert to true beings? King Qin Guang's expression changed dramatically. If that were the case, everything would make sense. The spirit's yearning to transform back into living beings signifies a reversal of yin and yang, life and death, a transgression that the order law vehemently prohibits. Should such an event transpire, it would undoubtedly invoke the descent and annihilation of the supreme order law. They had refrained from discussing this matter with Chen Changsheng initially, primarily because they believed he could never return with soil from the land of divine punishment. Yet, in light of current circumstances, it appears that Chen Changsheng has indeed succeeded. Chapter 78, The Phoenix King. Lord Changsheng, save me. Everything exists within an order. Everything adheres to a set of principles. The dualities of yin and yang, life and death, all are confined within the constraints of these laws. Should one transgress these cosmic regulations, they shall undoubtedly face annihilation by the very order they defy. The underworld holds the most authoritative stance on this matter, for their actions blatantly violate the paramount laws of order. The demise of the living signifies complete dissolution, an utter disappearance that renders one unable to re-enter the mortal realm. All shall cease to exist. Yet, the underworld has shattered this law of death. It has transformed the departed souls into spectral entities. This act is undeniably forbidden by the highest laws of order. Throughout endless epochs, the underworld has persistently contended with the supreme regulations. It is precisely for this reason that the 10 Yama Kings can swiftly ascertain that this disturbance originates from the highest order. From this, one can discern the terrifying might of the underworld. Despite not being sanctioned by the supreme laws, the underworld has not faced obliteration. Instead, its influence remains formidable and daunting. Their shadows and reflections linger throughout the myriad realms and celestial domains. The depths of the underworld are unfathomably profound. How ruthless indeed. Have they truly returned with soil from the land of divine retribution? I yearn to witness it. Alas, it is a wish unfulfilled. King Qin Guang shook his head repeatedly, his eyes filled with sorrow. The soil of the land of divine retribution. He had yet to behold it. Even his true form remains in a similar plight. The abyss where the land of divine retribution resides is a convergence of supreme order. The laws there are densely interwoven, rendering any approach by their true forms utterly impossible. They cannot withstand the concentrated might of those regulations. King Qin Guang yearned to glimpse the nature of the soil from the land of divine retribution. Furthermore, he wished to observe the process of spectral entities reverting to the living. This would mark an unprecedented occurrence in history. Never before has a spectral being returned to life. Not even a single instance. The notion of crafting a corporeal form from the soil of the land of divine retribution, allowing the spectral being to merge and revert to life, is but a conjecture. Without access to the soil of that hallowed ground, they are unable to conduct testing or verification. However, even though King Qin Guang longs to venture forth, as he stated, they cannot and dare not proceed. They are not permitted by the highest order. Any disturbance would lead to their doom. They would be locked in by the supreme laws and face utter obliteration. The underworld has consistently grappled with the highest order, yet not in a manner of direct confrontation. They have merely employed a certain specialized means to evade the constraints imposed upon them. Were they capable of a frontal engagement with the supreme laws, they would traverse the land of divine retribution as if it were a familiar terrain, coming and going with ease. The entity was also stirred. King Qin Guang spoke. His true form had just contacted him, inquiring about the events unfolding on this side. Why were there fluctuations of the supreme order's laws spreading toward their realm? He promptly reported everything to his true self. What? He heard the astonished voice from his true form. Bring back the soil from the land of heavenly punishment. Transform the shadow spirits back into the living. Such matters were overwhelmingly shocking. Even his true self could not maintain composure. We have pressing matters at hand and are unable to depart. The four great judges' true forms will proceed to your location. His true self conveyed this information, evidently treating the situation with utmost seriousness. However, the 10 kings' true forms were occupied and could not come beyond the celestial realm of Xinyu. In a place shrouded in unknown and terrifying secrecy, bloodlight permeated the air, chilling to the bone. The atmosphere was suffocating with the essence of death, surrounded by corpses, as if the very ground were composed of cadavers. Astonishingly, the power of the Supreme Order's laws was extending toward a lower realm. Within a colossal, blood-red bone hall, astonished voices echoed. A fearsome, unknown creature opened its eyes, revealing boundless seas of blood swirling within. Countless mountains of corpses loomed. An endless shadow spirits howled in a grotesque manner, instilling sheer terror. Was someone attempting to reverse the dualities of yin and yang, life and death? It's enormous. Blood-like pupil constricted sharply, emitting an unfathomable sound. How could one so easily reverse yin and yang, life and death? Especially to the extent that it attracted the attention and intervention of the Supreme Order's laws. Clearly, this was an astonishing reversal of yin and yang, life and death. And it was indeed terrifying. It could deduce from the fluctuations of the Supreme Order's descending power the very reason for its arrival. Reversing yin and yang, life and death. A cold glint sparked in its eyes. Instantly, it thought of the underworld. Who else, apart from the underworld, could accomplish such a feat? What were they attempting? To convert the deceased back into shadow spirits. And now they wished to revert the shadow spirits back into the living? No, I must go there and see what the underworld is truly up to. It spoke coldly, departing the blood-red bone hall. Following the traces of the Supreme Order's laws as they spread toward the lower realm. In the Li clan's territory, the sky grew increasingly dark, devoid of any light. The sun in the 9 heavens was completely obscured. Thunder and lightning rumbled above, intensifying, sending chills down the spines of those who beheld it. The terrifying waves of energy rippled outward, swiftly engulfing the entire world. The aura of catastrophe began to manifest, rapidly coalescing above the Li clan's domain. Boldly, get out of my way. The Fire Phoenix King soared into the sky, brimming with confidence, spreading its wings wide, its vibrant plumage obscuring the sun. The blazing flames illuminate the entire realm, swiftly dispelling the darkness that envelopes the heavens and the earth. The thunderous roars of lightning are shattered, as if they were mere echoes of the past. It resembles a primordial beast from ancient history, exuding an overwhelming aura of ferocity that instills fear in all living beings. Every creature in existence solemnly vows within their hearts that they have never encountered such a terrifying and formidable entity. The winds and opportunities for glory have been usurped by this infernal little red bird. The blood demon gazes enviously at the fiery phoenix king soaring in the skies, muttering resentfully within, consumed by jealousy. The nine-headed lion harbors no hatred, only an unquenchable envy, yearning to possess the same might as the Phoenix King. The Phoenix King, bold and valiant, lets out a resounding cry, its terrifying screech reverberating throughout the world. The ominous signs of catastrophe shatter and dissipate with the sound of its majestic call, restoring tranquility to the heavens and the earth, leaving no trace of impending doom. A minor catastrophe has been effortlessly subdued. The Phoenix King flaps its wings, exuding unparalleled divinity, as everything unfolds precisely as it envisioned. What formidable calamity could possibly threaten the lower realms? With but a single cry, it has annihilated the looming disaster. Yet, in the very next moment, its countenance drastically shifts. Its colossal form quivers violently, gripped by an overwhelming terror. No, please don't. It nearly weeps, sensing a dreadfully potent force locking onto it. Lord Longevity, save me. It cries out in desperation. Chapter 79. A single roar shattered countless golden swords, heralding the full arrival of the Supreme Order's laws. Above the firmament, an aura, far beyond the imagination of mortals, slowly permeated the air. Simultaneously, an immense brilliance of golden light erupted, illuminating the entire realm in an instant. In that moment, it was as if innumerable suns had risen in the sky, their golden radiance so intense that it was impossible to gaze upon. Even the celestial emperors found themselves unable to withstand it. They could not avert their eyes in time, and it felt as though they were on the brink of blindness, blood trickling down from their eyes. Lord Eternal Life, save me. The Fire Phoenix King cried out in desperation. It was completely ensnared, unable to move an inch, paralyzed by fear. What in the world is this? How could such a terrifying calamity manifest in this humble realm? It had no doubt that even the celestial emperors would be powerless in the face of such a catastrophe, utterly incapable of resisting. This calamity could easily extinguish the life of a celestial emperor. The blood demon, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily taken aback before breaking into an ungracious laugh. Fortunately, the Fire Phoenix King had made its move first. Otherwise, it would have been the one to suffer humiliation. This, the nine-headed lion shrank back its head, no longer envious. The onlookers were taken aback by the Fire Phoenix King's frantic cries for help. How could such a formidable creature be rendered helpless? The calamity had yet to officially commence, yet it was already pleading for salvation. Lord Eternal Life? Is it the invincible figure who exists solely in legend? The crowd buzzed with speculation about the identity of this Lord Eternal Life. Boom! A colossal golden lightning bolt descended from above, even larger than a golden dragon, pulsating with unfathomable power. The Fire Phoenix King felt a wave of terror wash over it, sensing death approaching, just as the golden lightning was about to strike. A radiant light erupted from Chen Changsheng's eyes. With a resounding crash, the massive bolt of lightning was shattered. In an instant, Chen Changsheng ascended into the sky, his garments fluttering in the wind, long hair dancing gracefully, exuding an otherworldly presence. With a gentle wave of his hand, the Fire Phoenix King was freed from its bindings, the suffocating sensation of being trapped dissipating. "Thank you, Lord Eternal Life," it exclaimed, hurriedly expressing its gratitude. It had been genuinely terrified, drenched in cold sweat, feathers thoroughly soaked. "Descend," Chen Changsheng spoke softly. "Yes, my lord." The Fire Phoenix King replied respectfully, hastening to the ground. Its heart raced wildly, still haunted by the experience. It vowed never to be so reckless again. Such bravado could easily lead to demise. Rumbling echoed as a golden sea of thunder surged forth, a spectacle that defied comprehension. The laws of supreme order spread, locking onto Chen Changsheng. Clang! A monumental golden sword emerged, its brilliance manifesting in myriad beams, bursting forth from the golden sea of thunder. With an incomprehensible force that transcends the realms of celestial paths, a higher echelon of swordsmanship surged forth, striking toward Chen Changsheng with thunderous intensity. Chen Changsheng's countenance remained serene as he extended a hand, which instantaneously magnified to an unimaginable size. With a resounding bang, he captured the golden giant sword within the palm of his hand. The onlookers were struck with terror, their hearts trembling in awe. This individual truly exuded an aura of invincibility. Meanwhile, within the realm of the underworld, the 10 kings of hell were fraught with anxiety. The commotion outside was overwhelming, signaling that the Supreme Order's power had begun to extend its reach, initiating an annihilation. They fidgeted restlessly, each yearning to observe the unfolding battle. Yet none dared to cast their gaze in that direction. They were but mere projections, too feeble to approach the conflict. Had they been in their true forms, watching from close proximity would have posed no issue. However, even the act of looking could spell disaster for them, as they risked being targeted and obliterated by the Supreme Order's laws. The ferocity was terrifying. Even the enigmatic beings lurking in the shadows, endowed with strange powers, found themselves swallowing hard, thoroughly intimidated by Chen Changsheng's fearsome presence. The golden giant's sword, bursting forth from the golden sea of thunder, was enough to instill dread. They were certain that even a mere flash of its sword light, should it merely graze them, would lead to their untimely demise. In that moment, their faith in the enigmatic Lord wavered significantly. Previously confident in the Lord's might against the forces of the strange, they had contemplated summoning him to eliminate Chen Changsheng. Now, however, such thoughts had dissipated. Even the enigmatic Lord might not stand a chance against Chen Changsheng's overwhelming power. With a sharp crack, a sound of shattering reverberated through the world as Chen Changsheng exerted a gentle force, causing the golden giant sword held in his palm to explode into fragments. The golden sea of thunder roiled violently, seemingly enraged, as countless terrifying golden giant swords surged forth. By heavens! The Fire Phoenix King exclaimed, utterly paralyzed by the spectacle. The sight of millions of golden swords emerging was overwhelmingly frightening. It was certain that even the most formidable celestial emperor would not withstand such an onslaught, and would be slain in an instant. Oh dear, it gasped, its face pale and its eyes filled with boundless dread. How could it have once been so arrogant, boasting about trivial calamities as if they were mere trifles? Such recklessness was tantamount to courting disaster. With a swift whoosh, the myriad golden swords, imbued with an unfathomable radiance, surged toward Chen Changsheng in unison. The scene was utterly shocking. These millions of golden swords possessed the capability to effortlessly obliterate the entire celestial realm. Chen Changsheng's expression remained impassive, his gaze tranquil, devoid of any turbulence. "Begone," he commanded with authority. The voice resonated with boundless power. Billions of golden swords shattered at a commanding shout. The golden sea of thunder in the heavens erupted violently, utterly obliterated. A sharp intake of breath echoed throughout the world like crashing waves. The populace was left in profound astonishment. Just how terrifying was Chen Changsheng? Yet, all was not concluded. One might even say it had only just begun. As the golden sea of thunder exploded and dissipated, the highest laws of order began to manifest. Supreme Tao rhythms flowed forth, mysteries beyond the comprehension of even the most exalted celestial emperors. Thunderous explosions reverberated through the firmament, an unimaginable terror spreading forth. The highest laws of order materialized, coalescing into a figure. This figure, human in form, was shrouded in chaotic mist, rendering their features indistinct. One could only discern that it was indeed a human form. With a single outstretched hand, the highest laws of order appeared, swiftly coalescing into a golden spear. Grasping the golden spear, it emanated an overwhelming pressure, as if it were the supreme sovereign capable of subduing all. "Those who defy the laws of order meet death," it spoke. its voice cold and impassive. Chapter 80. The haughty golden-haired woman. Ants should know their place. Amidst the swirling chaos and mist, an unimaginable supreme aura emanated. A hazy figure wielded a golden spear, exuding an unparalleled majesty. Such authority rendered any thought of confrontation utterly inconceivable, invoking an overwhelming sense of insignificance akin to that of mere ants or inconsequential dust. Kill, the ethereal figure commanded, and an infinite intent to slay surged across the myriad realms, even reaching the celestial domain. The beings within these realms and the celestial domain trembled in their hearts, bewildered by the unfolding events. Terror gripped them all, even the celestial emperors, the pinnacle of celestial power, as well as the ancient figures of the celestial domain and various celestial ancestors, were equally affected. Their hearts quaked, and their celestial souls fluttered with unrest. What kind of power is this? Has an unimaginable battle erupted somewhere? The celestial emperors, the supreme beings, the ancient figures of the celestial domain, and the celestial ancestors murmured in hushed tones. They were oblivious to the source of such boundless intent to kill, and none dared to trace its origin or make any calculations for fear of being ensnared in its deadly wake. The sheer terror of this infinite murderous intent was palpable. They had no doubt that should they become entangled, they would be obliterated without a trace. Boom! The dreadful explosion reverberated through the myriad realms and the celestial domain. The hazy figure moved, charging towards Chen Changsheng with the golden spear in hand. The golden radiance erupted forth, akin to successive suns exploding in brilliance. As the ethereal figure approached Chen Changsheng, the golden spear, imbued with unfathomable power, lunged towards his head. The sheer terror of this thrust was such that it did not need to strike true. The force generated simply by its passage could annihilate even those of celestial ancestor caliber. Bang! Chen Changsheng extended his hand, disregarding the terrifying power of the golden spear, and grasped it firmly. Almost immediately, the golden spear shattered inch by inch, and a terrifying, invisible force surged forth towards the hazy figure. Even this formidable presence could not react in time. By the moment it did, half of its form had already been obliterated, letting out a long howl. It attempted to resist the relentless, invisible force, but it was utterly futile. In an instant, the remaining half of its body was completely torn apart. The shock felt by the onlookers was beyond expression. Such a terrifying, hazy figure was annihilated so effortlessly. In the myriad realms and the celestial domain, all beings felt a tremor in their hearts. Though they could not witness the battle, they sensed at this moment that the master of the previously emanating boundless murderous intent had been utterly erased. How could this be possible? Who could possibly evoke such terror? The ancient figures of the immortal realm, along with various celestial ancestors, bore expressions that reflected unending horror and disbelief. They represented the pinnacle of strength within the immortal realm, having ascended to the zenith of the immortal path. They could palpably sense the boundless killing intent emanating from their master, a being of unimaginable dread. Yet, this formidable entity was swiftly obliterated in an instant. What level of mastery could achieve such a feat? They could not even begin to fathom it. Boom! The hazy figure was annihilated, yet the spectacle was far from over. Suddenly, the sea of supreme order emerged. An infinite expanse of the highest order enveloped this world, encompassing all realms and the immortal domain. Under the sea of supreme order, all living beings found themselves compelled to kneel. How audacious! A voice, imbued with fury, rang out. Instantly, every creature in the myriad realms and the immortal domain was rendered breathless, as if their throats were gripped tightly by an unseen force, leaving them gasping for air. The ancient figures of the immortal realm and the celestial ancestors were no exception, their faces ashen and devoid of vitality. They could scarcely believe that, as beings of supreme status who had cultivated to the pinnacle of the immortal path, they could one day feel as insignificant as ants. The mere sound of that furious rebuke was enough to render them utterly powerless. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Changsheng felt nothing. As the target of that wrathful exclamation, All the pressure and power converged upon him. Yet, even so, he remained entirely unaffected, his expression betraying not a hint of disturbance. The terrifying roar, to him, was akin to the trivial buzzing of a mosquito, nay, even less significant than that. Bang! The entire cosmos trembled violently. The myriad realms and the immortal domain quaked as if a great earthquake had struck. Then, a youthful figure materialized, a young woman, distinctly visible and devoid of obscurity. She possessed a flawless figure, her proportions a golden ratio, and her long hair shone with a brilliant golden luster, each strand illuminating the surroundings in a dazzling display. Her beauty was unparalleled, her golden eyes sparkling with a terrifying radiance that could rend the cosmos and collapse the river of time itself. Beneath the 33 heavens, all were but ants. The ants should possess the wisdom befitting their stature, adhering to the laws of order established by the 33 heavens and behaving themselves. The golden-haired maiden wore a cold expression, clearly not an embodiment of the laws of order, her emotions surging intensely, pride etched upon her serene visage. Indeed, she was not a manifestation of the laws of order, but rather a projection of herself, her true form tasked with upholding the laws of order beneath the 33 heavens. The 33 heavens. The Fire Phoenix King and the Blood Demon were profoundly shaken. Had they truly heard the words 33 heavens once more? Did the golden-haired maiden hail from the 33 heavens? The creature with the body of a serpent and the head of a human, previously ensnared in that diminutive realm of divine punishment, is said to hail from the 33 heavens. It is proclaimed that the 33 heavens constitute a more expansive domain, a realm of unparalleled transcendence. There, one finds a civilization of cultivation that surpasses even the celestial path, a true sanctum for spiritual development. The laws and order established by the 33 heavens. What might this imply? Are we all subjugated and constrained by them? The Fire Phoenix King gritted its teeth, harboring profound resentment. Although it recognized the preeminence of the 33 heavens, it could not reconcile itself to the words of the golden-haired woman, which insisted upon adherence to the laws set forth by the 33 heavens. This clearly insinuated that they were all under the dominion of the 33 heavens. Does strength grant one the liberty to regard others as mere insects? Chen Changsheng turned his gaze towards the golden-haired woman. Indeed, the golden-haired woman's expression radiated haughty disdain. Very well, if that is the case. Insect, I greet you. Chen Changsheng spoke. You seek death. The golden-haired woman's eyes glimmered with an endless chill. A lowly insect daring to defy the laws ordained by the 33 heavens, and yet still bold enough to provoke her. Truly, an unforgivable sin. It must be eradicated. Chapter 81. Chen Changsheng. The ants do not possess the right to question me. The woman with golden hair. So breathtakingly beautiful that she seemed to exist in a dreamlike realm, evoked an intense sense of unreality. How could anyone possess such beauty? Her ethereal aura, untouched by the mundane world, rendered her even more surreal. Impeccably perfect, not a single flaw could be discerned. Even the most exquisite fairies of the celestial realm felt a pang of inadequacy in her presence. Compared to the golden-haired woman, they appeared as ordinary as passers-by, utterly lacking in beauty. However, it was not merely her beauty that astonished all beings. It was a voice that resonated throughout the myriad realms and celestial domains. Very well. Then, ants, greetings to you. This voice was crystal clear, echoing in every corner of existence. Every creature heard it. Who dares to speak in such a manner? How audacious to refer to the golden-haired woman as an ant. A great tremor swept through the realms. All beings were stirred, their hearts filled with dread. Although they were oblivious to the origins of the golden-haired woman or the significance of the 33 heavens, they were acutely aware of her superiority over them. The 33 heavens she mentioned appeared to be an exalted realm beyond their comprehension. Yet, amidst such reverence, someone had the audacity to deride her as an ant. Truly remarkable. Who could possess such gall? The commotion in the realms and celestial domains was immense, with fervent discussions igniting curiosity about the identity of the one who dared to insult the golden-haired woman. some of the most powerful celestial emperors, unable to contain their intrigue, resorted to supreme secret arts, attempting to trace the source of the voice and uncover the identity of this audacious individual. Yet, without exception, they all failed. The voice eluded their attempts at tracing and deduction. The ancient figures of the celestial domain and various ancestral beings remained still, unwilling to emerge from their self-imposed seclusion. They understood all too well that even if they were to break free from their confinement and exert their utmost efforts in tracing and calculating, the results would remain elusive. The one capable of erasing the vague figure in an instant and daring enough to label the golden-haired woman an ant was evidently beyond their reach. A wave of murderous intent surged forth. Within the golden-haired woman's striking golden eyes, a fierce determination burned. How could she tolerate being referred to as an ant by those she deemed as such? Death! She uttered a soft command, and in an instant, a terrifying torrent of the highest order of laws surged violently, conjuring waves towering millions of feet high. This world, along with the myriad realms and celestial domains, appeared insignificantly small. The waves could easily engulf all. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed. Emerging from the towering waves is a magnificent five-clawed golden dragon, formed from the essence of the supreme laws of order. Its eyes are cold and piercing, while its golden scales gleam as if cast from molten metal, exuding a striking metallic aura. As its tail sways gently, it unleashes a cataclysm that obliterates countless stars. Its terrifying presence is such that even celestial ancestors would find it insufficient to fill the gaps in their teeth. Chen Changsheng stretches his limbs and strides boldly towards the colossal dragon, confronting it amidst the starry expanse. He carries no sheen, nor does he exude any fearsome pressure or aura. In the face of the five-clawed golden dragon, his form appears almost insignificant, smaller than mere dust. Yet, it is precisely this seemingly trivial figure that possesses a power far beyond anyone's imagination. With a single, forceful strike of his palm, he demonstrates his formidable strength, shattering the five-clawed golden dragon into nothingness. In that instant, all the supreme laws that constituted it were utterly erased. Quite impressive. It is indeed rare for an ant to cultivate to such a level. A golden-haired woman with radiant golden eyes glimmers with surprise. She had not anticipated that this mere ant, Chen Changsheng, would display such might. The five-clawed golden dragon, born from the complete essence of the laws of order from the 33 heavens, had been obliterated by his hand. Unlike the previous nebulous figure, which was merely a partial manifestation of those laws, the five-clawed golden dragon was a full embodiment of them. Its fragility in the face of such power was astonishing. The golden-haired woman could hardly contain her disbelief. "Ant, how have you attained such a level? Under the 33 heavens, the path of ascension had been completely sealed and severed. How did you transcend the boundaries of the immortal realm?" She inquired coldly, still regarding Chen Changsheng with disdain, referring to him as Ant without the slightest hint of deference. Her words resonated clearly across the myriad realms and celestial domains. What? The path of ascension has been sealed and severed. The myriad beings erupted in outrage. They had not realized that the immortal path was not the ultimate frontier. Even more astonishing to them was the revelation that the road beyond the immortal realm had been entirely barred. They were both shocked and furious. Why should their paths of ascension be confined and severed? Simultaneously, a profound sense of desolation enveloped them. The realization that their avenues for ascension had been locked away, unbeknownst to them, was a source of immense sorrow and tragedy. Had they truly become mere ants, easily manipulated? No wonder I always felt that there were higher paths and roads beyond the immortal realm, yet I could never reach them. The truth is as such. A celestial ancestor, who had spent countless years at the pinnacle of the immortal path, spoke bitterly, having sensed the existence of even loftier paths beyond. Regardless of his relentless efforts and contemplations, he remained unable to grasp the path and principles beyond the realm of immortality. Initially, he found this perplexing. However, he has now unearthed the truth. The path and principles that transcend the immortal realm have been irrevocably sealed and severed. At one point, he had ascended to great heights. striving for ultimate transcendence, poised to surpass the level of immortality and enter the realm beyond. Yet at the most critical juncture, a profound chime resounded, shattering all avenues of upward progression. In that moment, he believed an adversary was responsible. The reality, however, was far different. A venerable immortal ancestor, gritting his teeth to the point of fracture, witnessed the annihilation of his countless years of toil and achievements, all obliterated by that singular, resounding chime. He nearly succumbed to madness, consumed by a desire to slay all his foes in blood. Now, enlightened to the truth, he understands that the ominous chime did not emanate from an enemy, but rather from the constraints imposed by the laws of order in the 33 heavens. Simultaneously, in response to the haughty inquiry of the golden-haired maiden, Chen Changsheng calmly retorted, "An ant has no right to question me." The moment those words escaped his lips, they reverberated across all realms and within the celestial domain, astonishing every being. Indeed, he exhibited an audacity unrestrained, utterly disregarding the golden-haired woman's presence. Chapter 82. What are you pretending for? If you have the capability, truly shatter my essence. Time and again, the golden-haired woman from the 33 heavens has been referred to as an insignificant insect. All beings are taken aback. How formidable is she? What immense confidence does she possess? She dismisses even the golden-haired woman from the 33 heavens with utter disdain. Her words are laden with contempt. Boom! The golden-haired woman's golden eyes gleam like cold blades. Her magnificent golden locks swirl violently. Her fury spreads, instilling a paralyzing fear in all beings who dare not even breathe, as if blades were poised at their throats, ready to sever their heads at any moment. You shall find it exceedingly difficult to meet your demise. The golden-haired woman strikes. With the opening and closing of her golden eyes, terrifying golden beams surge forth, capable of piercing through eternity, transcending past and future. Truly dreadful. Chen Changsheng's expression remained serene. Did she not refer to him as an insect? Then he shall treat her as one. He disregards the golden beams hurtling towards him and simply slaps his palm towards the golden-haired woman. The fearsome golden beams do not even graze his palm. They are obliterated by the gust generated by his hand. What? The golden-haired woman is astonished, disbelief flooding her golden eyes. Is this truly the extent of Chen Changsheng's power? The gust from his palm can shatter the beams emitted from her golden eyes. It is essential to note, her golden gaze is innate, possessing unparalleled lethality, even if it merely reflects her essence. The beams unleashed from her golden eyes could effortlessly annihilate those at the second or third awakening stage. Above the immortal path, this realm is known as the awakening realm, signifying the emergence of a new extraordinary path of cultivation. Beneath the 33 heavens, the paths beyond the immortal realm have been thoroughly sealed and severed. Even if Chen Changsheng were to miraculously achieve a breakthrough, she does not believe he could attain significant advancement. At most, he could reach the second or third awakening stage. Yet, at this moment, it appears that Chen Changsheng has evidently surpassed those realms. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to obliterate the attack from her golden eyes with merely a gust of wind. All of this transpires as fleeting thoughts within her mind. In the blink of an eye, she has no time to contemplate further, for Chen Changsheng's palm is already hurtling towards her. Seeking death, she strikes back with fury. No one has dared to slap her before, especially not someone she perceives as a mere insect from beneath the 33 heavens. Whoosh! She summons a colossal seal, crashing it down upon Chen Changsheng's approaching palm. The seal is terrifying and boundless, radiating immeasurable brilliance. During its forging, a trace of the supreme treasure from the 33rd heaven, great Luo silver essence, was infused, endowing it with unparalleled power. Even those at the 5th awakening stage would be grievously injured by its might. This seal is not merely a reflection. It is a true immortal artifact, bestowed upon her essence to aid her in governing the laws and order beneath the 33 heavens. Die for me. Her gaze is icy and piercing. Continuously blooming with a captivating chill, she was genuinely enraged. She truly desired to smash Chen Changsheng into a pulp, to utterly subdue him. The Deluo seal she summoned possessed the undeniable power to easily annihilate Chen Changsheng. It is essential to note that the Deluo seal was not only infused with Deluo silver essence, but also bore the intricate sigils painstakingly engraved by her esteemed master. Her master was an eminent figure within the 33rd heaven, a renowned powerhouse. The Deluo seal should effortlessly crush Chen Changsheng. However, contrary to her expectations, when the Deluo seal collided with Chen Changsheng's palm, it shattered as delicately as paper. His hand obliterated it in an instant, failing to even momentarily impede Chen Changsheng's advance. Upon witnessing this, the golden-haired maiden visibly panicked. Her ethereal, crystalline visage was marred with expressions of horror. "If you dare strike my face, I shall not spare you," she proclaimed loudly. Fully aware that she lacked the means and strength to contend with Chen Changsheng's formidable strike, the terror he exuded far surpassed the abilities of her projection. She had no choice but to invoke her true form to intimidate Chen Changsheng into retreating. Being struck by the hand of an ant from beneath the 33rd heaven was utterly intolerable to her, even if this projection were to be destroyed by Chen Changsheng. It was inconceivable for her to suffer a blow to her face. Such an affront would become a stain upon her existence. "Oh, is that so?" Chen Changsheng replied, halting his hand just before it met the golden-haired maiden's face. Upon witnessing this, she breathed a sigh of relief, her heart coldly mocking, realizing that he, after all, was merely an ant beneath the 33rd heaven, ultimately fearful of the upper realms. Straightening her posture, the terror vanished from her translucent face, replaced by the haughty demeanor she had upon her arrival. The laws and order established by the 33rd heaven were not to be trifled with. But since this is your first offense, I am willing to grant you a chance for repentance. Immediately cease your actions that reverse the yin and yang and the cycle of life and death, and kneel to me in apology, sincerely expressing your remorse. I shall overlook this transgression and spare you this time." She spoke coldly, regaining her lofty stance, viewing Chen Changsheng as an insignificant insect. She believed that Chen Changsheng had halted his hand out of fear. However, her assertion of leniency was nothing more than a deceit. She would undoubtedly not let this ant, Chen Changsheng, escape. In due time, she would report everything to her true form, ensuring that it would bring about Chen Changsheng's demise. An insect that dared to show her disrespect could not possibly live. Her claim of forgiveness was merely a tactic to temporarily placate Chen Changsheng, to regain her dignity, and to compel him to cease his actions. After all, if she did not stabilize this ant, he might resort to desperate measures. "Do you believe I ceased my actions out of fear?" Chen Changsheng cast a glance at the golden-haired woman. That single gaze rendered her utterly disoriented, her courage nearly shattered. A sense of foreboding surged within her. Could it be that Chen Changsheng's hand was not halted by fear? Would I be intimidated by mere ants? I merely wish for you to witness the moment your true form is obliterated before your very eyes. Chen Changsheng spoke with an unwavering calmness. "What?" The golden-haired woman trembled violently. Chen Changsheng had paused solely to allow her to see her own essence being destroyed. She was taken aback. However, she quickly regained her composure, deeming herself somewhat foolish for being startled by such an utterly implausible assertion. After all, her true form resided in the 33rd heaven. How could a mere insect like Chen Changsheng, who dwelled beneath the 33rd heaven, ever reach her true essence? What pretense? I am eager to witness how this insect intends to obliterate my true form. Come, let us commence. Destroy my essence. She regarded Chen Changsheng with a cold gaze. No matter the circumstance, there was no conceivable way for him to touch her true form. Chapter 83. The golden-haired woman was engulfed by an unsettling anxiety, as if a colossal karmic consequence loomed over her. The 33 heavens were fortified by an extraordinary barrier, preventing any beings from ascending from below or descending from within. As an exception, she was tasked with overseeing the laws of order beneath the 33 heavens, allowing her to reflect within that realm. Under normal circumstances, beings within the 33 heavens would be unable to project downwards, thwarted by the formidable barrier encompassing them. The audacity of Chen Changsheng to claim he would obliterate her essence was indeed a monumental jest. Her essence resided within the 33 heavens. What could Chen Changsheng possibly use to achieve such a feat? Ayist within Ayist. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng maintained a serene countenance, uttering not a single word further. He extended one hand, palm up, reaching infinitely towards the heavens. Upon witnessing this, the golden-haired woman's heart inexplicably lurched. Could it be that Chen Changsheng intended to reach into the 33 heavens and seize her essence directly? However, she soon chuckled at her own folly. How could she let her imagination run wild like this? She was frightening herself unnecessarily. Chen Changsheng had exhausted all his efforts and means, with not the slightest chance of penetrating the 33 heavens. To think he could simply extend his hand into that realm was patently absurd. Simultaneously, the myriad realms and celestial domains were thrown into turmoil. Was it true? Did he truly intend to reach into the 33 heavens and capture the golden-haired woman's essence? Such an outrageous and terrifying notion seemed implausible. All beings widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom the extent of his audacity and terror. After all, it was utterly unrealistic, akin to a fantastical tale. The paths to ascension had been irrevocably locked and severed. No matter how formidable he was, his capabilities were bound to be limited. Within the 33 heavens, in a serene sanctuary, the scenery was picturesque and tranquil, reminiscent of a utopian paradise. Amidst the purple bamboo groves and beside a babbling brook, a man and a woman sat on a stone bench beneath an exquisite ancient pavilion, engaged in leisurely conversation over tea. The stone table was adorned with various extraordinary fruits, each emanating a profound essence of life, interwoven with laws and rhythms that transcended the celestial path. Compared to these extraordinary fruits, even the celestial emperor's elixirs seemed trivial. The woman bore an identical appearance to the golden-haired woman, with lustrous golden hair that shimmered brilliantly. Her figure was flawlessly regal, her skin as delicate as jade and snow, and her beauty was unparalleled, exuding an ethereal grace. Opposite her sat a remarkable man, clad in a light blue robe, strikingly handsome. With a demeanor that radiated nobility and elegance, his presence extraordinary. Suddenly, while engaged in delightful discourse with the gentleman in blue, the golden-haired woman's radiant smile faltered, and her brows furrowed tightly. "What is it, Sister Lin?" The man in blue noticed the change in expression of the woman with golden hair. With a crisp sound, he closed a folding fan in his hand and turned to the woman in yellow, known as Lin Shimmy. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of profound unease gripped his heart, as if he had inadvertently entangled himself in a colossal fate. Lin Shimmy's delicate willow-like brows knitted even tighter. A colossal fate? The man in blue furrowed his brow in contemplation. Indeed, Lin Shimmy nodded in affirmation. However, it was peculiar. This immense fate seemed to stem from beneath the 33 heavens. She found it difficult to comprehend. What monumental fate could possibly arise from beneath the 33 heavens? Yet, deep within her heart, she was haunted by the sensation of such a fate descending upon her. From beneath the 33 heavens? Upon hearing this, the man's furrowed brow instantly relaxed, and he broke into a smile. Lin Shimmy must be fatigued from her recent cultivation, he mused. Beneath the 33 heavens, all are but mere ants. What monumental fate could a swarm of ants possibly generate? He reopened his fan and waved it gently, his demeanor calm and composed. What Senior Brother said is indeed true. I must be overworking myself, leading to these errant thoughts. Lin Shimmy chuckled. Ants beneath the 33 heavens could never conjure up any great fate. She realized she was simply exhausted. Haha. This also indicates Lin Shimmy's deep commitment to her responsibilities, ever concerned with maintaining the order and laws beneath the 33 heavens. It is precisely this dedication that led her to contemplate the implications of the 33 heavens. The man in blue, Senior Brother One, chuckled lightly, showering Lin Shimmy with praises for her diligence. Lin Shimmy responded with a smile, choosing not to speak. I am diligent. She thought, but she did not feel so. Aside from the split-off reflection of her incarnation, she had not attended to it since. Currently, she was unaware of the circumstances surrounding that reflection. How vexing. Why did this feeling intensify? Lin Shimmy's brows knitted tighter. For some reason, her unease deepened. The sensation of an immense fate from beneath the 33 heavens grew ever stronger. Her complexion darkened noticeably. It seemed she was not merely experiencing an illusion born of fatigue. Such an intense feeling could not be a mere figment of imagination. An actual colossal fate from beneath the 33 heavens was indeed descending upon her. Do not fear, Shimmy. Even if there really is a fate from beneath the 33 heavens, how formidable can it truly be? Senior Brother Wen reassured her calmly, fanning himself gently. In his perspective, the path of cultivation upward from beneath the 33 heavens was completely sealed and severed. There could be no great fate arising from such a place. Sister Lin's thoughts have indeed strayed too far into the realm of confusion. As he stated, beneath the 33 heavens, the path of ascension has been entirely sealed and severed, filled only with insignificant ants. What kind of causality could arise from such a situation? Perhaps it is true. Sister Lin, lost in her reverie, responded somewhat perfunctorily, primarily because her heart had grown increasingly restless. It felt as though a monumental consequence was about to descend upon her, heralding her impending doom and a tragic fate. Sister, setting aside other matters, with your senior brother present, you shall encounter no harm. Upon hearing his words, Senior Brother, having recently broken through to a higher realm, also received the cherished treasure of the sect, the Taiching Bagua diagram, as a gift from the master. Sister, tell me, will you still have any troubles? Senior Brother Wen said with a confident smile. What? Senior Brother, you've broken through to a higher realm? The master has bestowed the Taiching Bagua diagram upon you? Sister Lin was initially taken aback, but soon her face lit up with joy, her worries evaporating entirely. In light of this revelation, there was indeed little for her to fret about. Senior Brother would surely safeguard her well-being. She spoke with a smile, fully aware that Senior Brother Wen's breakthrough and possession of the Taiching Bagua diagram held profound significance. Under such circumstances, even if there were repercussions from the 33rd heavens, she would undoubtedly remain unscathed, for Senior Brother could handle everything on her behalf. That's just right. With Senior Brother here, there shall be no surprises. Senior Brother Wen replied with a smile. Chapter 84. Ignoring the barrier of the 33 heavens, Chen Changsheng's hand effortlessly penetrated through. Senior Brother Wen is renowned as a prodigy within the 33 heavens, his strength formidable and unparalleled. Not only does he surpass his peers, but even many seasoned individuals of the previous generation cannot compare to him. Today, he has achieved yet another breakthrough in his cultivation, undeniably enhancing his already terrifying prowess. The Taiching Bagua diagram bestowed upon him by our master is a treasure of immense significance within our sect, as well as a renowned supreme artifact within the 33 heavens. With his new level of mastery and the possession of such a top-tier treasure, Senior Brother Wen can truly traverse the realms invincibly. If she still harbored concerns, it would be nothing short of groundless anxiety. Thank you, Senior Brother. Let us continue our tea, Lin Shimmy said with a gentle smile. Her delicate hand lifted the exquisite jade teacup, lightly clinking it with Senior Brother Wen's before returning to her previous serene state of savoring the tea. There is no need for such formality between us. It is my duty to protect you. And besides, this matter is trivial, merely a minor concern, Senior Brother Wen replied. Calm and composed, he elegantly sipped his tea, unfazed by the gravity of the situation. Lin Shimmy, being a woman, exhibited a certain timidity, contrasting his unwavering confidence. From the beginning until now, he harbored no worries whatsoever. In the realm of the 33 heavens, all beneath it are mere ants. What is there to fear? Even if the consequences originated from below the 33 heavens, or even from within, he remained unperturbed, maintaining his poise with grace. Meanwhile, Lin Shimmy's reflection was on the verge of collapse. What had she just witnessed? Chen Changsheng's hand. It had disregarded the barrier of power of the 33 heavens and directly entered into it. How could this be possible? Her face turned pale, devoid of any color, as she collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, her eyes filled with terror. This was utterly absurd, so absurd that she could scarcely believe it. How could an ant beneath the 33 heavens possibly locate the 33 heavens? Such a feat has never occurred in history. The 33 heavens are transcendent and supreme, imperceptible to the ants beneath them. Chen Changsheng's ability to find the 33 heavens was already outrageous enough. Little did she know, an even more outrageous event was yet to unfold. The power barrier of the 33 heavens, in the presence of Chen Changsheng's outstretched hand, seemed to vanish entirely. His hand did not hesitate for a moment. It simply passed through. She was so frightened that she began to question her existence. How could there be such a terrifying anomaly beneath the 33 heavens? I have brought disaster upon my true self, she stammered. This time, I have truly caused great trouble for my true self. Initially, her true self was safe and would not be implicated, yet she had persistently provoked Chen Changsheng, courting disaster time and again. With unabashed arrogance, she boasted, "If you have the ability, shatter my true form." Alas, her true form was indeed on the brink of destruction. Chen Changsheng's palm could effortlessly pierce through the formidable barriers of the 33 heavens, an evident display of power that her true form could not withstand. Such feats were beyond her capabilities. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Shimi conversed casually with brother when over tea, engaging in discussions about life aspirations. Their conversation meandered to the realms beneath the 33 heavens. What could those elders possibly be thinking? They had already severed the paths of those insignificant beings, preventing them from ascending to the 33 heavens. Why then maintain the order and laws governing the realms of these mere ants? These insignificant creatures served no purpose. Would it not be more beneficial to eradicate the laws of order altogether, rendering their cultivation impossible from the very start? Brotherwin asserted that completely severing the cultivation paths of these ants would be more advantageous, ensuring that beneath the 33 heavens, no trace of a cultivation civilization existed, relegating these ants to the status of ordinary mortals. Indeed, Lin Shimi replied with a gentle laugh, nodding in agreement with Brother Win's perspective. Her concurrence was genuine, not a mere act of flattery. She believed wholeheartedly in his sentiments. If she were to speak, she would declare that the existence of these ants was entirely unnecessary. The realms they inhabited were woefully inadequate, equally devoid of purpose. It would be better to annihilate these ants altogether and obliterate the realms they occupied. Lin Shimi's ruthlessness surpassed that of Brother One, contemplating the complete eradication of all beings beneath the 33 heavens and the destruction of every realm within that domain. Ha! We truly share a kindred spirit. Brother One laughed heartily. Sighing, Lin Shimi expressed her reluctance to manage the laws of order in the realms of those insignificant beings. She harbored a desire for the day when the elders would come to a realization, allowing her to take charge of extinguishing those ants and obliterating their realms. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in her eyes, revealing her earnest intent. There will come a day, Brother One mused, when I shall bring this matter to our master's attention, encouraging him to communicate with those elders about the utter futility of the ants and their realms. With a gentle sway of his folding fan, Brother One added, "Do remember to recommend Shimi when that time arrives." Lin Shimi's radiant smile shone brightly, but just as swiftly it faltered, her expression stiffening. An overwhelming sense of unease gripped her, escalating to an unbearable peak that she could neither control nor suppress. Her soul trembled, a sensation akin to impending demise washed over her. Fear enveloped her, causing her body to quiver uncontrollably. "Be brother," she stammered, her face paling to a ghostly hue. The once vibrant crimson of her lips had faded completely. A profound sense of panic enveloped her, as if she were witnessing her own demise. "Junior sister, what is the matter?" When Shi Xiang's expression shifted drastically, recognizing Lin Shimi's dire state. "Steady your resolve," he commanded in a deep, resonant voice, infused with the essence of Tao, aiding Lin Shimi in stabilizing her crumbling heart of Tao. It's futile. I feel as though I am on the brink of death." Lin Shimi spoke tremulously, tears brimming in her eyes, overwhelmed by the intensity of her impending doom. She genuinely felt as if her life was slipping away. Impossible. With me here, you shall not come to harm. When Xixiang bellowed, his aura radiating an immeasurable brilliance. He prepared to unleash a secret technique to steady Lin Shimmy's faltering heart of Tao. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated above them. The heavens above fractured into vast chasms, chaotic forces swirling through the void. A colossal hand emerged from the shattered firmament, reaching towards Lin Shimmy. Impudent fool! When Xixiang's eyes gleamed with ferocity as his aura surged, transforming him into a figure of terrifying might. I care not who you are. Should you dare to lay a hand on Lin Shimmy, I shall make you pay in blood. He drew forth a gleaming blade, slicing towards the enormous hand that threatened Lin Shimmy. Chapter 85. The Return of the Great Hand. Bringing back Lin Shimmy's true form. A colossal hand tore through the pure land, a miniature world meant for cultivation, intent on seizing Lin Shimmy. What audacity and arrogance! It is essential to note that this pure land was bestowed upon Lin Shimmy by their revered master for her training. Moreover, their lineage was in close proximity. Additionally, he stood by Lin Shimmy's side, a renowned prodigy within the 33rd heavenly layer. Even the elder figures dared not underestimate him. As Brother Wen's fury ignited, the wielder of the great hand displayed utter disregard for him and their lineage. Seeking death, his long hair billowed wildly as his eyes radiated an endless chill. The previous elegance evaporated, transforming him into an enraged emperor of slaughter. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his formidable blade. Its terrifying aura accompanied the blade's descent, capable of annihilating realms with ease. His reputation as a prodigy was not unfounded. It was forged through countless fierce victories. Among his peers, he stood unchallenged, and in his rank, he was nearly invincible. Recently, he had ascended to a higher realm, further amplifying his prowess. This strike could easily vanquish the majority of the elder figures within the 33rd heavenly layer. Alas, regardless of its terror, this strike paled in comparison to the descending hand. Before the blade could even make contact, it shattered entirely, and the fearsome aura surrounding it was obliterated in an instant. Brother Wen's pupils contracted sharply. Astonishment etched across his face. The wielder of the great hand was indeed formidable, clearly a ruthless individual. No matter who you are, today you shall not act recklessly. His expression turned cold as he summoned the treasured artifact bestowed by his master, the Taiji Bagua diagram. Infinite auspicious light erupted, and supreme Tao rhythm flowed. The Taiji Bagua diagram was not only a treasured possession of their sect, but also a renowned pinnacle artifact within the 33rd heavenly layer, possessing unfathomable might. With a fierce roar, he felt as if he were ablaze, radiant flames erupting from him. Channeling all his strength, he propelled the Taiji Bagua diagram. As it unleashed its power, the diagram appeared to come alive, spinning rapidly amidst unparalleled brilliance. With each rotation, waves of terrifying power emanated forth, each capable of suppressing the invincible. Brother, you are magnificent, Lin Shimmy exclaimed. With the Taiji Bagua diagram summoned, her heart felt significantly steadied. Did that audacious being truly believe they could act with impunity, doing as they pleased? Today, Brother Wen would teach them a lesson, making them realize they were nothing. She declared coldly. With Brother Wen having broken through to a higher realm and wielding the Taiji Bagua diagram, the wielder of the great hand was destined to falter. They were no match. The Taiji Bagua diagram is truly the pinnacle of treasures within the 33rd heaven. Its profundity is so profound that it eludes comprehension and insight. With every rotation, an even more terrifying surge of power emanates forth. However, it is futile. A colossal hand descended, shattering everything in an instant. The Taiji Bagua diagram fractured completely, crumbling into oblivion, wholly incapable of contending with the descending hand. With a spurt of blood, Senior Brother Wen staggered violently, nearly collapsing to the ground. The destruction of the Taiji Bagua diagram bore grave consequences for him as well. What? Junior Sister Lin was rendered utterly petrified. Her eyes filled with despair. The precious treasure of the sect, the utmost treasure of the 33rd heaven, was thus annihilated. How could this be? Her body trembled uncontrollably, her complexion ashen. She simply could not fathom how this could happen. How had she provoked the master of the colossal hand? For an extended period, she had been cultivating in this pure land, scarcely venturing out. She had never encountered someone as terrifying as the master of that hand. "Senior brother, you will protect me, won't you?" Desperation gripped her as she gazed at Senior Brother Wen, clinging to hope like a lifeline. "Fear not, junior sister, I will protect you to the end," he declared with an unwavering gaze and tone. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes fierce, as if he were preparing to battle the descending hand to the death. However, in a shocking turn of events, to junior sister Lin's utter disbelief, Senior Brother Wen abruptly turned and fled. He ran faster than lightning. Protect junior sister? What ist? The colossal hand had effortlessly destroyed the Taiji Bagua diagram. He must have lost his wits to think he could continue to safeguard her. If he were to oppose the descending hand, there would be no other outcome. He would undoubtedly be obliterated in an instant. "Senior brother, you." Junior sister Lin sank into utter despair. She had genuinely believed that Senior Brother Wen would stand by her side. To her astonishment, he had turned and fled. "Do not fear, junior sister. I am seeking master for assistance," he called out as his figure vanished from sight. "Hold on? With what shall I hold on?" Junior sister Lin was stripped of all illusions. She realized she could not endure until master arrived to rescue her. The colossal hand descended, seizing her within its palm, and then vanished from that place. "I am truly going to perish." Junior sister Lin's ethereal form witnessed Chen Changsheng's hand grasping her true body, plunging her into complete despair. As Chen Changsheng's hand returned, it held her true form, and the myriad realms and celestial domains beheld this scene with clarity. They were terrified and utterly astonished. Who is this individual? Could he truly be from the myriad realms or celestial domains? Does such a terrifying figure truly arise from those realms? The golden-haired woman, residing within the 33 heavens, was seized with remarkable swiftness. Meanwhile, Lin Shimi, taken aback, could hardly fathom the reality before her. She never anticipated that her previous intuitions were indeed accurate. The monumental cause and effect that had befallen her originated from the realm of ants beneath the 33 heavens. How could this be possible? How could such insignificant beings beneath the 33 heavens cultivate to such a terrifying extent? She found it utterly inconceivable. Previously, she had believed that the master of the great hand emanated from the 33rd heaven, or perhaps from an even more transcendent